Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Ate Moa Moa and I Can Know My Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Unknown MC POV. Somewhere on sea. East Blue. Monkey D. Luffy woke up abruptly, his eyelids revealing a dark and confined environment. A strange sensation enveloped his body, pressed against the wooden walls of the barrel, while the rhythmic movements of the sea produced a gentle sway in the structure. Cautiously, he rubbed his eyes as if trying to dispel the fog of sleep and comprehend the reality around him, with blurry images in his head. The barrel, though confined, had become a peculiar capsule that held the first moments of his memory comeback. The darkness that surrounded him was a veil of uncertainty, but as his senses adjusted, Luffy began to discern familiar details. The warm wood under his fingers, the muffled echoes of the ocean around, and the continuous motion of the waves, all indicated that he was in a place that, though initially unknown, carried an iconic atmosphere. This awakening inside the barrel, once mysterious, became the introduction to the rebirth of a new Monkey D. Luffy in a revamped world. His now perceptive eyes explored the confined space, capturing details that identified it as a unique starting point and reflecting on his situation. At every moment, Luffy's awareness gained clarity about his unique situation. Where the hell am I? I remember dying, he murmured to himself, scratching his head in the darkness. It felt like a dream, but as time passed, he became more aware of his situation. Luffy didn't have much time to think because soon a flood of memories began to surface inside his head. Between a past life and a new life that he had lived in this world before this moment. I'll be more powerful, and I'll never be caught. I will be more powerful. I will be. No, it will be me. You kids are so funny. Da ha ha ha. An adult man wearing a straw hat laughed, watching the two children with an amused look. Luffy, you are too childish, someone commented, expressing a mix of concern and understanding. She's right, Luffy, another added, agreeing with the previous assessment. You girls don't understand. I'll be a great pirate and will rule all the seas, Luffy asserted, excited and full of confidence. Tusk, I don't like that dream, Luffy. I want a world where people live happily. Yuta expressed discontent. It's a beautiful dream, Yuta. I want to bring justice to the world. Yuta, I have a bad feeling about this journey, Luffy commented, a wrinkle of concern marking his forehead. I'll be fine, silly. Remember our promise, Yuta replied, displaying a reassuring smile. That we would stay together. But that was weird. I still don't understand. You'll find out in the future. Fufu. Yuta laughed mysteriously, leaving a suspenseful aura in the air. I hate you, Shanks, Luffy shouted and ran out with tears in his eyes. Shanks, why? The boy cried on the man's chest. I couldn't let a boy die, could I? Shanks replied, his voice conveying compassion. But, your arm. The boy tried to avoid looking where Shanks had lost his arm to save him. Even though he was a good swimmer, he couldn't go back to the village with that sea monster, but Shanks still saved him. I swear, this is my dream. One day, I'll have a crew that will be the most powerful ever in this world. I will be the strongest pirate and man of all. No one will stop me, whether it's you or Lucy. The boy shouted with his childish voice but seemed quite sincere. I liked hearing that, Luffy. Let's make a promise then, Shanks said, taking off his hat and putting it on a confused Luffy. You see, this hat is very precious to me. I want you to wear it until the day you become a great pirate. And you have to protect your sister too, she is very special, Shanks said with a casual tone, but no one could imagine the weight behind those words. This, your hat, Shanks? Luffy and Lucy looked at the man in surprise. Yes, now it's yours. And it looks great on you. So, promise me, Shanks smiled. I promise. I will become a great pirate, recognized as the great emperor of the sea. I will protect my sister and one day pass your hat on, Luffy shouted with excitement. I'll be waiting. Shanks left after that, leaving behind a promise that would echo through time. This is the fist of love. You will always feel your grandpa's love. This is to remove any influence that damn redhead has put on you, Garp said seriously. You spat on my sister, you bastard. Luffy saw that and ran to hit the boy. I see you've already met. This is Ace, Luffy, and Lucy, and you are siblings from now on. Garp crossed his arms. Luffy was already defeated on the ground since he couldn't beat a boy 3 years older than him. Brother, what? With this, we'll be officially siblings from this moment on. Yes, cool, let's drink. Shishishishishi, I have more siblings. In a moment of euphoria and shared dreams, I will be the emperor of all seas, Luffy shouted, his voice full of determination echoing on the beach. I will be a powerful marine, and I will capture you, Luffy, Lucy exclaimed, looking at the horizon with eyes full of determination and pride. I want to make my own name in the world, Ace proclaimed, raising his fist towards the sky, challenging destiny, freedom at sea and fighting against oppression. That's what I want, Sabo declared, his gaze fixed on the ocean, as if he could see a future free and full of adventures. Ace was crying in a corner. Luffy let the tears flow silently. Luffy, he's really gone. Lucy sobbed along with her brother, incessant tears marking the trail of their sadness. Yes, Lucy, Sabo, died, Luffy said in tears too, his voice wavering with the pain of loss. Lucy cried viscerally, as if each tear were an echo of the pain her heart carried. I'm so sorry, sister, I'm so sorry. Luffy wrapped Lucy in his arms, letting her cry on his shoulder, while his own tears mixed with hers. It was a shared lament between siblings who had lost someone they loved. Ace, good luck. You can do it, Ace. Master it before I arrive, because I plan to give you a beating. You can wait, Luffy, you'll never surpass me. I will capture you and bring justice. Good luck trying that, Lucy. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Ace. See you in the future, siblings. Lucy, we'll see each other soon, right? Yes, brother. I'll leave earlier, but we'll meet in the sea. Good luck, Lucy. Me too, brother. Lucy had strange eyes for Luffy. Luffy remained silent, not knowing how to react to that. About that, Lucy commented, let's keep that just between us, Lucy. We'll talk about it in the future. For now, follow your dreams. Luffy commented, yes, brother, and you follow yours. I want to see you soon, she said excitedly. Goodbye, everyone. Good luck, Luffy. Don't embarrass the village. Good luck. Follow your dreams, kid. We have faith in you. Goodbye, all. Soon you'll be seeing my picture in the newspaper. Many images, people, and situations passed through Luffy's mind at this moment. There were scenes of him in another world too, conflicting at this moment, even creating an existential crisis at this moment. This is my life in this world, he exclaimed, feeling a slight headache with all those images arising between two lives at once. Luffy realized that something had changed in himself too. His body was growing and becoming different, stronger and more vibrant. The familiar features of his old self were replaced by a more robust, almost legendary version. He felt a pulsating energy within him, a promise of power and possibilities. That's different, Luffy reflected, acknowledging the changes in himself. I'm no longer the same Monkey D. Luffy. I am something more. Memories from my past life are coming back, and new powers are emerging in this body. As he absorbed the situation, the memory of a robotic voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his mythical and unique post-death encounter with an identity. He gained a chance to be reborn in the fantastic world of One Piece as a character named Monkey D. Luffy. But I'm an original character, huh? Luffy pondered, looking at his hands in that darkness. That explains the changes. He remembered the stories he knew about the One Piece universe. The lines of destiny were redrawn with his presence in this world. According to that identity, there were changes, and this Luffy is not originally Nika but someone else, and now he had the chance to leave a unique mark in history. Let's think about my benefits now. To start, I received 2 powerful devil fruits, 4 summoning cards as an initial bonus, and a shop system as my safe haven for this world. Now that I have received these powers with my memories, my body is changing, especially the mythical Zoan I acquired. Luffy seemed satisfied inside the barrel, as I am not the original Monkey D. Luffy. There is another character who was born to be the MC of this world. I know him very well with my life in this world so far, and he is not a pirate. Now, with my memories coming back, while I started my journey in the barrel by coincidence, I'm sure this world is about to get even more interesting. Luffy murmured, feeling a renewed excitement with the expectations of his possibilities in this world. The first changes in this non-original Luffy are his size. He is 2.1 meters tall with a strong body, despite never having the Hito Hito no Mai or any other devil fruit. He trained a lot with his brothers. He now has tattoos across his torso, as it was part of his original personality in his past life and was added to his body as memories returned. His hair is a modern style, with a side undercut, akin to David's style from Cyberpunk. With the addition of the mythical Zoan devil fruit, his muscles grew even larger at this moment, making his current clothes tight on him. His eyes turned red as a consequence of the fruit's power, and he had changed quite a bit. If the potential of the Monkey D family was already great, the addition of his current fruit made him explode with possibilities. His body was now far beyond the understanding of ordinary humans. Well, it looks like I can finally start my adventure in this world, Luffy commented, still in the dark but ready to leave that barrel and begin his journey. Monkey D. Luffy's POV. Somewhere in the East Blue Sea. With the spontaneous growth after the powers of the devil fruits in his body, Luffy first received the Moa Moa no Mai, a fruit with tremendous potential. In the original work, it was limited to increasing speed and mass, but its essence is multiplication. Luffy knew its potential was much greater. He could increase speed, mass, weight, defense, recovery, learning, gravity, mind, and sound. There were still other possibilities that Luffy hadn't unlocked yet, but he planned to do so in the future. In his opinion, Luffy concluded that he had the devil fruit with the most potential in the world. Imagine reaching your peak with the ability to increase speed and strength by 100 times. His second fruit is not original to this world but from Final Fantasy XVI, one of the colossal monsters known as icons. Luffy's icon is the Hell icon, also known as the second fire icon, Ifrit, used by the protagonist of the game. However, Luffy's Ifrit is modified. Instead of normal colored flames, he possesses chaos flames with amethyst hues that surpass even Akano's magma heat and can disintegrate matter. The official name of his devil fruit is Icon no Mai, Chaos Ifrit. He still had the cards in the system to figure out, but he decided to handle that later. At the moment, his priority was to get out of this barrel floating in the middle of the sea. Without wasting more time, amid the vastness of the sea where the barrel floated in the solitary horizon, its lid exploded, turning into hundreds of shards in the air above the wooden object. Boom! The punch was so powerful that the lid had no chance. The sound echoed for hundreds of meters with its reverberation. In the barrel, a raised fist could be seen emerging from it, while a tattooed man with clothes that no longer seemed to fit him gradually stood up. This was Monkey D. Luffy, or rather, the new Monkey D. Luffy. The boy looked around, trying to orient himself, but his own sigh was the only response he got, as there was nothing beyond the horizon on all sides, no sign of a nearby ship or island. Seems like I'm quite ahead of when the events start. Still, why should I waste my time in a barrel that isn't even big enough for me now? I might as well wait for some sailors to pick me up. Thinking I'm some ordered barrel of drink, he murmured. So, he made a decision. He would search for Alvida's ship on his own. The first thing he did was tear his red tank top shirt since it no longer fit him, and then took the straw hat off his head, letting it fall onto his back, throwing the torn shirt away. He began to focus and understand his power. Closing his red eyes, the new Luffy started to concentrate on his back. Let's test my transformation, he said as he forced his strange power to manifest and enter the first phase of his mythical Zoan. Suddenly, he felt the Zoan fruit's energy flow through his body. First, his hair, which was shaved on the sides and had a messy top, matching his rebellious style, began to grow. This is strange and unexpected, but at the same time, it's amazing, he said with a small smile. When he stopped growing, it was as if he had a big black mane now. His hair was thick, but it hadn't lost its black sheen, turning the man into a different kind of beauty for feminine eyes. However, there was no girl around to admire his transformation at this moment, unfortunately. But his transformation didn't end there. In addition to the hair growth that reached the middle of his back, on each side of his upper back, wings began to emerge. As they grew, the man seemed to shrink in comparison, making him look like a kind of black angel. The man, even at 2.10 meters, seemed dwarfed by the wings that extended over 5 meters from his back to their tips. Hediha, this is so cool. Luffy laughed as he admired his new transformation, releasing a different laugh from the original Luffy as he inspected and flapped his wings. I would really like to summon the first members of my crew right now or see the system, but I can't stand being in this damn barrel for another second, Luffy said and prepared for his first attempt at flight. With that, he flexed his knees inside the barrel, while his new wings moved with the same control as any muscle in his body. He leaned as they prepared to launch him upwards, and then he jumped. Boom! Another explosion occurred as the barrel shattered into thousands of pieces, and a man rocketed into the sky with dark wings moving at high speed, leaving a strong gust of wind behind him. OHHH, this is amazing, he exclaimed with all his lung power as he soared upward. Luffy fought against gravity and kept ascending. This is a bit tricky, but I can get used to it in no time. Since it's my first time doing this, I just need to be careful because there's no more barrel for me to return to, he said as he continued to fly toward the sky to reach his first clouds. Meanwhile, sometime later, somewhere else, come on, steal them all, take everything, an extremely fat woman said. Yes, Captain Alvida. A chorus of voices rose in response to her command, and she smiled with satisfaction. Koby, she shouted again, and a boy with pink hair immediately appeared in front of her. Yes, Captain Alvida. He saluted immediately. Tell me, Koby, who's the most beautiful woman in the East Blue? She asked, and the boy shivered. It's Captain Alvida. She's the most beautiful woman in the sea, he said quickly and fearfully. Very well. Now, do you see all this blood in these bodies? She asked with a malicious smile, and the boy chose poorly with this question. Yes, Captain, he said softly, trying not to look at the dead civilians and soldiers strewn about in this vile raid carried out by Alvida's pirate crew. He was responsible for the cleanup. Great, I want you to clean everything and remove anything valuable from the bodies. She gave the order, and he had no choice but to carry out her demand as he headed towards the unfortunate victims. For the rest of the time, Koby continued taking some valuables from the pockets of those people. Robbing a corpse was by far the most unpleasant thing he could do here, even with all the abuse from Alvida. He had no choice, otherwise he could end up among the bodies. Koby, more bodies. A member of the crew arrived and said, laughing, tossing 2 more corpses near him. Koby could only lament. His expression didn't escape the captain, who stopped what she was doing and looked amused at the young man. Koobyyy. Don't you like doing this job? She asked with a threatening look. It's not that, Miss Alvida. I'm doing it, don't worry, he said in a hurry and fearfully trying to accelerate his work. Then do it without any grimaces. She growled. Yes, Captain, he responded immediately. Now, answer me again. Who's the most powerful and beautiful woman on the seas? Captain Alvida. That's right. Lucky you have some sense, she said with a malicious smile. But she was soon interrupted by some men who arrived running. Captain, we have a problem, said those men, who arrived in a panic from the pirate cruise ship, landing on the commercial ship they were looting, and they ran to Alvida with terrible news. What is it now? An irritated Alvida said, as she was interrupted in her precious narcissistic moment. Our treasures. They've all been stolen from our ship. HHH. He didn't finish speaking because Alvida hit him head-on with her club, sending him flying with his wounds bleeding after that sudden impact. Hey, you. Can you repeat what he said? Alvida asked the other man who arrived with his companion. He looked at his former companion and the trail of blood he left behind, trembling and fearing Alvida's wrath falling upon him too, just because of the terrible news. He could die here. Koby wasn't any different, waiting for Alvida not to take it out on him, too, in case she wasn't satisfied. Oh, our treasure was stolen, Captain, he said, and Alvida lowered her head, silent and immobile for a while. Then she raised her gaze, showing her fury to the poor fellow. What did you say? Wait, Captain. HHH. He didn't have a chance as he was thrown like a rag doll. She saw her subordinate fly and shouted to the other men. Listen up, everyone. I want you to search every inch of these ships. Bring me that thief with our treasures in 10 minutes. She roared loudly, and everyone panicked, not only for their treasure but also because their lives were in danger here if Alvida was dissatisfied. And you'd better find that damn thief, otherwise I'll HMM. She couldn't finish her threat because something unbelievable happened. BOOM. An explosion occurred behind Alvida. She quickly turned to see what was happening, thinking it might be an attack from another ship. The sea was empty apart from her own pirate ship and the commercial boat they were plundering. But when she returned her eyes to the small explosion, she realized it was a newcomer who seemed to have fallen from the sky. This situation left everyone stunned for the next few seconds. Oh, I finally made it, a cheerful voice said amidst the dust and debris that had risen on the deck. Can't believe I got lost while I was in the sky. How did something like that happen? In the end, I managed to find the ships when I thought I was going to die because my wings couldn't take it anymore. Still, I almost arrived late. The voice spoke to itself, sounding quite dissatisfied. This guy said senseless things while everyone was bewildered. Maybe I have the legendary talent for getting lost on the way, like that Zoro fellow. That would be terrible for me if that's the case. The strange voice debated with itself, and nobody knew to whom it belonged. It seemed very manly and animated. Whistle, wow, there are quite a few bodies here. You pirates in this world don't mess around. And it seems this world is really dangerous. There must be all kinds of real crimes. It's a bit scary, but I'll have to get used to it since I have big plans here. The voice continued talking to itself while everyone was still listening. No one knew what to say to break the strange atmosphere that had taken over. Oh, look who's here. The voice got excited as it emerged from the smoke. Everyone was even more bewildered when they saw the man coming out of the smoke. He had dark hair with a pompadour and red eyes. He was taller than anyone in this place, exuding confidence in his posture as he approached Alvida. He was shirtless, displaying his perfect muscles, and covered in tattoos. He was wearing flip-flops and shorts that seemed quite tight on him now, but he didn't seem to mind it much. He walked towards Alvida without hesitation. Alvida, seeing the incredibly beautiful man who showed most of his athletic body, blushed a bit, something Koby noticed beside her, his eyes and mouth wide open in a huge grimace. Is this really happening? He screamed internally. It was right to be sure that I would meet you on this wonderful day. So it's you, the woman named Alvida, who claims to be the most beautiful woman in this sea, isn't it? He said with a big smile, without caring that he was surrounded by 50 pirates and many civilian bodies on the ground. Monkey D. Luffy's POV. Aboard a commercial ship, East Blue. I was right to be sure I would meet you on this wonderful day. So it's you, the woman named Alvida, who claims to be the most beautiful woman in this whole sea, isn't it? He said with a big smile, not caring that he was surrounded by 50 pirates and many civilian bodies on the ground. Luffy smiled at her provocatively, making her blush even more. She wondered if she was seeing things or if this handsome man seemed genuinely interested in her. Koby also noticed Luffy's genuine interest in his captain and stood there stunned, feeling like he wanted to vomit. Koby wondered if this man had some problem with the opposite sex or was blind, as he seemed to be flirting with a terrible, fat, An ugly woman like Alvida. Is this guy blind? He must have some sort of mental issue or something. Koby exclaimed as he tried to make sense of the situation before him. I am Captain Alvida. Koby wanted to die after hearing his captain stammering like a love-stricken maiden at this moment. But who are you? She asked for his name, and Luffy smiled at her, looking into her eyes with a certain spark. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will conquer all the seas in this world. His voice was controlled, but everyone heard it in shock. Silence fell over the place. Suddenly, all the pirates burst into laughter. Did you hear that? He'll conquer all the seas. Who does he think he is? That was funny. What a strange guy. I heard something that brightened my day out here at the end of the world. I agree with you. While all 50 pirates laughed at Luffy's bold words, Koby was horrified by the statement. Surprisingly, Alvida remained calm in the face of these words as she stared at the handsome man full of confidence. She was blushing without anyone noticing. Luffy, on the other hand, remained calm despite the mockery and confidently smiled at Alvida. Tell me, my lady, what is your dream? Luffy suddenly asked her, which made her surprised by the question and thoughtful. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe I want to marry a handsome husband and have a family with many children. She stammered at first but timidly continued with a red face. Her response made everyone stop laughing and look at her strangely. Half of them wide-eyed, the other half wondering if she had been replaced by someone else. Koby was almost vomiting blood at this moment. What's happening here? We were just informed that we were robbed right under our noses, and now Alvida, who moments ago wanted to find the thief and punish anyone for their incompetence, is now talking like a teenage girl in love. Koby wanted to faint at this moment. It was too much for him to absorb, refusing to accept the reality before his eyes. That's a very noble dream. To live in peace with your family is a very good thing. Luffy had a moment of reflection, looking out to the horizon, and suddenly his eyes returned to Alvida, who was blushing with emotion. My lady, I can say that when I first saw you, I was certain that I had found my soulmate, the man said with a seductive smile, making Alvida, with her 200 kilos, open her eyes in surprise and quickly turn away in embarrassment, unable to believe what she had just heard. Everyone, Koby, the pirates, and even the prisoners who were tied up by the pirates, fell to the ground at this moment. Just a short while ago, their captain was breaking their bones over stolen treasures, and now she was acting like a girl seeing her first crush, while the man in front of her clearly had some vision or mental problems because every time he spoke, it only fueled this madness. What the hell is going on here? They all exclaimed while wanting to vomit blood. Are you blind? Suddenly, the pink-haired boy, who was vomiting blood, shouted and quickly closed his mouth, realizing he had spoken loud enough for everyone to hear. But to his surprise, this man named Luffy smiled and walked toward a stunned Alvida with his actions and words. A boy like you shouldn't meddle in the love between two people, the man said calmly, once again causing everyone to fall to the ground with dumbfounded expressions. Yes, Koby-kun, you should mind your own business while your dear boss talks to this wonderful knight. Alvida spoke in a tone she had never used before. She seemed totally in love now. Koby-kun. Koby vomited much more blood at the sight of Alvida, who had always treated him worse than a dog on her ship, now acting all sweet in front of this crazy man who clearly had some vision problems. The man approached Alvida with the woman completely embarrassed and submissive at this moment. He raised his arm and lightly caressed her chin, making Alvida blush like a tomato. Wait, Mr. Luffy, we can't rush things like this. Maybe we can get to know each other first, she said timidly. No one said anything, as it was too much for their brains to comprehend and process in all these scenes. They seemed mentally broken. I know, my love, but I must say some things for our future together, Luffy began. Our future together, she exclaimed with a touch of passion. First, you're not the most beautiful woman in these seas. You're quite ugly, actually, he said calmly. This shocked Alvida, who realized she couldn't feel the ground beneath her anymore. The others remained silent. They were already broken and couldn't handle any more surprises. Otherwise, they would all be vomiting blood along with Koby. Luffy continued speaking, while Alvida was almost in tears. But I don't deny that you're my soulmate, and I know you'll become the most beautiful woman in East Blue. I have no doubt about that. He flashed a seductive smile. Alvida was stunned as she looked at him emotionally once again. Really? Do you believe I can be beautiful? Alvida couldn't help but ask, excited after that last shock. I have no doubt about that, my love. That's your true dream, and I believe in you, Luffy said calmly. But you'll have to achieve that dream before we can finally be together, he said. Wait, are you saying you're leaving, and we can't be together now? She exclaimed alarmingly. Luffy calmly took her hand and said, I know it's difficult, but it's not the time for us to be together yet. But soon we will meet, and you will follow me for the rest of our lives, my beautiful Alvida, I'm sure of that. He spoke seriously, looking into her eyes. Is that true? She couldn't help but ask again, a bit lost. Yes, you will become a beautiful woman soon and will be able to find me at that time. As a demonstration of my confidence in you. Luffy suddenly raised his hand and clenched his fist in front of her. My grandfather taught me the best way to show love to someone. Your name says it all. Alvida heard all this paralyzed as she saw Luffy pull his fist back and prepare to strike her, but before she could say anything, it was already too late. Your name is the Fists of Love. This is my demonstration of the love I feel for you, Luffy said and punched Alvida in the stomach before she could react. What? She only managed to express herself before feeling her world shatter. Luffy unleashed the power of the Moa Moa no Mai. The OOOMMM. With the strength of his fist increased tenfold, coupled with his monstrous body, this impact exploded Alvida, and everything in the space where she stood was destroyed. Koby, who was closest, flew off the ship and into the water like a rocket. As for Alvida, no one could see her in the next moment, as the force was so strong that she was in front of Luffy one moment and disappeared in the next, with the entire ground being destroyed. No one could even see the enormous woman flying with such force. What the heck is happening here? A collective scream was heard with their comical faces. I think I might have overdone it a bit, Luffy said as he looked at his fist while opening and closing it. Either way, I know she'll be fine. I just hope I threw her in the same direction as Luffy did in the original and that she can find that slippery fruit. I sighed and looked at everyone, who were now looking at me as if they were seeing a terrible monster. You, what are you waiting for? Your captain just flew in that direction with one of my fists of love. Go rescue her now. I growled at them. How can that be called a fist of love? They exclaimed. But then they ran to the other ship to set sail after their captain. Meanwhile, a young boy with pink hair climbed onto the commercial ship after emerging from the sea. He hesitated about whether he should return to the pirate ship or not, seeing that everyone was heading to rescue Alvida. Hey, kid, I'm sure you can help me find the location of Shell City, I asked him, pulling him out of his conflicting thoughts. What? How could I help you? He asked suspiciously. By taking me there, of course. If you want to go back to that pirate ship, it's your problem, I simply said, ignoring the blood vomiting from him shortly after those words, ignoring the thanks of the other survivors on the commercial ship. As Luffy wanted to get to a beach quickly, he and Koby took a boat from the ship and headed to the Shell Town, where Zoro should be imprisoned at the moment. In the meantime, Luffy noticed but ignored the small boat with an orange-haired woman heading in the opposite direction with some treasure bags as he was sailing with Koby. We'll meet again, Nami, Luffy murmured to himself, not looking back at the girl on the other side. Did you say something, Mr. Luffy? Koby asked a little cautiously. It's nothing, just keep rowing, Luffy said lazily. Thus, a timid pink-haired boy and a man who looked more like a thug set off for Shell's Town. Koby's POV. Somewhere in the sea. East Blue. After obtaining a small boat from the commercial ship, Luffy and Koby got into it and started rowing, moving away from the ship. While Koby was relieved to finally see Alvida's ship moving away, forgetting about his existence as the ship's handyman, he was also terrified. In front of him was a man who looked more like a monster than a human, even worse than Alvida, who says they like someone and shows it by punching them. Koby had this terrible thought as he continued to row. This man in front of him may have a screw loose in his head for hitting on Alvida like that, but he was still a monster in strength. What kind of human would do that with just one punch? I didn't even see the trajectory of the poor woman, Koby exclaimed internally, not wanting to provoke this aberration in front of him, who had already given him orders to row towards Shell City, which he did with all the speed he could muster. The man himself was sitting, looking out at the sea, admiring the view without paying much attention to Koby. You know, it's rude to stare at people like that. His mouth moved as he spoke those words without turning his face away from the horizon. I'm sorry for that. Koby quickly apologized as if his life depended on it. Teddy, relax, buddy, it's not like I'll eat you just for looking at me, will I? He laughed, seeming to enjoy Koby's fear. I'm sorry, Koby said, the only thing that came to his mind. Tisk, you apologize too much. Annoying, just keep rowing then, he said, and Koby quickly followed his order. It was a strange moment for Koby. On one hand, he felt fearful of the idea of this man, who looked like a stylish thug, wanting to kill him at any moment. But the man had been quiet all this time. And while Koby was rowing in a certain direction after checking the maps, he didn't seem to care much about the pink-haired boy. He continued to enjoy the view of the sea and its breeze. But that didn't last the entire journey. At some point, this man felt bored and spoke after a long silence since the last exchange of words. Tell me something, kid. Where are you from? He suddenly asked, catching Koby a bit off guard. I am from a small village on a nameless fishing island, Mr. Luffy. The pink-haired boy mumbled. And how did you end up on Alvida's ship, kid? You're clearly not a pirate, he asked while looking directly at Koby, who shuddered and shrank back from those fierce, red, and dangerous eyes. I am an orphan, so one day I went fishing to feed myself. But I ended up being captured by Alvida and her crew, and since then, I've become her servant, Koby replied, regretting it after gathering the courage to answer those piercing eyes. I see. I won't say that's unfair to you. Life in this world is more or less like that. The stronger eat the weaker. I just think you should become stronger. Otherwise, you'll be at the mercy of others for the rest of your life, he said, and Koby lowered his head. He had dreams, but he didn't have the courage to voice them, even though this man seemed willing to listen. Once again, silence took over the small boat. Koby, seeing this, finally mustered the courage to talk to this man on his own initiative. Are you from the East Blue, Mr. Luffy? Koby couldn't help but ask the strange man, who was even more powerful than Alvida, despite seeming to have some screws loose when it came to Alvida being his soulmate. I am. I was raised by mountain bandits near Goa Kingdom, on Dawn Island, he said with a smile as he recalled some memories of his past in this body. Despite the changes he had undergone, Luffy's memories and bonds with others remained the same. Mountain bandits. Koby couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. That explained why this man acted the way he did, as Koby had seen before. That's right. Daden and the others give me a nostalgic feeling when I remember them, just like Ace and Sabo, Gramps, Makino, and others. They make me have those thoughts, and I'm being influenced by Luffy's memories. Luffy couldn't help but murmur to himself. His initial response shouldn't have mentioned Daden, but here he was talking about a past he hadn't really lived but had memories of and feelings for. Koby, hearing this, couldn't quite grasp the meaning of those words, but he felt a melancholic atmosphere. This was something he hadn't expected from a character like this Luffy, who he had just met and who had been ruthless and indifferent so far. Koby tried to change the subject as the silence extended between them once again. What do you plan to do in Shell Town, Mr. Luffy? He asked curiously, as that was the man's objective. Simple, I'm going to recruit Roronoa Zoro. I heard he's imprisoned by the Marines at the naval base on the island, he declared. This left Koby quite stunned. What? But you said you're a pirate. The famous bounty hunter won't let you leave alive as soon as he finds you. Koby began to get hysterical about this. You shouldn't go, Mr. Luffy. You, Oh. While his hysteria continued, Luffy flicked him on the forehead so hard that it was equivalent to a punch. Why did you hit me? Koby couldn't help but complain. Because you talk too much. And I felt like doing it as you cry like a coward every time you open your mouth, Luffy said straightforwardly. Coward. Koby couldn't help but mutter as he thought about his life since he went fishing and was caught by Alvida 2 years ago. I think you're right. In the end, I'm just weak, at the mercy of others, Koby lamented, while Luffy sighed upon seeing this. Koby, tell me, do you have a dream? Luffy asked. I do, but I'm not sure if I'm worthy of it, he said without much confidence. You're already starting wrong, Luffy said, gaining a curious look from Koby. Then Luffy continued. You lack faith in your dream, so you'll never achieve it, Luffy said simply with that conclusion. Faith in my dream, Koby murmured as they were in the middle of the ocean with no ships in sight now. Look, Koby, if Alvida's dream is to be the most beautiful woman in East Blue, it will come true if she has unwavering faith in it. You might be surprised when you see her next time. Luffy spoke seriously. Just like how I'm the man destined to conquer all the seas. Even if I die pursuing my dream, I won't give up believing in it, Luffy said, putting his straw hat on his head to emphasize the seriousness of his words. Even if I die pursuing my dream. Koby was captivated by this man's words, even though he had been quite intimidating with his bad boy demeanor. Koby gained a new determination in his eyes. With a clenched fist, he said, You're right, Mr. Luffy. I'll join the Marines. I'll become an admiral and capture all the pirates in the world. Puff, ouch. That hurt. Why did you hit me again? Koby, who was finishing his heartfelt words, felt another flick next to his head. Don't say you'll capture all the pirates while sitting next to a pirate. Luffy tried to instill some sense into the boy in front of him. I guess you're right. Wait, aren't you laughing at my dream? Koby asked, looking at Luffy's stoic face. Tusk, why would I laugh at someone's dream? Luffy asked, huffing. Remember, Koby, in this world, people's dreams have no end. Luffy spoke earnestly. People's dreams have no end. Koby couldn't help but murmur as well. Yes, I like that phrase, even if it was said by a treacherous bastard. I have to admit that he has principles in his dreams and is willing to do anything to achieve them, after all. Luffy said, thinking about Blackbeard, a man so evil that he wanted to plunge the world into darkness, but Luffy could admire his determination towards his goals and dreams. I think I understand. You're right, Luffy. Do you think I can become an admiral? Koby asked cautiously. Only one person should believe in this dream above all, Koby, and that's you. The rest of the world doesn't matter as long as you have faith in your dreams. Luffy spoke with the charisma of a leader. Thank you. Koby couldn't help but express his gratitude. He was ready to chase his dream this time now that he was free from Alvida. He had the chance to join the Marines and fight for the justice he had always yearned for. While Koby reassessed his determination and rode with more purpose, Luffy thought about opening his system for the first time in this world. He could have flown to Shell City to speed up the journey, but since he got lost the last time he did that, he didn't want to go through the same experience. He decided to let Koby handle navigation while he planned his next steps. Besides, he wanted this boy to become a powerful Marine in the future. The sea would be more interesting that way. So he took advantage of his time while muttering to himself. When he did this, Koby was startled by the sudden increase in the boat's speed, which they could both feel. What is this? Koby exclaimed in surprise. Relax, just be careful not to veer off course, and I'll check some things here. Don't bother me for a while, Luffy said, settling in on the other side of the boat while he muttered quietly. Monkey D. Luffy's point of view. Somewhere in the sea. East Blue. Relax, just make sure we don't deviate from the route. Meanwhile, I'll check some things here. Don't bother me for a while, Luffy said as he settled on the other side of the boat, muttering to himself. While the boat sailed through the sea at a speed 30 times faster than before, Luffy decided to take a rest. He opened his system and started examining it. System. It's a rather simple system. There's the crew screen, but it's locked because I don't have anyone under my flag yet. There's a shop where I can buy anything from this world with some conditions. The currency is in berries and gold, but I'll need a lot more for it to be useful. I only have 2 million that I got from the commercial ship, which is practically worthless right now. And lastly, the inventory of cards with 4 cards. This option will disappear once I consume them all. Luffy went through the entire system. He wanted to check the shop, but it would be a waste of time at the moment. He decided to look into it later. Luffy glanced at Koby after he closed the system screen. Well, talking to this kid is quite boring. Despite his potential, he's so timid right now. I guess I'll take a nap to pass the time, Luffy reasoned and spoke to Koby. Koby, Luffy called him, making the boy quickly look at him. Yes, he replied nervously, and Luffy sighed. Keep guiding us to the island. In the meantime, I'll take a short nap, Luffy said to the boy, who was relieved by the brief interaction. Hours passed, and Koby finally spotted the city with a large naval base at its highest point. Should I wake up Mr. Luffy now or when we reach the port? Koby mumbled as he looked at the view of the island. No need to, Koby, haha. Luffy suddenly appeared behind Koby, laughing happily after a short nap. He put his straw hat back on his head and looked at the island, lost in thought. Koby was startled by Luffy's sudden awakening. Mr. Luffy. Koby couldn't help but be surprised by the abrupt change and was curious about the man's actions, thinking that he might be planning something at this moment. Koby, I'm going ahead. We'll meet later, Luffy declared. Before Koby could respond, Luffy's appearance began to change. His hair suddenly started growing, and incredible black wings sprouted from his back, leaving Koby in shock. What is this? Koby couldn't help but shout. I'm a devil fruit user, didn't you know? Luffy said with a strange expression. I thought those things were just legends of the seas, Koby exclaimed, but quickly covered his mouth with his hands, fearing that his loud outbursts would anger the man before him. Hadiha, now you see that it's real. If you ever want to defeat me someday, be aware that it won't be easy, Luffy simply declared with a big smile. He then flexed his knees as his wings slowly lifted to gain altitude. Anyway, see you later. Goodbye, Luffy said. And with a burst of strength in front of Koby, he took off into the sky. The boat swayed, and Koby almost fell. The boy watched in amazement as the man soared into the sky, leaving him alone in the boat heading for the island. Incredible, he couldn't help but marvel. As he tried to stabilize the boat, he realized that it was losing speed. Am I losing speed? He noticed that the boat no longer had the speed it had before, realizing that it was another ability of Luffy's devil fruit. While Koby was admiring the sight, Luffy was flying 300 meters above the sea toward the island, increasing his speed. He quickly arrived at the location after a few minutes. He spotted a deserted beach outside the city and headed in that direction to avoid drawing too much attention. Luffy landed gently, his wings kicking up sand. He took his first steps on the island as his wings began to dissipate, and his hair returned to its normal length. It seems like I'm alone here. This should be a good place for what I'm about to do, he said as he looked around the deserted area a little away from the city. I just hope I can convince them. He sighed and then opened the system again, clicking on his summoning cards in the inventory. My first card can bring someone back from the dead, and it can't be someone strong. In fact, it has to be someone weak. Fortunately, there is a person for this, and even though they are weak, I recognize their potential. Divided by. Yes, think of who you want to summon. Understood. Come forth, Kuina. Luffy had always wanted to meet Zoro's old friend, Kuina, who had the same potential as or even more than the swordsman after the time skip. A bright light appeared on the beach, powerful and dazzling. It didn't take long for it to start dimming, and suddenly, a woman stood in the place where the light had been. She had dark blue hair, long and flowing, resembling Tashigi after the time skip, minus the glasses. She had the body of an adult in her early 20s. Observing her, Luffy couldn't help but comment. And to think I can't believe I actually managed to do this. Bring someone back from the dead with this card. Luffy exclaimed as he watched the woman regain consciousness, taking in the surroundings and trying to orient herself. Where am I? She said, frightened, finally regaining consciousness after her last experience, which shouldn't have been a pleasant one as she had died. Luffy could understand why she seemed so agitated in front of him. Seeing the lost woman, he opened the system and spent some of his meager money to buy a cloak from the shop. Who are you? She asked quickly, realizing that she was alone on this strange beach with only this man in front of her. He seemed distracted, gazing off into the distance. First, put this on. Luffy snapped out of his reverie and held out a cloak that had magically appeared in his hand, throwing it over her naked body for the time being. Seeing the cloak thrown over her, she took it out of habit but soon realized how her body was without clothes. What do you think you're doing, you pervert? She shouted, quickly covering her body with the cloak, and her face turned red. I just brought you back from the dead. And that's the first thing you say about me? Luffy couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this clueless woman. She might be beautiful with an adult's body, but he wasn't interested in a girl who should have the mindset of an 11-year-old. So I really was dead. That wasn't a dream, she murmured in shock, forgetting for a moment that she was naked, which was quite understandable, as knowing that she had died and was now alive again should be a shock. Yes, you died 11 years ago. I managed to give you a second chance, Luffy said calmly. He didn't want to beat around the bush and chose to tell her the truth directly. What? 11 years? It can't be. She covered her mouth as tears began to form in her eyes. I know it's hard to grasp, but what matters is that you have a second chance now, Luffy said calmly to her. But how did you bring me back? Is my father still alive? Her first questions came with tears. As for how, I can't say. I can only do this once with the help of a divine artifact. But it broke as soon as I summoned you, I lied, not wanting to explain the function of the card. But I wasn't entirely wrong, as there was only one card that could do something like this, and it had already fulfilled the wish I hoped for. Luffy looked at her and continued to answer her questions. And yes, your father is still here in East Blue, still running that dojo. She fell silent at my words but then looked back at me. Why bring me back here? Why me? I don't think you knew me 11 years ago. Her world was crumbling with this information, so she wanted to know why I used this artifact on her. She actually believed my story, as her death was real, and she was now alive again. I chose you because I know about your history. Don't ask me how, just understand that I know. I'm starting my adventure on the sea and need people with great potential by my side. I believe you have it, just like your friend Zoro. I believe you can reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. Even as a woman, Luffy spoke his mind. Despite her death being a necessary plot point in Zoro's story, Luffy always felt that she deserved something better. He wasn't even sure if she would accept his proposal, but he still wanted to give her a second chance, as she was someone who could match Zoro's potential, and this world would be more interesting with someone like her. She might even be able to defeat his old friend in the future, whether as an enemy or an ally. Do you really believe in me? She couldn't help but ask, forgetting that she had just come back from the dead. Yes, I won't lie. I want you to join me. I'm a pirate, and you would be my first crewmate, I said to her. Pirate? You want me to be a pirate like you? She asked, a little scared. Of course, she didn't like the idea of being a pirate, as she had a negative opinion of them. Yes, I am, and I want you with me. But I won't force you if you don't want to. I knew there was a chance this would happen, and I summoned you anyway. I won't force you. I can be a jerk in many ways. But I won't force anyone who doesn't deserve it to join my crew, I said. If you want to live at the dojo and return to your father, I won't stop you. But I think it's a waste of your potential. You can make your father eat his own words that he said once, as you gain a name in this vast sea and see the world. I finished my little speech. I really didn't want to force her. I won't restrict people's freedom like that. There are some plans to force some people, but she's not one of them. I might have summoned her using a precious card, but I'm more like the original Luffy with a desire for freedom at sea. Even if she doesn't accept joining my crew, I hope she doesn't waste her life here in East Blue. I'd like to see her name resonate throughout the world in the future. And she might even give me a good fight in the future, whether she's an enemy or an ally. I don't know. Can I think about it? Can I see my father before deciding anything? She asked a little uncertainly. All right, let's go to your island then. But I have to do some things. You can accompany me before returning to your father, I asked. Yes, I think so. It's the least I could do after you brought me back from the dead, she mumbled. But her eyes viewed me quite favorably now, which wasn't surprising after what I had done and said to her. Alright, now I'm going to summon other people. Not anyone who's dead this time, so stay in that corner and don't worry, I'll buy you some clothes later, I said. And she watched me for a while as she adjusted the cloak on her body and moved away, wondering what I was going to do next. Come, Trafalgar Law. The light outshone the sunlight on the beach again, and even Kuina in the distance looked curiously at the light, a little alarmed. Some time later, the light disappeared, and a white bear was in the middle of it with a white t-shirt and shorts, along with a woman with a polka dot hat and a large sword on her shoulder. What is this? The bear shouted, stunned. The woman beside him quickly looked around in alarm and surprise as she raised her hand with her palm facing the ground, ready to use her room at any moment. Kuina on her side was surprised by the sudden summoning, while Luffy looked admirably and a bit confused by this. A bear and a woman dressed like Law. Luffy spoke loud enough and looked puzzled at this because there shouldn't be a woman in front of him. Who are you? I'm sorry. The mink bear was the first to speak, hearing my voice. Luffy just called him a bear, but he apologized. Why? This is Bappo. I didn't think he'd be so peculiar. Luffy thought a bit stunned. Who are you? And why are we here? The woman dressed as Law asked angrily, seeing Luffy in the middle of the beach with them. She wanted to attack him at this point, believing he had done something to make them appear here. Wait a moment, Luffy shouted, confused and wanted answers. Where is Trafalgar Law? And why was his sister summoned in his place? I asked, not understanding anything. Who is Trafalgar Law? My name is Trafalgar Lami, and I have no living brother. My only brother died many years ago. She shouted indignantly, seeming to reach her limit since she was already preparing to launch her attack. Now answer me before I attack you. Why are Bappo and I here? Who are you? Did you bring us here? Where is this? She asked with the same anger. I understand. So Law is a woman in this world. She must be about 19 years old, so. It seems he swapped places with his sister. She is very beautiful, and she's an Mohawk to boot, using the same style as her brother. Why do women with tattoos make me so attracted? I couldn't help but comment as I looked at the tattooed woman in front of me. She was practically a female version of Law, with the same tattoos and style, making Luffy think that she must have experienced everything Law went through, and she was following the same path as the original would have let her experience. Perverted. I quote him sorry. The women couldn't help but mock Luffy after hearing his comments, thinking of him as a pervert. Luffy scratched his head at that, but he couldn't help but be stunned when the bear started apologizing. Why are you apologizing? Luffy shouted at the bear in strange clothes without that orange jumpsuit. I'm sorry, he said again. Does he only know how to say that? Luffy lamented, giving himself a facepalm. This world is getting weirder by the minute. I should have known that, too. I couldn't help but think as well. Well, let's get to it. I did summon you, but it seems your companion came along, which is quite strange, but it's okay. The more, the merrier, he said to her, and she looked ready to use her Op no Mai at any moment. And what do you want? Why am I here? This place doesn't seem like the North Blue, she growled. Kuina watched the interaction, intrigued. She had seen how Luffy summoned this tattooed woman like himself, and now she was ready to attack her savior. On one hand, she still owed her life to this man, but on the other hand, she had seen him forcibly bring this woman from another ocean to this place, and she felt that this Lami had every right to attack Luffy. I know it's hard to understand, but we are in the East Blue, and I summoned you to join my crew, I said simply, getting straight to the point. Join you? You must be joking, right? She said angrily. Are you saying that when Bappo and I were ready to set out on our journey, a light covered us at the port of our city, it was caused by you, and the next moment, we're here? And now you're telling me that you took me from the North Blue to recruit me right now? She snarled, and before Luffy could explain, she continued. A bluish sphere covered a 20-meter diameter, while Luffy, Lami, and Bappo were within its range. Looks like she won't listen to me now, I said with some disappointment. So she wants to do this, Luffy thought as he watched what she wanted to do. She drew her blade from its sheath and quickly advanced to strike at his neck, with the intention of removing his head, as she had seen his abilities in the original work. However, Luffy was not as easy to deal with as she imagined. Let's see what you're capable of, you moody and cute girl, Luffy said with a smile to provoke her at this moment. Who are you calling moody and cute? She couldn't help but shout. As she attacked, Luffy activated the power of his fruit, using and applying the power of the Moa no Mai in this way. He could have dodged, but he wanted to test his limits with a powerful body, adding to it a mythical Zoan fruit and increasing his hardness 30 times. He knew he had gone overboard here, but he wanted to start with the safest position to find out how strong his body was and the limits he could push it to. Her blade quickly reached him, making her smile slyly, but unlike what this woman imagined, when the blade touched his neck, it didn't sink more than the first contact. This made her lose her smile in an instant, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Is this all you can do? Luffy asked, taunting her, while her sword was touching his neck, and he didn't care, just crossing his arms. Impossible. How can't I cut you? What the hell are you? She withdrew the sword, incredulous, backing away a bit, and quickly launched another cut, but his skin rebuffed her weapon without so much as a scratch. She tried again, and again, and again, and again, and nothing happened while Luffy didn't move an inch from where he was with his arms crossed the whole time. He's a monster, Bippo shouted from a distance, watching all of this. He was truly a frightened bear now. That's right. This is impossible. What are you made of? Lami couldn't help but say, seeing that her blade couldn't cut him or even make a scratch on his skin. Kuina, a little further away, was also stunned, showing a look of disbelief as she watched the scene. She saw how powerful this woman was and knew she could never beat her, but what scared her the most was witnessing her savior taking all those attacks with a smile on his face, not caring to dodge the woman's sword. You may still be weak, but even as a cute, moody girl, you have a lot of potential to grow, I admit, Luffy said, assessing and judging the emo girl in front of him. Who are you calling weak and moody? She shouted indignantly while trying to cut him again. Slash, slash. Her cuts didn't even tickle him. They were just touches on his skin that he felt through his tactile sense as she tried to cut him, but it wasn't uncomfortable for Luffy. It was like a mosquito trying to bite him. Luffy ignored her attacks and continued speaking. We can do this all day, he said with indifference to irritate her, which worked because he could hear her teeth grinding at that moment. Don't get cocky. She attacked again, but to Luffy's surprise, she saw a part of his straw hat with a cut on his back as she spun around trying to cut him. It was just 3 cuts, but Luffy couldn't help but be stunned by this. His feelings for this hat were strong thanks to the memories of the original Luffy. My hat, he shouted in astonishment, even though he wasn't the original Luffy. He still had a great affection for this hat that Shanks had given him when he was a child. Oh, I'm sorry if you're angry. Lami began to taunt, but stopped when she saw the expression on Luffy's face. This made her fall silent instantly because she felt a very unpleasant premonition with it. He no longer had an indifferent look. There was anger towards this woman. No one should damage his hat, no matter who they are. Even as she was about to respond to this, Luffy disappeared within his room. No one touches that hat and gets away with it, he said, appearing in front of her with the same angry tone before the woman could react. Boom! His punch went straight to her stomach, and she simply flew like a rocket to the other side of the beach. Crack! The sand around her exploded in a 10-meter radius as Lami collided with the ground, canceling the room they were in, with the result that the woman was defeated with a single blow. Captain, Bippo cried and looked at me like a frightened dog now, thinking he could be my next victim. Kuina was speechless on the side. First, Luffy couldn't be cut by a blade, and she even recognized that Lami's fencing was more powerful than she was used to. Now, she had witnessed his incredible strength and superhuman speed. From that moment on, she was starting to wonder if he was really a human or something else. Bippo, Luffy called the white bear, who was still frozen in fear. Why yes, he stammered and stood up when he heard his name being called by this monster. Take care of Lami. I'll talk to her later when she wakes up. For now, I'll take care of a few more things, I said, and Bippo looked at me for a few seconds, still paralyzed, and finally nodded, running to his captain through a hole created on the beach. He started running towards the hole that his captain had created with the impact of her own body, and Luffy turned to Kuina next to him, who was still stunned, trying to process everything that had happened. Kuina, can you help her? Luffy asked the girl wrapped in a cloak beside him. She nodded, but didn't take her eyes off him as she began to move to help Bippo take care of the emo woman. I really didn't want things to end like this, I muttered while looking at Bippo searching for his captain in that hole. Luffy was angry about his hat, but even so, he didn't use his strength to harm her permanently. But he doubted that she didn't break some bones with that impact. Not everything would be as easy as I imagined. I hope she has a civilized conversation later when she can hear my proposal and what I have to offer her. I grumbled. Well, I need to fix my hat later since I don't like that cut that girl made. But first, I'll use all my summoning cards first, he said, opening the system again. Come, Yamato. A light appeared a few meters away again and dissipated a while later. Luffy was the only one paying attention to them, while the others pulled Lami out of the hole. In the center of it when the light dissipated, there was a 263 centimeters tall woman with a type of mace in her hand, wearing traditional Wano clothes with various colors, but stylish. Her face was better than most women in this world, with snowy white hair mixed with blue finishes, and her red horns stood out with their yellowish base. There was no doubt that this woman was the most beautiful he had ever seen. The first thing the woman did was to look around in confusion, trying to orient herself. Luffy hadn't said anything yet, looking at this beauty and how she was reacting to this summons, while Bippo and Kuina pulled an unconscious Lami out of the hole 100 meters away. The woman who had just appeared first looked at the bear and the blue-haired girl with curiosity from that distance. Once she grasped the bizarre situation, her inquisitive gaze shifted to the man standing in front of her, a few meters away. She realized that he was studying her and knew that her appearance here was for some reason caused by him. She hadn't said anything so far. She was just observing the environment with curiosity, looking at him calmly with an inquisitive expression. Seeing that she was in silence, Luffy decided to break the ice. I recognize you as Kazuki Oden, he told the woman, who immediately widened her eyes upon hearing those words. You know me, she exclaimed, astonished but seemed happy that he recognized her as Oden. Yes, I brought you here, he said calmly. Who are you? Where are we? This doesn't seem like Onigashima or Wano, she said, quite concerned. You can call me Kazuki Toki, he said simply, crossing his arms again and remaining silent in the next moment before answering her second question, since she'd be absorbing the first piece of information. You're my Toki, she exclaimed in surprise, but there was a blush on her face as she thought about the relationship between Oden and Toki. She might be 24 years old, but she's a virgin, so this is a normal reaction, even though I'm doing this to recruit her, not to sleep with her, Luffy thought to himself, since she insists on self-identifying as that man all the time. How can I win her over? By self-identifying as Oden's woman. Luffy mused. I am Oden, but I will call you my Yamato from now on, he said to avoid saying my Oden, which would be quite odd. She was at a loss for words. Do you not love your Toki anymore? Luffy asked, pretending to be offended, but his question didn't match his current expression. He looked quite virile to be the woman he was referring to at that moment, but Yamato seemed oblivious to this. No, I am Oden, of course I love my Toki, she shouted immediately, trying to clarify any misunderstanding. After all, in Oden's journal, he loved his Toki, so she couldn't mess that up. Luffy smiled awkwardly at the woman. How easy it is to have this woman as my comrade, he thought. She's one of the best women he's seen in the anime and one of the strongest. Her strength is above that of the three disasters, second only to Kaido, her own father. But she's a bit eccentric. She self-identifies as Oden after reading his journal for years, so being like Oden is all she wants in life. So he'd be her Toki, making this figurative sacrifice. Listen, Yamato, I'll call you by that name, but you'll always be my Oden, okay? Just call me Luffy from now on, he told her, and she looked at him with curious eyes. Are you sure? She looked at him suspiciously, not easily convinced in the end. After all, she wanted to act as a man. Yes, I'm sure, because you're here with me now, and away from that damn father of yours, Luffy said confidently. Well, now that you know I'm your Oden and you're my Toki, I'll call you Luffy, she finally said after a brief internal conflict. But you didn't tell me where here is, she exclaimed again. Well, now I have a few things to clarify. Listen, Yamato, Luffy said, and she looked at him with determination. First, as you can see, we're not in Wano anymore, not even in the New World, he said, and she looked at him with huge eyes. What? But my collar, she shouted in panic, but she was kind of an idiot, so she didn't even notice that her neck was now free. Look at your neck. I removed all the negative things when I summoned you. You're a free woman now, he clarified. But I'm a man. Even so, I don't believe it yet, but this is incredible, as expected of my Toki. She said various bizarre things, but, in the end, she grabbed him with such joy that he couldn't even react to the woman's enthusiasm. She lifted him up and placed him between her breasts, squeezing him tightly and laughing with happiness after many years in captivity in Onigashima. Thank you. You freed me, my Toki. She was shouting with joy, finally liberated from the shackles of her father after years. All right, call me my Luffy, and let me go because I still have much more to say, my Yamato. He told her to calm down a bit. She let go of him after a while. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beach, the mink bear and Kuina were checking Trafalgar Lami's injuries, but they couldn't help but look in their direction as Yamato shouted with happiness and excitement. They wondered who this tall woman with a pair of horns was and why she seemed so happy. First, I'll remind you, call me my Luffy. I want our identities to be concealed. You will be my Yamato, and I will be your Luffy, understood? Luffy told the woman in front of him. But I am a man, she protested, playing the female role. As I said, our identities must be concealed, understood? He told her, and she started to think about it. I guess. Then I'll be your Yamato, and you'll be my Luffy, she said, murmuring her dissatisfaction, finally. Another thing, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm Ace's brother too, he said, surprising her even more. What? You're Ace's brother? I remember him talking about you and thinking you're my Toki all this time, she said, even happier. Listen, Yamato, I still have to tell you one more thing. Calm down, he said before she tried to hug him again. I brought you out of Wano and sent you to East Blue. You're no longer bound to your father. Now we can have adventures together. There's no doubt about that. But I also want to invite you to join my crew as my first mate. In that case, you'll be my vice captain, he said. I'm happy, my Luffy, but I'm also worried about Wano. That old bastard could harm the father I have to protect, she muttered. Don't worry, we'll get stronger together. When we reach the Grand Line, we'll not only interfere with your father in Wano but turn the world upside down. What do you say? He said, presenting his true proposal with a big smile. Yes, let's force that old man out of Wano together. I'll kick him out of there, and we'll turn the world upside down. I can't wait for that. She quickly agreed. She initially wanted to confront her father more than anyone else. So apart from rescuing her from that place, he gave her a good reason to join him now. Not to mention that she wanted to experience her own adventures, just as Odin did in his time. I'm happy for that, my Yamato. Welcome aboard, he said happily, and before he could react, she hugged him again. While Luffy was being suffocated by her breasts, a message appeared in front of him. Haha, this is really interesting. My first crew member is a woman of Yamato's caliber, who must undoubtedly be much more powerful than me at the moment. But she is officially my vice captain, as none of the others I summoned have accepted my proposal yet. Luffy muttered internally but was celebrating while being hugged. After ignoring the system screen, he wanted to make his last summon before continuing his rescue with Zoro. He had the last card, so after thinking a bit about who to summon, he decided who should be a priority right now. My Yamato, can you help that blue-haired woman, Kuina, and the mink bear called Beppo take care of that other unconscious woman in front of them? They may be possible members of our crew in the future, he asked Yamato after she cancelled her warm hug. I guess so, she said while assessing the situation on that side of the beach. They were currently tending to Lami's injuries. Okay, go there now, while I finish summoning our next crew member. Later, when we reach the Grand Line, I'll tell you more about our plans to free Wano from your father, he said. And she expressed a joyful face, agreeing to it. Yes, I will, she shouted with determination as she walked over to that side with her kanabo, her mace, on her shoulder. Instead of continuing to choose that space for his next summon, Luffy approached the beach's water and continued to walk through the sea's wave. He was affected by the weakness of the sea, but it was not enough to prevent him from returning to the beach. These shorts are too small for me. I need to buy a new pair from the store soon, he muttered as he walked against the small waves. He felt that his clothes were too tight and wanted to change them, but he thought he could do it later. He walked until he reached an appropriate depth to summon the person he had in mind. There were so many people he could summon, but he decided to choose her because she had great untapped potential. Even though she was a crybaby, Luffy would make sure she became a powerful individual. Come, Shirahoshi. The light appeared once again, this time in the middle of the beach's water. AHHH. Luffy could hear the startled scream of a frightened young woman. Sharky. Another strange sound came from the light. If Luffy wasn't mistaken, that was the noise Megalo made in the original work. What's happening, Megalo? Why is everything suddenly glowing? Luffy heard the frightened voice of the same young woman in the midst of the light, as she questioned what was happening. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Megalo spoke with his strange voice as if the animal was grumbling. The light field wasn't small like the others. It covered a giant area this time. When the light disappeared, a giant mermaid appeared in front of Luffy, her tail thrashing in the water with excitement. She had bubblegum pink hair and wore a seashell bikini. Her sight was matched by another huge shark wearing a red shirt, even bigger than the mermaid. Both of them had a soap bubble float around their waists, allowing them to float and swim with ease. What is this? A mermaid? So big. Luffy heard three startled voices coming from the beach. Kuina, Beppo, and Yamato couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden appearance of Shirahoshi in the middle of the sea. Why am I seeing the sun? Am I breathing surface oxygen? Where am I? She asked with a teary and frightened voice, quickly looking around. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Even her shark was agitated and scared. He seemed to be suffering from not being in the water, but Luffy knew from the original work that he could breathe oxygen. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but find his reaction hilarious. Hello, mermaid princess, and you, shark, can you breathe? Luffy opened a smile after laughing and greeted the girl excitedly, catching their attention. Sharky, Megalo seemed relieved by the reminder of this strange human and began to breathe the oxygen calmly now. A human? Who are you, Mr. Human? She asked cautiously and quite frightened. Princess Mermaid. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate. Luffy introduced himself with the same smile. A pirate. She became even more frightened, ready to cry and run. I brought you from the Fishman Island, princess, because I know you need my help. But this is strange. Seeing you here, you look older than I imagined. I thought you would be much younger. How old are you? Luffy asked curiously because she shouldn't have this appearance at this time. What do you mean I need your help, Mr. Human? I'm 18 years old, she said cautiously, wondering how Luffy would help her and why he had brought her here. Now he was asking about her age. 18 years old. Well, that's unexpected, as she should be 14 at this time. At least I'm not kidnapping someone underage. Luffy sighed with relief. He found the change strange but also pleasant, as the girl was even more beautiful than he remembered, just as beautiful as Yamato. Luffy-sama, how can you help me? Seeing the human murmuring to himself, she asked again with a curious tone, but still very cautious in her question. She was quite frightened, having been in her room reading some books with Megalo, and then suddenly finding herself here. As much as she wanted to look at this place on the surface, she was still concerned about why she ended up here with this human. Luffy heard the question but had other thoughts on his mind before answering. In addition to the altered age of the mermaid princess, he realized that this world had other differences from the original. He noticed that Lami was a female version of Law, and now Shirahoshi was older than she should be. Could it be that by changing Luffy, the fate of this world has also changed? Since the original Luffy should be the protagonist, there have been changes that will alter reality. For example, this mermaid is older than she should be, so she can be stronger in the future events. With me here, perhaps the world understands that I won't save Fishman Island, so it's like they've been preparing her for it, and it will indeed happen, as I intend to train her for it. Luffy reflected mentally on this. Well, let's get down to it. I summoned you to help because, first, your kingdom is in great danger in the coming years, I said, and she widened her eyes with some realization. The island of the Tritons is in danger, so it's true, she said, worried to the point of almost crying at this information. Even her shark tried to console her beside her. Yes, that's why I brought you here. I'm going to help you save your kingdom, I said, speaking the truth now. Shirahoshi is an ancient weapon, Poseidon, but she was not powerful at all when I saw her in the anime. I want to recruit her and make her so strong that she can protect her country with her own hands. But I'm weak, Shirahoshi said, forgetting the fact that she appeared here out of nowhere as if she had been kidnapped. Yes, you are weak and crybaby, I said without caring about hurting her feelings. I'm weak and a crybaby. Wow. She started crying immediately. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Megalo started protesting on the side with my words. But I can make you strong and brave, I said with an enthusiastic smile. What did you say? She asked, stopping her tears immediately and looking at me wondering what she heard. Join me, and I'll make you the most powerful princess in the world. You can also fulfill your mother's wish. I intend to help you with that, I said to her. My mother's wish. Can I really do that? She asked incredulously. Yes, I will help you make it come true. I believe you can do it. You can make your people coexist with the surface. That's what I believe. Luffy had a charismatic tone, believing that he could bring this princess under his wing and make her strong enough to achieve her goals. He wasn't interested in this princess as a woman. She had such a young mindset since she had been locked up in her room for years. But he could make her one of the most powerful people in the world on his ship. However, he couldn't deny that she was exceptionally beautiful, as he had seen in Yamato. Do you think I can be as strong as my mother? But I can't even leave my room, she said, lamenting. Look around, princess. You're in the East Blue now. No one will hurt you while I'm here. That Vanderdecken X who threatened you can't even send flying objects at you anymore. His fruit's effect was cancelled thanks to this summoning, I said, trying to reassure her. Really? But my dad and my brothers will be worried. She nearly cried at this moment again. Don't worry. As long as you're away from them, you will become strong enough to protect all the people of your island and your family. Don't you want to be strong enough to protect them, both your family and your people? I believe you're the only one who can lead your people to live on the surface. Jinbei may be a warlord for the government, but he will never be able to achieve this. But in you, I believe, Luffy gave his speech, saying everything he thought and planned and anticipated her response. I want to be strong. I want to do what you're talking about. Luffy-sama, she said, a bit sad, and continued. But she was about to cry at that moment. Luffy interrupted her before she could continue. You are the hope to fulfill what your mother couldn't, Shirahoshi. You are the future ruler of the fishmen, and only you can lead them in this approaching new era, which is full of chaos. Luffy spoke with conviction. But my brothers should take the throne, she quickly protested, not wanting to take her older brother's birthright. No, they are the sons of Neptune, indeed. But besides you, there is no one with the ability to raise the fishmen to a better future. As I said, your people are in great danger. Your brothers must understand that even though they are older, you were born with the birthright to rule not only the fishmen but all marine life. Never forget that, princess, Luffy said with conviction. If not Poseidon, then who? He hadn't seen the final outcome of the original work, but surely Shirahoshi had a significant role in it. He never believed that the original Luffy could fight the world government on his own with his crew, so he had been acquiring powerful allies throughout his journey. And this mermaid was one of them since she possessed a power that could potentially destroy the world. I was born to rule over marine life. She couldn't help but be skeptical of these words. Sharky, Sharky, Megalo murmured on the side. Yes, I believe it. You will become strong enough to save your family, your people, and elevate your race to the surface, something your mother couldn't achieve, Luffy said. If Luffy-sama says Shirahoshi can be strong and brave, then Shirahoshi believes in Luffy-sama, she finally said after some time of wrestling with herself as she tried to refute. Well, that was too easy. Luffy couldn't help but think that, because the mermaid in front of him should be frightened and ready to run to the sea. Not that he didn't appreciate it, but there had to be something else he overlooked. Wait, why do you believe me so easily? Like, not that I don't like it, but I'm a human who took you from the Fishman Island. You shouldn't be scared. Luffy questioned. He couldn't help but ask. But then he remembered something. Island of the Tritons is in danger. So it's true. Shirahoshi's words resurfaced in his mind. Wait, what did you say before? Did you already know that Fishman Island is in danger? Luffy asked, and he saw a conflicted look on her face. A few years ago, Madame Shirley came to the palace to warn my dad about a vision of the future. She seemed uncertain and continued. In the vision, a human would take me away and help me move and see the real world before I returned to my kingdom. When the island needs me the most. I don't know much, but my dad refused to that, and I've had enhanced security for years, and he never let humans enter the palace except for Whitebeard's crew. Shirahoshi said with a softer tone and continued. In the end, I've always waited for this human. I've always wanted to see the surface, but I never expected it to happen like this. So I believe Luffy-sama's words. I believe he's the human in Madame Shirley's vision. A screen appeared in front of Luffy. My second crew member, he exclaimed inwardly. That's so unexpected, but you can be sure that this vision is real, and I have good intentions for you, princess, Luffy said, analyzing everything Shirahoshi had said. He was happy that a prophecy from that woman had helped him even before he entered this world. I'm very happy to have you on the crew, princess. Let's work together in the future, and welcome, he said with a big smile, and she responded with another timid smile, happier than she had been before. First of all, let me adjust your size. I'm sure the news of the Princess Mermaid's disappearance from the palace will be heard soon in many parts of the world, so I need to disguise you a bit, at least in terms of size, to help hide your identity a little. I murmured as I approached her. Shirahoshi, give me your hand, I said, and she calmly placed her hand in my direction. When her hand was close enough, I put my palm on it and used my power within my capabilities. By multiplying by 0 in front or below 1, I can reverse the effects within my capabilities, making my power even more versatile and useful. Shirahoshi, who felt my touch, soon noticed the changes in her body, which was rapidly shrinking. Luffy-sama, what's happening? She cried out in fear. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Even Megalo was frightened, watching his friend's transformation. Shirahoshi was shrinking at that moment. And I didn't say anything until she reached 17 meters to 1.70 meters, 40 centimeters shorter than me, while the girl was stunned in front of me. I was satisfied with the result. Sorry for this repeating, but I reduced your size to avoid attracting too much attention, I said. You've gotten so big, Luffy-sama. She was immediately startled by this, and Luffy laughed at her reaction. Ha, of course not. Now let's do the same with Megalo, I said, turning to the shark, who was a bit cautious. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. He clearly didn't want it. Sorry, buddy, but you can't stay with us at this size, I said and touched him, making him as small as Shirahoshi. Don't worry, princess. This effect isn't permanent, but it will be good for you to get on our ship, I said, trying to reassure the still frightened princess. I guess so, Luffy-sama, she said a little sadly and continued. Now, come with me. I want to introduce you to the other girls, I said, returning to the beach. As Shirahoshi followed me, she was accompanied by her shark, who floated with a soap bubble around their waists. For the first time, she looked at her surroundings and was fascinated by the new sights in her life. Is this the sun? It's so warm, she said as she followed Luffy to the beach. Is this a forest? It's green. I've never seen one before. Is this sand? Are those birds flying near the sun? Is that a human city? It looks so different from the Fishman Island. Luffy couldn't help but smile at the young woman seeing so many new things in her life for the first time. How's Lami? I asked when I reached the girls and the bear. While Lami was a bit bandaged, Popo had adhesive bandages in his pocket for some bizarre reason. She's fine, Kuina said, but I still think she needs more bandages. Yamato couldn't help but comment in a silly tone. Do you want to turn the captain into a mummy? Everyone looked at Popo, who had an unexpected outburst of anger. I'm sorry. The bear quickly apologized, embarrassed by the attention. What a funny bear, Yamato said with a smile, not caring that he had just yelled at her a moment ago. Kuina sighed. She had never seen such peculiar characters in her life. Even though she remembered meeting Zoro, he wasn't as quirky as Yamato, Popo, and even Luffy. Moreover, she couldn't ignore the fact that Luffy was coming with a mermaid who had been gigantic until recently, followed by a shark wearing a t-shirt that didn't seem to need to breathe water and floated in the air like the mermaid. What happened to her, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi, seeing the small injured human lying on the sand, couldn't help but ask, worried. She slipped and fell, Luffy said, scratching his head. Because how could he say that he had punched the woman for cutting a piece of his hat just a while ago? He was sure she would cry and run away, saying he was a monster. She slipped and fell. Both Popo and Kuina yelled indignantly, knowing the real reason for Lami being in that condition. That's funny. She fell pretty badly to have broken 6 rib bones and dislocated an arm and a leg. Yamato smiled, speaking these words calmly. while Shirahoshi put her hand on her mouth in concern. Kuina, Bippo, and even Luffy looked at Yamato strangely because she had believed Luffy's words and said it so strangely. In any case, you stay here for now to take care of Lami, because I want to talk to her when she wakes up. Meanwhile, I'll go get my first swordsman for the crew and the third member, he said as the first swordsman, with a smile, because Kuina hadn't joined yet. But before I go, take this. He handed a set of clothes he had just bought in the systems store to Kuina, who was still wearing only the cloak from before, and a dress for Shirahoshi to help her conceal her tail, which was quite conspicuous on its own. Then, in front of a group consisting of a passed-out person, a human, a bear, a mermaid, a shark, and a dragon woman, Luffy wasn't quite sure of Kaido's genetic makeup. Setting aside those thoughts, the group saw Luffy's transformation. His hair started growing again, with huge wings appearing behind him soon after. What is this? My Toki is amazing. Everyone looked strangely at Yamato at that moment, wondering why she called me that and referred to me with a female name, not to mention the strange stars in place of her eyes. Fantastic. I'm sorry. Luffy-sama is amazing. Sharky. So, without wasting any more time, Luffy took off into the air, lifting some of the beach sand in front of the group and headed towards Shell City. Monkey D. Luffy's POV. Shell City, East Blue. As Luffy took flight, he looked towards the marine base. I should have had some time to deal with the girls before, but now I'll rescue him. Wait for me, Zoro, I said, and used my momentum to increase my flight in that direction. It didn't take long to be above the base at a distance of 1 kilometer. Thanks to my mythical Zoan, I can see every detail from this distance. It's great to have enhanced eyes like all the other animal senses, Luffy said to himself as he looked at the base below, examining all the structures. He glanced in one direction and finally spotted the man tied up in an empty courtyard. Damn it, he heard the green-haired man muttering quietly with his sharp ears. I started to fly and descend towards him. He didn't notice me as I silently landed behind his cross. The sun was in front of him, so he couldn't see the shadow of a giant bird behind him. Turning off my wings silently, I began to approach him from behind. You seem to be in a tight spot. Huh, there's even food on the ground, Luffy said casually and noticed the dropped bun on the ground, realizing he arrived a bit later than the original timeline. The green-haired man quickly startled by this sudden voice from behind. Who are you? How did you sneak up behind me without me noticing? He became quite alarmed by Luffy approaching from behind, but the man with the straw hat couldn't blame him for his reaction. How I got here doesn't matter, but let me introduce myself to you. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man whose dream and goal are to conquer all the seas and shake the very foundations of this world in the process, I said with a big smile. Conquer the seas, shake the foundations of this world, Zoro said, raising an eyebrow. But he didn't laugh at this declaration. After all, he was another dreamer. That's right, I'm a pirate, I said, looking into his eyes. And I hunt pirates sometimes to get by, so you better leave, he simply said, and Luffy smiled. Hold on there, my friend. Let me finish speaking. I can't be arrogant and think I can do all of this alone. I need a crew to fight against the world and turn it upside down. I can see your ambition too. What's your goal? Luffy asked, knowing already what his next words would be. I made a promise to someone a long time ago that one of us would become the greatest swordsman in the world. I am Roronoa Zoro, the man who will become the greatest swordsman in the world, he said firmly, while I smiled enthusiastically. Very well, my friend. A worthy dream for a swordsman in my pirate crew, I said, and he looked at me strangely. I'm not interested. Knowing what I was insinuating, he cut me off. Sorry, Zoro. I won't force you to join my crew because I don't think you deserve that, and I don't find it very cool with most people. But now you're a criminal, and you'll never survive being hunted by the Marines when you're alone at sea to become the world's greatest swordsman, I said, trying to persuade him. I made a deal with the Marines. If I stay here for a month without eating, they'll set me free. I've been here for a few days, and I can stay much longer like this, Zoro said. And you believe that? I raised an eyebrow with that, knowing his fate. What do you mean? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Look, Captain Morgan's son, Helmeppo, is going to execute you soon to take your sword, the Wado Ikamanji. You're either going to become an outlaw or a dead man. Which option do you choose? Luffy said, crossing his arms in front of him. He looked at him for a few seconds, realizing there was no mistake in his words, and finally spoke. He's really going to do that. His tone showed immense anger. I have no doubt about that, Zoro. Unfortunately, you relied on an arrogant coward. Now you'll pay for it, Luffy said. Zoro looked at him for a while before speaking again. Are you serious when you say you want to conquer the seas? He couldn't help but ask that. Yes, I will be known as the king or emperor of the pirates, and I need the greatest swordsman in the world by my side. What do you say? Luffy said confidently. All right, I'll join you. Just get my sword back, and as long as you don't stop me from pursuing my dream, I'll be your swordsman, he demanded. Well, I can do that, but why would I leave you here defenseless? I asked while opening the system, went to the store, and bought a low-quality sword for him. Where did this sword come from? He was surprised by the sudden appearance of the sword, but I didn't bother to answer as I cut his bindings. This made him fall to the ground in the next moment. Now that he was without ropes, he didn't say anything as he got up and walked over to a piece of land with a dropped bun and picked it up to eat. This is great. I haven't eaten in days, he said happily, eating the bun and the earth. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Take this sword. I don't need it. Luffy threw the sword into his hands. What do we do now, Captain? He said, inspecting the sword, but it didn't surprise him, as it was a low-quality sword, but useful at the moment. I smiled at the system message and looked at the swordsman. Simple, we'll get your sword back, take over this marine base, and destroy it in the process, I said enthusiastically as he raised an eyebrow, wondering if I was joking. Come on, let's see what these marines are capable of, Luffy said without waiting for a response from Zoro, and walked directly to the front of the marine base, at its entrance. It didn't take long for them to find the entrance courtyard of the base, with Helmeppo being escorted by 2 marines as they seemed to be heading out to do something in the city. He should go to the restaurant where Luffy and Koby found him in the original story, Luffy thought. Yo, I said, raising my hand to greet them, causing them to turn to my sudden voice and look at me stunned as they studied me bewilderedly. Luffy appeared to them like a criminal, with a rather sinister smile on his face as he approached them. Who are you? Zoro, did you escape? He shouted, and the men beside him quickly grabbed their weapons to attack the 2 approaching them. I raised a hand to Zoro, asking him to let me handle it, and I began to walk toward the trio without any fear of their weapons. As I advanced calmly, 2 rifles were already aimed at me, but I didn't pay much attention as I continued to walk. Shoot him, Helmeppo shouted hysterically. Bang, bang, the shots were heard by everyone in the vicinity, and the noise echoed through the area. Those who were shooting, along with Helmeppo and even Zoro, had expressions of disbelief as they saw the bullets strike my skin and crumple upon impact without penetrating. The sound of crumpled bullets falling to the ground could be heard by those nearby, in the midst of the ensuing silence that settled over the area. Well, you guys are worse than Lami. At least I could feel a bit of her sword's touch, Luffy said, bored, as the bullets continued to collide with him. Ignoring the fact that Luffy was talking about someone named Lami, they were shocked at this strange figure, which just stood there, stopping bullets from penetrating his own body. Even Zoro couldn't believe his eyes. He never imagined that someone could stop a bullet with their own skin. And he doesn't even know about the monsters in the New World, Luffy told himself as he observed Zoro's surprise. Seeing that they had stopped shooting, Luffy started walking toward the trio again. Stay away, you monster. Helmeppo was now more terrified than ever, taking steps backward, trying to get away from here. Before Helmeppo and his guards could escape, I used my speed to approach. I may not have the gear 2 of the Hito Hito no Mai, but my speed already surpasses it by far at this level. In their view, Luffy disappeared from where he stood, reappearing right in front of them. Without saying anything, I delivered a punch to each guard on either side of Helmeppo. Boom, boom. Their bodies slammed directly into the marine base wall like rockets. Luffy wasn't a good person, and they had tried to kill him because he was going to spare them as the original Luffy did. Luffy didn't know if they would survive those punches, but he didn't care anymore. He removed his eyes from the holes in the wall made by the marines and looked at the frightened Helmeppo in front of him. He glared at the son of Captain Morgan, one of the worst kinds of people imaginable. Who would they be? The hypocrites of the Marines, people who did evil under the guise of justice. These were the kind of people Luffy detested the most in life. So, I heard that you like to intimidate the citizens of this city, Luffy said calmly, looking into his trembling eyes. Well, what do you mean? My father won't let you hurt me. Helmeppo was very scared now, and having Luffy, a stranger, staring at him like a predator didn't help alleviate his tension. Let me show you how to intimidate someone, Luffy said with a sinister smile. What do you mean? My father won't let you hurt me. Helmeppo was very scared now. If he shows up, I'll make him join the fun. Luffy talked like a thug, maintaining a wicked grin. Before Helmeppo could respond to this, Luffy grabbed him by the arm. Crack. I simply bent it effortlessly, and his arm made a sound as if bones were breaking. Want to give up already? Luffy said with a small interrogation, looking at the pathetic Helmeppo beneath his hand, now barely able to speak after receiving 2 blows to the face that destroyed him. It's a shame that you can't take it anymore. I could have taught you more, but let's finish this, he said, as he looked at the base and simply launched a badly injured Helmeppo directly into the window on the 5th floor, like a ragdoll. Crack. They could hear the sound of the window breaking from that height. Zoro and the marine guards who had seen this man torturing the son of their captain pointed their guns at him from the walls of the base, but they hesitated to shoot, and no one had yet managed to inform their superior. Luffy's actions had been so sudden that they didn't know how to react. Let's make this more attention-grabbing, Luffy said with a smile, while Zoro looked at him trying to understand what he was planning. Luffy looked at the gate and pointed at it with the palm of his hand. Let's use this ability for the first time, Luffy said with a smile as a powerful purple flame appeared around his hand, appearing to charge with every moment and growing stronger. What's this? Zoro was shocked by this, but not nearly as much as what would happen next. Without responding to Zoro, the flame in Luffy's hand flew and was shot with a small explosion, like a cannon, at high speed, directly towards the gate. The base's gates were still closed, so the flame hit right in the middle. EOOOMMM. It wasn't just the marine base that heard it. The entire city trembled from the explosion. A group of women with a bear and a shark heard it on a certain beach. And a boy in a boat near the island was also startled as he saw an explosion in front of the base, from where he was several kilometers away at sea. He wondered what on earth was happening there. Monkey D. Luffy POV. Shell City, East Blue. EOOOMMM. The explosion shook the entire place, window panes shattered with the impact of the blast, and terrified Marines ran, dropping their weapons from the wall. Zoro didn't look much different from them. Whistle quite an explosion, huh? Luffy said, pleased. Are you even human? Are you sure? Zoro yelled while trying to shield himself from the explosion. Where the marine gate used to be, now looked like hell on earth. There was no more wall, as it had been disintegrated by the impact, and the ground was dug a few meters deep, forming a small crater with purple flames burning on the earth at this moment. In my defense, I had no idea how this power worked. It was the first time using it. Luffy had to come up with an excuse as he scratched his head. He really had no idea he was this powerful. This power may not be as powerful as Kizaru's, but I haven't even used its full potential yet, he thought as he contemplated his potential and considered the future. He turned to a still dazed Zoro and said, anyway, let's head to the base. The soldiers must be regrouping now. Morgan will show up soon, Luffy said as he walked in the opposite direction of the gate in chaos, which was now on fire. The soldiers on the wall, who were aiming at them, ended up fleeing in fear after witnessing this display of power. With not much more to say, Zoro started following him closely. Who are you? The pair heard a voice as they approached the main building. And at that moment, the main door burst open with a hurried boom, revealing a giant man with an axe in place of his right hand, standing almost 3 meters tall, glaring at them in anger as he appeared before them. You must be Morgan, the captain of this base, right? Luffy asked, not caring to introduce himself. Several Marines were pointing their weapons at the pair behind him, but fear was evident in their eyes. They couldn't remain calm after seeing and feeling what Luffy had done, even if they thought it was due to some bomb he placed on the gate rather than the chaos flames generated in a matter of seconds by the palm of his hand. Otherwise, they would be fleeing at this moment. Luffy smiled at them. Yes, I am Morgan. Do you have any idea who you're attacking? No pirate attacks a marine base and gets away with it, he said as a threat. Hee, I'd like to see that. I'm a pirate, and I do what I want, Luffy said as he walked towards Morgan without hesitation. This only made Morgan even angrier at this young pirate. He then saw Luffy approaching the line of his attack, and as he walked, he raised his axe and swung it. Then die, he shouted and swung his axe with all his might. Luffy, seeing this, had only one thought. Crack. His axe connected with my body but stopped there, not going a millimeter further. It even created cracks in the weapon with the impact of Luffy's body. This is impossible, Morgan shouted, now truly scared. Is that all the great Captain Morgan can do? It's stronger than bullets, I admit, but it's still weaker than Lami's blade. Luffy smiled as he spoke. Shoot him. Kill them, Morgan immediately yelled, trying to retreat from this monster. I disappeared from the spot, reappearing near Morgan's head. I still couldn't use 2 applications at the same time. I would have to further develop my fruit to achieve that. However, I could quickly switch between applications of multiplication. Luffy didn't waste time and punched Morgan's head in that instant, without giving him a chance to react. I switched from speed to multiplied strength to see what would happen. I could defeat him with just my physical strength, but I wanted to test my limits. Boom! The impact of my punch created an explosive sound, causing Morgan's head to detach from his neck in an instant. Another impact followed, with the severed head exploding and flying into the marine base. The soldiers, seeing their captain lose his head like that, were shocked and immediately dropped their weapons in surrender, knowing they were in front of a monster. Luffy calmly landed on the ground and looked at the impact created by his punch. Whistle, he whistled, looking at the damage he had caused. Do any of you still want to fight? He asked the men in front of him, who had already surrendered by dropping their weapons. No, we surrender, one of them said. Great, we're pirates, and we don't care about the Marines. I'm going to plunder this base. As long as you don't interfere with it, we won't harm you, he told the man, who looked cautious but yielded to Luffy's relentless gaze, unable to fight back, knowing that Luffy could kill them on the spot. Great, show my companion here to the treasure room. He pointed to Zoro since Luffy decided that Zoro would be assigned to collect the treasure and his old weapon. I also want to go to the main Den Mushi. One that can connect directly to Marine headquarters, I told them, and the man who spoke to Luffy had widened eyes at this. You want to talk to Marine headquarters? The man couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, you can do that. Remember, you are now my hostages. He said with a sadistic smile, and the Marine in front of him began to sweat. Why yes, the poor man yielded. Zoro, get your swords and take all the money from the vault with you. In the meantime, I'll talk to my old man, I said. Your grandfather? Zoro asked incredulously, but Luffy didn't bother to respond and followed the man who led me to Morgan's room. Here is the Den Mushi, the man said, still sounding nervous. Call the headquarters, please, I said, and the man started dialing the special number hurriedly. Click Mushi. This is headquarters. What does Marine base stationed in Shell City, Unit 153, need? A demanding voice came from the snail. Yes, sir, there's a pirate who wants to speak with you. The poor man was afraid as he spoke hesitantly. What do you mean? The voice became serious, and the snail's expression changed now that he heard this. Give me that, and thank you. Luffy smiled and said as he took the communicator connected to the snail. Hello, I'm the pirate monkey D. Luffy. I announced with an even bigger smile and spoke before the other end of the line could question me or recite the usual lines about how Luffy couldn't escape punishment and that he would pay for it. The usual lines. I wish to speak with my grandpa, Monkey D. Garp. He should be in Sengoku's office right now, if he's still at Marineford, Luffy said calmly. The room fell silent, both the Marine next to Luffy and the one on the other end of the line. They choked when they heard this. Who was Sengoku? The highest level of the Marines. But here was a nameless pirate from the East Blue, asking to be transferred to the highest level of the Marines' room. And even more importantly, who was Garp? The hero of the Marines, the strongest man in the Marines' ranks, a symbol of the highest prestige in the organization. Not even the three admirals could compare in strength and reputation. But here was a rookie pirate saying he was his grandson. And how could people take that lightly? Is this? Even the voice became nervous now, while the man who had accompanied Luffy to this room was about to faint. Tell him I took this base and its personnel hostage. He'll understand, Luffy said, still smiling. His expression didn't match his actions, as Luffy was taking over a whole Marine base, not strolling in the park to smile so easily. All right, the voice said nervously and seemed to put the Den Mushi on hold. A little while later, the snail's expression changed, and a much older voice boomed from the other end. Luffy, what do you think you're doing? You became a pirate. His grandfather's voice was seething with anger. Hello, Grandpa. It's been 6 months since I last saw you. I miss you so much. Luffy laughed and spoke sincerely. He was influenced by the original Luffy, so he felt a genuine connection to this man as a grandfather. In the original, even though he loved this guy, Luffy didn't want to see his grandpa because of his fist of love. But this new Luffy was different. He genuinely wanted to see the man. My grandson misses me. But your voice sounds different. Have you grown in these? He laughed happily and did a 180-degree turnaround when he heard that his rebellious grandson missed him. Garp! Sengoku shouted angrily at Garp beside him to get him to focus on the call. Oh yeah, Luffy, what do you think you're doing? You kidnapped a Marine base. He expressed his anger again. I wanted to talk to you again. Grandpa, I have some things to tell you, he said. But a voice interrupted me. What happened to Morgan? Sengoku asked hurriedly as he grabbed the communicator next to Garp. Well, I killed him, I said, and the room fell silent at that moment. You did what? Garp shouted in the background. Grandpa, I don't want to offend you or your precious Marines, but a commander who abuses his people to the point of hurting his subordinates and the city's citizens, claiming to do so for the sake of Marine justice, is the kind of person I hate most in this world. Even pirates have more dignity than this type of person because pirates do evil without hiding behind a noble cause, Luffy said and continued. And he tried to kill me, called me a demon, a monster, but if a person is ready to kill, then they must be ready to die, he said without mincing words. I can understand that. My grandfather spoke, knowing that his grandson wouldn't lie, and he felt no deception at all, as his haki would hardly be wrong, even through a Den Mushi. Garp, your grandson killed a base commander, right or wrong, and he tarnished the name of the Marines. Sengoku yelled in anger, and Garp, who had concurred with his grandson on the phone, scratched his nose beside Sengoku. Luffy, stay there. I'm coming to the East Blue to capture you. Garp shouted indignantly. Grandpa, I have more corrupt Marines to catch in this sea, so I won't be here for long. Luffy laughed in amusement at his grandfather's request. This guy was really funny. Grandpa, I want to tell you something else. There's a boy arriving at this base. He's weak and cowardly, but he has potential. He's determined to reach the level of an admiral. I would say he would be the best pupil you could get since I and Ace are pirates. Luffy said with a smile. Curse them, I shouldn't have let you guys choose this lifestyle. Garp shouted in anger but quickly softened his voice. Tell me, is this boy here now? Garp asked, curious. His rebellious grandson's words had piqued his interest. Yes, Grandpa. He's going to enlist as a Marine. It's a good change. I would take him as a crewmate, but he's determined to fight pirates. I said, that's interesting. My grandfather said with a smile. Yes, I want you to train him with everything, as I know you and Sengoku are almost retired. I said with a smile, especially when the snail expressed anger that was nothing compared to before, while the Marine in the room with me fainted from those words. Luffy didn't care about that and continued. So the Marines need new potentials. Only you guys aren't any fun when I dominate the new world. I hope for some challenge, you know, I said arrogantly, while my grandfather and the fleet admiral were left speechless by my remarks. Luffy, I'm coming to the East Blue to capture you. My grandpa shouted indignantly. Great, Grandpa, I would love to see you again, he said, with a smile, while the expression of the Den Mushi seemed genuinely happy at this moment. My grandson wants to see me. Garp laughed happily. Garp, Sengoku shouted again in anger. Oh yes, Luffy, wait for me, and I'll capture you using my fist of love, he said. Grandpa, speaking of which, I learned to use the fist of love. I saw a girl I liked a while back and used those fists on her to show my love, but she flew too far. Luffy complained. So you used the fist of love the right way. While the grandfather-grandson duo chatted, Sengoku and the Marine who had fainted before and had now woken up were speechless with this conversation. How do you win over a woman by punching her? They exclaimed. The same listeners were speechless at the next action of the grandfather-grandson on each of the lines. Sengoku saw Garp fall asleep in front of him, while the Marine from Naval Base 153 was speechless when he saw Luffy and the Den Mushi fall asleep in the middle of the call. Garp, what a strange dream. I dreamt that my grandson missed me, he murmured, but when he saw the communication equipment in front of him, some veins appeared on his forehead. Luffy, how can you sleep in the middle of a call? Grandpa, stay in the East Blue. Grandpa is coming to arrest you. Garp shouted. Okay, you can come, but bring some of those cookies. I want to try them to see why you only eat those. I plan to try them after I kick your butt, of course, Luffy said with a smile. But before Garp could respond, Luffy hung up the Den Mushi. Click. With that, Luffy left the room, satisfied, while the Marine who had been with him before was unconscious after hearing the entire conversation again. Monkey D. Luffy POV. Shell City, East Blue. Yo Zoro, I see you got the treasures. Luffy couldn't help but smile when he saw Zoro with his swords at his side and a bag of gold behind him as Luffy walked out of the main gate of the base alone. He noticed that his companion was still surrounded by Marines, but none of them seemed to want to do anything against them now, with defeated looks on their faces. I guess so, Zoro grumbled dissatisfied. He ended up not doing anything while Luffy fought and destroyed the Marine base all by himself. He felt a little bad about it since, in the end, he was reduced to being a pack mule by his captain. Ignoring his new crewmate, Luffy turned to the Marines and spoke with enthusiasm, not appearing as if they were mortal enemies, and he offered a friendly smile to their dejected faces. With that, we're leaving. Thanks for everything, Marines. I hope you won't abuse your people anymore, understood? Oh, one more thing. There's a pink-haired boy who will come to enlist soon. My grandfather, who is a vice admiral, will come to take care of him. So make sure to welcome him until the old man arrives. The Marine who accompanied me to the Den Mushi will answer any of your questions. So goodbye, I said to the Marines in a friendly manner. This guy just destroyed a part of the base, killed our commander, and stole our gold, not to mention that by contacting the headquarters, we've lost our dignity. How can he act like we're friends right now? All the Marines had this thought. How could they feel okay about it? But Luffy didn't care. Luffy then turned towards the direction of the destroyed gate with Zoro behind him. I think things are going to change a bit with these actions, unlike the original. In the original, Luffy cut off all ties with Koby after Morgan was defeated. But I'm different from the original and wouldn't try to hide the brief moment he had with Koby. But to make Koby have the same fate as the original, since that was his dream, he personally made that call to his grandfather and wanted to meet the old man on purpose. With his actions here, Koby might not fall into the hands of his grandfather, so he directly contacted that man to talk about the boy. Koby had a lot of potential, and the Marines would never suspect a direct pupil under the care of the Marine hero as a spy, which would be impossible to go unnoticed by my grandfather if that were the case. I say he has a chance to fit in as a spy because the boy had my recommendation and a history of spending a few years on Alvida's ship. Some suspicions could naturally arise. Ignoring the Marines, Luffy turned his attention back to Zoro. Let's go, Zoro. We have to see our other crewmates who are waiting for us, and there's a big surprise among them. I'm sure your eyes will pop out with this, Luffy said with mystery and an encouraging smile. Zoro saw that but didn't ask any more questions. He simply followed them, his face filled with a sense of defeat. Then the pair walked through the destroyed crater that used to be the old gate and saw a large crowd gathered outside at the moment. The explosion had drawn the entire city's attention, and almost everyone had come to see what was happening and the destruction caused at the marine base. What happened here? Why are only these two coming out of there so calmly? That's Roronoa Zoro, the man captured by Morgan's son. Poor guy, he was just defending a little girl. Speaking of which, I don't think Morgan would just let him leave like that, especially carrying gold. Who's that with him? He's all tattooed. He's so handsome. What a handsome man. Marry me. You have a tendency to attract attention, huh? Zoro, next to Luffy, couldn't help but comment as he saw the women suddenly shouting things to his captain, while the men felt jealous and uncomfortable. Tusk, I already have my women. I can't pay attention to everyone I see, Luffy said, smiling at him. But before he could respond, a little girl emerged from the crowd and came towards the pair. You managed to get free. I'm so happy, she asked cheerfully. I believe so, Zoro said bashfully. Rika, a woman came from the crowd, calling the girl. Mom, he's free. She pointed to Zoro and said again, let's invite him to the restaurant. I don't think that's a good idea. Luffy intervened this time. Huh, we're being pursued for attacking a marine base and killing Morgan, their commander, so we're leaving. Morgan is dead. The crowd that heard this quickly asked in astonishment. Yes, now let's go, Zoro, Luffy said, leaving the people with this information and walking directly to the city's port. He knew people would be happy to hear this information, but he wanted to get out of this city as soon as possible. It's a race against time on every island Luffy visited in the original, and Nami, Usopp, and Sanji were in some degree of danger if he took too long. Not to mention that his grandfather was likely now preparing to set sail from the headquarters to come to the East Blue, wanting to put him in Impel Down. Kahaha, will I finally have my own bounty? I believe you'll have one too after today, Luffy commented as they walked through the streets. Maybe. It's highly likely given the commotion you caused today, Zoro grumbled. Yeah, but I doubt it'll be very high since we're in the East Blue and we only attacked one base, Luffy reflected. As people celebrated, Luffy and Zoro made their way to a dock at the port. There was a boat arriving in the city with a solitary Koby rowing it. Hello, Koby. You took a long time, Luffy couldn't help but comment suddenly as he approached the boy. Koby, who was tying the boat to one of the dock pillars absent-mindedly, was startled by Luffy's sudden voice behind him. AHHH, LUFFY, and ZORROOO. The boy was even more frightened with Zoro by Luffy's side. Zoro, stop scaring the kids, Luffy simply said as he smiled at Koby. Who's scaring the kids? Zoro was indignant. HLHLHLH. Look at him, Zoro. He's clearly afraid of you. Luffy made a joke, having fun with the situation. Seeing it that way, he doesn't seem to know what kind of monster you are, Zoro muttered. Ignoring Zoro, Luffy's attention returned to the timid boy in front of him. Koby, you're going to enlist in this marine base. I've talked to them, and they'll take care of you until my grandfather picks you up, understood? Luffy said. Huh, seriously? Who's your grandfather? Koby asked in disbelief. That's a secret. HLHLHLHLH. Luffy laughed, imagining Garp throwing poor Koby onto some random island filled with giant and powerful creatures while the poor boy screamed and cried. Anyway, I'm leaving now, Koby. Good luck, and I hope you become a powerful figure in the future, as strong as an admiral. I'm counting on it, got it? Luffy said with a smile as he walked away with Zoro right behind him, walking away from the boy after a brief farewell. Koby was shocked by Luffy's words, wondering if the guy with the straw hat really believed in him. But he didn't notice any insincerity in his tone when he said those words. Seeing Luffy walking away and realizing that he wouldn't see him for a while, Koby quickly shouted determined and excitedly at Luffy. This guy with the straw hat had helped him and even encouraged him to pursue his dream. Tears streamed down his face, and he shouted as loudly as he could. Thank you, LUFFY. Wait for me, and one day I'll go to sea to capture you. So you better be ready for it, Monkey D. Luffy, Koby said with determination and emotion. I'm counting on it, Koby, Luffy replied from a distance. You're very strange, you know that. Zoro couldn't help but comment beside him. HAHAHAHA, I like challenges. The sea would be very boring if there are no potential opponents to fight in the future. Easy things are usually easily forgotten, Luffy said as they walked toward one of the city gates. I have to agree with your words. Zoro couldn't help but let his fighting spirit speak for him. Walking along the end of the dock, Luffy finally found what he was looking for, a marine ship docked at one of the piers. There were no marines on board since the explosion in the base had made them run to the scene. Hey, let's steal a marine ship. Won't that give us trouble? Zoro asked suspiciously, having realized what I was about to do. Well, I'm going to steal it, but not in the way you're thinking. And yes, it will cause problems, but I'd rather go on a stolen marine ship than some boat we can find at the dock. Besides, there are a few lovely ladies with us who need space, I said as I put my hand on the ship's wood. The 30-meter ship began to shrink in the next moment. What is this? Zoro exclaimed in amazement. As it shrank, the ship didn't leave my touch until it was only 3 centimeters long, shrinking 100 times. Luffy currently has a limit of 30 times his fruit for many applications, and he can apply 3 digits of 0. He hopes to increase the power limit soon, envisioning the possibilities and versatility of the multiplication fruit. Hahaha, don't be too shocked. This is our corona to get off this island. I promise to return it to the Marines when we have our own boat, I said, showing the tiny ship in the palm of my hand to a bewildered Zoro. Why am I still surprised? You're definitely not human, he retorted, already convinced that Luffy is not normal. Now let's go. We have some people to meet before we set sail, Luffy said, turning and continuing down the path to the east gate and exiting through it. As they walked through the forest, it didn't take long to find the beach where the girls had been after 10 minutes. As they approached, Zoro began to notice the strange group of women. Is that a flying shark? And a mermaid? Zoro couldn't help but be amazed by Shirahoshi. Even from a distance and wearing a dress, she was sitting, and her tail was visible on the beach. Come on, there's someone else you'll be even more surprised to meet, Luffy said as they got closer, leaving Zoro even more curious about his captain's words. Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi shouted upon seeing him approach. Hello, I see Lami is awake, Luffy said as he observed the bandaged woman on the beach, conscious but not at all pleased with her current condition. I didn't know you humans got hurt so badly just from falling. How funny, Shirahoshi said as she lay on the beach, swaying her tail and resting her chin on her hands, observing Trafalgar Lami being helped by Beppo as if she were watching an exotic animal. Who said I fell? Lami exclaimed comically. Ha, it looks like you're getting along, Luffy said, watching the scene and laughing. Ew, where did you get a woman with horns, a mermaid, and a strange flying shark while I was unconscious? And now you bring a swordsman too, Lami shouted angrily at Luffy as he approached. Sharky Megalo didn't like being called a strange shark. That's a secret. But anyway, about the shark, he uses an air bubble around him. Now, how he breathes outside of the water, I don't know. But more importantly, meet Roronoa Zoro, your new crewmate, I announced, pointing to the green-haired man at my side. Who said I quote am your CREWMAT? Lami yelled angrily. Really, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry, Zoro-sama. Sharky. Hello, I'm Odin. I mean, Yamato. Zoro was speechless in front of this group of strange women and animals before him. First a mermaid and a shark, then a bandaged woman who apparently hated Luffy above all else here, and now a talking bear who expressed his opinion first and then apologized. Not to mention the woman with white and various colored hair, almost 3 meters tall with a pair of horns on her head, almost identifying as a man named Odin. Hey, what's going on here? Are these our crewmates? Where did you get so many bizarre people? Zoro shouted incredulously with a comical expression, wondering if he had made the right decision to join Luffy as a pirate. Ha, cool, right? We're going to conquer the seas together. Wait until you meet the money lover and the long nose, Luffy said enthusiastically, thinking about Nami and Usopp. That wasn't a compliment, Zoro retorted. Speaking of which, did you hear the explosion? Was that you, my Toki, my Luffy? Yamato asked curiously with her beautiful eyes. Oh, that was me. Zoro was captured by Marines while he was going to be executed, so I decided to blow up the base gate in a clash with the soldiers, Luffy calmly explained. Luffy-sama is so strong. Shirahoshi couldn't help but be impressed. She had been learning many new things since she appeared here, and she didn't know that humans were so strong, as she was taking Luffy as her benchmark for surface human beings. Incredible. I'm sorry, Beppo exclaimed. Tisk, darn it, Lami muttered. Hey, after all these years, this guy still gets into trouble like this. A new voice appeared, and I turned to the woman who now had decent clothes, coming toward us from the forest. So you were here, Kuina? Luffy smiled at the woman. Zoro looked incredulously at the woman when he heard that name. Sad memories couldn't help but flash through his mind with the coincidence of that name, but he never imagined that the coincidence was more than just the identical name. It was the friend who had died more than 11 years ago. When he saw her, he couldn't help but wonder if it was some dream or something. She was there, the woman he once thought was dead until seconds ago. Leaving Zoro to review his friend, he took the gold Zoro had brought and tried a test. There were 40 million in the bags, so he wanted to see if he could exchange it for points. The message appeared in front of Luffy. Interesting, but it's better to keep some of this money for now because I want to have some purchasing power in the real world. Luffy muttered to himself as he made most of the gold and banknotes disappear from the bags. In total, 30 million berries were credited to the system, while 10 million remained in front of him. Looking at his companions, Zoro had a look of amazement while talking to Kuina. Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Beppo, and even Lami looked at me, waiting for something. Sigh, well, let's get off this island. I'm glad I took a Navy ship, I said, taking a miniature boat from my pocket. He could buy a small ship in the system, but it would be a waste of money right now. Shirahoshi, can I borrow Megalo? He asked her about her shark. I think so. Megalo? She hesitated to part with her friend. Sharky. Megalo seemed cautious. Seeing this, Luffy spoke again. Don't worry, I just need someone to pull the ship. And I need him in his normal form to do it until the next island. He explained his intentions. Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Megalo replied. I guess that's a yes. Anyway, let's go. Luffy opened a smile and took the lead. He walked to the beach, raising his arm back, threw the ship into the sea, catching the curious glances, tossing the small object into the air. It flew about 50 meters high until it suddenly transformed into a large 30-meter-long ship with the marine flag. Boom! The sound of the ship hitting the water startled most of his companions when they saw the ship appear out of nowhere. I know you have questions, but let's save that for another time. First, let's board the ship, Luffy announced, and everyone quickly walked to the ship on the water, where a ladder was hanging down. What do you think you're doing? Lami yelled angrily as Luffy went to the beach and picked her up like a princess. What, don't you feel like an emo princess? He asked her with a provocative smile, which would make Luffy take a punch if she weren't bandaged right now. Who are you calling an emo princess? She shouted angrily, but Luffy didn't care. Ignoring her hatred for him, he headed to the marine ship and jumped on board. Everyone boarded the ship shortly thereafter, which didn't take long. As soon as they all got on the ship, Luffy asked Megalo to approach him, where he undid the power of his devil fruit, and he turned back into a 30-meter-long shark. Now, Megalo, take this. As he fell into the water, he grabbed the anchor that Luffy had thrown to him and clamped onto it with his teeth to pull the ship out of the water. Now, go in that direction. He instructed the shark, pointing that way after seeing a marine map. Megalo quickly pulled the ship toward Orange Town. Thank you in advance. I hope you have a good read. Monkey D. Luffy POV. On a stolen marine ship in the middle of the sea, East Blue. You guys make yourselves comfortable here. I'm going to change. I can't stand these tight clothes anymore, Luffy quickly said as he entered one of the cabins. While he said these words to his new companions, he closed the door and accessed his system shop. In the shop, he had 30 million berries stored to spend on almost anything in this world. Luffy started by picking clothing that matched his style, which wasn't difficult to find since the shop had everything as long as you had the money for it. With the items purchased, he began to put them on and returned to the deck where everyone was already, earning some surprised looks from them for his new appearance. Luffy wore black tactical pants with military-style black boots. He went shirtless, revealing his muscular build and front tattoos. He had a black captain's cloak, identical in style to Gold D. Rogers, draped over one shoulder. On the back of the cloak, he customized it with a pirate skull, a Jolly Roger with the straw hat. He wouldn't change that from the original. His whole style was black, as it was his favorite color. He spent 10 million berries on these items, so they were far from low quality. For clothing, it was a fortune. But it wasn't just the clothes he bought at that moment. He had a pistol that cost 5 million and a saber at his waist that cost another 5 million, bringing his total expenditure to 20 million, with 10 million left in the shop at the moment. These items were not cheap, far from it, but they were nothing compared to the higher value items in the shop. From what he saw, there were incredible items available. An example was Gold D. Rogers' sword, Ace, which could be acquired for 10 billion berries, or 10 billion. Obtaining this item would not be easy, as it was worth more than killing 2 Yonko to receive that amount, a value that only the world nobles could have in their possession. His pistol and saber were not bad, but he didn't think they would hold up well against the power he possessed. So, it was obvious that he planned to replace them with better items in the future when he had a good amount of money available. So, are we heading in the right direction? He asked the group in front of him. Shirahoshi, who was sitting on a marine bench, gazing at the sea and the horizon, looked at Luffy thoughtfully, unsure how to respond. Yamato seemed equally lost. Lami was bandaged in a corner beside Bippo, and she didn't even bother to look at him, still holding a grudge over the beating he had given her and her current condition. Kuina still had the mentality of an 11-year-old girl, so Luffy didn't expect her to respond. But by looking at their expressions, the captain realized that there was a problem in their silence. Why haven't I found anyone intelligent for navigation yet? He thought, somewhat frustrated. I'm not sure, Captain. Zoro was the only one who confirmed anything, but when it came to directions, he was not very reliable, so Luffy ignored him. His only choice was Bippo. Bippo, are we still on the same course? He asked. Yes, Captain. He seemed happy to respond. Don't call him Captain. Lami yelled angrily. I'm sorry. He jumped in fear. Seeing this, Luffy sighed once more. Lami, I know you're angry with me, but I want to talk to you. Come with me to the bow of the ship. We have some things to discuss, he said, and before she could react, he picked her up like a princess again. Despite her struggling, she couldn't do anything about it. I hope you don't come to me with more nonsense. First, you took me away from my journey and my sea, and now I'm bandaged because of you. If I weren't a doctor, I would have to forget my journey for the next few months." She didn't waste any time and growled at him. "Why would I join your crew? You may be a monster, but even if you kill me, I don't intend to do that," she immediately roared, as expected of a D and probably a Conqueror's Haki user. Luffy thought as he looked at the furious woman. "Listen, I won't force you to do it. If you don't want to, I'll let you go. But I'm sure I can give you something that almost no one else can in this world," he said sincerely, and she made a face when she heard those words. "What can you give me that's so precious that you brought me here somehow and want me to join you?" She was finally listening to him for the first time. "Simple, your revenge. I can help you destroy Don Doflamingo," Luffy simply stated, leaving her immediately stunned. For a moment, I thought her backstory might have changed since she's a woman here. But seeing that surprise on her face, she really has the same background as the original Trafalgar D-Law. Luffy analyzed this situation with some satisfaction. "Do you know what you're saying? You know that Doflamingo is not only protected by the world government as a former world noble, but also by other even more terrible powers that you can't touch." She didn't fail to exclaim in disbelief at my words and said that, expecting some fear on Luffy's face. But the captain had to disappoint her at this moment. "Ah, you already know about that, don't you? But I shouldn't be so surprised by someone whose life's only goal is to kill that man. Of course, you have all sorts of information with you." He smiled and continued. "If you think I'm afraid of Kaido, one of the Yonko, you're quite mistaken. I'm going to destroy his reign myself when I go to the New World. Do you see that girl with a foolish face over there?" I pointed to Yamato some tens of meters away from us, who smiled when she saw Luffy talking about her and waved her hand like a happy fool. Before Lami could speak in surprise, he continued, "She is Kaido's daughter. Just as I took you from North Blue, I summoned her right from under her father's nose. Kaido knows that his daughter hates him, but he wouldn't stand idly by knowing that I kidnapped her from Onigashima and brought her to East Blue. He'll come after me as soon as he finds out," Luffy said calmly. "Is that true?" Lami was astonished by this. "Yes. With me, I will guarantee you enough strength to have your revenge with your own hands and not wait for someone else to do it for you," he said, because, in the future after the time skip, he was sure that Law wouldn't have the strength to face Doflamingo alone. But Luffy was confident that he could make Lami very strong by that time, and that kind of revenge should be done by her and not by someone else. "Do you really mean it?" she asked with a lot of disbelief, which Luffy could understand well. "Yes, look at me. I have a body as powerful as Yamato and her father. I have 2 disaster-level devil fruits with me, which I consider to be a level above the others." He spoke sincerely. Luffy didn't intend to hide these things from his potential crew members. He didn't like building close relationships with lies. He would be open as soon as possible. Besides, who could believe those words? The Moa no Mai was hidden behind the power of his Zoan, as it wasn't something tangible. At most, people could suspect when he changed the mass of objects and people, but he would always use his Manticore Zoan to hide the multiplication fruit for now. When the real threat was exposed, he would almost have no one to fear in the sea. 2 disaster-level devil fruits, she exclaimed so loudly that even the others heard it. "You know that with this and a reliable crew, it's only a matter of time until the sea and the world are under my rule," Luffy said arrogantly, as that was what he believed. Lami fell silent, contemplating my words. All right, I'll join you because, above all, you're a D, but I hope you keep your word. The moment I see that you won't fulfill your promise, I will leave the group or even kill you for deceiving me," she threatened, but Luffy gave her a big smile. "Cha. Then I say, welcome to the group, emo girl." Luffy was laughing with joy at this moment. "Who are you calling an emo girl?" she shouted with a comical face. "Hee. Anyway, let's celebrate with the others," he said as he received a message from the system. "This is great," I said to myself. Monkey D. Luffy POV. On a stolen marine ship in the middle of the sea, East Blue. It didn't take them long to ransack the marine ship's storage and kitchen to prepare their first of many banquets to come. "Let's celebrate," Luffy announced with a smile as he gathered with everyone else. "Celebrate?" Yamato immediately agreed, expressing her happiness. "Tusk, the marine's stash is pretty weak," Zoro grumbled as he drank a bottle he had taken from the ship's storage. "You've become an alcoholic after 11 years. Kuina teased beside him, expressing some surprise at how the young boy had turned into a young man who loved sake. "Is that good?" Shirahoshi asked curiously about the drink. "That's not for you, you're only 18. Here, take this, orange juice for you, princess." Luffy immediately intervened and handed her something healthy. Meanwhile, he picked up a bottle next to Zoro, who looked at him with some surprise. "But aren't you younger than her?" Zoro asked, surprised because Luffy had mentioned he was only 17. "Just like the original." "Hahaha, that's true, but I'm the captain. I said, drinking a new type of alcohol that I had never tasted in my life, but I didn't even grimace at the sake. What kind of logic is that? Lami asked beside him, in a bad mood. Should I call you Captain now, Captain? Beppo was still lost since his captain had said they would be part of Luffy's crew. I believe you can call him Captain now, Lami muttered, and she was quite proud, which didn't surprise Luffy much. Anyway, what's the plan now, Captain? Zoro asked curiously, drawing everyone's attention to him because Luffy had so far only recruited them and hadn't talked much about his future plans, other than wanting to head towards Orange Town with Megalo pulling the ship at high speed at the moment. Well, first, before I want to go to the Grand Line, there are some things to do in this sea, and one of them is to recruit some members with high potential. As powerful as we are here, in the Grand Line, things change, he said, looking at everyone and continued. At the moment, the most powerful member of the group is Yamato, the vice captain of the crew. But even though she is powerful, we can't fight against the world with our current strength, so my top priority is to get stronger and recruit new crew members, which includes stealing a lot of money as we sail this sea. I need to gather as much money as I can to improve the crew, and the best way to do that is by taking everything we can along the way. Most of you have no idea where we're going and what the true powers of this world are, but there are people in the Grand Line who can wipe out an entire island. For example, Zoro and Kuina, your dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, right? Yes, for sure. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but to increase your determination. Mihawk, currently the world's greatest swordsman, could cut the island of Shell City in half. Look at that possibility. You have a long way to go, and you'll never get stronger if you stay here in the East Blue or avoid great dangers that may even threaten your lives. What? Cut that island? That's impossible. Both expressed disbelief, and I sighed. As I said, that's his level and the level of several monsters in the second half of the Grand Line. I want you to bear in mind that you'll have to become powerful at that level if you want to survive and achieve that dream. Scary, scary, Beppo shouted. Beppo, don't worry, and I have faith that everyone will become powerful here. Luffy wanted to encourage everyone with a confident smile. Do you think I can become strong enough to protect the Fishman Island and fulfill my mother's dream? Suddenly, Shirahoshi asked timidly, believing in Luffy's smile. I know you can, and I'll protect you until that time, Princess, because I have faith in you. That's why I summoned you, as well as everyone here. I told her and the rest of them. Yeah, thank you, Luffy-sama, she said, a little teary-eyed and touched. I think I can become strong enough to protect the island of the Tritons and fulfill my mother's dream. She asked with a little smile. I have no doubts about that, I answered, which made her very happy. Zoro is right. I'm going to become strong enough not to lose to Zoro or anyone else. Kuina said as well. Heh. Then I'll get stronger to beat that old man with my own hands. Yamato said confidently, referring to her father. I'm going to get my revenge. So, I'll get stronger too. Lami said, still bandaged, but she was now swept up by the group's atmosphere. I want to get strong too. I'm sorry. Beppo didn't get out of character, he shouted. And everyone paid attention to him just for him to become embarrassed and apologize, but Luffy could see his determination. Now let's continue our feast because today marks the beginning of the infamous pirate group's journey, the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy announced, laughing and happily creating a bond with several of their dreams and goals here. For the rest of the day, the group celebrated, drinking and eating until night fell. It didn't take long for the night to grow in the sky and dawn. On the deck, there was a Zoro and Beppo sleeping on the floor. The girls were in the cabins. Megalo had shrunk again to rest and was sleeping with Shirahoshi in a room. Meanwhile, Luffy was the only one awake this night, standing outside alone. He was experiencing his first night in this world with a great sense of satisfaction for everything he had achieved on this day, looking up at the stars. He couldn't help but savor this moment while he took a bottle of rum and gazed at the stars. I still can't believe I'm in this world. What's more, I've become the protagonist. Naturally, the future won't end well without the original Luffy, so I'll live my own adventure. I just don't know if the result will be good or bad for this world, but I'll help all my allies achieve their goals and live my own way without regrets. In any case, I have powerful people with me now. I've always wondered what it would be like to have Yamato, Law, or Shirahoshi at the beginning of the journey, and now I can experience all that. Luffy was talking to himself with a great feeling of satisfaction swelling within him at this moment. While he was lost in his thoughts and muttering to himself, he heard footsteps. Even without his observation haki, his enhanced senses as a mythical Zoan user gave him much sharper hearing and smell, and he knew whose footsteps they were and even recognized their scent. You seem unable to sleep, Luffy commented to no one in particular as he continued to gaze at the stars. I could say the same for you. The female voice replied and continued to speak. But I really can't sleep. It's hard to sleep when you knew you were dead until recently. Besides, Yamato snores too much. Ha ha ha. She laughed at her own joke. Zoro is the same. Look at him over there. Luffy pointed to his new friend, who was snoring on the floor, still holding a bottle of sake. That's true. Ho. She laughed but soon turned melancholic. But you know, I'm glad to see someone from my past, even with my memories still fresh from that boy who was smaller than me, she said nostalgically. Heh. When I brought him to you, I thought Zoro would hand over your old sword, but it seems he still has it. Is there something special about it? Luffy asked, curious. Well, he tried really hard, but I refused. Since my father gave it to him, I have no right to take it back, she explained. Anyway, we'll get you an even better one later. Luffy looked at her with a smile for the first time. Are you serious? Do you really want me on your crew? Do you believe I can pursue my dream? She stared at Luffy, who was illuminated by the moonlight. I have no doubt about that, Kuina. But I can believe that Zoro can become the greatest as well. Now, this battle is between you two. Ho. He said sincerely, believing that both she and Zoro could become the character known as the world's greatest swordsman. Well, I certainly won't lose to that idiot in the end, she said with determination. Then I believe in you. He simply said those words. Oh, looking at it that way, I think you're hitting on me, she joked, but she could see her face turn a bit red. Ah, about that. You might have the body of a 22-year-old woman, but you're still a stinky brat. Why would I be interested in a child? Ho. Luffy laughed as he spoke to her while drinking from a bottle he held in his hand. Who are you calling a child? She shouted in frustration and walked away angrily. Her mood now ruined. Haha, in about 7 years, maybe I can be interested in you. He couldn't help but mutter. Hearing that, she stopped for a moment, but soon continued walking away, still in a bad mood. Luffy, you idiot, she muttered and went on. And Luffy returned to drinking under the stars and thinking about his future plans. Monkey D. Luffy POV. On board a stolen marine ship in the vast expanse of the East Blue. The following day, Luffy woke up peacefully and decided to attend to some unfinished business while still in bed. There was one thing he hadn't explored the previous day, something he hadn't found a moment for amidst all the excitement of recruiting his first crew member. This was the crew system, an option that had become available after acquiring his first Nakama. Opening the system, he navigated to the crew option, and a screen appeared. Crew. Devil Fruits. Moa Moa no Mai. D. Icon no Mai. Model. Chaos Ifrit. D. Vitality. S. Strength. B. Defense. A. Speed. C. Spirit. B. Heishoku Haki. Voice of all things. Devil Fruits. Inu no Mai. Model. Okuchi no Makami. B. Vitality. S. Strength. A. Defense. S. Speed. B. Spirit. A. Swordsmanship. B. Kenbenshoku Haki. D. Busashoku Haki. C. Heishoku Haki. D. Devil Fruits. None. Vitality. S. Strength. E. Defense. D. Speed. A. Spirit. S. Poseidon. Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruits. None. Vitality. C. Strength. C. Defense. D. Speed. D. Spirit. D. Devil Fruits. None. Vitality. D. Strength. C. Defense. D. Speed. C. Spirit. C. Swordsmanship. C. Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruits. Op no Mai. C. Vitality. C. Strength. C. Defense. C. Speed. B. Spirit. C. Swordsmanship. D. Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruits. None. Vitality. D. Strength. E. Defense. E. Speed. A. Spirit. C. System rules. The classification level of the system works from E to X, where X represents the ultimate limit, with the progression from lowest to highest. What? Luffy exclaimed in surprise at the incredible bonuses each crew member received from the system. It was a significant advantage that made his crew much more powerful. I mean, it might be overpowered, but it's great because my crew can be even more powerful than I plan. Even though I can't directly control their development, I can still monitor all of them. Luffy mused with great satisfaction. Furthermore, he could now see hidden abilities within each of his crew members. 4 of them had the Heishoku Haki, although most of them couldn't access it yet. 5 crew members possessed the power of the Conqueror's Haki, including Luffy. It was an extraordinary start for their journey. Did you know that Roger had 3 people with this Haki? Luffy thought to himself. And as for rocks, they had 5. From what I know, Zarek, Newgate, Shiki, Kaido, and Bigman. But look at my crew. We have 5 members with Heishoku Haki and an ancient weapon at the beginning of our journey. Luffy couldn't help but laugh internally at the immense potential. Shaking off his thoughts, Luffy rose from his bed and made his way to the ship's kitchen, where his comrades were enjoying their first meals of the day. Good morning. Luffy greeted them, and he received greetings in return. All right, Megalo, can you get back to pulling the ship today? We're nearing Orange Town, Luffy asked the shark, who responded enthusiastically with Sharky Sharky Sharky. After they finished eating, Luffy went outside with Megalo and returned him to his full-sized form. The shark dove into the water and began pulling the anchor once again. Although Luffy could use his devil fruit powers to multiply the ship's speed, he decided to focus on other matters for now. Now, we have some time before we reach the next island, so I'm going to start training you all here. Training? How can you do that? Zoro inquired, curious about Luffy's plan. It's simple. I'll use my devil fruit powers to enhance your abilities. Luffy replied, a confident grin on his face. What kind of powers are those, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked hesitantly. I have the Moa Moa no Mai, and I can multiply many things with it, Luffy explained, earning surprised looks from his crew members. However, before anyone could ask more questions, he continued. For instance, Lami, I noticed that your recovery magically increased from yesterday to today. Did you do something? He asked, looking at the doctor, who had fully recovered overnight and was back to 100%, much to his confusion. Yes, did you do something? Lami inquired, equally surprised. I did. I increased your recovery rate by 30 times. That's my limit for now, but it's quite overpowered. Ha, Luffy chuckled. That's unbelievably incredible, you know. Kuina exclaimed, astonished. I know, but even though it's overpowered, there are still some limits. I can't increase a person's size by 30 times, only up to 10%. The same applies to enhancing your learning abilities. I can boost your training speed by a maximum of 3 times. But that's what I want, and it will help a lot when I apply it to you, Luffy explained. Hold on. Are you saying you can increase our learning by 3 times? So, a day of training with you is equivalent to 3 days? Yamato asked in disbelief. That's correct, Luffy confirmed. But he knew the actual number was closer to 6 days, as the system provided a full bonus to their talents. However, he chose to withhold this information for now, not quite sure how to explain it to them. It's truly amazing. But if the world finds out, Lami murmured. I know, Lami, but I trust you all. That's why I'm sharing this with you. As I said, I'm going to make all of you even stronger. Didn't I promise that yesterday when we officially formed this pirate crew? Luffy said confidently. Yes, thank you, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi quickly jumped happily onto the captain to hug him, and Luffy was quick to catch the princess so she wouldn't fall to the ground. Incredible, I heard Bippo muttering beside. Anyway, I'm going to train you physically. Come with me to a more open space. Luffy led them to the middle of the deck. It was an open part of the ship with plenty of space for everyone. I'll start. Shirahoshi, step back a bit. I'll begin with them first to test their levels, I said, and the princess swam in the air with her bubble of air to distance herself from them. Pressure surged in the middle of the group, causing everyone to fall to the ground, except Yamato, who barely felt the pressure and looked at everyone with amusement. What is this? Zoro asked alarmed, pinned to the ground, but gradually trying to push against the pressure with his face against the ship's wood. I'm applying 5 times the gravity. It's only 5 times your weight. Some of you are barely suffering, while others can't even resist, Luffy explained. Bippo and Kuina, with her weak body, couldn't even move their mouths to complain. Seeing that Zoro, Lami, Kuina, and Bippo couldn't handle just 5 times their weight, Luffy opened a store and bought some weights, spending some berries. Take these. He tossed 4 sets to attach to their arms, legs, and a weighted shirt that he bought from the store. I've added 100 kilograms to each with my multiplication. You'll follow a training regimen that I'll provide with physical exercises. As you get accustomed to the weights, I'll double them using the power of my devil fruit. You'll also be under the influence of 3 times the learning speed I've already applied to you, so make the most of it, I said and looked at Shirahoshi. Take these weights, Shirahoshi. You'll start with 20 kilograms, and later I'll increase them, understood? I told her. Yes, Luffy-sama. Now, he turned to Yamato. Yamato, you'll train with me under the pressure of gravity and weights, he said to her. Yes, you can count on me. She replied with a confident smile. Yamato and I have the most powerful bodies here due to our lineage. So I'll train with her under the highest pressure I can withstand, Luffy quickly reasoned. They quickly began their set and exercise routine. Luffy couldn't help but notice the beautiful daughter of Kaido in front of him as they train. She's stronger than I am, so I've strengthened her with some multiplied weights while I do my push-ups in 10 times gravity, which is my current limit, Luffy thought as he continued the exercises. After a whole morning of training, they finally had a break to rest, and Luffy gave Megalo a break to join them for lunch. Everyone was quite tired. Wow, that was worse than any training I've ever had, but I'm satisfied. I can already feel some results. Zoro, who was eating while lying down due to the paralysis from training, commented with a slight smile. It's really invigorating, Yamato said, as she had been training with both the added pressure and the weights Luffy gave her, feeling better than any other training she had experienced in Wano. I'm so tired. Shirahoshi didn't stop complaining, along with a broken Bippo beside her. Lami and Kuina remained silent, but they were equally tired. Despite everyone being satisfied with the results they could already feel after just a few hours of training, Luffy let them rest because, as their first training, it's good to let their bodies start getting used to it. They still had plenty of time to train before entering the Grand Line. Seeing this, Luffy grabbed a beach chair from the sailors and lay down to rest. His body was equally tired, and he ended up taking a nap at that moment. He woke up when someone shouted his name in distress. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi cried out to him. Luffy opened his eyes and saw the mermaid who was asking for help. On her end, there were 2 men holding swords and threatening her on the ship. Haha, I never thought I'd see a mermaid here in the East Blue. I didn't even know they existed. I thought it was a legend from the Grand Line. Captain Buggy will surely compensate us for this. Seeing this, Luffy became furious and quickly used his increased speed, punching the men with an amethyst flame without giving them time to react. The 2 men, who didn't even see Luffy approaching like a flash, were hit and covered the area where they were with their flames. They didn't even have time to react or see what had hit them. They simply disintegrated instantly with the scorching and dangerous heat of that mysterious fire. Boom! The explosion of flames was so loud that it made the ship shake a bit. What is this? Zoro jumped off the mast quickly. He was sleeping but woke up due to Shirahoshi's crying, though he reacted much more slowly than Luffy. I ignored Zoro and the other crew members on their way and saw Shirahoshi on the deck with a scared and crying face. Luffy sighed as he walked over to her. Hey, are you okay? He asked as he knelt beside her, gently touching her head. I don't know. They said they were going to sell me. Well, she began to cry and jumped on Luffy to hug and cry on him. At this point, everyone on the ship had gathered around due to the commotion. I know, but don't worry, they won't harm you anymore. I promised you that you'd be safe with me, understood? Luffy tried to calm the young mermaid. Yes, thank you, Luffy-sama. I was so scared, she murmured, still crying. Anyway, where did these guys come from? Lami asked loudly as she saw the area I had destroyed, while noticing only some scraps of their clothes that hadn't disintegrated with the captain's punch. This made her think about the fate of their future enemies and caused her to break into a sweat, imagining that he wouldn't show mercy if someone hurt his crew. Doesn't matter who they are or if they've seen a mermaid. They have no idea even on a ship with a marine flag. Kuina complained. What? He shouted, and Luffy ignored him to look at the girl with a fishtail and pink hair clinging to him like a panda to a tree. Shirahoshi, how did these men get in here? He finally asked the mermaid seriously, who was clinging to his neck and crying. I was looking at the view to admire the sun in the horizon. Then I saw a boat next to the ship asking for help. I wanted to help those humans, and when they got on our ship, they threatened me with their swords, so I screamed for Luffy-sama, who helped me right away. She sobbed all of this. Sigh. After sighing, Luffy turned to the group that was observing them. Yamato, I know you have observation haki. You should have known about them before anyone else. I don't want to see any intruders entering this ship so easily, understand? I said seriously to Yamato. Observation haki? Kuina asked curiously, but Luffy ignored her and focused on Yamato's response. Yes, you're right. It won't happen again, she said seriously. Yamato had indeed sensed their presence when Shirahoshi helped them onto the ship. However, since she saw that the mermaid was helping them, she didn't think it would be a problem. She took that into account only because she couldn't sense the emotions of others with her current level of haki. Great, please, I'm counting on you and Megalo. I told the shark, which was still hugging Shirahoshi. You will always stay with Shirahoshi. Don't lose sight of her again, understand? I spoke to the shark. Sharky, 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 it said, determined and a bit remorseful for not being with its friend right now as it was sleeping. Shirahoshi, I know you have a good heart, and I admire that in you. But you shouldn't trust just anyone. You know how cruel everyone can be, even humans and fishmen, right? He said seriously to her. Yes, Luffy-sama. I'm sorry. I'll call you or someone else the next time I see something unusual, she said, still crying. Now, get your things ready. We're very close to Orange Town now, and it won't be a peaceful visit. We'll face our first enemy pirate crew as the Straw Hat crew, he said determined. Yes, Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi replied, feeling a bit better. Sharky, Megalo said. Yes, Captain, Zoro responded. Yes, my Luffy. Yamato quickly put her club on her shoulder. Yes, Lami said, holding her sword. Yes, I'm sorry. Beppo entered a depressed state. Kuina didn't say anything because she wasn't an official member of the group. She really wanted to be part of this, but she still had to think about it before talking to her father. Luffy looked at everyone, satisfied, as he pushed Shirahoshi away from him to look at the small shadow of the island on the horizon, growing larger as they approached. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. What? Are you saying this woman took our Grand Line map? Buggy shouted at his man, who appeared holding a woman beside him after catching her in the town. Yes, Captain, it was her. The man quickly affirmed with some anger in his voice because he had a hard time catching this thief. I see. So, young lady, did you really think you could steal from Buggy's pirates and get away with it? Buggy himself asked directly to the orange-haired girl, who was cornered and captured at this point. I apologize, she stammered, making any excuse. Apologies? Do you really think we'll accept that? The red-nosed man said angrily and mockingly. but I'm just a poor girl. The great man with such a powerful and brave nose, he wouldn't let this girl go, would he? She tried to seduce Buggy with words and expressions on her face. Haha, thank you for knowing and recognizing my greatness while praising my big nose. Maybe I can. Captain Buggy, Kabaji alerted by his side, and Buggy quickly realized he was falling for the siren's song here. Do you think you can deceive me by praising me? Throw her in the cell, we're going to blow her up, Buggy said indignantly, as he was reacting to her earlier flattery easily. Before she could protest, her arms were grabbed, and she was locked in a cage. Ha ha ha, men. Today, I'll show you what happens to those who try to steal from us, Buggy shouted to his crew. HHH. A chorus was heard from his men after this. Prepare one of the Buggy balls, Buggy shouted, and a little clown-costumed man rushed to the depot and brought a dark ball with the clown symbol that was the size of a cannonball. He brought it with difficulty since it was equally heavy as a cannonball but much more powerful. What is this? The girl, named Nami, was scared when she saw this. She knew she could die there. Your death. Ha 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 ha. Buggy laughed, seeing her frightened face. But I'm just a girl. She tried to defend herself, but Buggy didn't even care about her pleas as he aimed his cannon right at her in front of the city. The impact would not only kill her but also take the entire city behind her with the explosion. Buggy wanted to see destruction at that moment as his best show. Look, men, get ready to watch the great show, Buggy shouted while preparing to light the cannon's fuse. Meanwhile, Nami looked at this with no expression. She realized she was going to die there, unable to do anything. Her death would be the pirates' entertainment, and she closed her eyes as her final act to avoid seeing her own death, thinking that everything she had fought for was in vain. Her life would end there without her being able to save her village and the people living there. But at the last moment, something unexpected happened. Captain, a man came running when Buggy was about to blow up the thief in the city. What is it? I hope it's important enough to stop my show. Buggy was so angry with this crew member who interrupted him that he wanted to put him in the cage with the girl if it wasn't something important. Marines. A marine ship is coming here at a speed like I've never seen before, he shouted. What? How did the Marines get here so quickly without anyone noticing? We captured this town today, Buggy shouted in surprise. Men, get ready to. Boom, 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 boom. Cannonball explosions began to appear on the sides of the camp, destroying everything and killing some of Buggy's men in the process. HHH. Captain, do something, they shouted as they were hit. Captain, stop it, Cap. Boom. Buggy watched his men being massacred by the artillery attacking the camp and became furious. He quickly looked towards the sea at this moment. There was a marine ship. By the noise, there were 2 cannons firing balls at the camp, but at the same time, 4 shots were fired. Buggy didn't know why this was happening, but it didn't matter, he had to do something. He couldn't bear to see his men being slaughtered like this right in front of his eyes. Fire the Buggy ball at them, now, Buggy quickly told his men, who, in the midst of the chaos, began turning the cannon towards the ship in the sea. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Buggy was angry and crazy as he yelled. Soon the fuse was lit and began to burn. Boom. The explosion of the Buggy ball was heard as soon as the fuse reached its end. The ball flew towards the ship, and Buggy hoped it would be annihilated with all those Marines who attacked him without warning, just killing his men so cruelly in his view. Meanwhile, a moment ago, on that same Marine ship. Can you see them? Kuina asked by the side as she saw the ship approaching the island. I can't see the details, but I can see the pirate group with Buggy's flag, Luffy said a few kilometers away from where Buggy and his crew were. Okay, prepare the cannons. Bring all the balls and some of the cannons here. Luffy told Yamato to take a cannon while he helped her with another one. Zoro, Bippo, Lami, and Kuina would bring the cannonballs and put them up. Once we set up a good spot in the center of the ship to shoot against Buggy's group, we waited for the ship to get closer. It was already under the effect of 30 times speed with the captain's fruit to take them by surprise without them noticing. With the ship's speed increased, the Mugiwaras were approaching surprisingly quickly without drawing attention to themselves at this point. The whole crew began to hear the screams of those pirates from afar, as if those men were a bunch of animals. They seemed to be celebrating. Lami said, it looks like they've caught someone and planned to kill that person, who is in a cage, with enhanced ears from another mythical Zoan in her observation Haki. It wasn't difficult for Yamato to identify the situation. So they've already got her, Luffy said, looking at a little orange dot where Nami's hair should be. Okay, does anyone here know how to use these cannons? Luffy finally asked, turning to his crew, but the answer he received was silence. While Shirahoshi, Megalo looked at the pieces of metal with curiosity. Kuina and Lami whistled to avoid the question. Bippo seemed hesitant to answer, while Zoro was looking bored at me. Yamato had a big smile on her face and was the first to answer. No, why the hell do you look happy to answer that? Luffy yelled at her. Tusk, anyway, I'll teach you. I've checked the gunpowder. Everything is okay. I want Bippo and Shirahoshi to aim the cannons and pull the cord to fire. Kuina and Lami will reload the cannons. And, as I said, for you two, it's just pulling the cord and waiting to reload. Got it? Luffy asked. What do you, and Yamato do in the meantime? Zoro asked. Simple, me and Yamato don't need a cannon. We're going to throw the balls with our hands. You stay on defense in case they retaliate. You cut all the cannonballs coming our way. Wait a minute, Kuina shouted in disbelief. You're going to shoot with your hands? She asked, thinking she had heard wrong, while everyone was stunned by this as well. Yes, I saw Gramps do it once, so I learned from him, Luffy said simply. What kind of monster grandfather teaches his grandson to shoot cannonballs with his hands? The chorus was heard while only Yamato didn't seem to care. After all, her father was Kaido. That doesn't matter now, let's all get to work, Luffy shouted, and everyone started taking their assigned positions. Do you see the middle of the square? Don't shoot there, got it? There's someone important locked in that cage, I said. Who, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. A new crewmate, of course. Luffy smiled as he looked at the square. After feeling the effect, I picked up a cannonball with one hand without any problem, and Luffy threw it into the air to feel its weight in this state. It's like I'm dealing with a golf ball, how fun. Luffy was genuinely excited. Yamato also picked up a black cannonball from the pile with the same ease as Luffy. Is it just throwing it? Yamato asked with a smile. Yes, just aim where I said. Don't shoot in the middle of the square, Luffy warned as he waited for his other crewmates to get ready to attack. Are we ready? Luffy shouted with an excited smile. I had never participated in a naval battle in my life, so it was a new experience. Yes, my Luffy, Yamato smiled. Of course, Captain, Beppo said obediently. Yes, Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi said, after making sure everyone was loaded and their sights locked. Luffy raised his hand with the cannonball behind it and prepared. After waiting for a few seconds, he prepared to throw it forward and shouted, Fire, launch, launch, bang, bang. The first sounds were the balls launched by Luffy and Yamato, followed closely by the cannons exploding in gunpowder as the balls were fired at high speed in that direction. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions of impacts in the middle of the pirates were heard by everyone on the ship. This is so cool. To Luffy's surprise, he looked at Shirahoshi, who had her ears covered with the noise from the cannons. She seemed to be enjoying the explosions they had helped create. It made him wonder if she even knew that no one would be fine if they were hit by these explosions, but Luffy soon shrugged it off. Lami, Kuina, prepare the cannons again. Yes, yes, room. Lami struck her pose, and her power appeared, making the ball in the pile float towards Beppo's cannon. OHHH, if you can do that, then restock Shirahoshi's cannon as well. Luffy yelled at her and continued. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Luffy couldn't help but ask with a vein on his forehead since she hadn't said anything about it before. Because you didn't ask, she said teasingly to Luffy. This emo girl knows how to get on my nerves. Luffy couldn't help but curse her. Anyway, Kuina, stay with Zoro if he needs help. The captain instructed the woman who was standing in front of the pile of cannonballs as the black balls flew to restock and reload the cannons, thanks to Lami's power. Once all the cannons were loaded with ammunition, Luffy and Yamato prepared their cannonballs in hand. Fire, launch, launch, bang, bang, boom, 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 boom. Fire, launch, launch, bang, bang, boom, 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 boom. Fire, launch, launch, bang, bang, boom, 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 boom. The attack was devastating the entire Buggy Pirates camp, and Luffy didn't envy anyone who was there at this moment. This is so much fun, Shirahoshi shouted happily. It's really fun. Beppo joined in with the mermaid. This is so boring, Zoro muttered pompously, as he wasn't doing anything so far, just watching. Don't be like that. Training is more worthwhile than fighting these guys. Trust me, Luffy said, trying to reassure the green-haired swordsman. Seems like they're aiming that funny-looking cannon at us. Yamato spoke next to me, and Luffy turned to look towards the island. There, the famous buggy ball was pointed at them. That cannon may look silly, but it has a lot of attack power, and don't worry, I'll take care of it, Luffy affirmed confidently. Huh, and me, didn't I take care of the ship's defense? Sharky, Sharky, Sharky. Zoro and a mini Megalo immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Zoro because I had told him to stay in place and take care of it, while Megalo felt somewhat useless since he had no task there. Look closely at what will happen and tell me later how you'll take care of it, I said to Zoro as I prepared for the buggy ball aimed at us. I heard the explosion as the cannonball was coming at high speed towards the ship. Luffy looked at it and opened one hand. A purple flame began to spin around his palm as it was being charged with more power with each passing moment. When he saw that there was enough power in his hand, he pointed it in that direction, and the flame shot out as if it were a cannonball from his hand. Boom. When it left my hand, a small explosion was heard. The cannonball and the flame collided at high speed, 1 kilometer between the ship and the island. The cannonball was fired much earlier, but my flame was much faster. When the two collided, nullifying their progress on the way, a flash appeared, followed by a force impact and an explosion of water, fire, and steam was seen in front of the ship and the island. EOOOMMM. The light was the first thing that blinded the spectators, followed by the deafening noise, as a shockwave manifested in a 360-degree direction. To all sides, they felt the explosion. My God, what was that? We could be dead now. I'm sorry. Hey, this is not a joke. How the hell do these pirates have such a weapon? So scary. Sharky. Does anyone realize that the captain had the same explosive power as that bomb, just by throwing a flame through his hand? That was so fun. Luffy's crewmates each had a different opinion, while trying to balance themselves on the ship, which was shaking a lot and unstable after receiving an impact of this magnitude. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. As soon as the explosion subsided and the entire area fell into silence, all those who had witnessed this spectacle were left wondering what had just happened. Whistle. In the midst of the silence that enveloped the atmosphere, Luffy whistled, breaking the quiet, and exclaimed, "That was amazing. The art is an explosion." Ha. Luffy laughed heartily, snapping the rest of his crew out of their dazed state, and they stared at him as if he were a madman. How can you find this incredible? Kuina and Lami shouted comically. Luffy paid no attention to them and looked at the island, still some distance away. He turned to his crew with a smile. I think our friends are waiting for us, so let's keep attacking them, Luffy said as the ship regained speed after the explosion had temporarily hindered its progress. Are the cannons ready? Keep firing. Kuina, you're in charge of them. I'll head over there to attack the center of Buggy's camp with Yamato, Luffy said as wings sprouted from his back and his hair grew. HHH, Yamato exclaimed in surprise when she was suddenly grabbed by Luffy and swiftly pulled into the air. Luffy soared into the sky with Yamato in tow, covering 2 kilometers in no time and landing in the square where the bandits' camp was located. Chaos reigned at the fringes of the location, but the center remained relatively unaffected by the marine ship's explosion. Luffy observed that they were preparing another Bugaball to shoot at the ship quickly, and he wasn't going to allow that to happen again. Hovering about 500 meters above the ground, with his arm wrapped around Yamato's waist, they rapidly descended at high speed. How is the ship intact after that attack? Moji asked in disbelief. They had been celebrating when they witnessed the explosion, thinking it had hit the ship. However, as the steam and smoke cleared, they were dumbfounded to see the ship approaching, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. Is it just me, or was the Bugaball explosion much more powerful than usual? I believe they intercepted the bomb before it hit the ship since the explosion seemed quite close, Kabaji commented next to Buggy. So prepare another Bugaball, Buggy shouted, and everyone readied themselves to launch another attack on the marine ship. Meanwhile, unnoticed by them, Luffy and Yamato had landed with a powerful thud. Boom! The sudden noise caught the attention of the pirates and the orange-haired girl, who watched in surprise as these figures appeared after the dust from the earlier attack began to settle. Who are you scoundrels? Buggy was the first to speak, clearly enraged, as he witnessed these two individuals. He shouted hysterically, seeing a tall, tattooed man wearing black pirate clothes with a straw hat on his back, along with a taller woman with horns holding a massive spiked kanabo. They seemed to have appeared magically in the midst of the ongoing battle against the Navy, which was drawing closer. Since you asked, I'll answer. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate all the seas of this world, Luffy announced with a confident smile. Do you think you're the Pirate King? You're insane. Kill them, Buggy immediately ordered, unwilling to hear any more of this nonsense. Boom, boom. As Buggy shouted, the approaching marine ship continued firing cannonballs at the pirates under Kuina's direct orders on the ship's deck. 10 men ran towards Luffy and Yamato, brandishing swords with malicious intent. Yamato took a step forward and effortlessly used her kanabo to send anyone who came close flying like rockets. The witnesses were horrified to see this scene. Captain Buggy, they're monsters, several of the men commented, their faces displaying shock. What? Kill them using the Bugaball, Buggy ordered, seeing the broken and unconscious bodies. I won't allow that, Luffy stated as he used his speed to pass through the pirates and appeared next to the cannon. The pirates were preparing to fire at point-blank range. What? A chorus of voices was heard as Luffy stood next to the cannon and used his muscles to lift the entire metal cannon effortlessly from the ground. Haha, sorry, but I'll take this, Luffy said as he casually grabbed the cannon and raised it high, tossing it more than 500 meters into the sea like it was a toy. What? A chorus was heard as the pirates witnessed Luffy's superhuman strength when he threw their primary weapon into the air. It can't be possible. The orange-haired girl was left in shock, choking on her words after witnessing Luffy's incredible display of strength. She had never known or seen that humans could be so strong. Both Buggy, Kabaji, Moji, the giant lion, Richie, and the rest of the pirates were left astounded by the display of inhuman power. That must be the power of some devil fruit. Buggy exclaimed. Seeing the horrified silence that had taken over, Luffy turned to Buggy and said, Buggy, I'll give you a choice. I'll either let you surrender peacefully or beat you up before taking your bounty. What do you say? Luffy inquired, aiming to further provoke the comical clown. What did you say, you scoundrel? Are you bounty hunter Zoro? Buggy shouted angrily at Luffy's audacity but soon asked, curious if Zoro had arrived in the East Blue. No, I'm a pirate, and I'm after money, so I'll rob you and claim your bounty. Big red nose. Luffy grinned greedily and shouted to further provoke Buggy. What did you say? Curse you, Kabaji and Moji, deal with that woman, and I'll take care of this audacious pirate, Buggy said with hatred. He yelled without any concern for the approaching Marines, as he launched an attack at Luffy. This man had enraged him and mocked his nose. Bara bara ho. Buggy launched an attack with knives between his fingers. Luffy looked at it and sighed. Then die. Luffy heard Buggy's words and, rather than using his devil fruit power, he simply dodged the knives. Don't run away, you scoundrel. Luffy heard Buggy shout as he easily evaded. Hey, is that your best speed? Mocking the clown, Luffy sprinted towards him with his fists. Buggy, seeing him coming, smiled, thinking that this man didn't possess the same speed he had demonstrated when he had appeared next to the cannon earlier. But Buggy, expecting to split his body to escape Luffy's attack, only detached his head, leaving his body exposed. Luffy didn't stop, remembering the same scene from the early chapters of the original story. What an idiot. Luffy couldn't help but taunt as he punched the exposed body with his normal strength. Yet his enhanced body and the benefits of his Zoan-type devil fruit made his physical power an effortless weapon. He felt his punch burying into Buggy's abdomen. I thought the fool would only do this in the anime, but it seems I overestimated him, Luffy thought as he watched Buggy's body in front of him react to his punch. Quickly, the body had shrunk under the explosive impact. Buggy's head, floating in the air, had eyes rolled up as he sputtered, spitting out saliva. Afterward, the body soared like a rocket towards some nearby structures. Boom! Captain Buggy. The pirates cried out as they saw their captain's body flying, while his head suffered in the air. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. Buggy crashed directly into one of the houses, but his impact force was just enough to crack the structure. Buggy's headless body fell to the ground, and his head, still in the air, displayed all the agony of the impact. Damn, was the only muttered word he managed to utter through the pain, unable to breathe as he felt his bones breaking upon impact. Come on, I expected more from you, Luffy taunted, while Buggy still remained in the air with blank eyes. Meanwhile, Kabaji and Moji, with their lion, approached Yamato, unaware of how the battle between Buggy and Luffy was going. Huh, so, you guys are my opponents? Yamato asked calmly. Neither of the two pirates responded as they advanced. Kabaji was rapidly approaching her on a unicycle, wielding a katana, while Moji was even faster, riding Richie. Yamato felt no threat from them. She simply leaned to the side, waiting for the lion to jump at her. R-O-O-O-A-A-A-R. The lion leaped with murderous intent towards Yamato. Using her kanabo, she struck the lion while it was suspended in the air. Spectators could hear bones breaking, and the lion made a whimpering sound, never having a chance. M-I-A-A-A-U-U-U. A-H-H-H. The lion flew like a bullet with Moji still mounted on top, heading directly for one of the other houses in the town. B-O-O-O-M. The explosion left all the pirates dressed as clowns wide-eyed, watching one of their main members, along with that lion monster, easily defeated by this strange girl with red and yellow horns. Kabaji stopped his advance at that moment, sweating profusely as he was too nervous to continue after witnessing that scene. He began to pedal backward, torn by indecision about whether he could face this incredibly powerful girl. Where do you think you're going? He heard a voice behind him. She had been right in front of him just a moment ago, and he hadn't even seen her move, all while wearing an innocent smile. Kabaji-san. The pirates were horrified to see yet another one of their strongest members cornered. B-O-O-M. Another house was destroyed as Yamato sent him flying alongside his partner. How boring, they're all so weak, Yamato muttered, making everyone who heard it wonder where this monstrous girl had come from. Seeing that the fight was over and that the other pirates didn't seem willing to continue, Yamato turned her body toward where Luffy was battling Buggy. By this time, the sounds of the ship's cannons had already ceased. Most likely, their crew had reached the island and was closing in on this camp. And Buggy was still making groaning sounds, his head reattaching to his broken body in the wreckage. Luffy let him do that calmly. He quickly shook himself, spat out some saliva, and looked indignantly at the man in the hat. "You bastard, that was a low blow," Buggy shouted with a thin voice. "They say clowns are funny, and I must admit, you do have a strong body to remain conscious after that attack," Luffy said with a calm smile, trying to provoke the man in front of him. "Yamato, can you handle the rest of the crew?" Luffy yelled to Yamato. "While I deal with this big-nosed, ugly, and unstylish clown." Luffy smiled at Buggy, releasing smoke as he said all that once again. "You bastard, I quote I'll kill you." Buggy. If he had any fear due to the man's strength in front of him, his anger had blinded him to it. His hatred fueled his actions as he charged at the man, his waist separating into halves. With his legs split, it began spinning toward Luffy, just like in the anime, with a blade attached to the front of his boot. Barabara. SENBEI. Luffy, seeing it coming his way, simply dodged it. Buggy's attacks kept coming, and Luffy easily evaded those spinning legs. Luffy noticed knives flying his way. He raised his hand, and a firebolt shot towards the knives. The metal disintegrated upon contact with the scorching substance. Purple flames. What kind of fruit is this? Buggy couldn't help but exclaim. But the clown wasn't intimidated by this power, as he had a sadistic grin on his face, and his arm had no hand on it. Luffy had already noticed that the missing hand was still on his back, holding a knife, but he patiently waited for Buggy to make his move. Die! Buggy screamed as his hand flew toward Luffy. Buggy, seeing that Luffy was not dodging, smiled sadistically. However, his grin faded as his daggers struck the man's skin, failing to penetrate despite passing through his pirate mantle. Is that all you've got? Luffy's voice broke the silence as he asked calmly. Are you a monster? Buggy shouted in fear this time. A man like you shouldn't be surprised, considering everything you witnessed before starting your own crew, clown, Luffy taunted, noting Buggy's surprise. Don't tell me you know. Buggy was now nervous, as his past was a delicate matter for him. Buggy, you're a disappointment, attacking and robbing civilians in the weakest sea. And to think you were once aboard that ship. Luffy spoke in a serious tone. Who are you? How do you know that? Buggy seemed even more nervous now. I've already told you who I am. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will conquer the seas. Do you see this hat? Luffy took it from his back. I made a promise to Shanks, and I intend to keep it. This statement made Buggy widen his eyes considerably. That's the same hat Shanks used. No wonder it looked so familiar. He exclaimed with his voice in a high-pitched tone. While Shanks is an emperor in the New World, you're here, abusing civilians. Luffy was genuinely disappointed in Buggy. The clown had become just another pirate, caught in the cycle. Without saying more, Luffy grabbed Buggy's hand that held the knife, which was still suspended on his back, and slapped it. Ouch, that hurts. Buggy couldn't help but cry out. Shaking his head in disappointment, Luffy advanced toward Buggy, who didn't even have time to react before taking a punch to the face, immediately knocking him out. All the pirates present were left stunned as their captain was sent flying into a city building once again. EOOM. What? Captain Buggy was defeated. The chorus of voices erupted. Yamato, finish off the rest. Luffy ordered Yamato, who was still taking down the fleeing pirates with ease, moving faster. Yamato, now using all her speed, disappeared from the area and began moving among the remaining unconscious pirates, swiftly knocking them out. In a short time, the whole place was filled with pirates on the ground, unconscious and groaning in pain. Luffy, satisfied with that, turned his gaze to the cage where the girl named Nami was. The girl had a bewildered look, not fully comprehending what was happening. Yo, Luffy announced his presence as he walked over to her, pulling her out of her dazed state. Nami, still extremely surprised, looked at the tall man in front of her without knowing what to say. She had been expecting her death just moments ago, but now she was alive, facing these strange people who had appeared out of nowhere and defeated the pirates with such ease. Hi, hello, she stammered in front of this relentless man. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. What's your name? This was the first thing Luffy asked as he greeted the girl in front of the cell. Nami, she replied with a hint of nervousness. Well, Nami, you're free now, Luffy said as he unlocked her cell and opened the door. Hey, why is everyone already defeated? A frustrated Zoro's voice echoed as he rushed in, ready for a fight, scanning for any standing enemies. Haha, sorry, it seems we were faster, Luffy said, freeing the girl with an embarrassed smile. Seconds later, the place was filled with the entire crew, appearing one after another. It looks like you took care of everyone without any problems, Kuina grumbled, observing about 30 unconscious bodies on the ground and some damaged building. So strong. Luffy-sama and Yamato-sama took care of all the bad guys, Shirahoshi asked in amazement. She hadn't witnessed their battle. A mermaid. Nami noticed Shirahoshi, who had flown in with the group. She recognized her as a mermaid because Shirahoshi's tail was partially visible beneath her dress at the moment. Nami studied the princess for a moment before she noticed the other peculiar members of the group, such as Bippo, the bear dressed in beach attire, and Megalo, the shark that floated in midair, encased in a bubble of air, seemingly breathing oxygen just like any land-dwelling animal. Nami's full attention remained on the timid girl with a tail, as her previous experiences with fishmen had not been positive, and she had heard the stories about the mermaids that Arlong and others had told. Seeing a hint of anger in Nami's eyes as she glanced at Shirahoshi, Luffy decided to speak up. Yes, she's one of our crew members. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy confidently declared with a smile, expressing his pride. Nami, now outside the cell, couldn't help but give the peculiar group an odd look before Luffy's words sank in. She realized that, aside from the mermaid, there was a bear walking like a human and a shark floating in the air in a bubble of air. The shark seemed to be breathing oxygen just like a land-dwelling creature. When Luffy's declaration about being pirates finally registered, Nami's gaze turned icy, but the earlier confusion had left her too disoriented to process it properly. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Luffy asked as he suddenly interjected with an amused smile, sensing Nami's desire to distance herself from the group. Nami stopped for a moment, expecting the pirates, including Luffy, to do something to her. With a mischievous smile, Luffy continued, while the others observed the interaction, curious about their captain's intentions. "Don't worry, you can go, but you have to go in that direction. Everything related to the pirates is now ours," Luffy declared, well aware that Nami had been heading toward the pirate ship to steal their treasures. "But the pirates have my things," Nami protested, raising her voice in alarm and dissatisfaction. "As I said, the pirates' belongings are now ours. You're free to leave, and we'll take their things as our spoils of victory. That's how pirates operate," Luffy stated matter-of-factly. He didn't seem to care much about what Nami thought. He was convinced that, no matter how noble her cause might be in saving her village and its inhabitants, she would betray him in the end. Luffy thought the original Luffy had been too soft on her. Kuina and Lami raised their eyebrows at this, as they had heard Luffy mention earlier that Nami would be a member of their crew. However, before they could raise the issue, Nami spoke up. "Wait, you are pirates, right?" Nami suddenly found herself with only one option. Luffy looked at her indifferently, but there was a hidden gleam of amusement in his eyes. "Yes, I just said that," Luffy said plainly. "Why don't you let me join your crew? I'm a great navigator," Nami announced. This piqued everyone's interest. Some could see that Nami was more interested in the treasures, but they kept quiet, waiting for Luffy's response. "A navigator," Luffy mused, rubbing his chin. "I don't know. I think we actually need a housekeeper. If there were one around, maybe I'd take them under my flag and onto my ship, where we could conquer a lot of gold and money," Luffy muttered aloud. "We clearly need a navigator." The entire crew thought simultaneously, but refrained from speaking out, hoping to see what Luffy had in mind. "A housekeeper," Nami's face contorted with anger. "Anyway, everyone, let's gather all their treasures," Luffy ordered as he redirected his attention to his crew, seemingly dismissing Nami, Lami and Beppo. "Collect all the treasure from the ship. I heard they have a map of the Grand Line," Luffy instructed. And they headed to Buggy's ship, which was parked at the port and hadn't been damaged by cannon fire. "I'm a great housekeeper," Nami quickly shouted when she heard this, rushing toward Luffy. "Great, we have a new crew member," Luffy announced, his voice dripping with irony. But nobody said anything, patiently waiting for their captain to reveal his plan for the girl who obviously had her eye on their treasure. "Show more enthusiasm," Nami scolded him, noting the sarcasm in his voice. "We have a housekeeper." Beppo was the only one who spoke, earning an angry glare from Nami. "Sorry," the bear quickly replied, cowering under her disapproving gaze. "Why are you apologizing so easily?" Nami was bewildered, shouting as she wondered why this talking bear was so quick to apologize just from her glare. Kuina sighed, wondering whether Nami was really seeing anyone as normal in this group. Luffy had now recruited this woman as a housekeeper, but it was clear he was teasing her while she clearly had her sights set on stealing their treasure. Nami couldn't decide who was worse among them. Luffy received no system notification, realizing that Nami hadn't genuinely joined the crew but had merely spoken in the heat of the moment. "That's good. It means that everyone who has joined the crew has genuinely put their faith in our flag. Will you eventually put your faith in me and our crew, Nami?" Luffy pondered internally, even as he looked at the girl in front of him. "Now, while Lami and Beppo are getting the treasure, Yamato, Zoro, Kuina, and Nami, you should tie up all the pirates, including Buggy. Zoro, he's a devil fruit user, so I want you to lock him inside a reinforced barrel, as simply tying him up won't help much," Luffy said. Luffy could have purchased Prism stone handcuffs in the system store, but they were expensive, and he wanted to save money. "Yes, Captain," Zoro replied, and everyone nodded in agreement. Well, almost everyone. "Wait, let me help collect the treasure," Nami exclaimed, earning dubious looks from all of them who were aware that her real intention was to steal the treasure. Luffy smiled at the woman, who was nicknamed Cat Burglar in the original series. "No, you're the housekeeper now. I'll leave the treasure to the ship's doctor and the crew's assistant," Luffy said calmly. "Wait," Nami was about to speak, but Luffy ignored her and continued. "Shirahoshi, come with me. Let's visit the town so you can see how humans live on the surface," Luffy declared as he walked ahead. "Yes, Luffy-sama," the excited mermaid followed her captain, eager to visit a human town for the first time. Megalo followed closely behind. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. While the crew was organizing everything at the port related to the captured pirates, Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo were walking through the empty town at the moment. So this is how a human town works. It's different, but it reminds me a lot of the houses on Fishman Island. The 1.70-meter tall mermaid spoke, admiring the surroundings. I don't see much difference between humans and fishmen, to be honest. Apart from the respiratory system for breathing underwater, you seem to have the same physiological conditions as humans, Luffy said as he walked with the princess. Although I have no idea how mermaids reproduce, Luffy couldn't help but murmur as he curiously examined her tail. Sharky, Sharky, Megalo exclaimed while munching on some plants in a house's garden. That's not seaweed, Megalo. It's better to wait and eat it when we get back and have a big feast, Luffy warned him, as Megalo didn't seem to like the plants he had tried and promptly spat them out. Shishishishishi, Shirahoshi laughed alongside, amused by her Finn friend's antics. Why is the town so empty? Did the bad men drive away the other humans? She innocently asked. Yes, unfortunately. That's how things work everywhere in the world. The strong prey on the weak. Luffy spoke calmly. What's that up ahead, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi said, looking a few dozen meters ahead, where there was a destroyed house. In front of it lay an injured dog with blood matted in its fur, lying on the ground amid the wreckage. Did this happen before I got here? Luffy commented to himself, a bit surprised, as he knew that in the original story, Moji's giant lion, Richie, destroyed the pet shop, and Chaochu fought back bravely. However, it seemed that this event occurred while he was on his way to the marine ship. It appears that with my presence in this world as the new Luffy, many things are changing, including characters with different genders and ages, as well as some events unfolding differently. It seems I can't rely on my previous knowledge anymore, or trust it too firmly, Luffy mumbled internally. What's wrong, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi couldn't help but ask when she heard Luffy speak softly. Nothing, princess. Let's go. That animal needs help if it's still alive, Luffy said as he hurried forward. Yes, Luffy-sama. The mermaid followed him closely. Upon reaching the scene, the first thing Luffy did was remove some debris from on top of the dog. Shirahoshi stood in shock, her hand over her mouth, seeing the animal in such a wretched state. Well, he's still alive, but he needs treatment quickly, Luffy said, speaking to no one in particular. He opened the system store and retrieved some healing fluids to prevent infection of the wounds at this moment. Luffy had no medical expertise, but he figured it was the basic step before having Lami, who would take care of fully healing the dog. Who are you, and what? What is that woman with a tail? A new voice appeared nearby, a shocked elderly man who had observed Luffy tending to Chaochu and had dropped a bottle near the injured animal. But he was even more astonished by the beauty of Shirahoshi, who had a pink tail instead of legs. He had no idea what a mermaid was in this world. Who are you, old man? Luffy asked, looking at the elderly man seriously. While he might know who this man was, Luffy knew he couldn't trust his canonical knowledge too much. The elderly man before him matched the anime's description, but he looked quite wretched now, injured, with a broken arm, and hanging onto a spear he was using as a makeshift crutch. This indicated that he had a tough fight before Luffy and the others arrived. I'm the mayor. I was fighting against Moji and his lion with this dog at my side, but we lost miserably. I woke up recently from the sound of a loud explosion. Are you responsible for that? What happened to Buggy the pirate? The mayor asked. That's terrible. Shirahoshi couldn't help but comment with a sad expression before Luffy spoke. We defeated them and intend to claim the bounty on their heads, Luffy said. So, you're bounty hunters? The mayor asked, somewhat relieved. No, we're pirates, Luffy said simply as he picked up Chaochu. What will you do with Chaochu? The mayor couldn't help but ask. Luffy turned to him and said, I'm going to recruit him into my crew, of course. Luffy smiled confidently after those words. What? Luffy-sama. Sharky, quiet down, Megalo, you're not much different. Luffy couldn't help but grumble in response to the shark, who was breathing outside the water. A shark that can fly and breathe oxygen. The man had huge eyes, much like Shirahoshi, after hearing about Megalo. This old man is quite clueless, Luffy exclaimed internally. What's the use of those glasses, old man, if you can't even see a shark flying next to us since the moment you saw us? Luffy mumbled. You say that as if it's normal, the mayor exclaimed indignantly. In any case, Luffy returned from his stroll with the mermaid to the pirate camp that Buggy's crew had set up, half of which had been destroyed. At the same time, an old man followed Luffy, wanting answers about why he was taking his friend's dog. Old man, I'm not going to force him, but I'm confident he'll come with us, Luffy said simply before meeting the others. You finally came back, Kuina said, watching him arrive with the others. I see you finished everything here, Luffy commented, surveying the area. There were tied-up bandits in one corner, still unconscious, a giant lion with the man who tamed it, and the swordsman from Buggy's crew in another. Meanwhile, a chest was constantly bouncing beside Zoro. Release me. You have felt the wrath of Buggy. They could hear the muffled voice of the clown inside the object. Ha ha ha. Good job, Luffy praised them with a small laugh. There were quite a few treasures on their ships as well. Lami said, raising 2 bags filled with them, while a woman with orange hair stared at the bags with dollar signs in her eyes and drool dripping from her mouth. Good job. Thank you, Captain. I'm sorry. Ignoring the bear's apology, Luffy brought Chaochu to Lami. Can you take care of him? Lami looked at the dog's condition and nodded. Of course. Leaving Chaochu with Lami, Luffy walked over to the treasures. A girl was still gazing greed-wily at the bags, her eyes shimmering with the thought of all the money. Zoro looked at her with disbelief, wondering if she had any idea what she was doing in front of everyone. Before the girl could react, Luffy moved next to her and touched the bags. The treasures vanished instantly. What? Where's the treasure? What did you do to them? Nami cried out in shock, as if someone had taken a child from its mother right in front of her. The treasure has been stored in the crew's funds, he simply said. The others who witnessed it simply thought that Luffy had shrunk the valuable items, as he hadn't explained the system yet. Sighing and ignoring a very desperate Nami by his side, questioning what he had done, Luffy turned to the rest of his crew, who were now paying attention to their captain. Third-person POV. Orange Town, East Blue. Is he going to be all right? The mayor asked as he inspected the dog being bandaged by Lami's side. Yes, old man, you've asked that 12 times already. Worry about yourself and don't bother me anymore. Lami was irritated with the old man, who was now wearing a cast on his broken arm but still concerned about the dog that the captain had asked her to take care of. After that, seeing that her job was done here, she turned to her captain. Now we need to go over our next steps, Luffy announced, so she stepped back to see what Luffy had planned for them. Arriving at a quieter spot, away from the screams coming from Buggy in the barrel, the crew formed a circle to listen to Luffy speak in the middle of it. First, we took some treasures from these pirates, but it's not enough, he said calmly. That's why I also want the bounty on their heads. As soon as he said these words, everyone looked confused. But we're pirates. I doubt the Marines would give us money, even if we turn in a pirate with a price on their head, Zoro said curiously. You're right, Zoro. I wouldn't be surprised if there's already a bounty on my head after I killed a Marine commander, took over a Marine base, and stole one of their ships, Luffy said calmly. But apart from Zoro and me, they have no knowledge of you guys, as hardly anyone here has been seen by the Marines as part of our pirate crew. Luffy reasoned and continued. In that sense, I'm going to have Lami and Bappo set up near a Marine base to turn in these men. They'll be known as bounty hunters, exchanging the heads of the pirates we capture on our journey until we leave this sea. Lami understood Luffy's reasoning and nodded. Before she could ask about their next meeting point, Luffy continued, noticing her evident confusion. Don't worry about that. Yamato here will make fever cards for us, so we can find each other anytime using them, Luffy said, raising some eyebrows while most of them didn't understand what he was talking about. This, great idea, my Luffy, Yamato said with a smile, as she could create Vivre cards. Vivre cards? Kuina asked, looking puzzled, as she wasn't aware of their existence. Also known as life cards, made from a part of someone's body, typically their fingernails. They move toward the person they represent no matter where you are in the world. They also represent the user's life, and if it starts to burn, it means the original person is nearing death. If the paper disappears in flames, it means the person has died, Lami explained calmly, earning many surprised looks. Kuina, Zoro, Nami, and even Shirahoshi had no knowledge of this. So I'm going to turn in Buggy's crew for their bounty and then we'll meet again with the paper, right? Lami asked. Exactly. That way you'll become our unofficial bounty hunter, Luffy said with a smile, and Nami could be seen with dollar signs replacing her eyes at this idea. After planning how they would do this, Luffy turned his attention to Chaochu, who had awakened as they discussed their plans. Nami was the only one who stayed quiet in the group. Yo, Chaochu. Luffy greeted the bandaged dog beside the mayor after separating from his group, and the elderly man hadn't left the dog's side all this time. Hello. The white-furred dog, one of their saviors, barked. Luffy-sama, do you really plan to recruit the dog? Shirahoshi asked from the side with a happy look, as the dog had survived. What? He intends to recruit a dog? Lami exclaimed comically when she heard this. Both Kuina, Zoro, Bappo, and Nami exclaimed in unison. Kahaha. He seems to be quite strong. Yamato commented enthusiastically. Look at him, he's just an ordinary injured dog. Nami made a comical face as she shouted in disbelief at both the captain and the vice-captain of the group. Chaochu didn't seem too happy about what was being said about him. Hey, buddy, calm down, let's talk, okay? Luffy said calmly as he heard everything the dog was saying. Wait, can you talk to him? Zoro couldn't help but ask with a raised eyebrow. I don't know why, but yes, I can. I can't understand Megalo, but I can hear what Chaochu is trying to say, Luffy said, scratching his head in this dilemma. Without the voice of all things, which is still locked, I can say that maybe it's due to my mythical Zoan form, as in its final form, despite having the body of a human with horns and wings. I also have a face that resembles a pit bull. This is amazing, Luffy-sama. I can't understand him very well, unlike Megalo. Sharky, Megalo says he can understand Chaochu-sama too, Shirahoshi said again. I see. Anyway, I'm going to talk to him. Luffy went to the injured dog and began to speak with him quietly in that corner. To the onlookers, it appeared that Luffy was talking to the dog as if it were a person, and the dog was responding with barks. Whisper, oh, oh, whisper, oh, whisper, oh, oh, that's great, Luffy exclaimed happily after some time. While almost everyone was stunned by what was happening, the mayor standing nearby was conflicted. What's going on here? Zoro exclaimed, looking lost. Ha ha ha, we have a new crewmate right now. Luffy celebrated in front of everyone as he stood up. With the exception of Yamato, who had enhanced hearing and observation haki, the conversation was a mystery to all the others. Don't look at me like that. I just told him to join us. I'd help him get stronger. He lost the only precious thing to him, the store of his former owner, so he felt quite helpless. I offered my help to make him stronger so he never has to feel like that again, and to have the adventures he can have on our ship. Luffy spoke with a smile. I understand. And what about him having a harem of female dogs? Yamato asked, confused in front of everyone. Don't mention that, Luffy shouted with a bit of embarrassment when she brought that up. Oh, don't agree with her. Everyone looking at this scenario face-palmed. This captain is really crazy, offering a harem to a dog so that he can join the crew. They all exclaimed in their minds. I didn't exactly offer that directly. I just said he could get power, fame, and some female dogs and adventures on my ship. Luffy lamented internally. Anyway, let's get ready to set sail. We have more islands to visit, Luffy ordered, and a part of the crew started dragging the prisoners onto the marine ship. Meanwhile, Luffy went to Buggy's ship and shrank it to fit in his pocket. Would Kaya buy this ship? Luffy wondered as he stored the ship in his pocket. Once everything was ready, they began to head back to the marine ship with all the loot and prisoners. As they boarded the marine ship, they heard a voice from the direction of the island. Hey, you better take good care of Chaochu, or I'll come after you at sea, the mayor shouted from the port as they started to set sail. Don't worry, old man, the next news you'll hear about this dog will be his wanted poster, Luffy replied, placing his hat on his head. As if a dog would get a wanted poster, the mayor shouted comically. Goodbye, mayor. See you next time. Luffy smiled at the only old man on the dock. Oh, Chaochu was next to him, not forgetting to say goodbye. Now, what's the plan? Lami asked. Let's head toward the island of Syrup Village. I don't know the exact direction because the marine map is confusing, but I have a way to get to the location. Doesn't anyone here know how to navigate? Nami muttered unconsciously. Wait a moment. You don't have a navigator on the ship? Nami asked out loud in surprise, wanting to apply for the position since she was just a maid here, and while trying to steal from them, a better position would present a better opportunity. Luffy had a playful gleam in his eyes when he heard this. Why would I need a navigator when I have Zoro? Luffy teased Nami while pointing at Zoro. Zoro? Zoro was also confused. Of course, pay attention. Zoro, where is Syrup Village? Do you know? Luffy asked Zoro directly. I believe it's that way, Captain. Zoro thought for a moment, scratching his chin, and finally pointed in a direction. You see, Hippo, go to the helmsman and turn the ship in the opposite direction of where Zoro pointed. Ediha, shar. Zzzzzzzz. I quote him sorry. Hey, this isn't funny. Zoro turned red as everyone was laughing at him. After 2 days in the middle of the ocean, a marine ship was anchored in the waters, while Luffy used the power of his devil fruit to slow down the ship, almost coming to a stop. Next to the marine ship, there was a smaller and peculiar boat. What is this? Yamato couldn't help but ask in amazement. This is a speedboat, Luffy said proudly. He purchased it using the system, taking an existing model in this world and adding a few modifications. A young man with the straw hat used his money from the shop system to buy and assemble a steam-powered speedboat. What's a speedboat, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi looked curiously at the small, peculiar boat with an engine at the back. This is a small motorized boat that can move faster than most boats in this world. It will be a secondary boat for the crew, mainly used by Lami as she delivers the heads of the pirates we captured while we were here in the East Blue, Luffy explained proudly. Incredible, Yamato exclaimed with starry eyes. You don't even know what a motor is, Lami said from the side, thinking that the tall woman with horns was missing a few screws in her head. Luffy had an appreciative look for Lami at this moment, although the concept of a motor wasn't new to this world. As they had a sea train in Water 7, for most people, it was strange and unfamiliar. Lami in the original story had a damn submarine like Law, so it's no surprise that she's the only one who has an idea of what a motor is. Anyway, I'll teach Lami and Beppo how to operate the speedboat with the fuel now. Please wait for me to finish before we continue our journey, I said, jumping onto the boat, with Lami and Beppo following me. But first of all, where did you get all of this? Did you already have it in your pocket? Lami asked, curious. It was a recurring question among the crew, but everyone inclined to the idea that Luffy had these things before they met him, and he had simply shrunk them and kept them until the occasion. No, I got these with the money we obtained from Buggy. It's pretty hard to explain right now, so I'll do it another time. Let's focus on the boat's operation for now. Luffy planned to talk about the concept of the shop later, now he had other concerns. While Luffy explained the concept in the manual of the speedboat, on the marine ship, everyone was looking at that strange, small motorized boat. A woman with orange hair was standing beside them. She was dressed as a French maid. Nothing too sensual, but she had her own uniform, like Baby 5. She held a mop in her hand, squeezing it tightly, with veins popping on her head. I'm a maid. A maid. Nami was furious with her fate in the midst of all these pirates, as her role was to clean the ship and attend to the captain's requests. First, he doesn't see me as a navigator and brings me into his crew as a maid. Now he's making me wear this uniform and asking me to keep cleaning the ship. Damn you, Luffy, you're lucky you hid all that gold. But I'll find it. I'll take it along with the reward you'll receive from Buggy. Nami was furious at first, but soon had a malicious smile at the prospect of getting all that money from this crew. So, I'll keep cleaning the place until I get that money. She was determined as she resumed her task with a rather happy demeanor, which left everyone who knew her intentions quite concerned as the maid cleaned with a scary smile. After explaining everything, Luffy summoned a raft to be pulled by the speedboat with Buggy's crew tied together on it. With this, I believe you can go. Take my Vivre card and come to us when you're done, Luffy said, taking a paper from his pocket and handing it to Lami, who accepted it. Okay, see you later, Captain. She smiled. In the beginning, Lami had some grievances with Luffy, and they still had some differences, but over the days, they were building some kind of relationship between them, despite a few jokes back and forth. Remember, don't use your devil fruit powers too easily. My grandfather is already coming after me, and if the headquarters finds out about the potential of the people around me, they'll try to send more forces here. Not that it would scare me if it happened, but I want to delay it as much as possible while we're in this sea. She nodded in understanding. Then, see you later, Luffy said with a nod, not taking his eyes off the emo-styled woman. After a few seconds, he turned to the bear beside him, who wore his orange jumpsuit, one that Luffy bought in the shop, as it belonged to the canonical Beppo without a pirate symbol. You too, Beppo, take care and keep this emo here out of trouble, Luffy smiled. Who's emo? Lami yelled. Yes, Captain, Beppo said, saluting with his hand on his forehead, mimicking a military salute. So, I'm off. Luffy jumped onto the marine ship, while Lami started the coal-powered engines and began to move away from the ship with the raft full of clown-dressed prisoners begging to be set free. Now, let's continue our journey. Our sharpshooter with the long nose is waiting for us, Luffy announced as the ship resumed sailing in the direction they were heading. For the rest of the day, Luffy trained them with his powers, but this didn't include Nami. Luffy wasn't naive to her real intentions here, as was almost everyone else on the crew. He was just toying with the cat burglar, even though he needed a navigator. Seeing her cleaning the ship with a uniform was too much fun. She would grumble when she broke her broom or the dustpan after realizing her own situation in anger. Nami, you've broken another broom. You owe me 50 berries now, Luffy exclaimed, enjoying himself, while Nami had a dead look as she saw herself either further in debt or losing money, no matter how insignificant 50 berries might be. As for not training the cat burglar yet, Luffy wanted to see how she would fare on her journey. He wasn't like the canon Luffy to forgive that betrayal so easily. He wanted to test the waters with Nami before making a decision, even though he would appreciate it if she came to ask for help in dealing with Arlong without stealing from him. The sun is so warm and nice, Shirahoshi commented. Nami, get some orange juice for me, Yamato, and Shirahoshi. A shirtless Luffy in flowery shorts asked, as he and Kaido's daughter in a beautiful white bikini, and a serious woman sat side by side, sunbathing on chairs in the middle of the ship. Each of them wore sunglasses to enjoy the moment. Meanwhile, Chouch. It was on the mast like a lookout or guard dog, and Zoro and Kuina were still training, swinging a piece of wood, which I increased in weight multiple times. Sharky, a disgruntled megalo, barked from the side of the mermaid, who was on another chair. Oh, I forgot. One for Megalo too, Luffy quickly said apologetically, while they enjoyed their time relaxing at sea after their intense training. Nami had to comply with the captain's request. Of course, Nami replied, gritting her teeth. She despised everything about the situation, but it was necessary to get her precious gold. Thanks, maid, Luffy commented with a smile. Thank you, Nami. Thank you, maid-sama. Sharky, everyone expressed their gratitude. You're welcome. Nami smiled with closed eyes but had visible veins on her forehead. As she tried to hide her anger, she began to walk in a stiff and squared manner as her unmasked rage consumed her, heading toward the marine ship's kitchen. She pretends so poorly. How did she manage to steal from all those pirates? Luffy couldn't help but wonder internally as he watched her walk away from the group. Woof, woof, everyone heard barking from the mast, and Luffy understood what it meant. It seems Chaochu spotted land, Luffy commented with a sigh. Anyway, it didn't take much more than a day after Lami separated from the group for the ship to see the village of Syrup in the distance. Third-person POV. Syrup Village, East Blue. With the ship arriving at a deserted beach on the island, Luffy asked Zoro to steer the helm in a straight line and let the sand naturally slow down the ship. As the sand rose with the impact of the marine ship, it came to a halt, and the rest of the crew descended using a ramp placed on the side of the ship. A ship shouldn't come to a beach, as it would get stuck in the sand. But this rule didn't apply to Luffy. He gently touched the ship, and as soon as everyone disembarked, the captain used his power on the massive 30-meter-long object. The ship obediently transformed into a small object in the palm of Luffy's hand, reducing from 3,000 centimeters to 3. What? Darn, I said that too loudly. Luffy, as he held the ship, heard a surprised shout, and his crew's reaction was no different as they all looked up at some rocks on a hill beside the beach. Come out from where you are, Luffy said seriously but had a playful glint in his eyes. You're not Marines. You don't look like Marines. The voice from the other side shouted with an alarmed tone, without revealing its face. No, we're pirates, Luffy calmly said. And before the person on the other side could respond, some of his companions commented with curiosity. Incredible. A talking rock. The surface is so full of possibilities, Shirahoshi exclaimed, fascinated, as she looked at the rocks on the hill. Sharky, woof, woof. Both animals believed Shirahoshi's words. The sea is even stranger outside of Wano, Yamato commented on the side since the rock was beyond the reach of her observation. Haki. Are you all really believing this? Zoro lost his composure at this, while the other girls, Nami and Kuina, had defeated looks at the naivety of the two other women. Ha ha ha, Luffy laughed, and even he lost his composure at that moment, finding it hilarious. Anyway, I'm going to face these 8 million. As he said these words, wings began to sprout from his back, and he flew toward that hill. What is this? He can fly. He's not human. Run! Luffy heard a collective shout from the kids as he approached. Luffy landed on the rock and, on the other side, saw a young long-nosed man with 3 other children prepared to raise some poor flags. As soon as they saw him, the kids dropped the flags and ran toward the village, leaving the long-nosed man behind, who looked at Luffy as if he was going to die at that moment. Yo, Luffy greeted with a smile. Ah, are you going to kill me? Usopp asked in fear. Of course not. I came to recruit you, Luffy said. Huh, recruit. Usopp was stunned by this man who had barely arrived and spoke these words as if it were something normal. Yes, I believe you have potential. How about joining my crew? Luffy asked with a smile. Boom. Is this our new crew member? Yamato appeared at the side, startling Usopp even more. Is he strong? Yamato couldn't help but comment, scratching her chin. It's clear that he's strong. I'm a brave warrior of the sea, the strongest with my fleet of 8 million pirates. Usopp gained courage with Yamato's comment and spoke his delusions out loud. Really? Yamato asked, amazed, looking for the other 8 million people under Usopp's command. Luffy just sighed at that. He's lying, Yamato. This island can't fit that many people to begin with, Luffy said calmly. Caught in the lie, Usopp started to sweat. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi arrived at the scene flying. A woman with a tail who can float. Usopp exclaimed with comical eyes when he saw the princess. He had heard of a mermaid but didn't know the exact description. Shirahoshi, cover your tail with the dress I gave you, so you don't attract too much attention, Luffy said calmly. Yes, Luffy-sama. She obeyed, lowering the dress to cover her tail. Wasn't there more shouting here? Nami asked, inspecting Usopp in the area since she hadn't seen the children shouting and running. By this point, everyone had already surrounded a scared Usopp. Only a boy. Did he get lost? Sharky, woof, who are you? Usopp asked, still cautious about the presence of these strange people and animals who suddenly appeared. We're the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy led the conversation. And what do you want here? We want to sell a ship. I heard there's a shipbuilding company here, so we came to this island, Luffy explained. Yes, there is one. I know the owner, but you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Usopp asked, still cautious. We're pirates, we do what we want. But we're not here to loot towns and villages. That's beneath us, Luffy said seriously. But then, since you're a brave warrior of the sea, why don't you join me and my crew? I need a good sniper, and you look like you might be one of the good ones. Luffy asked again. Of course I am. But why do you want that? Usopp looked at him incredulously since he knew deep down that he was weak, and no one expected much from him. Because you have potential, and I know your father, Luffy said simply. My father, really? You know my father? Usopp couldn't be more shocked. Of course, his captain gave me this hat. How about joining me on my adventures and finding him later? I can make you even stronger than your old man, Luffy proposed. I don't know. In the end, Usopp didn't agree, as it was all too sudden, and he had his life in this village, no matter how much his heart longed for adventures on the vast and unknown sea. Even looking at this unique group he never imagined seeing in front of him, he wanted to say yes deep down, but he was afraid of the unknown and was still attached to this place. However, he didn't reject Luffy's offer either. Luffy saw this and hoped to change his mind as he stayed on this island. Third-person POV. Village Syrup, East Blue. Anyway, why don't you show us where this shipbuilding company is? I want to make some money with the ship we have. Luffy changed the subject, as he expected from Usopp. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Usopp finally stood up from the ground, where he had been since he got scared when Luffy grew wings. Wait a moment, how did you make that ship disappear? Or how do you have wings? Usopp yelled, now recalling all the strange things that had happened. How does she have a tail? How is there a flying shark? He couldn't stop shouting with his scared voice. No one immediately answered. Nami was curious as well. She didn't have the courage to ask too many questions, but really wanted an answer to all the strange things this crew could do. About me, I'm a devil fruit user, Luffy said calmly. I thought those were just legends. Nami exclaimed. Did you not find it strange when Buggy split in my lure, maid? Luffy asked incredulously. I was so stunned that I didn't even notice. Nami protested, growling when Luffy called her by her current occupation. Usopp was stunned, trying to imagine a fight with people with strange powers, something that left him internally terrified. As for Shirahoshi, she's a mermaid, so it's normal for her to have a tail. Ha, Luffy laughed and continued. Her companion is Megalo. He's a very special shark. Sharky, and that woman with horns. How can there be so many different people in just one place? Usopp couldn't help but exclaim as well at the giant and peculiar appearance of Yamato. Isn't that normal? We're a pirate crew, Luffy announced with a smile. That's not normal. Usopp, Nami, Kuina, and Zoro shouted at the same time. How funny. Yamato spoke with a smile while laughing at the faces of the four. But anyway, can we go now? Luffy asked, and in the end, Usopp nodded, seeing that this group didn't seem to be evil, just very strange and with personalities he never imagined. Great, let's go, everyone, Luffy said, following Usopp as everyone started to follow him. It didn't take long for them to enter the village, passing through the streets. They soon attracted a lot of attention with their group. Hey, isn't that Usopp? But who are those accompanying him? Some villagers suspected as the group passed through the city streets. What beautiful women. I've never seen such beauty. Yamato and Shirahoshi attracted a lot of attention, both from men and women. Isn't that a Jolly Roger with a straw hat drawn behind the cloak of that tattooed man? Pirates. What? What are pirates doing here? And Usopp is with them. Soon everything turned into a tumult, while Usopp was getting nervous about the gossip. His reputation was already not good among the people in this village, and now they were associating him with pirates. Luffy and the others didn't seem to care much, except for Nami, who didn't like pirates, especially when being called one. Anyway, they passed through the village and headed toward the large mansion near the port, on a hill. As they approached the gate, a butler who looked very much like a human ram was watering the flowers in the garden next to a blonde young lady sunbathing in a chair. Usopp and who are these? Mary stopped watering his plants as he noticed Usopp coming with a group of very unusual people and some animals following them. Mary, can you call Kaya? Usopp asked the butler directly. Usopp? Before Mary could respond, Kaya had already left her chair to see her storyteller friend. Hello, Kaya. I brought them here because I had some business with you. They said they wanted to sell a ship, so I guided them, Usopp said. And who are your friends? Open the gate, Mary, Kaya asked, turning her attention back to the strange group, who entered the gate as soon as Mary opened it. A green-haired man with 3 swords at his waist, 4 women, including one with a sword, another dressed as a maid with an unsatisfied face as she walked alongside them, a woman with a smile on her face holding a heavy weapon, almost 3 meters tall with red horns and a yellow base, incredibly beautiful, just like the other woman with pink hair and an innocent face, wearing a dress and walking in a strange way, almost as if she were flying and pretending to walk. There was a furry dog with a flying shark using a bubble of air around his waist, seemingly well out of the water. And finally, there was a tall, tattooed man dressed as a pirate, who smiled at Kaya as he appeared to be the group's leader. Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy said confidently, earning a surprised look from the two in front of him. A captain of a pirate crew. Mary spoke alarmed and a little frightened. And what does a pirate want with me? Kaya asked, now a bit cautious. Simple, I came to sell a ship that I acquired through the spoils of another pirate group. Do you buy ships? Luffy asked calmly. About that, what is happening here? A new voice was heard at the scene, preventing Kaya from giving Luffy an answer. Everyone turned to see a man approaching in a suit, adjusting his glasses. Flahador, Kaya exclaimed. What filthy pirates are doing in this place? He said with a look of disgust. Luffy didn't pay much attention to it, except for some internal amusement. Zoro had a sharp look, and Shirahoshi looked a bit frightened by these words. Arf, arf. Chaochu didn't like this at all and barked at the man, showing his teeth. They brought their mutt too. The black-haired butler continued to comment, earning an even more intense growl from the dog. Wait, they just came to sell a ship, Usopp said hurriedly before any misunderstandings occurred. Sell a ship? Have you not read the news? This group attacked a marine base and killed its commander a few days ago, Klahadore said, showing 2 wanted posters, one of Luffy with a fierce look and shirtless next to the headless body of Morgan, and the other of Zoro tied to a post, with Luffy having a bounty of 10 million and Zoro with 5 million. Is this real? Did you really attack a marine base? Kaya asked in disbelief. It's true, we're pirates after all. Luffy didn't even try to deny it. He really didn't care if he was called a demon. He was doing what he wanted, regardless of others' opinions. Usopp was in conflict now. He had just realized that he brought dangerous pirates to Kaya. Anyway, I'm here for business. If you don't want to do business, we'll leave, Luffy said without laughter now, speaking calmly. How can a lowlife like you do business at this shipbuilding company? Klahadore said with a disgusted tone. Isn't this guy caring about his disguise, is he? Luffy commented internally. Even though Luffy had shown a strength of 10 million, Kuro should still have to use some of his skills here to defeat a low-level pirate crew, and his disguise as a butler would soon be questioned. And you, the usual liar from the village, without finishing what he was saying, Klahadore pointed at Usopp this time. Have you brought dangerous pirates close to the lady? Have you lost your mind? I expected more, even from someone of your kind, he said with disdain. Wait, Klahadore, Usopp. When Kaya was about to defend Usopp, the butler interrupted her. You have to understand, miss, that he has brought danger to you here. This kind of scum always attracts others like him. It's no wonder your father is a bum on the sea. My father is, Usopp shouted angrily this time but couldn't finish. Pirate, Klahadore interrupted again. In other words, a lower-level scum, just like you and your little gang here, he said, adjusting his glasses again. While everyone was stunned by these events, suddenly, laughter brought everyone out of this stupor. They turned their gazes to Luffy. Luffy began to laugh loudly, much to everyone's surprise. What a funny guy. I'm sorry for this, but I can't help it anymore. My Luffy. Luffy-sama. Sharky. Wolf. Has he gone mad? Nami said unhappily. She didn't like how the dark-haired butler had treated them, and now hearing Luffy laugh made her even more displeased. What's so funny, pirate scum? You better get out of here and never come back with the rest of your ilk. Otherwise, we'll call the Marines, Klahadore said seriously, not liking the mockery made by this young man. I just can't help but exclaim, you seem like a clueless man, not even knowing how grand his father is. He may be a pirate, but he's much better than being a butler in a village in the East Blue. Luffy smiled at him with a dangerous glint. Luffy, Usopp couldn't help but mutter as he listened to this. Mary and Kaya were still shocked by everything happening. But anyway, I don't care about your opinion. I'm a pirate, after all. But since you're so bold in insulting me, my crew, and even my future crew member here, Luffy pointed to a stunned and cowering Usopp at his side. Prepare yourself for the consequences, Luffy simply said, a sadistic smile forming on his face, and then he disappeared from the spot. Without time to react, the black-haired butler suddenly felt a sharp, intense pain in his stomach as a powerful punch was delivered, burying itself in that part of his body, causing him to recoil like a ragdoll. Boom! His body flew like a rocket, crashing into one of the mansion's walls. Third-person POV. Village Syrup, East Blue. That, as the only thing they managed to comment on in the face of these sudden and unexpected events, Yamato was the quickest to react and equally surprised, just like the entire Straw Hat crew. Their captain, who had only come here to deliver a pirate ship to get some berries from Buggy's ship, was equally surprised by what followed. A butler who appeared suddenly started to insult them. This was followed by their captain punching the arrogant man without giving him a chance to react. Luffy stepped into the spot where the butler had been and began to walk towards the wreckage caused by his punch and the man's body. Despite the noise of destruction, everyone was still frozen in place by these sudden actions. As he walked towards the destroyed area, an arrogant smile began to spread on Luffy's face. In the wreckage, there was Klahadore with torn clothes, broken glasses, disheveled hair, and coughing up blood as he tried to breathe on the ground. He glared at Luffy, filled with hatred, as Luffy approached him. What's wrong? Surprised. You already know my history. Did you think I'd reward you for insulting me and my crew? Luffy asked arrogantly, raising an eyebrow. Wait, don't hurt him. Call the guards. Make him stop. Kaya, coming out of her stunned state, said hurriedly, watching Luffy approach Klahadore with terror. Girl, you're too naive. Do you think I'll let this slide after hearing those words? Luffy taunted her, not revealing the man's true identity as he wanted to play with him first, especially after the man thought he could be arrogant with him and his people. After ignoring her, before Kaya, Klahadore, or almost anyone present could react, except Yamato, Luffy disappeared again. Without time to react, Klahadore received a kick from Luffy, sending him flying a few more meters as he screamed in pain. What's the matter? Is that all you've got? Luffy taunted as he appeared by his side again, with another punch directly to his face. His nose was broken when he hadn't even fallen from the last blow. Boom! His body demolished another part of the mansion. You wretch, you'll pay for. Klahadore said in the midst of the wreckage while his face was like a bloody pulp. But before he finished his threat, Luffy appeared before him and grabbed his neck before he could react. Would you like to see this? Luffy smiled sadistically. With his hand on Kuro's neck, began running and dragging his head along the wall, rubbing his face as he destroyed everything in his path with his head. Everyone watched in horror, even their crew was tense. Shirahoshi and Nami were the most frightened. Everyone watched in horror, even their crew was tense. Shirahoshi and Nami were the most frightened. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Luffy taunted as he raised a swollen face by the neck. It no longer resembled the butler from moments ago. That face couldn't even speak anymore. It was the complete opposite of what it was moments ago. Let me help you fix this, Luffy said, giving 2 open-handed slaps to that face. Slap, slap. The sound of the slaps echoed strongly throughout the area, horrifying all the onlookers. Kuro was unconscious by this point. The slaps had been so strong that he collapsed. How can you say you're helping by giving those slaps? Everyone thought inwardly. What's happening here? At that moment, guards began to appear in the midst of this commotion, but they quickly became alarmed by all the destruction he had caused while holding Klahadore by the neck in one hand. Don't worry, I'm done here, Luffy said as he tossed what was left of Kuro, as if he had spat out a terrible mouthful. He passed by a frantic Kaya, who ran towards her butler and went to his still stunned crew. Go away and never come back here. Never. Luffy could hear Kaya looking at him with hatred, but he paid no attention to it. You heard them, let's go, Luffy said with a small ironic smile, snapping everyone out of their stupor. Usopp, you too, I don't think you're welcome here anymore, Luffy said to the long-nosed one, who looked at Kaya after these words. He saw her taking care of Klahadore but occasionally glancing at Luffy and even at him with anger in her eyes. Swallowing hard, Usopp followed Luffy out of the mansion, feeling a bit guilty for what had happened. No one said anything during their walk. Instead of passing through the village, they took another path. As they reached another deserted beach, Luffy stopped walking, causing the others to stop as well. Luffy stared at the empty sea horizon for a while without saying anything. Nami couldn't stand the silence any longer and broke it with a loud shout. What was all that about? Why did you attack him like that? You nearly killed him. No matter how arrogant he was, you can't hurt someone like that just because of words. Luffy didn't respond to Nami's shouting, nor did he turn to face his crew while still gazing out to sea. That guy, Nami snarled, while the rest of the group remained silent. I think I'm leaving, Usopp suddenly said in the midst of the new silence. He had followed the group because he hadn't had much choice, but now he had many bitter thoughts, especially since it seemed that his friendship with Kaya had come to an end. Wait, Usopp, you shouldn't leave yet. Luffy finally spoke and turned around, revealing a solemn smile. Usopp was surprised by this. I told you I wanted you on my crew, didn't I? Luffy said, his smile leaving everyone here stunned again, not understanding their captain's actions. Of course, from what I've seen so far, you were a coward back there, but I'm giving you a chance to earn it, Luffy said, continuing. In the next few days, you'll train with me and my team. After that, you'll have to defeat a pirate on your own and prove your worth. What are you talking about? I didn't say I was joining your crew, Usopp said, a bit angrily. You may not join it, but you'll definitely want to defeat this pirate, Luffy said, taking a low-cost wanted poster from the shop and opening it in front of all of them. Everyone was stunned when they saw Kuro's wanted poster in Luffy's hands. Third-person POV. Village Syrup, East Blue. On the beach near Syrup Village, Luffy stood in front of his entire crew and Usopp, holding up a wanted poster he had obtained through a point. He had collected thousands of wanted posters, but this one was special. It featured Kuro, a pirate who was believed to be dead. Did you say this pirate Kuro was actually the butler Klahadore all along? Usopp asked in disbelief. Are you sure he's not his brother? Yamato inquired. No, it's him all along. I had some information that he was hiding on this island for a while, and I confirmed it today. The idiot had the audacity to openly insult us just because I have a bounty of 10 million berries, lower than his. But I bet after the beating I gave him, he won't be getting out of bed for the next 3 days, Luffy said with a grin. But even so, Kaya is in danger, Usopp exclaimed. Then it's your duty to save her, Usopp, Luffy said calmly. Me? Usopp asked, astounded. He might have seen Luffy defeat Kuro with ease, but he knew he wasn't a monster like that straw-hatted man. Yes, to be honest, I saw you insulting her just like your own father while you kept quiet. I thought you were a brave sea warrior, but what I saw was just a coward. Luffy's smile faded, and he looked seriously at Usopp. Usopp was taken aback by this. He never expected someone to call out his true personality in such a critical moment, making him lower his head in shame. Nami was the first to speak up in her maid outfit. Luffy-sama, you don't need to. Shirahoshi as well was about to comment. Please, I'm just a maid. Silence, Luffy said sternly, and they fell silent. I admit, I was tempted to recruit you, but I was disappointed with what I saw, making me wonder if you're really your father's son. And no, Usopp, I won't help her because she herself banished me from her place. I have nothing to do with her if her life is in danger now. Luffy spoke indifferently, which made Usopp even more cower in the face of this reality, thinking that he would watch Kaya die without being able to do anything. But I can help you get stronger, Luffy continued. You can? Usopp asked incredulously. Yes, but it won't be easy. I'll make you experience hell on earth if you want. But at least you'll have a chance to face Kuro. What do you say? We might have 3 days before he starts his plans. Do you really want this? Luffy didn't change his serious tone, making everyone wonder what they had done to their captain and who stood in front of them, as Luffy had never been so serious with them. The long-nosed young man contemplated Luffy's words and stood up to face the man over 2 meters tall with determination. I want it. Make me strong to protect Kaya. Usopp finally spoke with determination, and Luffy smiled at that. That's the first step. Now let's start your hellish training, Luffy said with a mischievous grin, even releasing some of his Zoan power, causing his eyes to glow and purple flames to surround his body, which frightened Usopp and the others. Their first training will be to get used to the feeling of facing death. Maybe that will make you less of a coward. Luffy spoke as he exerted pressure. Usopp was scared and intimidated as he shrank back from Luffy. He began to wonder if he had made the right decision when he agreed to train with this pirate. The rest of the day, Usopp didn't have an easy moment, and it would only get much harder the next day. The following morning, Usopp found himself in an open field on the outskirts of Syrup Village, with the east blue sun shining brightly in the sky. Luffy and Usopp stood a certain distance apart, surveying the scene before them. Usopp held an unfamiliar object in his hand, a new type of weapon he had never used before. But under Luffy's guidance, it was the weapon that would accompany him on their adventures. The field was filled with improvised targets that Luffy had acquired through the system, from high-quality equipment to empty cans and thin branches hanging from ropes. Luffy explained to Usopp, to become a skilled sniper, you need to enhance your accuracy, speed, and reaction. Let's start with precise shots. The goal is to hit those targets with surgical precision. Usopp nodded, focusing on the nearest target. He took a deep breath, stabilized his stance, and aimed with determination. Then, he fired. Bang! The ammunition flew at a surprising speed, hitting the central target with a satisfying metallic sound. Usopp smiled at the accuracy of his first shot. Luffy applauded Usopp's effort. Well done, Usopp. Now, try to hit that moving target. He pointed to a swinging target. Usopp focused once again, tracking the moving target with his aim. He waited for the right moment and released the bullet. It flew through the air and struck the moving target, making it stop swinging. Usopp smiled, feeling more confident in his shooting. Luffy continued to train him, adding challenges such as shooting at multiple targets in high-pressure situations. As the hours passed, Usopp became more comfortable with his new weapon, improving his skills and reactions. Luffy also emphasized the importance of concentration and breath control. As the training progressed, Usopp became more skilled and confident in his shooting abilities. He realized that with dedication and proper guidance, he could become an exceptional sniper like his father, according to Luffy's descriptions. Gradually, he began to pave the way to becoming the sniper his crew needed. The scene of training, with targets being accurately hit and the east blue sun shining in Usopp's eyes as he devoted himself to improving his skills, created an environment of growth and progress in his journey as a sniper. Little did he know that this was the easiest part of his training. Luffy had no intention of letting up on his endurance and physical strength training. Not to mention that he would need to learn about all his new weapons and put his slingshot aside. 3 days passed. Usopp lay on the ground, resembling a battered dog. He had no more strength left to continue his training for today. Luffy looked at him with an indifferent expression, just as he did with the rest of the crew sprawled on the ground behind Usopp. Luffy had put everyone through rigorous training, including Nami, Shirahoshi, and even Chaochu. He trained Chaochu in increased gravity and weights. Although the dog didn't have humanoid limbs, he could become stronger once he learned Haki. Luffy intended to teach a dog Haki, but he needed to buy the manuals first, which were quite expensive, along with the 6 styles of the Marine. Is this your limit? Luffy asked seriously, addressing Usopp, Nami, and Shirahoshi, who were the worst off among them. I can't take it anymore. Please, I'm just a maid. Luffy-sama is so mean. The 3 of them, utterly drained, responded to this question with lifeless eyes. Luffy just sighed. He wouldn't tolerate weakness to make them stronger. He was determined to turn them into strong warriors. You can do better than this, Luffy replied without hesitation. He learned a lot from his grandfather. Kuina and Zoro seemed unwavering in their determination. Despite being in the same condition as the previous three, they didn't give up easily and kept pushing through the training. In any case, training is over for today, Luffy finally said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The three, who were completely wrecked, cried out in gratitude. It was quite fun, Yamato said, with a towel wrapped around her neck. She had trained relentlessly with Luffy, even engaging in sparring matches with him. Of course, Luffy had been training as well, testing the potential of his body. He was satisfied with the combination of his increased learning speed from the system and his Zoan power, which allowed him to make progress. He was working hard to develop his devil fruit powers further. But Usopp, you better be prepared. The Kuro pirates are expected to arrive tomorrow. Get everything ready by sunrise. I've left new equipment for you. Study the manuals I provided, Luffy warned. Yes, Usopp replied with determination, closing his fist. Do you think he'll be okay? He's going to fight a pirate with a 16 million bounty. After all, Nami asked as she limped over to Luffy. This is a trial he needs to pass, otherwise, the sea won't be kind to him, Luffy said, thinking about how weak Usopp was in the original story. He wanted the lying long-nosed sniper to reveal his true potential as soon as possible because their journey wouldn't be as enjoyable as in the anime. Luffy was certain he would encounter his grandfather in the East Blue before entering the Grand Line, and their battle wouldn't be a quiet one. He would have to use a considerable amount of his devil fruit power, even undergoing a complete transformation. He was training to enhance the power of his fruit. Apart from his grandfather, he had no intention of losing to Kyuzen and Kizaru during their journey. If they ever crossed paths, he wouldn't hesitate to display significant strength. While he wasn't strong yet, he could continue to increase his strength until that time arrived. I'm counting on it, Usopp, Luffy murmured as he watched Usopp walk away toward his home, struggling to walk. Third-person POV. Village Syrup, East Blue. Syrup Village, East Blue, dawn. The island was enveloped in the tranquil beauty of the morning, with the sun beginning to rise on the horizon, painting the sky in golden and soft orange hues. The waves gently lapped at the fine sandy beach, creating a trail of white foam along the shore. Seagulls soared in the sky, their melodious cries filling the air as they sought their first meals of the day. Then, a distant sound began to break the island's serenity. At first, it was just an almost imperceptible murmur, almost like the whisper of a sea breeze. But soon, it intensified, turning into an unmistakable roar that cut through the air. It was the sound of an approaching ship. From the horizon, a pirate ship emerged, its imposing silhouette cutting through the sea. Tattered, black sails, weathered by time, fluttered in the wind as the ship relentlessly approached the island's coast. The ship's hull bore the emblem of a black cat, a sinister representation of its crew. As the pirate ship drew near, the excited shouts of dozens of men could be heard, echoing across the beach and disrupting the morning's tranquility. They were not welcome on that peaceful island, and their intentions were vile. They had been summoned by their former captain, Kuro, who had issued orders through a private Den Mushi to attack the island. The Black Cat pirates were in action under the leadership of the vice-captain, Django, who now commanded them as they waited on the beach. The men disembarked with a cruel determination in their eyes, ready to plunder the village. The arrival of the pirate ship cast a possible ominous shadow over the tranquil island, and the fate of the island was about to be decided by the events that would unfold next. After the ship finally stopped, they found themselves on a deserted and isolated beach. Here, the initial commotion began to subside, and they sought a safe place to regroup before launching their attack on the village. The scenery around them was impressive. The beach stretched across a peaceful sandy expanse, with few signs of human life or activity. The sound of the waves gently breaking against the shore echoed, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. The pirates began to spread out on the beach, some gathering in small groups to discuss strategies, while others walked on the sand, looking around to ensure they were safe and away from prying eyes. Their weapons were still at hand, ready to be used at any moment. Django, the vice-captain, was at the center of the group, giving orders and coordinating the pirates to prepare for the imminent attack on the village. They checked their weapons, adjusted their clothing, and reinforced each other, ready for the impending battle. They were the Black Cat pirates, who were currently operating under the orders of the vice-captain, Django, acting in secret for the past few years. Let's go, everyone. Regroup with Captain Kuro before we invade the village, Django commanded with enthusiasm as they disembarked and gathered on the beach. I see that you've arrived earlier than I imagined. A new voice interrupted the pirates' movements, surprising them and, at the same time, bringing relief when they recognized the voice's owner. Captain Kuro, HM, what happened to you? Django questioned their former captain as he spotted him. Kuro stood before them, with much of his body wrapped in bandages and an arm immobilized by a splint, evidence of a recent injury. With a determined look, Kuro clenched his teeth tightly, still consumed by the memories of his humiliation and eager for an opportunity for revenge. Some damn pirate showed up and did this to me, Kuro growled, echoing the memories of the events of the past few days. He remembered how he had contemptuously taunted a group of pirates with bounties lower than his own, only to be brutally defeated by their captain with no chance of counterattack. The humiliation still burned in his memory. Kuro felt a burning rage welling up inside him, a rage that seemed to consume him after the terrible beating he had taken from Monkey D. Luffy. That defeat at the hands of the young man with the straw hat had been a devastating blow to his proud self-image. Kuro could barely bear the thought of how his grandeur and renown had been shattered by that boy with the straw hat. Every memory of that brutal fight, Luffy's precise blows, and the young pirate's indomitable power fueled his growing anger. He could never have imagined that he would fall to such an extent, to be brutally defeated by the group of pirates he had taunted. Now, Kuro was obsessed, his mind fixed on a single idea: revenge against the man with the straw hat who had dethroned him and reduced him to a pitiable state. Anyway, let's start the attack. Django, come with me. I've already taken the necessary measures in the mansion, but I need your skill to get Kaya to sign the will documents, announced Kuro, his eyes shining with determination as they prepared to launch the attack on the village. However, before they could give the order, something unexpected happened, interrupting their conversation. Bang! A blast cut through the air, and a bullet fell with a clatter on the ground, right in front of the group of pirates. They all turned to the source of the attack, finding a long-nosed man perched on top of a hill about 400 meters away. He was crouched, holding a rifle firmly, his eyes focused on the approaching pirate group. "It's you," Kuro couldn't help but taunt when he recognized the man. "I didn't expect to find you here, Usopp, but it's a great surprise. I might even kill you before." Kuro couldn't finish the sentence when suddenly, one of the pirates in front of him took a shot to the head. The impact of the bullet caused blood to splatter on the scene. Some drops even landed on Kuro's clothes, leaving him stunned. As Kuro tried to process this new information, Usopp, with his deadly aim, fired his rifle, proving that his skills were far more dangerous than Kuro had ever imagined. Shock and surprise were clearly reflected on Kuro's face as he tried to comprehend the surprising turn of events. Usopp had caught Kuro off guard, who had only expected to face a storyteller but found himself facing a skilled and deadly sharpshooter. He couldn't help but question Usopp's newly discovered capabilities, and this revelation made him realize that he had seriously underestimated the long-nosed boy. While Kuro tried to process this new information, Usopp, still crouched, took the opportunity to reload his rifle. The weapon, acquired by Luffy at the store, was a prototype created by Vegapunk, costing only 5 points. It was a powerful piece of technology that outperformed the weapons used by the Marines, and the world government had not yet produced it on a large scale. Usopp, wasting no time, fired more precise shots at the Black Cat pirates. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots echoed as Usopp relentlessly targeted the invading Black Cat pirates as they advanced along the beach. With determination, he fired accurate shots, ruthlessly taking down the invaders before an explosion occurred. Usopp's precise shots were like bullets guided by destiny, finding their targets with deadly accuracy. The roar of the shots was accompanied by the cries of pain from the pirates hit, one by one falling. The scene was a whirlwind of chaos and desperation, with the Black Cat pirates desperately seeking shelter, but Usopp showed no mercy. His focused gaze and unwavering determination did not waver, and he continued to eliminate his enemies with lethal precision, an impressive display of skill and courage amid the impending confrontation. Usopp demonstrated astounding marksmanship, taking down a dozen pirates with accurate shots. His weapon, with the ability to store multiple cartridges in the magazine, only accentuated his deadly skill. It was as if Usopp possessed an innate gift for taking down his targets, a skill that echoed his father's talent. While Usopp kept the Black Cat pirates at bay, on the other side of a hill, Luffy and his companions watched the scene with attentive eyes. "I'm quite satisfied with this now," Luffy murmured, unable to contain a smile. He had managed to awaken Usopp's bravest side, forcing him to confront his fears and take responsibility for protecting Kaya. Through rigorous training in recent days, Luffy had acquired an arsenal of weapons at the store, especially for Usopp. He spared no effort, subjecting the boy to tough training and forcing him to learn how to use all available weapons. Luffy wanted Usopp to understand that the world was not a place of childish dreams, and that he would have to be willing to get his hands dirty with the blood of his enemies if he wanted to protect Kaya. Despite the suffering Usopp had endured in the past 3 days, he was determined to protect Kaya, even if it meant staining his hands with the blood of the pirates. His determination to fulfill this mission and rescue Kaya was stronger than ever. Bang, reload. Bang, bang, bang. Usopp turned out to be a natural master with weapons, something Luffy had already noticed. He lamented that in the anime, Usopp had been relegated to using his slingshot. This is the kind of sharpshooter my crew and I need on my ship, Luffy commented, admiring Usopp's skills. Are we just going to watch? Nami asked beside him in her characteristic attire. For now, yes, but it looks like he might not be able to handle all of them. Zoro, do you want to get in on the action? Luffy asked Zoro. Of course, it's been a while since I've fought, and I'm eager to see the result of my training. Zoro couldn't help but smile with anticipation. Then go. Let Usopp deal with Kuro. I want him to surpass Kuro here. Luffy made the decision, and Zoro leaped from where they were towards the beach. Kuro boiled with anger. His plans were being thwarted by a boy he never imagined would be capable of killing someone. He looked around and saw a large number of his crew dead on the way, victims of the skilled sharpshooter. In his path, there were many bodies left behind as they tried to reach Usopp, who was on the hill. Kuro, consumed by rage, realized he had no choice. With fury, he used an ability he had developed, inspired by a theory he had seen in the styles used by the Marines and the CP, Rokushiki, Zoro. He advanced towards Usopp with only one arm, his claws ready to kill the boy once he was within his reach. Usopp, on the other hand, showed no hesitation. He looked seriously at Kuro's advance and dropped his rifle to pick up a military bag by his side. Kuro was stunned when Usopp removed pins from a strange object he couldn't identify and threw them on the path. The small, almost ball-shaped spheres fell in Kuro's way before he could reach them. However, he didn't have time to maneuver around these objects as he had already used his technique to approach Usopp. When Kuro was about to reach the spheres, he realized too late that they simply exploded, engulfing him in a sudden blast. BOOM, Captain Kuro. The Black Cat pirates couldn't contain their shock and astonishment as they saw their former captain being engulfed by the violent explosion. Let's go. Hurry, help Captain Kuro. It's just a kid. The few survivors among the pirates began to rush toward the explosion, their eyes filled with hatred because Usopp had caught them completely off guard and caused the deaths of many of their comrades. Where do you think you're going? A new voice interrupted the determined advance of the group of pirates. A man with 3 swords strapped to his waist appeared in their path, blocking them. Who the hell are you bastard? Django roared in anger, prevented from advancing. The plan to plunder the island and get rich was becoming increasingly frustrating. My name is Roronoa Zoro, and I will be your opponent, Zoro declared, with a confident smile and the posture of someone ready for battle. The explosion occurred on a hill near the island's Syrup Beach. The hill was covered with low vegetation and scattered trees, providing natural cover. The ground was uneven, with small stones and rocks scattered around. The vegetation, though not dense, added a touch of green to the surroundings. The explosion on the hill caused visible damage. Vegetation was uprooted, rocks were displaced, and the ground was churned and scorched. Fragments of grenades and debris were scattered across the rugged terrain, making the area chaotic and marked by the battle that took place between Usopp and Kuro. The smoke from the explosion rose into the air, obscuring the view and contributing to a tense atmosphere. Kuro had been caught in the midst of the explosion, and the hill was the backdrop for the surprising turn of events in the showdown between the two. You bastard, Kuro shouted with pure hatred, his expression a mix of anger and pain after being caught off guard by the grenades and the ensuing explosion. His body was marked and bloody, his clothes in tatters, but he remained standing, glaring at Usopp with a look of disdain and determination. When the smoke cleared, Usopp found himself facing the wounded figure of Kuro. The former captain of the Black Cat pirates was visibly shaken, with his bandages in plain sight and his face bloody. However, his menacing presence hadn't diminished, and he stared at the long-nosed boy with a mixture of anger and contempt. Yet the fear that Usopp had initially felt upon seeing him soon gave way to renewed determination. He knew that Kaya's safety depended on him and that he couldn't back down now. According to Luffy, Kaya's life depends solely on me. I must face the man in front of me and defeat him at any cost, Usopp thought, strengthening his resolve. The butler, watching the scene closely, didn't like the new determined look on Usopp. Kuro, on the other hand, wasted no time and proclaimed in fury, "You wretch, I'll send you straight to hell." With that, he advanced toward Usopp, his claws ready to attack, despite having only one usable hand. Usopp, planning his strategic attack, had prepared a bag full of C4 explosives to use against Kuro. He strategically placed the bag at the top of the hill, where he was positioned before jumping to dodge Kuro's attack. The explosives were carefully arranged in the bag, ready to be detonated with a remote control that Usopp carried with him. The bag contained a substantial amount of these powerful explosives, meaning the impact of the explosion would be devastating. Usopp, agile and determined, quickly evaded Kuro's attack and leaped from the hill, avoiding his deadly claws. As Usopp hovered in the air, he pulled a remote control from his bag and, without giving Kuro time to react, pressed the button. The bag that Usopp had left behind contained C4 bombs. and when the buttons were pressed, all the bombs detonated. A deafening blast echoed across the entire beach, and the sound reached the village several kilometers away. Usopp was also caught in the explosion, as he was relatively close, but he didn't retreat. He launched the attack, risking his own life even though he was aware of this fact, which made him fall to the ground, panting and seriously injured. With dust in the air, Usopp asked with difficulty, "Did I get him?" However, before he could react, a man even more injured than before appeared in front of him. Kuro moved with pure hatred and attacked. Usopp felt excruciating pain when his left shoulder was pierced by Kuro's claws after the surprise attack. A cry of agony escaped Usopp's lips as the pain intensified following Kuro's attack. "I'll make you suffer for all of this," Kuro snarled with insane malice, as if he were losing control. "I won't let you lay a finger on Kaya," Usopp shouted with determination, drawing a pistol from his hip and catching Kuro off guard. With a point-blank shot, the bullet struck Kuro's leg, which was already too wounded to dodge easily. The impact of the bullet caused his claws to release Usopp, and Kuro vanished, reappearing in a corner, kneeling with his wounded leg oozing blood. "You wretch!" Kuro roared again at Usopp amid the excruciating pain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and the others observed the situation closely. "Are you the famous Roronoa Zoro?" Django finally broke the silence, watching Zoro quickly defeat the pirates who had tried to face him in the last few seconds. Anger was beginning to overwhelm Django, as he couldn't see Captain Kuro's fight but heard the explosions in the distance. He was starting to realize that things weren't going as planned. "Yeah," Zoro replied with conviction, untying a cloth from his waist and tying his iconic green bandana to his head. With one of the 3 swords between his teeth and the other 2 wielded in each hand, he looked determinedly at the group of pirates. "I will be your opponent," Zoro concluded, his eyes reflecting pure determination as he prepared to face his opponents. "Don't underestimate our enemies. Everyone, pay attention," Django ordered, and the pirates approached, surrounding Zoro in this crucial moment. Django took out his hypnosis medallion and began to swing it in front of everyone present. "What is he doing, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi, beside Luffy on the more distant hill, asked as she watched the ongoing battles. She had been worried about Usopp when he faced Kuro but was relieved to see him exit the fight, even though injured. "He's about to use hypnosis to strengthen everyone," Luffy explained, keeping his cool as he watched Django's medallion sway. "Hypnosis? Will that really work?" Nami asked beside them, expressing doubts about the effectiveness of this method. "You'd be surprised at the results," Luffy admitted. He recognized the value of Django's ability, even though it wasn't his preferred style. Luffy had always felt a certain discomfort with abilities that affected people's minds, both in this life and the previous one. He would never consider Django as a possible crew member, despite this intriguing ability, as he disliked powers that tampered with people's minds. Returning to Django's scene, "You'll get stronger, stronger." When Django said these words, they began to become a kind of rabid animals, punching the nearby rocks, even cracking them with the sudden increase in physical strength. "This," Nami was stunned. Shirahoshi just placed her hand on her mouth, equally stunned. "Sharky, woof, it's impossible," Kuina couldn't help but comment. While the members by his side were stunned by the demonstration, Luffy turned his attention to an equally stunned Zoro and activated his devil fruit power. "Zoro, I see you're facing a challenge. Do you need help?" Luffy spoke calmly, although his voice resonated across the entire beach with unexpected volume. The sudden sound explosion surprised everyone on the beach, especially his close companions, who had to cover their ears due to the proximity of the captain. Zoro, however, looked towards Luffy with determination. "No worries, Captain, I can handle this on my own," Zoro responded, his voice filled with confidence as he clenched the sword between his teeth even tighter and held the other 2 firmly in his hands. He was ready for battle and determined to face this challenge. After intense days of training, Zoro felt that he had made progress, and this would be the perfect opportunity to test the results of his hard work. Django, taken aback by the sudden sound explosion, diverted his gaze to the hill, realizing that now it wasn't just Zoro who would require his attention. Without wasting time, he immediately issued a loud and urgent command, while Zoro prepared for the showdown. "Attack!" he shouted, and with this command, the pirates launched themselves in Zoro's direction with threatening cries and roars. With a calm demeanor and focused eyes, Zoro awaited the approach of his adversaries. He kept the sword between his teeth, while the other 2 were ready in his hands, poised to be employed lethally at any moment. As the pirates closed in, Zoro remained steadfast and unwavering, ready to face them all. Each step the pirates took was a step toward the imminent confrontation, and Zoro was determined to prove his progress and skill in the upcoming battles. Slash, 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 slash. Zoro's katana swirled deftly, creating a whirlwind of sharp steel as he moved in the heat of battle. He skillfully evaded punches and attacks with other weapons coming his way, using his opponent's strength against them. The metallic sound of blades colliding echoed across the battlefield, and Zoro maintained his unwavering concentration and fearlessness. The hypnotized pirates advanced on him, blinded by their loyalty to Django and unable to perceive the disadvantage they were in. As Zoro's blades cut through them, some pirates fell to the ground, wounded or dead. The swordsman's ability was evident, and his fight was a deadly dance of steel. Django, on the other hand, was growing increasingly alarmed as he saw his crew being defeated one by one. His face showed concern, and he began to understand that he had seriously underestimated Zoro's power. The smile on the captain's face on the hill reflected his pride as he watched his swordsmen in action, aware that the intensive training and system bonuses were yielding remarkable results. He really got strong, Kuina remarked beside Luffy, admiring Zoro's skill in battle. Luffy couldn't resist the opportunity to tease the girl. He's stronger than you. Kuina maintained her composure and responded with determination. Yes, I'm 11 years behind. I'm not surprised, but I'll catch up to him soon. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates joked with a mischievous smile. So have you already agreed to join my pirate crew? Kuina laughed at his question. Not so fast, clever boy. Our agreement is until I see my father, before making any decisions. Luffy nodded understandingly. I see. However, the atmosphere changed dramatically when a deafening scream echoed across the battlefield. Luffy, Kuina, and the others turned to see Yamato screaming like an animal, her features distorted. The surprised expression on Luffy's face gave way to concern as he watched his vice-captain's strange behavior. Hey, Yamato. She got hypnotized too. Holding his mace and growling like an animal, Yamato jumped off the hill and flew towards Django and the other pirates fighting Zoro. Zoro and the pirates could only stare in surprise at the shadow appearing in the sky, revealing a woman holding a mace as she prepared to blow up the ground in front of everyone. Before anyone could react, it was already too late to dodge. EOOM. The explosion reverberated across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned and covered in dust. Yamato's unexpected reaction added a comedic touch to a tense situation, surprising everyone with her explosive entrance. Django, along with all the pirates, conscious and unconscious, was sent flying through the air, with Zoro following the scene in bewilderment and yelling. At the same time, Luffy watched everything with a shocked look and then slapped himself in the face, muttering, "Why didn't I foresee this? Sorry about that, Zoro." Yamato, who had already returned to her normal state, emerged from the wreckage and scratched her head sheepishly, laughing with a comical expression. It was a bit more explosive than I intended. Zoro, emerging from the debris dirty and with his teeth making a funny shark-like grimace, shouted, "Ei. Why did you attack me too?" Sorry, Yamato replied, still scratching her head, while both of them were in the middle of that giant crater caused by the strike. Zoro, I can see you've got a problem, need some help. This sudden, loud voice made Usopp and Kuro look up the hill where Luffy and the others were. Kuro fixed his burning gaze on Luffy as he spotted him for the first time in the corner of that island under the clear sky. His once intense eyes seemed to spark with unquenchable anger. To Kuro, Luffy's mere presence was a burning wound that turned the peaceful island into an emotional battleground. The origin of his hatred was rooted in the understanding that it was Luffy himself who had sown the seeds of destruction in his elaborate plans. Every failure and twist that threatened his meticulous strategy could be directly traced back to Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates. Kuro's anger burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, as he blamed the pirate captain for every setback and obstacle in his path. The discovery that Usopp, someone he had never expected to be so relentless, was under Luffy's influence only fueled Kuro's hatred further. Usopp, the boy he had once known, had become unrecognizable, reinforcing the feelings of powerlessness and anger within Kuro. He wondered how Luffy had managed to wield such influence over one of his former crew members, making him a formidable opponent. Kuro couldn't comprehend how everything had unraveled so quickly, how his carefully laid machinations had come undone in a whirlwind of problems and twists. The only certainty he had was that Luffy was aware of his true identity, and that only heightened the fury burning in his heart. Despite suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Luffy in a previous confrontation, the mere presence of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates caused Kuro's anger to grow with each passing second. He couldn't believe that Luffy's group had disappeared after the beating he had taken. The idea that they had abandoned him further fueled his anger, and he remained convinced that, with the help of his old crew, he could deal with Luffy and his companions. Now, with the sunny and tranquil scenery, Luffy's presence only added fuel to the fire of hatred burning inside Kuro. The impending confrontation promised to be an explosion of pent-up emotions as Kuro, determined to avenge his defeats and restore his honor, faced Luffy with a ferocity that only an enemy fueled by the deepest and hottest hatred could display. My meticulously laid plans are in tatters, but at least I'll be rid of you. Kuro roared in frustration, his words dripping with poison as he watched helplessly as his intricate scheme crumbled. He knew that facing Luffy was a sentence of defeat, vividly remembering the previous humiliation and the imminent destruction that loomed over his crew, caused by another relentless force. Usopp's eyes remained firm and determined, hiding the torrent of fear bubbling inside him. The tension was unbearable, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, Usopp's courage spoke louder when he convinced himself that he had no choice but to face Kuro, all in order to protect Kaya, his friend and the only light in the midst of the looming darkness. "I won't allow it," Usopp exclaimed with a trembling voice, but filled with determination. With the agility of an experienced marksman, he drew his pistol and fired directly at Kuro. The sharp sound of the shots pierced the air, echoing as a challenge to everything Kuro represented. Bang, bang, bang. Kuro, even with his injured leg, skillfully resorted to his superhuman agility to dodge the bullets, displaying impressive agility that defied logic. Even though the pain of the wound was present, his determination was unwavering. The bullets whizzed through the air, but Kuro remained unscathed, maintaining the distance between him and the deadly ammunition. "Die!" Kuro bellowed, bursting into an relentless charge towards the long-nosed liar, his face contorted by uncontrollable fury that boiled within him. The thirst for vengeance fueled his strength, making him even more threatening. As Kuro closed in on Usopp, the sniper found himself in a critical situation, needing to reload his weapon. He momentarily found himself defenseless. However, before he could take any action, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Boom! A grenade exploded violently near Usopp, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke and destruction. The explosion caught Kuro and even Usopp himself, creating a scene of chaos and devastation. Even amid the chaos and the pain that surrounded him, Usopp recognized the need for his sacrifice. He was willing to endure any suffering to stop the vile pirate who threatened his friend and his island. The intense pain he felt became a tangible testament to his courage, a testimony of the price he was willing to pay to protect those he loved. Usopp emerged from the explosion as a fearless hero, far from unscathed. When the dust finally settled, his body was riddled with injuries, a series of cuts and bruises bearing witness to the brutality of the confrontation. Blood flowed from his wounds, staining his attire and the arid ground of the island. Kuro's hoarse and hate-filled voice echoed across the scene, revealing him amidst the carnage. His figure was visibly worn out, a mask of cruelty and blood that covered his already exhausted body. The pirate bled from numerous lacerations, a living testament to the wounds inflicted during the battle. Yet, his fierce determination still burned in his eyes. Usopp, despite the intense pain that tormented him, did not back down from the bloodied adversary. In times past, he might have succumbed to fear and fled, but now courage compelled him to face the cruel man and exact vengeance for all that Kuro had caused. His voice, though trembling, echoed through the battlefield. "I'll stop you," Usopp proclaimed, unwavering determination in his voice. He aimed his pistol once more, pointing it at his relentless opponent. Kuro, despite his weakened condition, didn't hesitate to respond. With the last reserves of strength within him, he shouted in return. "Die." He advanced with a terrifying intensity, knowing that the battle had reached its climax. His offensive was a display of the fierceness of his will, even if he was at the limit of his endurance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood, delivering a precise and swift strike that cut across Usopp's chest before he could react. "Ahhh!" Usopp's cry of pain echoed through the scene as he fell backward to the ground, his skin tingling with the searing pain radiating from his wound. Kuro, with a cold and challenging gaze, uttered threatening words as he looked at Usopp, lying on the ground, covered in blood. "I might lose or even die here, but at the very least, I will kill you," he said coldly, his voice echoing in the tense air. However, just as he was about to strike Usopp's head with his deadly blades, a small pebble struck his head, causing him to pause and turn his gaze in the direction of the thrown object's origin. There stood Kaya, tears streaming down her face as she held another stone on the ground, determined to interrupt the imminent atrocity. "I won't let you kill Usopp," Kaya shouted firmly, her voice trembling with fear but resolute to face the danger on behalf of her friend. "Kaya," Usopp muttered, his face contorted with concern, as he lay helpless on the ground and shouted with all his might, using his last energies to try to protect his friend. "Kaya, get out of here," he growled, urgency echoing in his voice, knowing that Kuro was about to direct his unbridled rage toward the defenseless girl. Immersed in the madness of his fury, Kuro abruptly turned toward Kaya, his hands taking on the form of lethal claws as he advanced toward the defenseless girl, determined to cause as much destruction as possible. Kaya was alarmed, her eyes widening in terror as Kuro appeared before her, his deadly claws poised to strike. "Kaya!" Usopp's anguished cry resonated through the chaotic scene, his desperation echoing in the air as he helplessly watched the terrible threat approach his friend. "Yo! The deafening roar of Yamato's explosion made the ground tremble violently in that remote corner of this island. Kuro, already severely wounded, lost his balance and stumbled over his own injuries, his expression of rage turning into a grimace of pain. Amidst the chaos, a gunshot rang out, breaking the silence that followed the explosion. It was Usopp, who seized the moment when Kuro lost part of his balance to shoot his weapon at the villain's back. Kaya watched in terror, her eyes fixed on Kuro's chest, where blood spurted from the spot where his heart should be. Usopp, with no other options, acted on instinct and fired again, aiming for the heart of the man who threatened Kaya's life. Silence fell over the battlefield, now stained with blood. Kuro, dazed, knelt down, touching his bloodied chest, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of fate. It didn't take long for him to fall to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Luffy displayed a small smile, observing the scene of the two battles that had unfolded. For someone who said he didn't care about their lives, you were about to move when they were on the brink of death, Kuina commented with an amused look next to the captain. A smile also appeared on Nami and Shirahoshi's lips, who were watching the scene from a distance. I don't know what you're talking about, Luffy responded, somewhat embarrassed but proud of his comrades. But before anyone could tease him further, he jumped from the hill to see Yamato and Zoro. Seeing him leave, Kuina and the others could only follow the captain, wanting to avoid any provocation they were about to make. I see you've put on quite a show, Luffy couldn't help but comment, looking at the scene that Yamato had created on the beach. Teddy-ho. Yamato laughed nervously and embarrassed, while Zoro grumbled at the sight. Anyway, let's tie them up. We'll have Lami and Beppo hand them over to the Marines in the next few days. Luffy gave the order, and both of them began to do just that, with Nami being the most eager to complete the task, thinking about the money she would earn when these defeated pirates were delivered to a naval base. Watching this, Luffy went to where the young hero was lying, injured. You fought better than I thought. Luffy quickly reached Kaya and began tending to Usopp with Kuro's lifeless body a few meters away from them. I believe so. Thank you. It was the only thing Usopp managed to say as he looked as bad as he did when Luffy saw the birth of God Usopp and Dressrosa. Thank you for helping, Kaya couldn't help but comment as she inspected the long-nosed man's injuries. Don't worry, I wanted to see if my future sharpshooter was worthy to face the sea, which will be much harder than this battle. At least here, I wasn't disappointed, Luffy commented with a smile. Usopp just nodded in silence. It didn't take long for them to move Usopp to Kaya's mansion after all the pirates were tied up. With the convulsion resolved, Mary prepared a banquet for the group to celebrate the victory in such a difficult moment. The butler was quite wounded, as Kaya had found him injured by Kuro before heading to the beach. A few hours later, the group gathered at Kaya's mansion. The tension that had dominated the previous moments had given way to a sense of relief and gratitude for having averted the imminent danger that loomed over the village. The battle against Kuro and the desperate fight to protect the peaceful Syrup village were still fresh in the minds of Usopp and Kaya, but most of the village residents remained unaware of the true peril they had faced. Usopp, injured during the confrontation, had been brought back to the mansion and was being taken care of. Kaya's emotional reunion with her friend, who had risked everything to protect her, had been a touching moment. You're really a mermaid, Kaya exclaimed in amazement as she saw Shirahoshi's tail on the sofa, revealing the secret the princess had guarded so carefully. Surprise and admiration shone in her eyes as she beheld the majestic mermaid tail. Yes, I am, Kaya-sama, the princess responded with a shy tone, her voice revealing a mix of pride and humility in the face of recognition. Nami's announcement added extra excitement to the atmosphere. So, for our help, I believe we deserve at least 10 million berries, Nami exclaimed, referring to the payment for the assistance provided. Her eyes sparkled with the prospect of a reward, while Mary, who was sitting in a corner of the room, watched with a surprised expression at the audacity of the group's current maid. The atmosphere in the mansion had transformed into a space of celebration and gratitude. The group came together to celebrate the success of their mission in helping Kaya and the village rid themselves of the threat posed by Kuro and his gang. The tense mood that had dominated the village had been replaced by a feeling of relief and gratitude, and everyone enjoyed this moment of shared joy. The atmosphere in the mansion was relaxed as the group enjoyed a brief moment of peace and celebration. They all settled in, savoring the delicious treats Mary had provided, demonstrating that her culinary skills extended beyond making tea. This tea is delicious, Mary, Kuina commented serenely while sipping her favorite drink, maintaining a dignified posture that set her apart from the others. The sake is great too, Zoro added, drinking directly from a barrel, his throat burning from the liquor he enjoyed. Meanwhile, Kuina couldn't help but make a playful comment. And to think that idiot Zoro has become an alcoholic. What's the problem? Sake is really good, Luffy chimed in cheerfully, drinking from another barrel nearby. However, Kuina couldn't let the opportunity pass and complained again. Great, the captain is an alcoholic too. Woof, woof, Sharky. However, the relaxed atmosphere was abruptly interrupted when the group's pair of pets, the shark and the dog, began to express their displeasure with barks and growls. Zoro, curious, asked, "Why are they so mad?" "Ha ha, it's because I ate most of the food," Luffy proudly replied, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Although he didn't consume food with the same voracity as the original Luffy, his body still required a significant amount of food to maintain his manatee form. His insatiable appetite was a notable characteristic, and his joy at the meal was evident on his face. Kuina watched the scene with a perplexed expression, not surprised to see that the captain was also a voracious glutton, just like his friends. No surprise there. The captain is a glutton too, she muttered, somewhat lost in the midst of the gastronomic festival. Luffy laughed merrily, ignoring Kuina's observation. "Hetty ha ha. Don't worry, there's more food, Mary. Ask for more food," Kaya suggested with a warm smile, appreciating the lively interaction among her guests. However, the relaxed atmosphere was momentarily disrupted when Nami noticed Yamato eating raw fish. She exclaimed, leaving Mary behind and pointing with disbelief at Yamato's unusual meal. "Hey, why are you eating that raw fish?" Yamato looked at Nami and, with her mouth full, replied with a muffled voice, "It's Odin's favorite food." She picked up a piece of salmon and savored it. Nami was clearly perplexed. "Who?" Yamato tried to explain, but her mouth full of food made her words unintelligible. Hum. Nami shook her head, feeling frustrated with Yamato's lack of clarity, and then ignored her, turning her attention back to the food and the pirate group she had infiltrated. Meanwhile, Usopp was sitting alongside the animals, sharing stories and laughter with the group, despite his injuries, which had been properly bandaged after the intense battle. His eyes roamed the scene, absorbing the nuances and peculiarities of that eclectic group. Usopp couldn't help but notice the special dynamic that existed among these people and animals with such diverse personalities. The room was filled with an atmosphere of camaraderie and mutual respect. Despite their striking differences, they seemed perfectly in tune, like a true crew. It was hard for Usopp to believe that they had come together and formed this bond so quickly in just a few days. "So, this is how crews are," Usopp murmured to himself, his voice almost a whisper as he reflected on what he saw. He looked at his own hands, which he observed with a glint of realization in his eyes. Those hands were witnesses to the changes that had occurred in the past few days. He had finally found the courage to protect what he considered most precious, a desire rooted in his childhood, which had led him to aspire to become a brave sea warrior. Now, he glimpsed the possibility that this dream was not as far off as he had imagined. Kaya waited for the opportune moment, and, amidst the atmosphere of camaraderie that pervaded the room, she addressed everyone with words of gratitude and reflection. Her tone was gentle and cheerful, a contrast to the concerns that had haunted the village before. "You came to us like ill-intentioned pirates, but in the end, you saved our lives," declared Kaya, her voice filled with sincere appreciation, causing everyone to turn their attention to her words. Luffy, as always, responded with simplicity, as if it were a common occurrence in his hectic life. "It was nothing. At first, we came here to sell a ship. It was mere luck that we found someone with so much potential and a butler hiding his true identity." Luffy's unpretentious comment brought a smile to Kaya's face. She admired the casual way Luffy treated remarkable deeds, as if they were nothing more than everyday actions. However, the impact of Luffy's words did not go unnoticed by Usopp, who was still stunned by the idea that someone would believe so much in his potential, something that had seemed unattainable until then. Kaya was not about to let the gratitude go unexpressed. She made a surprising announcement. "Even so, all of this resulted in saving our lives. As a token of my appreciation, in addition to buying your ship, I intend to gift you with your own vessel." Kaya's generous gesture was even more striking, considering that Luffy and his crew had acquired their ship by stealing it from the Navy. Her sincere words and the gesture of gratitude demonstrated how much she valued the help they had provided to the village. Luffy expressed a genuine smile, although his thoughts on the matter were a bit more complex than his initial reaction suggested. Initially, he had hesitated about Kaya's offer, considering that the merry-going was not originally designed for the challenges of the New World or sailing in waters full of similar dangers. He pondered the possibility of declining the ship and asking for money instead, with concerns that acquiring a ship that didn't perfectly fit their needs might end up being a burden, forcing him to abandon it in the future. However, a viable alternative soon emerged in his mind, thanks to the system that assisted him on his journey. An option where Luffy could pay for the ship's refurbishment with his points, shaping it and making it more powerful according to his needs. This prospect convinced him to accept Kaya's ship gladly. "I accept, but I have one condition. I want to give the ship a name," Luffy announced, his voice filled with excitement. Kaya considered the suggestion, glancing at Mary, who nodded in approval. The governess soon clarified, "The ship was completed yesterday, but due to the confusion caused by Kuro, we haven't had the chance to name it yet." I was planning to do so tomorrow. So the ship the young miss is offering still doesn't have an official name, and you'll have the privilege of naming it as you please. Luffy was pleased with the news. He wasn't interested in keeping a name like Merrygoing or Sunnygo, although there was nothing wrong with those names. They didn't match his personal style. He aspired to something more powerful and iconic, like Whitebeard's Moby Dick or Gall D. Rogers' Oro Jackson. The opportunity to choose the name for his own ship was a chance he welcomed wholeheartedly. Perfect. I'm looking forward to naming our ship, Luffy declared, radiating joy and anticipation. The celebration continued throughout the night, turning Kaya's mansion into a place of joy and celebration. The mansion was alive with laughter, animated conversations, and the echo of shared stories among the eclectic group that had gathered to celebrate the victory over Kuro and his gang. As the night advanced and the celebration banquet went on, Luffy and Zoro consumed numerous barrels of sake and other alcoholic beverages, showing little restraint. Their loud laughter and drunken antics stood out among the others as they competed to see who could drink more. While the party continued to be lively, Shirahoshi, the young mermaid, was enchanted by Kaya. The girl, who had lived most of her life in isolation and confinement, found in Kaya someone who understood and shared her life experience. She felt immediately drawn to Kaya's generosity and the warmth of her heart, which welcomed her as part of the celebration. The heroes of the day, exhausted but happy, shared stories about their adventures, funny memories, and details of the battle against Kuro and his gang. There was a sense of unity and camaraderie, as if they had formed an improvised crew for one night. Smiling and grateful faces filled the room, and the bonds that were formed that night seemed unbreakable. As the night neared its end, sleepy eyes replaced the lively gazes. The celebration finally came to its conclusion, and one by one, the participants bid their farewells and went to their rooms to rest. Luffy woke from his slumber in Kaya's mansion, finding himself ensnared in the warm embrace of Yamato, who was softly snoring in one of the guest rooms. With considerable effort, Luffy managed to free himself from Yamato's grip, still feeling somewhat taken aback by the unexpected gesture from the princess. He then focused on straightening his clothes, which had been wrinkled by the embrace. As he adjusted his attire, Luffy glanced out the room's window, observing the peaceful scene outside. His eyes settled on Usopp, who was walking in the mansion's yard with his bandages visible. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates saw this situation as an opportunity to test the young sharpshooter's courage and determination, to determine if he would be a valuable addition to the crew. "Hey," Luffy greeted, causing Usopp to jump in surprise at his sudden appearance. "Luffy," Usopp nearly shouted in surprise. "I remembered that you were alone here and thought we could talk," Luffy said with a friendly smile. "Talk?" Usopp asked, curious, although he already suspected what it was about. "Yes, talk. I want you to join my crew, but I won't force anyone to enter it. However, I believe in you, Usopp. I'm sure that if you join us, you'll become a brave warrior, respected in every corner of this world. It'll be a challenging path, with trials and suffering, but I'm confident you'll overcome it all. If you accept, your dreams will come true." Luffy spoke with confidence, his faith in Usopp clear in his words. Usopp looked at Luffy with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. "What if I'm not strong enough, Luffy? What will happen then? What if I'm just a burden to all of you?" Luffy responded with a calm smile. "Don't worry, Usopp. You're already strong, and I'm sure you'll become even stronger. We're here to support each other. No matter how tough it gets, we'll face it together. Plus, I've seen your courage. You stood up to Kuro to protect your friend, and now you're willing to embark on an adventure with us. I believe in you, and I'm sure you'll be an amazing addition to our crew. So, what do you think?" Usopp reflected for a moment, recalling all the experiences of the past few days. It was a chance to pursue his dreams alongside reliable and strong people like those he had crossed paths with. I want to join you," Usopp declared, overcoming his hesitation. He was determined to embark on this adventure and knew that, with that group, he could achieve his goals. "That's great," Luffy celebrated, excited about Usopp's decision. "Now, we're officially crewmates. Get ready for many adventures, Usopp." Usopp smiled, feeling nervous yet excited. He was ready to face the challenge that lay ahead, confident that with his new friends, he could overcome it. Luffy's faith in him motivated him to give his all on the journey about to begin. Luffy opened a sincere smile when he saw the system notification confirming Usopp's entry into his group. "That's great. Let's announce your entry to the crew during breakfast when everyone is gathered," Luffy suggested, and they went back inside the mansion. Luffy found the crew gathered in the mansion's kitchen, where each member was busy eating and drinking something. The wooden table was filled with food dishes, fruits, and juices, creating a lively atmosphere. Yamato was particularly visible, expressing her dissatisfaction quite audibly. "You shouldn't have left the room, Luffy. You should have been resting," Yamato grumbled, eating a piece of fruit with a scowl on her face. Luffy, always in a good mood, ignored Yamato's comment and the questioning looks from some of the girls. With that, he continued to smile at Usopp, who was a little bewildered by the scene. "Everyone, I have fantastic news. We have a new member joining us," Luffy announced with excitement, casting a warm glance in Usopp's direction. The news was received with enthusiasm and curiosity by all crew members, who looked at Usopp, awaiting a brief introduction, even though they already knew the boy. "This is Usopp, the brave and courageous sharpshooter we met on Syrup Island," Luffy proudly introduced Usopp. "He's incredible and will help us in our adventures. Welcome, Usopp, a new member," Shirahoshi exclaimed, her voice sounding like music to Usopp's ears. "Woof," Chaochu barked cheerfully, making Usopp smile. "Sharky, Sharky." Megalo also joined in the celebration, greeting Usopp with enthusiasm. Zoro greeted Usopp with a simple nod of his head, but there was a hint of recognition in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, we have a new crewmate." Yamato expressed her joy with a warm smile, despite her earlier complaint. Nami and Kuina remained silent, observing the scene with neutral expressions, but they couldn't help but smile at Usopp's happiness. Kaya, seeing the warm interaction between the crew members, felt a twinge of sadness in her eyes, knowing that her friend was about to leave in pursuit of his dreams. However, Usopp's happiness was contagious, and she couldn't help but be happy for him. "Thank you, I think," Usopp responded timidly, still processing the warm reception from his new crew. Luffy made the announcement with his typical enthusiasm, but with a touch of seriousness. "Anyway, let's save the celebration for the ship. We're leaving as soon as possible, so I'd like Usopp to prepare his farewell and collect any equipment that is still useful from the fight against Kuro. Meanwhile, the rest of you should also get ready. I'll take care of business with Kaya and Mary here," Luffy communicated, making it clear that time was of the essence. "Wait, let me go with you," Nami quickly shouted, showing her eagerness to handle financial matters. "All right, you might be useful." Luffy thought for a moment and agreed to the idea of taking Nami with him. He knew that Nami had a talent for squeezing every bit of money out of any situation, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to make the most of the people's generosity in front of him. The atmosphere in Syrup Village, located in the East Blue, was filled with its usual morning weather. Mary opened a suitcase in front of Luffy and Nami, revealing its contents with a dramatic gesture. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Mary and the duo seemed to widen as he stepped back. Nami couldn't help but wear a mischievous demon-like smile. Even her hair seemed to come to life, forming two figurative horns on her head, emphasizing her cheeky expression, which Luffy noticed with an amused smile. "I have to admit you're a great maid." Luffy praised the mischievous woman, his expression also brimming with joy. "I'm a navigator," she protested, but Luffy disregarded her argument with a shameless smile. Before them lay a suitcase full of berries, the common currency in the world of One Piece. Luffy and Nami had just arrived at the port to negotiate for Buggy's ship after using the power of the Momoa no Mai to increase its original size for evaluation. Mary and Kaya, who were accompanying them, were left in awe when they saw Luffy pull out Buggy's ship from his pocket, and in a matter of seconds, Luffy turned it back to its normal size. The young man's astonishing ability didn't go unnoticed, leaving Mary and Kaya completely shocked. Recovering from the initial shock, Mary decided to inspect Buggy's ship inside and out while the negotiations began. In the end, the deal netted them 30 million berries. Although the initial price was 25 million, Nami's cunning came into play. With her bargaining skills, she managed to squeeze an extra 5 million berries from the value, increasing the total amount to 30 million. Luffy was extremely pleased with the cat burglar's prowess. "Now we're in really good shape," proclaimed Luffy, approaching the suitcase and unable to resist touching it, as if the berries contained therein were a tangible realization of his success. "What? Not again?" Nami screamed as she saw Luffy perform this action, recalling the last time he had acted similarly when all their wealth had vanished before their eyes. It was a nightmare she didn't want to relive. Before Nami could approach and prevent Luffy from going on, acting on instinct, she pounced on him. But the money disappeared again, just like in the terrible nightmare that still haunted her memories. Luffy had spent a considerable amount of money in recent days, especially on Usopp's weapons, as nothing in those items was cheap. However, in the end, the investment proved to be worthwhile. "NOOO!" Nami exploded, jumping on Luffy and grabbing him in anger, refusing to let him go. "Why did you do that? Where the hell did the money go? Give it back, give it all back now," she screamed, tears of frustration rolling down her cheeks as she held Luffy tightly. "Don't worry about it. The money was deposited into the crew's fund," Luffy said, while Nami's cheek was pulled by him. "Crew fund? I deserve a share of that money," she protested, not releasing him. "I can't give you the money right now, but I'll reward you later. I still have Buggy and Kuro's rewards to collect, and I plan to capture Krieg and Arlong's heads for their bounties," Luffy announced, silencing Nami the next moment. She let go of him and looked at him with a serious expression. "Hey, are you really going to fight them?" she asked, in a worried and curious tone. The last name that came from Luffy's lips was Nami's worst nightmare. Even after all the displays of strength by the man with the straw hat, Her mind was reluctant to accept that he could face Arlong. Yes, any problem. Luffy raised an eyebrow, appearing defiant, but it was a fun moment for him. I heard they are the most powerful pirates in this sea, especially Arlong. Fishmen are considered to be 10 times stronger than humans, Nami warned, with a hint of concern in her voice. Nonsense, Luffy huffed, cutting her off before Nami could continue. I could raise Loguetown to the ground in a day. I doubt a mere fishman could do the same. If they were that powerful, why would they be sailing in the weaker sea with a bounty of only 20 million? I've met and lived among pirates with bounties in the billions. It won't be a fishman with such a low bounty that makes me fear for my ambitions, Luffy said, his voice filled with seriousness and even a touch of anger. He detested being underestimated or pitied. He was the type who would rather face death than beg for his life. Luffy's words left Nami stunned, not only by the anger in his tone but also by the astonishing information he shared, laying waste to one of the biggest cities in this sea. Calling Arlong a mere fishman, a bounty of only 20 million, knowing pirates with bounties in the billions, not being afraid to pursue his ambitions. The words echoed in Nami's mind, deeply shocking her. She never imagined this man was so fearless, or that anyone could mock Arlong and his crew so easily. Maybe Nami began to think, but couldn't finish her thoughts. I don't know what your history with them is since you seem quite scared, especially about Arlong. However, based on the information I gathered in the past few days before our meeting, it seems that Arlong is just a pompous manatee. He brags about his strength, but in the end, he's just a tyrant who enslaves ordinary people with the help of the Naval Base 60. A tasteless joke, in my opinion. He doesn't even use his strength to kill people and prefers to use guns. What a joke. Luffy wasn't angry anymore, but his mocking tone was evident. Nami listened to all of this with a whirlwind of thoughts, clenching her hands and unable to formulate a response. Anyway, let's go find the others, Luffy said, not waiting for her, and began to walk towards the port to gather the rest of the crew. As Luffy walked away, the orange-haired girl dressed like a maid stayed in the room where Luffy had distanced himself from her, absorbed in her own thoughts. Luffy's words were challenging and full of conviction, and something about his confidence made her question her own belief. A small spark of hope began to grow in her heart. What if, against all odds, Luffy could fulfill his bold promise? Nami couldn't help but imagine a scenario where Luffy, with all his strength and determination, confronted Arlong and his crew. She visualized Kakoyashi village being liberated from the oppressive rule of the fishmen, the villagers finally regaining their peace and freedom. As Luffy set out to find his crew, Nami's hope grew. She was determined to uncover the truth behind Luffy's words and perhaps find a way to believe that he could be the answer to saving her village and achieving her own dreams. Outside the mansion, at the port, everyone was ready to board their brand new ship, the original Merry-Go. Let's head to the port and board our brand new ship. Luffy met up with everyone and led the way. Upon arriving, they were met with the peculiar ram-head-shaped ship, small and quaint, designed to accommodate the crew. However, Luffy already had ambitious plans to transform it into a powerful battleship, using all available parts. The only obstacle was the money needed to carry out this grand renovation. Is it true that Big Brother Usopp is setting sail? A child's voice echoed, full of excitement reached their ears. Big Brother is so amazing, exclaimed another voice, full of admiration. 3 children approached Usopp, who was packing his bags and the weapons left from the battle with Kuro. His rifle was visibly damaged, as was his pistol. He had organized his belongings in his house away from the village and was ready for the new journey into the unknown. As soon as the children heard about it, they ran to say goodbye to their old friend, eager for one last meeting before his departure. Yes, I, the brave Usopp, will become a fearsome warrior of the seas, Usopp announced, pointing to himself with a smile on his face. Even though he was still injured from the battle, Luffy dramatically accelerated his recovery process, providing him with a remarkable improvement in just one night. What would normally take months to heal, he could achieve in a matter of days, thanks to the power of his devil fruit. Let's all board, as there are things we need to do. And we're in a hurry, announced Luffy, urging everyone to head to the ship. And you too, Kiss already, we're waiting on the ship, Usopp, Luffy added, catching Kaya and Usopp by surprise with this comment as he turned and walked away, interrupting the farewell moment they were about to share, to a rather embarrassed moment. Kiss, they both responded simultaneously, their faces blushing like peppers as they were taken aback by Luffy's unexpected suggestion. Hey, Luffy, I can't fit through one of these doors, Yamato complained, frowning with frustration since she was too tall for the ship's doors. Don't worry, I'll swap our current vessel for a marine boat when we're farther away from the island. We don't want trouble if they see us with a stolen military boat at the port. That could draw unwanted attention to the island as well. I'll make the swap as soon as we're far enough, explained Luffy, and everyone nodded, understanding the precaution. I'm ready, Captain. Usopp boarded with an announcement, showing determination on his face. Great, let's go. Lami is nearby since her Vivre card is active. We're going to meet her to deliver the new batch of captured pirates," Luffy proclaimed, his expression reflecting his determination to fulfill the mission. "Speaking of which, Captain, where are the Black Cat pirates?" Usopp couldn't help but ask, curious about the fate of his former enemies. "They're here, Usopp-sama," Shirahoshi replied, presenting a small birdcage that contained the Black Cat pirates, now reduced to miniature prisoners. After this brief moment of clarification, Luffy used his power to speed up the ship, making it shoot off at high speed as they moved away from Syrup Village and set off for their next adventure. "What name will you put on the ship, Captain?" The first thing Usopp asked as they sailed away from their old island. "I haven't decided yet. I'm torn between what eye-catching names," Zoro remarked. "I know, but I haven't figured out which one to choose yet, so I'll leave it to the readers of this fanfiction," Luffy murmured. "Amazing." Yamato's eyes sparkled. "Incredible," Usopp said in a trance. "You guys don't even know what he's talking about," Zoro grumbled. "Readers," Nami raised an eyebrow. "And why are we in a fanfiction?" Kuina crossed her arms in disbelief. "What is a fanfiction, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked with curiosity. "Woof, Sharky, really, Chaochu-sama. Hey, listen anyway. The name of the ship was chosen by readers with the highest votes. The name will be..." The sky stretched in intense and clear blue, without a cloud in sight. The sun shone brightly, warming the land with its golden rays. The air was pure and fresh, free from any sign of pollution or haze. It was one of those rare moments when nature revealed itself in all its splendor, on a day of clear and bright sky, providing a sense of serenity and purity that soothed the soul. Birds flew gracefully through the firmament, leaving traces of shadows on the breathtaking landscapes, in perfect harmony with the beauty of the day. It was as if the sky itself smiled at the earth, illuminating it with its purity and radiant beauty. At sea, an imposing marine ship sailed alone, cutting through the waters with unwavering elegance. On the deck, a group of individuals lay, looking disoriented and defeated. Luffy, always quick with his solutions, switched ships, making the stolen marine ship increase in size. He took it out of a small box he had acquired in Kaya's mansion. Luffy found it safer to store his ships in that small box since he had the power to shrink them to the size of a marble and store them in his pocket. Once everyone moved to the larger ship, Luffy shrank the small ship, now named Black Pearl, to a minuscule size and stored it in the small pocket box again. On the ship's deck, Luffy turned into a ruthless general. He spared no one in training, imposing a level of rigor that challenged the endurance of his crew. His voice echoed, firm and challenging, as he watched each member fight under the increased gravitational pressure. "Come on, is this all you guys can do? I was expecting much more from you," he shouted, his words filled with authority and determination. "It's very hard, Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi muttered, but Luffy didn't relent. "For me, it's quite easy," Yamato replied calmly, demonstrating unwavering determination. Zoro and Kuina were sweating profusely, but Luffy didn't give them a break. "We aren't monsters like you and the captain," Zoro commented, recognizing the harsh reality of the relentless training. Chaochu whined like a defeated dog, but Luffy showed no mercy. He continued to encourage, challenge, and push his crew to the limit. "Megalo, I hope you give your best too," he ordered, making no exceptions for the non-human members of the crew. And when it came to Usopp, Luffy didn't hesitate to show his indifference. "You can't even lift a finger. I'll leave you like this until I'm satisfied with your performance," he stated, highlighting his determination to forge an elite crew, even if it meant not going easy on any of them in training. "Shirahoshi, you have a great hidden power within you. I know you can do better than this," Luffy exclaimed, his voice conveying a mix of encouragement and challenge. Shirahoshi was in a state similar to Usopp, or perhaps even worse, as silent tears streamed down the young girl's face during training. However, Luffy had committed himself to make her powerful before they reached the new world, and he didn't plan to allow her an easy time during training. While everyone was on the ground, panting and exhausted, only he and Yamato remained standing, locked in a constant confrontation. Luffy occasionally interrupted the fight to provide words of encouragement and guidance to each crew member. He behaved like a true drill sergeant, commanding his subordinates with firmness and determination. There was no room for complacency, and his lack of mercy echoed through endless hours of grueling training. Luffy created 10 training categories with his crew. Gravitational push-ups. Under increased gravity pressure, all crew members perform push-ups to strengthen their chest, shoulders, and arms. Luffy encourages everyone to stay in shape, ensuring there is no let-up. Gravitational squats. Squats are performed to strengthen the legs and endurance. Increased gravity makes this exercise even more challenging, testing everyone's resilience. Deck runs. Crew members run on the deck under increased gravity, developing endurance and speed. Luffy makes sure everyone is giving their best. Combat training. Luffy, Zoro, and Yamato lead combat training sessions, practicing fighting and sword techniques. Crew members are instructed to hone their skills and defend themselves under increased gravity conditions. Endurance training. To develop physical and mental endurance, crew members engage in resistance exercises, such as long-distance runs and high-intensity interval training sessions. Gravitational weightlifting. The strongest, like Luffy and Yamato, engage in weightlifting under increased gravity to further strengthen their muscle. Agility training. Agility exercises are performed to enhance reflexes and mobility, essential for the battles they will face in the new world. Climate resistance training. As part of their comprehensive training, crew members undergo training in extreme weather conditions, such as exposure to strong wind and rain, to prepare them for the unpredictable conditions of the sea. While all this was happening, Nami, still dressed as a maid, was on the sidelines, immersed in her own thoughts. Since they left Syrup Village, Luffy's words echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her deeply reflective. Beyond the words, Nami began to notice something that deeply troubled her. Luffy didn't treat her the same way as the other crew members. She began to notice nuances in his behavior, a subtly distinct treatment, as if he saw her a little differently from the others, despite all the friendship and camaraderie. This perception squeezed her heart and created a sense of uncertainty. From a young age, Nami harbored a deep hatred for pirates, but watching this peculiar group made her question her own beliefs. They were a kind of crew she had never seen before, and that left a bitter taste in her mouth. She felt hurt and out of place, as even the other crew members didn't embrace her as a true nakama. Nami sighed softly to herself, sinking into her thoughts. Maybe it's because I joined the group with the wrong intentions, she murmured to herself, expressing self-criticism and reflection on her past actions. However, her brief reflection was interrupted by Luffy's energetic voice. "Maid, our training is over. Could you bring us some refreshing drinks?" called the captain, releasing the gravitational pressure imposed on the group. "Why, yes," Nami replied quickly, but this time her voice carried a more dejected tone than anger. This did not go unnoticed by Luffy, who arched an eyebrow as he watched her walk away. He pondered in silence. Was I too hard on her? Anyway, unless she comes to me and shows her true intentions and feelings, I'm not willing to ease the pressure. Not when it seems like, deep down, she just wants to steal from us. Luffy watched Nami's back with a thoughtful look, maintaining his firm and determined posture but also attentive to the complex situation involving the cat thief and his crew. After Nami brought some refreshing drinks, the crew began to relax. Everyone settled in, easing the tension after the grueling training. Kuina, while savoring some rice cakes that Nami had brought from the stock, commented, "We urgently need a cook. These rice cakes are good, but no one here really knows how to cook." Zoro nodded, adding, "And what about our next stop, Captain? Where are we going?" Luffy couldn't contain his excitement as he replied, "We're heading to the Berady restaurant. I'm sure the perfect person for the job is there right now. And believe me, there's no chef like him in all the seas." His eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, already anticipating the next stage of his journey to strengthen his crew. Although Luffy knew he might have to beat up Sanji a few times to keep him away from his ladies, he still hoped to find a reliable and strong version of the cook. However, he was aware that the world they were in now could have caused unexpected changes in his companion. "I understand, but I don't think that will make a difference," Yamato commented beside Luffy, expressing a pragmatic attitude towards the situation. "Sure, you only eat raw salmon," Usopp joked comically, shouting at Yamato while she enthusiastically devoured pieces of salmon. "I'm just following the footsteps of my sacred book," Yamato replied, pulling a book from inside her bra, revealing her loyalty to the wisdom contained in its pages. Kuina, observing the book that accompanied Yamato when she summoned it, couldn't help but let out an amused grumble. "I'm afraid to open that book," she murmured, giving a skeptical look at Oden's mysterious diary. Luffy thought that while Lami had Bippo and Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato brought with them a diary that seemed to be an irreplaceable artifact in their lives for that woman. "Oh, Chaochu barked, communicating in his canine language. Sharky, Megalo translated the message for his partner, using his ability to understand the language of dogs. An infectious laughter escaped from Shirahoshi's lips upon hearing Megalo's translation. Luffy, in turn, sighed, understanding what Chaochu was trying to communicate. Even Shirahoshi, who didn't directly understand the language of dogs, grasped the meaning through Megalo. However, the atmosphere quickly changed when Usopp, who had moved away from the group after eating a bit, reported a concerning discovery. He used a magnifying glass to observe the sea around, and suddenly exclaimed, Captain, a merchant ship is being attacked by pirates." Luffy's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction pointed by Usopp. Although his vision was incredibly sharp, the distance made it difficult to distinguish details. However, he managed to perceive the rising smoke, a sign that some fire was occurring on that merchant ship, being attacked by a pirate ship. Excited at the prospect of acquiring new treasures, Luffy announced, "Let's move forward and see if we can loot a few more treasures." The crew's reaction was immediate. Even Nami, who had been lately disheartened, opened her eyes with joy at the possibility of gaining new wealth. Luffy quickly assigned tasks. "Kuina, can you take the helm?" Yes, Kuina promptly replied. Zoro, Usopp, and even Yamato fought recently. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Chaochu are not ready for combat yet. I'll lead this fight, announced Luffy. He could have assigned Yamato to the battle, but he was eager to get into action himself. Suddenly, Luffy made a decision and announced, "Anyway, I'm off, goodbye." Before anyone could respond, his wings and hair grew rapidly, transforming him into a winged figure, and he flew quickly towards the sky. As the only crew member with the ability to fly, he soared into the skies, determined to reach the battle before the arrival of the marine ship. With a shout, he activated his speed abilities, accelerating 30 times faster than normal, disappearing into the air as he flew towards the confrontation. The astonishing speed allowed Luffy to reach the ships in a matter of seconds. As he approached, he glimpsed the terrible scene before his eyes. The merchant ship was in shambles, with parts of it on fire and bodies scattered on the deck. It was evident that a massacre had occurred, as there were few survivors. They didn't stand a chance, Luffy murmured as he observed the desolate scene. He descended from the skies to examine the situation more closely. However, something caught Luffy's attention. He noticed that the supposed pirates attacking the merchant ship didn't look like ordinary pirates. They wore elegant clothes and black suits instead of typical pirate attire. Moreover, they were armed in an organized manner and seemed much more trained than a group of common pirates. Very strange. These clothes aren't typical of pirates. Why are they using a pirate ship? Luffy pondered, watching the black-suited armed men. Additionally, he noted that many victims, including civilians and soldiers, had been shot. This wasn't the typical action of common pirates. A theory began to form in Luffy's mind. He began to suspect that these pirates were actually disguised agents of the world government, conducting a secret operation. They were using a pirate ship as a facade to cover up their actions. This allowed them to sail without being challenged, as any marine ship that saw them attacking would believe they were facing pirates. Luffy realized that there were many agents on board, and almost all of them wore black suits and were armed with rifles. However, a tall man in a red suit and sunglasses stood out. He was speaking to a distant Den Mushi at the center of the merchant ship, while two men in white suits handed him a piece of paper and a chest. The man in the red suit was now communicating with someone on the other end of the line. As Luffy observed the scene, he noticed that there are only 2 living people on the merchant ship, a couple who were tied to a corner of the deck with chains. However, they were not in good condition. They appeared injured and frightened. Luffy watched the situation, thinking that he was about to embark on a new and exciting adventure. He wasn't exactly following the original Luffy's footsteps because something new and intriguing had unfolded before him. "We have the key, confirmed with the map as well," replied the man in the red suit through the radio. "Very well, the government is finally after that key. We had no leads for the last 300 years, but the reports from our agents brought us to it in this sea." The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi was filled with enthusiasm. "That's wonderful, Agent Sky. I'm sure your promotion from CP5 to a higher division is guaranteed." The same voice continued. "I am grateful, but I'm just doing my bang HM. Boom." Before Agent Sky could finish his sentence, the entire environment was engulfed in a sudden wave of heat and a deafening explosion. A shot echoed from the sky, catching everyone off guard. They barely had time to look up when the Den Mushi exploded in a burst of purple flames, catching everyone unawares. Agent Sky quickly looked up, alarmed, and recovered from his shock that lasted only milliseconds. "Who?" he shouted in anger. The operation was going so well until now, and suddenly, something unexpected happened, disrupting the mission. He spotted some kind of black angel hovering 50 meters from the site, in the air. Although belonging to a significant division of the world government, only a small group of the main Cypher Paul teams and the agents responsible for the Tenryubitos were aware of Haki and had proper training. Agent Sky was not part of that group and had no idea of Luffy's approach as they carried out the mission. If Agent Sky had knowledge of the Lunarians, his first assumption upon seeing Luffy in the skies would have been that. However, he would be wrong. A devil fruit user was his initial impression upon observing Luffy. The winged man grinned at all the government agents while holding a pistol pointed where he had shot with his Chaos Flame power. Both Agent Sky and the other agents in white and black suits, as well as the prisoners, looked at the new winged man, completely dumbfounded. "Can I join in on this fun too?" Luffy asked playfully, his voice echoing throughout the area. Above the pirate ship's deck, with the vastness of the ocean stretching endlessly around, Luffy floated in the air, his shadowy wings casting a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the open sky. The ship beneath him swayed gently on the waves as he stared down at the government agents, frozen in a moment, halted by the unexpected appearance of this mysterious figure. His black wings fluttered lightly, and his devilish grin widened as he observed the scene below. The government agents, dressed in their black and white suits, stood frozen like statues, their expressions a mix of shock and a hint of fear at the hostile arrival of this unknown being. The echoes of their interrupted conversation hung in the air, their radio communication cut off by the chaotic flames of Luffy. With a pistol in hand, still emanating the hues of purple fire from his mythical Zoan powers, Luffy approached them with a playful yet menacing tone. I think I'll join the fun too, huh? His voice resonated throughout the area, a dark melody that intrigued and terrified those who heard it. The red-suited agent, identified as Sky, glared at Luffy with anger and disbelief, his composure shattered by the sudden intrusion. The other agents and prisoners on the ship watched in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the emergence of this enigmatic figure with wings and flames. Who are you? Sky's furious shout echoed across the deck, breaking the brief silence that followed the destruction of his Den Mushi. Luffy hovered in the air, his shadowy wings gently flapping as he stared at the agent with a nonchalant yet piercing gaze. An ironic smile played on his lips, and his eyes sparkled with mischievous fire. I'm just a casual traveler, you know. Caught your ship having fun at the expense of another, but I can't help but notice. You guys are from the world government, right? I was surprised how you sent all those innocents to the other world. Luffy scoffed, his voice casually echoing in the air, each word hitting like a sharp arrow, amplified by the subtle manipulation of Moa no Mai commands. So, you know we're from the world government. And still, you continue with this arrogance. How dare you question the world government and interfere in its operations? The red-suited man roared, anger distorting his features as everyone around prepared for the imminent battle. I have no idea who you are, and you have no idea about the vital importance of this operation. But let me tell you one thing, you'll find your death here, and then we'll unearth all your background, eliminating every person associated with you. The agent's anger boiled in his words as team members pointed their rifles at the Luffy floating in the air. Oh, I must admit you have a special talent for ticking people off, Luffy commented with a light sarcasm, his voice flowing in a calm tone but carrying with it the promise of an impending storm. Luffy's hatred was visceral when it came to threats against his family and friends, even knowing that the world government probably wouldn't launch an attack on Garp's acquaintances in the Goa Kingdom. The mere mention of such a threat was enough to ignite fury within him. Perfect. You just gave me more than enough reason to wipe all of you out, Luffy declared, his weapon pointed directly at the red-suited agent. The deck was about to become the stage for an explosive showdown between the Straw Hat and the dark arm of the world government. The brief tense silence was shattered by a series of consecutive explosions as Luffy fired his still-pointed gun, pulling the trigger toward the ship below. Bang followed by boom, bang, and again boom. The resounding sound of explosions echoed through the deck of the commercial and pirate ship, creating a chaotic symphony that filled the air. Bang! An explosion rang out as Luffy's pistol found its target, sending one of the agents flying backward. Boom! Another roar echoed as the pistol fired again, hitting the next target and scattering debris on the deck. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Luffy always had an affinity for firearms, and this was clearly reflected in his new arsenal in this world. In addition to his naturally powerful physiology, he had incorporated the use of firearms into his fighting style, complementing his abilities with a pistol. The power of chaos flames associated with the pistol dramatically enhanced his ability to perform quick and precise attacks. He hunted down world government agents as if they were prey, each shot a sentence of condemnation. His serious expression contrasted with the fluidity of his movements, demonstrating unmatched dexterity. The agents, unprepared to face Luffy's fury, desperately tried to dodge but seemed powerless against the overwhelming force of the Straw Hat. Pop pop. As explosions echoed in the air, Agent Sky, skillfully using the Jeppo technique, glided through the air as if walking on the ground. Being a member of CP5, he was proficient in some of the 6 styles. Grab the Den Mushi and report our situation. Call for reinforcements, as this unknown man is dangerous, Agent Sky ordered, aware of the threat they faced. Luffy had decimated several of his colleagues using the pistol's flames, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Luffy heard the orders and aimed his pistol at the men rushing toward the pirate ship. His agile and precise movements denoted the experience of someone who mastered the use of a firearm. Bang bang bang. The shots pierced the air, hitting targets with lethal precision. The heat of the flames enveloped the bullets, causing devastating havoc on the world government agents. Another dozen men fell on the pirate ship's deck, their lives taken by Luffy's unparalleled skill with the pistol. With each shot, chaos intensified, turning the deck into a battlefield where the world government faced the burning fury of the Straw Hat captain. Damn, come on, are you going to let me kill all your men? Luffy taunted, keeping his distance while challenging Agent Sky. With no options left, Agent Sky forced his Jeppo, swiftly approaching Luffy in the air. As he headed in his direction, he executed a spin, unleashing a Rankyaku cut toward his enemy. The cutting blue energy swiftly flew toward Luffy. With a beat of his wings, he agilely and gracefully dodged the attack, leaning to throw a punch at the opponent who was already close at that moment. Before Luffy could strike, however, Agent Sky proved to be faster. Closing in, he tilted his finger, launching something against his opponent. Luffy skillfully dodged the attack at the last second but was doing so on purpose. Even losing his own attack, he dealt with the situation effortlessly. That attack is quite powerful, I envy that. I wish I had those techniques too, Luffy murmured, watching the supposed attacker grit his teeth after hearing his comment. Do not take this fight so lightly, he shouted, quickly rushing at Luffy with his sharp finger. S-H-I-I-I, 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 bang, S-H-I-I-I, bang, S-H-I-I-I, S-H-I-I-I, bang, while Luffy dodged Agent Sky's sharp blows. He took advantage of the time and carefully aimed between dodges, shooting anyone on the pirate ship trying to reach the Den Den Mushi. How can you be so strong? There's no record of someone like you in the weaker sea. Agent Sky expressed a shadow of perplexity in front of Luffy. He realized that this young man had been playing with him all along. Someone with such power shouldn't be there, as Cypher Paul missions were conducted meticulously. He himself, chosen for a mission of utmost importance, should be the most powerful in this sea. And this unknown presence challenged all expectations. Clenching his teeth, Agent Sky resolved to switch to a different strategy. If you stop interfering with this operation, the government will not only allow you to leave but will also ensure a generous reward. Agent Sky tried to persuade, realizing that he wouldn't be able to defeat the individual in front of him with traditional method. He was dealing with a wild card in the East Blue. After threatening me and mine, I don't care if you're from the world government, the Marines, one of the 4 emperors, or the Revolutionary Army. Even if I become the enemy of everyone and the most hunted man in this world, I don't plan to bow my head when my people are threatened or harmed. Luffy spoke with a cold voice, wasting no more time in that fight. With a beat of wings, he prepared to fly and deliver a punch against Agent Sky. Seeing this, Agent Sky quickly crossed his arms, applying the Iron Body technique. Luffy's punch hit Agent Sky in midair with overwhelming force, creating a shockwave that expanded through the airspace. The thunderous sound of the impact echoed through the sky, reverberating like thunder on the horizon. Agent Sky, the target of Luffy's explosive power, felt something he never imagined before. At the moment of impact, Agent Sky's body seemed to defy the laws of physics, flying like a cannonball through space with an erratic trajectory toward the pirate ship. The scene was almost surreal, with Agent Sky exploding a part of the ship with his own body. Crack! The sound of the impact echoed across the ships, reverberating like thunder. Mr. Sky, the remaining agents shouted in desperation, watching their leader being thrown like an unguided projectile. Worry and fear mingled on their faces. Luffy wasted no time and flew toward that hole, cutting through the barrier of astonished agents. Boom! Upon landing, he triggered a controlled explosion, wanting to avoid unnecessary attention. His focus was entirely on the fallen agent, aware of the danger he represented if he called for reinforcements. He wanted to attract as little attention as possible before entering the Grand Line. With dust hanging in the air and shards scattered, limiting visibility inside the ship, Luffy surveyed the area for any movement. Aware that his initial attack might not have been lethal, he remained vigilant. It was when, amid the dust, the agent suddenly emerged, using the Zoro technique to appear in front of Luffy. The agent's finger shot out quickly, connecting with the region of Luffy's chest where his heart rested, initially deeply surprising him. However, to the horror of the agent, the finger did not pierce Luffy's tough skin barrier. Wow, that was a slip on my part. Not having observation haki is really a disadvantage, and I'm taking it quite arrogantly. I could be seriously injured if it weren't for my powerful body, Luffy murmured as he observed the spot where the finger was connected to him, speaking calmly as if the other party hadn't just tried to kill him seconds before. That's impossible. What kind of monster are you? Agent Sky lost composure, unable to believe what his eyes were witnessing. He had never seen someone resist that assassination technique, especially without using haki or even tekai. If you had powerful haki, the story might be different. Even with my body being strong and having potential, it's still not as developed as Kaido's or Big Mom's, Luffy commented, leaving the man even more stunned. Who are Kaido and Big Mom? How can this kid speak so casually about these names as if they're known here, in the East Blue? He exclaimed in his mind. Anyway, I'm going to kill you. Luffy spoke casually. He wouldn't let this agent leave alive, especially a man who threatened his acquaintances like this. I just hope to find some manual of the 6 styles on this ship. So, I guess this is goodbye. Luffy spoke calmly, pointing the pistol at the man and using his flames to simulate a bullet. Bang! Bang! Wow, this technique is really amazing. You still managed to escape the first shot. Luffy couldn't help but praise, surprised at the agent's ability to escape even at point-blank range. Damned. After all my efforts. I was so close. Why did you have to appear now? He growled as if the world were committing the greatest injustice against him. Breathless, the agent had a wound above his heart, bleeding and burning. He might have escaped the first shot to the head, but Luffy followed him as he executed Zoro and shot again, hitting him. Is this injury hurting you a lot? Luffy casually asked and continued. Don't glare at me with so much hatred. I'm just curious to understand a bit more about the effects of chaos flames, as you're the only one who survived after being hit by them. Luffy ignored the hateful expression of the agent and continued with his investigation. In addition to being the most intense flames among all devil fruits, they have a corrosive effect. I doubt you'll live for much longer now. I may die here today, but I realize that whoever you are, you're a threat, and I'll at least destroy you. Here, he said through gritted teeth. Quickly, without giving Luffy a chance to react, the agent grabbed a box next to him and opened it, revealing various devices. This made Luffy's eyes widen instantly. Even without exactly understanding what it was clear that they were explosives or some kind of dynamite. Die, Agent Sky shouted, pressing a button in the center of the box, not giving Luffy the opportunity to escape. EOOOMM. We're almost there, Zoro said, eager to join the fight as soon as possible, despite having faced opponents a few days earlier. Are they really pirates? I've never seen pirates dress like this, Nami commented, observing how organized this group's uniforms were. Weird, they're waving at us too, as if they've glimpsed some hope, looking very happy about our approach. Usopp scratched his chin, perplexed. Maybe Luffy made friends with them, and they want to welcome us, Yamato concluded after pondering for a moment. Oh, Sharky, Megalo said that Chaochu-sama heard something like this. It's the Navy, we have reinforcements, Shirahoshi informed. So clearly, they're not our friends. Kuina commented the obvious. I wonder what Luffy did to them. Nami pondered. We're on a Navy ship. What did they expect? I just wonder why pirates seem so happy about the Navy's presence. I think Nami is right, Usopp reasoned. Anyway, let's find out soon, Zoro said, eager to approach and understand what was really happening there. What happened to Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, expressing a bit of concern. I saw him descending forcefully onto that pirate ship, breaking everything with his landing. He was flying and fighting with someone using Jeppo, Yamato reported. Jeppo, what's that? Kuina questioned. It's a technique used to walk in the air. Some members of my father's pirate group could use it after copying some Marines, Yamato explained. A technique that allows walking in the air. Zoro became quite curious and surprised at this revelation. Is your father also a pirate? Nami asked, surprised. Yes, that old bastard. I can't wait to go back to Wano and kick his ass along with Luffy, Yamato replied without looking at Nami, keeping her eyes on the ships ahead. No matter what kind of technique the enemy uses, Luffy can't lose to anyone in the East Blue, Usopp asserted with conviction, and most nodded in agreement, while Nami watched in amazement. Oh, Sharky. Hey, Chaochu said that you became so convinced that Luffy-sama is so powerful after spending time with him in the last few days, Usopp-sama. Shirahoshi chuckled timidly at the dog's joke. It's not just that. You've seen his strength. He's a monster. He is. And the most surreal thing is that Yamato is even stronger than the captain. Zoro couldn't help but murmur. There was never a clear winner in the sparrings between Luffy and Yamato, but Zoro could feel that the white-haired woman was holding back all the time. What? Usopp couldn't believe it. Really? Is she even stronger? Nami couldn't help but be amazed, since Luffy himself claimed that he could destroy Loguetown in a day and didn't seem to be lying. The question now is, if Luffy can do that, can Yamato be an even worse monster? She has horns, so she's not so human, Nami told herself. Anyway, we're getting close, so let's wait for Luffy to appear before taking any action, Kuina concluded as they approached the ships. The situation was under control, but abruptly a flash tore through the night silence, radiating from the pirate ship and enveloping both the pirate vessel and the commercial ship. The flash was followed by a deafening blast, shaking the air around and causing the explosion's impact to echo across the ocean. EOOOMMM. What? Lu, Captain, Luffy-sama. Oh, Captain, Sharky. Before they could articulate anything else, the force hit the Navy ship, unbalancing everyone on the deck. Watching the raised explosion, Yamato wasted no time and jumped off the ship, freezing the ocean just below her. Although this left everyone stunned, Zoro followed suit quickly, leaping off the ship, while Shirahoshi flew to the boats with Megalo in desperation. The commercial ship was still partially intact, as the explosion also hit them. Most agents were dead now, leaving only a few hostages and survivors. During this chaos, one agent managed to reach the reserve Den Mushi and made a call to request reinforcement. He hoped that the monster would be killed along with the impact. We need reinforcements. We've been attacked by an unknown individual, the agent shouted, seeking assistance for the unfolding chaotic situation. However, Luffy's notoriety hadn't reached everyone yet, as his bounty had been revealed only a few days earlier, and the occupants of the ship weren't particularly interested in a simple pirate with a 10 million bounty. but there's a Navy ship approaching right now. A mermaid. The man holding the Den Mushi, transmitting information, was surprised to see the 1.7-meter mermaid princess flying with her air bubble above the ship, looking for Luffy. Luffy-sama, she shouted, waiting for some response, stunning all the present who were still alive. A mermaid. The voice from the Den Mushi expressed surprise, while the man communicated with the snail phone. Still stunned by the sight of the mermaid princess, his consciousness suddenly blanked out when a weapon struck him before he could react. Agent, what's happening? What was that noise? Explain the situation to me. Pop. Yamato didn't wait for answers from the agent or anyone else. Her main concern was Luffy's condition, and she began searching through the wreckage after destroying the Den Mushi. My Luffy, Yamato shouted when she felt Luffy's presence among the debris. The pirate ship no longer existed. Everything was a chaos of fire and pieces of wood scattered across the ocean, but her haki still indicated that Luffy was alive and seemingly well. Wow, that explosion almost got me hurt, such a strong explosion. A voice was heard, leaving Yamato and Shirahoshi relieved. Our ship was nearly destroyed. Luckily, I managed to put my hand in my pocket to protect it, covering the small object. Luffy continued murmuring. Amidst the flames, a man with wings appeared for everyone. The Navy ship arrived at the scene, while the surviving government men trembled at seeing their assailant unharmed. The members of the Straw Hats sighed in relief, but the girls in the group changed their expressions when they looked more closely at Luffy. Shirahoshi was the first to scream, covering her eyes but keeping one eye exposed between the fingers on her face. Luffy wondered why Shirahoshi was acting like this. He was sure he wasn't injured or anything while flying. My Luffy, you're naked, Yamato said, with a blush on her cheeks. Put some clothes on, Nami shouted from a distance, with a red face. And do it quickly, Kuina added, equally red. But none of the girls seemed able to avoid looking at Luffy naked, while Zoro, Usopp, Chaochu, and Megalo just checked that Luffy was okay and turned their attention to finding any enemies. However, most of the enemies were killed in the explosion, leaving only a few that Yamato and Zoro knocked out when they arrived on the commercial ship. I didn't even notice. Luffy laughed awkwardly, then landing on what was left of the commercial ship and entering a cabin with a few flames. Quickly, he summoned the same clothes he had acquired last time through the system as he entered one of the rooms. Ready. Sorry about that. I just didn't realize when my clothes were disintegrated, Luffy said, scratching his head. He wasn't an exhibitionist, but his nudity went unnoticed. Anyway, I almost got caught in the explosion. Who would have thought there was such a large amount of explosives on the pirate ship used by the government? Luffy commented, looking at the now destroyed ship's wreckage. My luck was using the Moa no Mi 30 times to increase my hardness and defense. That enhanced my body even more, preventing me from being injured during the explosion. Luffy spoke casually, explaining his peculiar technique to everyone. It's a shame that ship was destroyed. I had some hope of getting some CP training manuals, but now it's a distant wish. Luffy lamented, looking at the floating debris. CP? Nami asked curiously. Yes, these men are agents of a powerful group from the world government. Luffy replied to the navigator as his eyes fixed on the 8 agents still alive but unconscious on the destroyed ship. Anyway, I want to find out why they attacked this commercial ship, Luffy said, pointing a finger at the still-bound couple in the corner of the boat. Without wasting any more time, Luffy approached the couple. The couple, tied in the corner of the ship, portrayed an everyday scene amidst adversity. The middle-aged man exhibited a bald head and a substantial beard, his eyes reflecting surprise and relief at the unexpected rescue. Beside him, the woman, with short brown hair, conveyed a mixture of courage and concern, her eyes revealing gratitude for having survived the chaos that unfolded around them. Despite the handcuffs and chains that kept them prisoners, they shared a bond that suggested a story built over time, as Luffy perceived. Yo, Luffy snapped the couple out of their stupor. Hello, sir. My name is Kitty. Thank you for saving our lives. We'll reward you for this, the man quickly said, with the woman beside him. Well, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. If you want to thank me, you can start by telling me why you were being targeted by a group like Cypher Paul. Luffy got straight to the point, burning the handcuffs and chains that held the couple with his flames, without hurting them. He calmly waited for a response, with the other Straw Hats grouping behind him to listen as well. Feeling relieved, the man and woman looked at them with a grateful gleam. I thought we were going to die. I never imagined such a sudden turnaround. Thank you. The man couldn't help but comment in relief, looking at Luffy. Anyway, we were targeted because my wife here had in her possession a key and a map belonging to her old family, something that passed from generation to generation. When we finally decided to unravel the mystery, we went after the treasure located in this sea according to the map, but we were ambushed without our guards being able to react. They were all killed quickly without being able to react, leaving only me and my wife alive for them to gather information from. the man explained, revealing the reason for the attack. It was after that you found us in such a bad situation. The key and the map were quite precious to the Garen family, but we never thought the world government was targeting us for it. There should have been some of them contacting us when my dear wife and I announced and called the men for this journey. The man lamented his luck. And where are you guys from? Luffy couldn't help but ask. To his surprise, it wasn't the man who answered. Instead, the woman spoke for the first time. Ixi hen si casta south. Ixi kesser nijat jai oregon bisa yupa treasure bona eza esser rebagan ry nuha lentor hen generation nijat generation. Hirimbo sit saved ilva lives. Nike thought nuha valtseries si nike jer nijat morgul jagan. Suraman nuha kirimvos. The woman began to speak, and her husband looked at her with appreciation while the crew fell into silence. What the hell did she say? Everyone exclaimed internally. No one understood this woman's language, and she seemed to expect them to comprehend. I see. Luffy was the first to break the silence, even without fully comprehending the woman's mysterious words. Clearly, you don't understand, everyone exclaimed, looking at the captain with astonished expressions. As my wife Marta said, this map and this key only brought trouble. We don't want to be involved with it anymore. I was just a trader who lived well in the South Blue. I doubt we can go back to our old life now. The man expressed with regret. Luffy could understand him. He also doubted that the world government would let them go unscathed. If they knew the operation failed and the couple still held these valuable items, they would be continuously hunted. He kirimbos, Costa imagan zairi. Nike don't yelegan nijat involve nuha valtseries si nikis bisa dombo. The woman resumed her words, and Luffy just stared at her, not knowing how to respond. You're right, my love. It's better not to get involved anymore. So, as a token of gratitude, you can keep the items. The man beside her affirmed. Wait, you're just giving them to me like this? Luffy raised an eyebrow, showing surprise. Of course, he was curious about what was in that chest. But receiving the items so easily was unexpected. Not that he was going to leave with nothing. He already intended to have some possessions from here. We can't have these anymore. Our friends are among the dead bodies on this ship. So many deaths. Look around. Many of them were our acquaintances, and they died like slaughtered animals, without a chance to fight back. Do you think we can live with these items that will make us targets on our backs? I won't even be able to go back home now. The man named Kitty vented, expressing the tragedy that had befallen them. Luffy remained silent for a moment, absorbing the man's words. Then, he sighed and said, if you're determined not to be involved with this anymore, I accept the items. But before that, explain to me what exactly these maps and keys are, better than before, and why the world government is so interested in them. The couple exchanged glances, and seeing that Luffy was genuinely interested, they began to explain the story behind their family's belongings. They detailed how these objects passed from generation to generation, recounting the history of an ancient lineage of explorers and hidden treasures. As they spoke, the couple revealed the peculiarities and mysteries behind these artifacts. Luffy listened attentively, understanding the importance of these items to their family and how they ended up becoming targets of the world government. When the explanation came to an end, Luffy nodded and said, got it. If you're willing to hand over these items to me, I accept. But know that I'll do what's in my power to ensure you can move forward without further worries. You're right, I don't think the government will let this slide. It would be better for you to disappear from everyone's sight with your old name and get a new identity. Luffy spoke bluntly, sure that the world government wouldn't let this go either way. The couple looked at Luffy with gratitude in their eyes. The man then pulled out a small, intricately decorated wooden chest with a kind of amulet attached, along with the map taken by Sky. This is the real key, and these are my wife's family belongings. May they bring you what you desire. Luffy took and looked at them. Can we give you a ride to our next stop? Do you have any money? Luffy asked again. We do. At least we had 300 million berries since I knew this trip was dangerous. I took my savings to bring along, just don't know if they're still intact with the explosion. The man warned, and Nami practically jumped with this information. 300 million. She couldn't believe this information. While only Kuina, Usopp, and Chaochu seemed stunned by this amount, the rest of the crew didn't seem very interested in money, no matter how much gold. Anyway, I'll first see what's in the chest. Nami, do you want to grab the gold? Luffy said, approaching the mysterious red chest, while the maid-dressed woman with a mop in hand jumped with bright and passionate eyes at these words. Luffy took the key and went to the chest with the map. As the couple stepped away, he opened it while spying on all the objects with curiosity. The old map clearly showed the East Blue and pointed to an island, although not so updated. The key was ornamented in a triangular shape and some documents inside the chest. Luffy examined them with interest, imagining what adventures, treasures, and mysteries might await him. So, this is the key, looks pretty old. Luffy couldn't help but comment as he turned the talisman, which was the key, from side to side, inspecting it carefully. That's strange. Where's the gold? Is this not a treasure chest? Nami complained beside. Did you not go to get the treasure inside the ship? How can you be so fast? Luffy was alarmed at this speed. I've already collected everything and inspected the entire ship to make sure nothing's missing. I even counted the money 3 times in that time. It's 306,599,100 berries, Nami said, looking for any sign of gold in that chest. What the hell? Luffy still complained. This woman had cheats when it came to money. There may not be gold, but there's certainly a treasure waiting for us, Luffy commented with joy. Treasure? Nami couldn't help but shout happily. A new adventure, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly with anticipation. New enemies, Zoro said, opening a smile. A chance for me to prove that I'm a brave warrior. Usopp was excited. His wounds were better after Luffy applied the power of the Momoa no Mai, so he wanted to see the result of his hellish training like Zoro. Not everyone spoke, but they had their own expectations for this treasure hunt. Alright, everyone, let's first get organized. As soon as we reach Bear 80, we'll plan to search after that, Luffy commented and continued. First, let's go back to our ship. Then we'll set sail, Luffy concluded, carrying the chest to the marine ship. And these men? Kuina asked, seeing some men still unconscious. Leave them there. They executed civilians just by orders from their superiors. I won't stain my hands with the blood of unarmed men, but I don't intend to show mercy either, Luffy said without looking back. Nodding, Kuina and the others followed him closely behind with the couple and a Nami carrying bags of berries. You're on a marine ship? The man, Kitty, asked curiously. We stole it, Luffy casually commented, leaving the man stunned. Zairi Ixozaya Jevi Logger, Ao stole Siri. The woman martyr responded. My love, you shouldn't say that, the man said to the mystery of all listeners. Ignoring the woman and her unknown words anyway, Luffy asked everyone to take positions for the ship to depart on its original route. A day later, in the ship's treasury, Luffy and Nami were in front of the money. The ship's maid followed him like a rat on the last day, hoping that the captain wouldn't make the money disappear like the last few times. Now she was stuck to him with her legs closed around his waist. Pulling his cheeks, she tried to restrict his movements, but Luffy's monstrous strength didn't even care about the woman clinging to his body. No, don't make this money disappear. Luffy heard Nami crying as he stood in front of the treasure. Luffy smiled at her. Deep down, he liked this mischievous woman with her ambition for money. What's wrong? This treasure belongs to the Straw Hats. We need it to improve our ship, and afterward, I don't intend to take all the gold. I'm not so greedy as to leave those people like that after everything that happened, Luffy commented. And Nami looked at him for a while. You don't seem so bad. She couldn't help but comment. I'm an ambitious man and often bad, but I have my limits. I'm already satisfied with the map, key, and about 100 million of this gold, Luffy commented to no one in particular. Nami looked at Luffy's words, letting all her greed for money disappear. She had been thinking about her life and them in the last few days. Luffy, let me ask you, do you see me as your Nakama? She asked cautiously. And are you really one of us? Luffy raised an eyebrow. She didn't know what to answer. Listen, Nami, I know you're a great navigator, Luffy commented. You knew all this time? Nami couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, I knew, but I'm not interested in having someone who isn't trustworthy as one of us. Your intention was never to be a part of the group. Luffy looked serious at her. Then why am I here? You just wanted to laugh at me when you made me your maid. Nami couldn't help but ask bitterly. Because I wanted to see your attitude. I know you have your problems, but you don't trust the group to try to help you, and I don't want someone on the crew who doesn't trust us or vice versa. Luffy sighed as he focused on the money to make it 100 times smaller. Nami didn't seem to care about it after hearing Luffy, choosing to stay silent. I thought that if you spent some time sailing with us, you might trust us enough to help you with Arlong. Luffy began to walk out, leaving the lone cat burglar in the room. Nami was shocked by these words, torn between asking for help or not. Deep down, she was afraid that Arlong would not only kill the group but that the fishmen would take it out on her village, which she had been trying to free for years. She clenched her fists, looking down as she heard Luffy move away without looking back. Luffy, wait. Luffy stopped as soon as he heard the slightly teary and nervous voice. If I asked you for help, would you be willing to risk your life and theirs to solve my problems? She asked in the same tone. What are you talking about? If it's about Arlong and his group, I can handle them alone, silly girl. I may not be a fishman, but I'm not an ordinary human either. In fact, I'm a monster. Luffy smiled with that declaration. Leaving Nami stunned, she clenched her hands and spoke again. Would you help me destroy the tyranny of Arlong and Kakoyasi village and the nearby islands? She asked calmly. How about I answer you with another question? Luffy sighed and continued. Are you willing to truly be a part of this crew? What I intend to do sailing the seas will shock the entire world. I don't intend to be a Gul D. Roger. I'm more like a Rox D. Zebek at sea. Maybe the whole world will be my enemy in the coming years, but I know I'll have a group that supports and trusts each other like a family. and they're willing to fight against all enemies. Arlong will be a flea compared to what you'll face. Luffy stopped and looked at the girl without words and continued. Of course, the greatest navigator in the world is welcome here. So, I ask you, Nami, are you willing to embark on an adventure that will bring dangers thousands of times worse than Arlong? Are you willing to bear the burden that the whole world may be your enemy in the coming years, having only your crewmates to move forward with so many enemies? I won't force you, and in any case, I'm going to Kakuayasi village to take the heads of Arlong and Commander Rat at Base 16, whether you like it or not. But if you're still willing to join us, I'll make you feel like family and strengthen you to the point where you see Arlong as an insect from your past. Luffy didn't hide his intentions. Enemies thousands of times worse than Arlong. Being an enemy of the whole world. Getting so strong that Arlong is seen as an insect. Nami didn't know Rock's D Zebek, but she understood the weight of Luffy's other words. She couldn't imagine living with the whole world as her enemy. But looking at Luffy's determination as he started talking to her, their eyes met, and she couldn't see any degree of hesitation in them, as if he had been expecting that storm to come. Is he really serious? That was a question that left her stunned. I'm willing to join your crew, she finally said after a few seconds of stunned silence. How could she not? This group was quite reliable. Even with people so different and of other species with different personalities, she had no doubt that they were trustworthy after spending a week with them. With this group, I can fulfill my dream of saving Kakuayasi village and making the complete world map, she told herself. That's great, Nami. Welcome to the crew. Luffy had a big smile because finally, his navigator agreed to join the crew without betraying them first. Finally, Luffy muttered, keeping the same smile. In the vast waters of the East Blue, beneath an expansive sky, the current Straw Hat crew occupied the Navy ship they had acquired. It was a day after the revealing conversation with Nami, and the atmosphere hummed with a mix of each member doing their own things in their free time, as Luffy had given everyone a longer break on this day. Zoro and Kuina, on the deck, dedicated themselves to their sword training. Calculated and precise movements indicated their intense focus as they continued to hone their skills. Closed eyes revealed deep immersion in the training. Nami, in the lounge, now officially part of the crew, was in her own room, immersed in maps and navigation instruments. Her focused attention on routes and coordinates demonstrated the seriousness with which she would begin playing her crucial role in the crew. Agile fingers traced lines on the maps as she planned the course ahead through the weaker sea routes. Usopp, in his workshop, worked on his weapons. His slingshot had been replaced by deadly weapons that Luffy handed to him with their manuals. These weapons were secret projects of the world government to enhance their strength in the future. Luffy acquired the designs and prototypes through some millions. But he didn't even come close to the real equipment, which were worth hundreds of millions or even billions. With Usopp now part of the crew and adapting to his new fighting approach, much deadlier than before, his expression revealed enthusiasm and passion as he explored new creations and refined his weapons. Skillful fingers shaped the crew's future. Shirahoshi and Megalo were on the deck, both watching the horizon and enjoying the sea breeze. The mermaid princess seemed fascinated by the vast ocean and the sight of the surface, while Megalo displayed a content expression. Chaochu, the loyal crew dog, was beside Yamato, both on the deck. Chaochu sniffed the air, taking in the new sea scents, while Yamato trained her skills with determination. The rescued couple, now free, was on the main deck, observing the crew with a mix of amusement in one of the chairs. Luffy let them do as they pleased, as long as it didn't interfere with the group's training. The man and the woman, still recovering from the shock of the turnaround in their lives, exchanged silent glances. The woman occasionally commented, but no one understood. While each crew member performed their individual tasks, the collective spirit of the Straw Hats permeated the ship. The atmosphere was charged with a unique energy. On the mast, Luffy sat, lost in his thoughts as he explored the system with a determined and curious expression. His gaze, fixed on the possibilities unfolding before the crew, as he closely examined a crew screen on the system. Crew, Devil Fruit, Moa Moa no Mai, D, Iken no Mai, Model, Chaos Ifrit, D, Vitality, S, Strength, B, Defense, A, Speed, C, Spirit, B, Heishoku Haki, Voice of All Things, Devil Fruit, Inu no Mai, Model, Okuchi no Makami, B, Vitality, S, Strength, A, Defense, S, Speed, B, Spirit, A, Swordsmanship, B, Kenbenshoku Haki, D, Busashoku Haki, C, Heishoku Haki, D, Devil Fruit, none. Vitality, S. Strength, E. Defense, D. Speed, A. Spirit, S. Poseidon, Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruit, none. Vitality, C. Strength, D. Defense, D. Speed, D. Spirit, D. Devil Fruit, none. Vitality, D. Strength, C+. Defense, D. Speed, Spirit, C. Swordsmanship, C. Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruit, Op no Mai, C. Vitality C. Strength C. Defense C. Speed B. Spirit C. Swordsmanship D. Heishoku Haki. Devil Fruit none. Vitality D. Strength E. Defense E. Speed A. Spirit C. Devil Fruit none. Vitality D. Strength, Defense, Speed A. Spirit. Devil Fruit none. Vitality E. Strength, Defense, Speed D. Spirit E. Devil Fruit none. Vitality E. Strength E. Defense E. Speed A. Spirit C. System rules. The system's ranking level goes from letter E to X, with X being the mortal limit, understood within this classification from lowest to highest as listed below. The group is getting bigger, Luffy thought as he looked at all the information on the screen. Luffy originally left this sea with 5 members, now he has 10 members, with Kuina to join still, but I'm sure she'll accept in the end, and there's also Sanji if he's at Bear 80. Furthermore, the only ones who increased their stats were Zoro, Chaochu, and Usopp. Even if it was in weaker stats, Luffy was still satisfied with it after training with them for a few days. Chaochu had the biggest evolution among them. He took 200 million of the money he got from the couple and put it into the system. He planned to leave them with 100 million to start over with a gift that would make them safer in case the government attacked them again. Closing the crew screen, Luffy opened the shop screen. There are all kinds of things this world could offer, of course, with some rules. He couldn't take anything in someone else's possession. Imagine Mihawk's black sword disappearing from his back and ending up in the middle of the East Blue, or even with Shanks and Whitebeard's weapons, it would be too treacherous. Wait a minute, Mihawk must be in this sea now. Luffy murmured when he thought of that, but then thought that this should be a concern when he reached Bear 80 and focused his attention on the new list in front of him, clicking on some options. He made his wish list in his cart. Currently, he had only 240 million berries in the system. There was still an abyss to get the main things that this list could offer, which were in the billions, so Luffy could only plan what to buy when he had some money in the future, so he needs to behave like a pirate and loot those he deems worthy. Luffy closed the list after seeing what he needed and looked in one direction where the ship was sailing. There, a speedboat was coming towards the ship at high speed. Finally arrived, Lami and Beppo. Luffy smiled, patiently waiting. All crew members and the recently rescued civilian couple gathered at the corner of the naval ship, awaiting Lami's arrival. A speedboat with an empty raft followed closely behind, approaching the ship as soon as it came into view. Next to the Navy ship, Lami executed her room ability, teleporting herself with Beppo and a suitcase full of money directly onto the deck. A smile lit up Luffy's face as he crossed his arms, welcoming his companion's arrival. "You finally made it," Luffy commented, his smile revealing a hint of relief. "I guess so." The marine base was quite a distance away, and the sailors asked a series of questions, as they always do, replied Lami, directing her gaze towards Luffy. "I hope you guys are okay," Luffy added, expressing his concern before anything else. "We're fine. In the end, we got the money and came back here," assured Lami, highlighting the success of the financial mission. "We earned a considerable amount, Captain," announced Beppo, his enthusiastic voice echoing through the group, and he finally noticed new faces on the ship. "New people," exclaimed Beppo, surprised to see unfamiliar individuals around the captain. "A talking panda," exclaimed Usopp, displaying fascination like a member who hadn't seen the unusual creature before. "Nike of Dory Undigen Iodine's Bonatoxco," the woman spoke, capturing everyone's attention, even though no one understood what she really meant. "I'm sorry," Beppo said after hearing the woman. "Wait, do you understand her?" Curious Nami asked. No," Beppo said, causing everyone to fall to the ground in disbelief. "Then why is he apologizing?" Usopp shouted. "I see the crew has grown quite a bit in these days away," Lami said, raising an eyebrow after hearing the woman. "Ixen Deor Ribagan Rai Kessir. Nikidra Deor Sidalabagan Nijat Si crew," Marta said, so only her husband understood, and everyone continued to ignore her. "Some pretty weird ones, from what I can see," Lami murmured about the strange woman. After hearing Marta and ignoring her, Luffy turned his attention back to responding to Lami. "It's true, but this couple doesn't belong to the group. We're just helping them until the next point," Luffy said calmly. "I understand," said the tattooed woman. "Anyway, rest a bit because I'll need you again in the next few days. We have a few more pirates for you to deliver to the Marines," Luffy said, and she stared at him for a while with raised eyebrows. "Why am I surprised? Anyway, I can do that, but I don't want to fall behind the team," she warned while crossing her arms, knowing that with Luffy, the rest of the group would be training while she did these services. "Don't worry, I want you to deliver this and 2 more batches of pirates in the future. After that, we're heading to the Grand Line. Once we've done everything we need here, I guarantee I'll personally train you enough to defeat any of your enemies," Luffy affirmed, as many looked at him with questioning eyes, as only Luffy and Lami knew about the agreement they made. "Now that we're all gathered, Let's take advantage and celebrate. How's our stock, Usopp? Luffy casually asked. Being a pirate, a routine of banquets among his crew was necessary whenever possible. Kaya gave us a supply for 6 months. And there are still many things in the Navy's stock, so we're doing very well, Captain, he affirmed. Great, let's drink and eat for the rest of the day, Luffy announced, and everyone smiled, liking the idea. Is the maid still in the group? Lami asked curiously next to Luffy, seeing Nami still with them and no longer dressed as Baby 5, since she saw how Nami had ulterior motives when Luffy recruited her. The doctor also knew that Luffy wasn't a fool to let this woman abuse them, so she believed that the captain would get rid of her on the next island. I'm not the maid anymore, Nami shouted with a comical face, listening to Lami next to Luffy. Don't worry, she's one of us now. After a serious talk, I trust her, and she's a great navigator, Luffy affirmed. The rest of the crew already knew this since Luffy's announcement yesterday, so they just nodded and trusted his decision. They changed their behavior and relationship with Nami as well, improving a lot and trusting her more after hearing her sad story, which she opened up to them. Nami was also amazed by each story told by her new nakamas. One was a prisoner of her father, another returned from the dead. Needless to say, the cat thief had a reality check. But the person in the group with whom Nami seemed to connect better was the young mermaid, who shared a similar story since both mothers were killed in front of them and understood that pain very well. Anyway, the Straw Hats spent the rest of the day eating and celebrating without their infernal training. Luffy wanted to give them some fun. Besides strengthening them, they deserved a break from time to time. The next day, Luffy handed over the Black Cat Pirates bandits, along with Django and Kuro's lifeless body, to the raft behind Lami's speedboat. By starting the engine, the woman and her partner, Beppo, headed toward the nearest naval base after reviewing the marine map with Nami's help. Are they gaining fame? Zoro asked beside, watching the boat move away. He was a pirate hunter until recently. He knew that after Lami and Beppo caught a few pirates, their names would start to circulate, especially when Lami caught a pirate with a 15 million bounty like Buggy. It wouldn't take long for her to become quite famous in this sea. Are you afraid of losing your reputation so quickly? Kuina mocked beside. I doubt I have any reputation now. I'm a pirate with a 5 million bounty on my head. But I won't be surprised if the woman and the panda gain a great reputation just for delivering Buggy to the Marines. Now, with Kuro, a pirate who was dead on the records, that will attract a lot of attention to them, Zoro concluded with a smile. Whatever Lami's reputation is now or in the future, it will end once we enter the Grand Line. Now, forget about it, and today won't be a day off, let's train, Luffy announced, earning a smile from Yamato, Kuina, and Zoro. In contrast, Nami, Usopp, Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Chaochu shivered and lamented upon hearing those words. Their infernal training would begin soon. Meanwhile, the rescued couple watched patiently from the side. Most of the time, they showed compassion for the weaker members, witnessing Luffy's torture and ruthless attitude. What are you looking at like that? To the training area, move, Luffy shouted at them, and everyone ran to train. The captain would make them suffer even more if they made him wait. Yes, Captain, they shouted quickly. Some time later, please help me, Luffy heard Nami scream, looking like a bug on the ground from so much suffering. She was the one suffering the most since those rigorous training began. Not even in Syrup Village had Luffy been so relentless, but he had the goal of strengthening her. Luffy sighed and picked her up in his arms like a princess, taking her to one of the cabins, where she would rest until she recovered to be able to help with the ship's navigation again. Upon returning to the deck, Luffy was approached by Usopp, who had spotted something in the sea. Captain, is that a rock? Can I shoot? He asked. No, there's a person in that location, Luffy replied with a smile, believing that meeting was predestined, like many others in the canonical work. A person, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously, flying to his side. I only see a rock, and my haki doesn't reach the location, Yamato complained. Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. They seem trustworthy. Let's help them since it looks like they went through a shipwreck, Luffy said. And Zoro took the helm in the indicated direction. Thus, the ship arrived alongside that rocky formation in the middle of the ocean. Sharky, Megalo was the first to inspect the site, flying out of the ship. A flying shark, Luffy and the others heard an astonished voice as they spotted Megalo. Get out of here, monster. I won't let you eat me and my partner. The voice sounded indignant but also carried fear in its tone. Sharky, Megalo, scared by that phrase, began to squirm and fled back to the ship. He's scared. Are they not bad people? Shirahoshi hugged her friend, showing concern in her voice. You say that as if people could find it normal to see a shark wearing a t-shirt, flying out of the water, Kuina commented calmly, understanding the point of view. Anyway, let's help them, declared Luffy. And the ship advanced until the crew faced that strange voice. A marine ship. We're saved. said a man with sunglasses, while a second beside him was lying on the ground, looking quite debilitated. Wait, these aren't sailors. Pirates, the man exclaimed as soon as he noticed Luffy's look and smile, clearly denouncing that shirtless, tattooed man as a wrongdoer on a marine ship. So, do you want help? Luffy asked calmly, noticing the man's hesitation. Zoro arrived next to Luffy with a bored face. But when he saw who the man on the rock was next to the fallen companion, he shouted in astonishment. Aren't those pirates on a marine ship? Yasaku murmured, almost fainting beside the group, clearly not sailors. We fell into a trap, brother, Juni shouted in frustration. Wait, isn't that Zoro? Yasaku opened his eyes a little and said weakly. Brother Zoro, Zoroaniki. Johnny, the bounty hunter, expressed joy upon seeing Zoro. Johnny, what the hell are you doing here? And what happened to Yasaku? Zoro inquired loudly. It didn't take long for them to be brought onto the boat. Observing the state of the man lying and muttering incomprehensible things, Yamato commented, he doesn't seem well. It's a shame Lami left not long ago. As a doctor, she could help, lamented the horned woman. Damn it, grumbled the man, apparently not caring that he was now among pirates. His focus was entirely on saving his partner. He's vitamin C deficient. Nami's voice reached the group. She was a bit weak and limping, but she was recovering from training. Then let's nurture him. Usopp, get some citrus fruits from the stock, Luffy ordered. Yes, Captain. Usopp ran to the stock, while Nami explained that his worst situation was exposure to the sun without the necessary nutrients. Usopp filled the man's mouth with lemon. It didn't take long for the man to get up, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep and not from the critical state he was in just 5 seconds ago. He woke up so fast. Nami exclaimed, hi 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 hi, hi 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 hi. As part of a ritual, they began to dance and sing strange words. Is he strange? Said the woman named Marta, who spoke in an incomprehensible manner. True, dear, they are quite strange, said her husband. They are weird, they say. Everyone exclaimed to the bizarre couple. Haha, how funny, Shirahoshi said, laughing at the duo still dancing. A beautiful woman with a tail, they shouted, seeing the mermaid seriously for the first time, as she wasn't wearing a dress on the ship. Now that you noticed the mermaid, Zoro shouted in a comic way. Juni and Yasaku, as slow as always. Zoro complained about their reactions. Zoro, how do you know these guys? Usopp asked beside. We sailed together for a while. When I defeated them in a fight, they started following me, but I wasn't accepting disciples, so they joined me for a while to learn and hunt some pirates. They seem so weak, Yamato said calmly. Who are you calling weak? The two turned to Yamato and both protested. Anyway, brother Zoro, so it's true. You've become a pirate with a 5 million bounty. Johnny asked. He still couldn't believe the news that appeared to him a few days ago. What can I say? I had some problems with the Marines and recognized a man as my captain, as I aimed to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Sorry, Zoro Baka, but I'm going to be the strongest swordsman in the world now, Kuina announced with conviction beside. Let's decide that in the future then, Zoro said, exposing a smile in the face of Kuina's challenge. He didn't underestimate her at all, even with her 11 years of delay. Anyway, why don't you tell your story and why you ended up in this sea? Luffy finally spoke, but before they could answer, Yasaku fell to the ground again, sick. After Yasaku recovered, the group spent another night at sea, training and celebrating as they sailed. The bounty hunters ended up bonding with the group, especially due to their history with Zoro and their comical way of talking. It wasn't hard for everyone to get acquainted with them. Even Nami, who had to hit them a few times, ended up getting along with everyone in the end. Strangely, they stayed with Chaochu longer than anyone else on board. The next day, after a training session, Usopp caught Luffy's attention while on the mast with a spyglass. Captain, a marine ship is approaching, Usopp shouted, turning his gaze in the indicated direction. Luffy spotted a ship similar in size to theirs, slowly approaching. The pirate captain couldn't help but smile, realizing they were close to the restaurant since this marine ship indicated it, and they hadn't spent much time at sea. Also, they were a bit early for the meeting with the lieutenant, scheduled to take place in front of the restaurant. It was a relief that Lami had left yesterday, before they encountered the marine ship. Otherwise, they would have to abandon the plan to collect bounties, as it would be doomed to fail once they discovered Lami's connection to the crew. Should we attack them? Yamato came to Luffy's side as the marine ship approached, and Luffy waited with crossed arms. No, let's wait to get a better look at these guys. They think we're Marines and probably want to mess with us. Let's give them a surprise, Luffy said calmly. Is that okay? Usopp asked cautiously. We're not afraid of the Marines, Usopp. We're just cautious while we can take some advantages, which is not the case right now. Luffy smiled. The only way to be cautious was while Lami still had a chance to extract some money from the naval organization. Other than that, Luffy didn't care much about them. It's not like I hold a grudge against them, but if they come to attack us, we'll respond in kind. Luffy said confidently as they waited for the other ship to approach faster since theirs was slower now. Zoro and Kuina didn't care much and continued training without bothering about the incoming ship. As the marine ship advanced toward the Straw Hat crew, the scene on board was calm, despite different movements among the pirate crew. Zoro and Kuina, immersed in their training, remained focused, ignoring the arrival of the ship. Their movements were precise, a blade dance that denoted skill and confidence. On the other hand, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Chaochu, Nami, Usopp, and the couple watched with growing curiosity, as this would be their first encounter with the Marines at sea. Johnny and Yasaku, fearful of being recognized as bounty hunters, chose the path of discretion, hiding in strategic locations to avoid being noticed. With a gentle creak, the marine ship finally reached the side of the pirate's vessel. A man with pink hair and a brass knuckle in his hand emerged on the deck, casting a challenging glance toward the crew. The anticipation reached its peak when several Marines positioned themselves behind him, looking at the other ship with arrogant eyes, with several more behind them. "I tried to contact you, but without success," he said calmly, paying no attention to the people in front of him. While explaining the difficulty of communicating with the Straw Hats, the Marine lieutenant focused on his report, oblivious to the presence of the pirates. His efforts to establish contact were futile, as Luffy had previously eliminated any traces of communication with Den Den Mushi after leaving Shell Town. "Can I know which division you belong to?" However, the lieutenant's attention shifted abruptly when his eyes scanned the pirate crew. In a moment of surprise, his expression went from calm to a comical shock upon realizing the stunning beauty of Shirahoshi and Yamato, two of the most beautiful women in the world. The exclamation about their beauty escaped his lips before he could restrain it. "Wait a minute, what beautiful women!" he exclaimed, his almost theatrical reaction catching the attention of the Marines beside him, who were stunned by the sudden change of focus. Amid Luffy's ruffian-like aura, the pirate mantle proudly displayed the Jolly Roger with the straw hat, a clear and irrefutable identity as pirates. "Wait, you're not Marines." The Marines beside him were stunned when they paid attention to the rest of the group in front of them. Amid Luffy's ruffian-like aura, the pirate mantle proudly displayed the Jolly Roger with the straw hat, a clear and irrefutable identity as pirates. "Oh, now that I notice, wasn't it reported that we stole a marine ship? Why is everyone surprised about it when we meet them?" Luffy asked casually, not caring about the others' reactions. "Any problem here, dear?" Luffy had his thoughts interrupted by a sweet and curious voice that emerged behind the marine man. It was a blonde woman in a red dress that elegantly embraced her curves, highlighting her stunning figure. Her beautiful face was adorned with golden hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders. The woman exuded a captivating presence, with curious eyes and a charming expression. Her red dress, in addition to enhancing her slender figure, gave her an irresistible elegance. "Don't worry, my lady. I'm just going to deal with some thieves, and we'll be on our way to our restaurant and the meeting I promised you," the man said passionately. Diverting attention to the woman and looking at Luffy with predatory eyes, he exclaimed with fury, "Who are you, and how do you have a marine ship?" The man shouted, completely changing his demeanor from a passionate gentleman to a ruthless marine upon realizing that Luffy and the others were on a stolen organization ship. "As I said, we stole it a few days ago. It was quite easy to take this ship, by the way." Luffy mocked the man as if it were no big deal. "Lieutenant Fullbody, here, I knew I recognized that straw hat somewhere," said a young marine, who ran to the pink-haired man and handed him some papers. Seeing the papers for a moment, the man looked with hawk eyes at Luffy and began to read aloud. Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate known as Straw Hat and captain of the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Crimes: attacked a Marine Base 153, stationed in Shell City, taking the entire base hostage and cold-bloodedly killing its commander, Morgan, in the process. In addition to being a murderer, he hospitalized many Marines and exploded a part of the base, causing terror in the hearts of all civilians in Shell City. Lastly, stole a Marine ship, location unknown. Warning: if spotted, report to Marine Fort Headquarters immediately. Avoid fighting if civilians are not in danger. The man read aloud with a mocking tone. Luffy was already surrounded by his comrades at this point. Even Zoro and Kuina came to see with curiosity the commotion. No one had seen these detailed pieces of information in the newspaper, as it only mentioned that Luffy attacked the base and killed its commander. Moreover, Lami could have this information as a bounty hunter, but she hastily left the Marine base as soon as she handed over Buggy. Everyone in the crew was attentively listening to all his crimes, which made Luffy find it hilarious. "Oh, am I famous now? Huh," Luffy teased while crossing his arms. 10 million isn't a very large amount, even in this sea. I'm not at the top, but they still want people to notify the headquarters about my location before attacking. This means that Granny pulled some strings to protect me and is coming here soon." Luffy reflected. "I still think 10 million is too little." Yamato complained behind Luffy. "How can 10 million be little? It's 10 million. Kuina, Nami, and Usopp exclaimed because, for them, who lived in the East Blue their whole lives, 10 million is an unbelievable amount. And only outlaws can have that on their heads. 10 million is nothing in the sea. Luffy couldn't help but comment. While the Straw Hats were arguing, Full Buddy picked up a second paper and began reading as he did with the first. Roronoa Zoro, pirate swordsman belonging to the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Crimes, former bounty hunter, now a criminal after escaping from prison and justice, killing defenseless Marines during the escape. Zoro, you're a dangerous criminal, Kuina complained to her old friend. Clearly, that's a lie. I didn't kill anyone in base 153. Even though I wanted to fight at the time, I ended up turning into a pack mule in the end. Zoro complained. They painted you as a murderer there. Luffy laughed at his swordsman. You guys are wanted criminals by the law. The man, who held the rank of lieutenant, spoke again without reading the papers, pointing to the group. We are, so what? What do you intend to do about it? Luffy taunted, still with crossed arms. I, Lieutenant Fullbody, will arrest you here and now. The man called Fullbody declared. He's narcissistic, Usopp said with a grimace beside. He just wants to impress that woman there, Luffy said calmly, pointing to the woman. Shameless, Nami complained beside with a bored face. The woman was surprised by this, while Fullbody himself gritted his teeth because they were analyzing him and commenting as if he were some kind of exotic animal, embarrassing him in front of the beautiful woman he had invited for a date at their next destination. Shut up, pirates. I'll sink you immediately, he shouted angrily. Luffy looked at this and smiled, and his attention turned to the beautiful lady. Hey, miss, can I know your name? Luffy asked calmly, earning a surprised look from the woman, while his companions raised their eyebrows at him, especially the women in the group. Caroline Jutine. She answered a little surprised by the question. How about you come to my ship? Leave this marine and come here. I guarantee you much more adventure than a marine ship can provide. Luffy shamelessly flirted with the woman. He knew he had a natural effect on the female sex, so he wouldn't let this opportunity pass, especially to provoke the arrogant man from the marine. And whom are you hitting on and is invited to the ship as a prostitute? Yamato and Nami shouted, punching Luffy in the head from behind, but he didn't even feel the touch due to his powerful body. As if that would work. Do you think you're some kind of desired ideal lover at sea or something? Luffy Baka. Kuina mocked with crossed arms and a vein appearing on her forehead. I don't know. Maybe if you invite me first for dinner. Caroline Jutine looked at Luffy with an expression that conveyed surprise and enchantment. Her eyes, initially widened by the unexpected approach of the pirate captain, began to shine with a mix of disbelief and fascination. The blush on her cheeks became more pronounced, highlighting her shyness in the face of Luffy's bold flirtation. As Luffy's playful smile unfolded, an unmistakable warmth manifested in Caroline's eyes. She seemed captivated by the pirate's audacity, her lips forming a gentle smile as the initial tension gave way to an expression of curiosity and interest. The blonde woman, dressed in red, appeared unable to look away from Luffy, as if he had cast a charming spell on her. She's really falling for his flirt. He's really seducing her. Both his comrades and the Marines all fell to the ground screaming, looking at the woman with incredulous eyes, as she clearly looked at Luffy with desire and shyness. Lieutenant Fullbody's face was quickly transformed by fury when he saw his woman falling for Luffy's blatant flirt. His eyes, which previously showed passionate affection, now burned with intense rage and indignation. Fullbody's furious expression stood out even more against his rigid posture and brass knuckles in hand, which now seemed ready to be employed not against the pirates but against the Straw Hat captain. His clenched lips indicated a mixture of frustration and displeasure as he found himself powerless in the face of Luffy's apparent seduction of his companion. While the rest of the crew, both pirates and Marines, watched in astonishment, Fullbody became the epicenter of a storm of emotion. The scene revealed not only jealousy, but also defiance and an intense desire for retaliation against the pirate who dared to flirt with his woman. Sink these criminals now, Fullbody shouted at the height of his anger, unable to endure another humiliation. Seeing the woman who was supposed to go on a date with him opening up like this for a rookie pirate he just met couldn't have made him more furious. The Marines, motivated by Fullbody's fury and the need to defend the honor of the Marines, acted swiftly. With determination evident on their faces, they moved in a coordinated manner, bringing with them an imposing cannon. The gleam of metal shone in the sunlight, highlighting the magnitude of the weapon about to be used against Luffy. The Marines, lined up as if they were a single entity focused on a single goal, positioned the cannon with precision and firmness. While the eager fingers of the Marines closed around the ropes that would trigger the shot, a tense silence hung in the air. The onlookers, both pirates and marines, watched with anticipation as the scene unfolded. Luffy, on the other hand, maintained his relaxed posture, with crossed arms and a confident smile on his face. His gaze, however, didn't express fear but rather a calm curiosity, as if he were eager for the action that would unfold. Seeing the marines pointing a cannon directly at him, Luffy was undeterred. "Step back," Luffy announced, waiting for the shot to come his way, while the crew, moving as a synchronized team, created a safe distance from Luffy. The instant the command "fire" echoed through the air, the cannon released its payload with an impressive boom, shooting the cannonball towards Luffy at a speed that defied human perception. Bang! The deafening sound was followed by a distinctive pop when the ball was launched, gaining speed towards the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The imminent impact created a palpable tension in the air. Pop! However, to everyone's surprise, including the comrades themselves, the scene took an unexpectedly comedic turn. Luffy, with his confident smile, reached out and intercepted the cannonball as if it were a casual gesture. The ball, moving swiftly, came to a sudden stop as if it had hit an invisible wall. Luffy held the metal sphere with ease, displaying surprising control over the situation. The Straw Hat Captain's casual gesture not only surprised his opponents but also elicited incredulous laughter among his own crew, witnessing another extraordinary display of Luffy's power. What? All the Marines couldn't believe what they saw. Even Johnny and Yasaku fell to the ground in disbelief. Even after witnessing Luffy's training with his crew, they didn't think it was possible for a human to simply stop a cannonball with their bare hands. "Since you gave me this, maybe I should give it back with interest," Luffy announced with a smile that even sent shivers down Fullbody's spine. He realized he was facing someone he had underestimated. "What kind of monster are you?" he shouted. Luffy didn't answer. What he did was simple. He tossed the cannonball back at the marine ship. The cannonball, initially thrown into the air by Luffy with surprising ease, ascended with remarkable force. Onlookers watched it rise, waiting for what would happen next. Pop! In an instant, the atmosphere changed. The characteristic sound announced a dramatic transformation as the mass of the cannonball increased vertiginously, reaching colossal proportions. What was once a common metal sphere had now turned into a monstrous cannonball with a 9-meter diameter. Its structure, previously 30 centimeters, now 900 centimeters with 30 times more mass. The immense shadow cast by the cannonball covered the marine ship, obscuring the sunlight. The visual impact left marines and pirates bewildered, unable to fully comprehend the supernatural nature of the power Luffy possessed. The massive size of the resulting cannonball elicited exclamations of disbelief and fear among those present, as everyone tried to understand what had just happened. "What in hell is this? Look at the size of that cannonball. Where did that come from? We're going to die." The Marines screamed in desperation now. Luffy knew that it wasn't enough to destroy the ship yet, even with 9 meters, but he had an idea of how to do that with another command of his devil fruit. The cannonball ammunition with 9 meters, which was starting to fall in the middle of the ship, suddenly gained speed, falling with force before anyone could react. Our ship. We're going to die." The ship didn't stand a chance, with the Marines only able to scream as everything around them cracked and sank, crushed by this colossal dark ball. "Did you go too hard on them?" Nami asked beside, still stunned by the scene. Like many others, the couple and the bounty hunters looked with comically wide eyes and mouths. "It won't be fatal for them, but they'll have to swim for a long time until they reach the restaurant." Luffy smiled as all the wreckage of the marine ship spread across the sea. Excuse me." A new voice was heard among the crew, while everyone was busy watching the ship being destroyed. When everyone turned, they saw the beautiful blonde woman in a corner of their ship. "How did she get in here?" everyone murmured. "I wanted to know. Is your offer still valid?" she said timidly, scratching her hands and looking at Luffy. "What are you talking about? Seducing on my Toki? I mean, my Luffy. Take this." Yamato appeared beside, punching the poor woman, who flew like a rocket to the broken marine ship. Everyone heard her screaming. "You didn't have to go that hard, Yamato," Luffy commented, a bit lost. He didn't know Yamato could be so jealous. Yamato crossed her arms and huffed, turning her face, refusing to look at Luffy. Sighing, he could only sigh and continue the journey, leaving the Marines and the woman behind. "Come on, we have a restaurant to get to later today," Luffy announced, using his power to speed up his ship like never before, leaving the broken ship behind. After resolving the situation with the marine ship, the crew continued on their journey, sighting the restaurant on the horizon some time later. As they approached, a sense of awe seized Luffy and his crew. The sea restaurant was a unique spectacle, and the sight of it enchanted everyone. The Barriere rose imposingly above the sea's waters, a splendid floating restaurant that defied imagination. Built on various interconnected platforms, the venue featured a unique architecture that blended the functionality of a ship with the elegance of a luxury establishment. Graceful towers rose above the waves, adorned with banners swaying in harmony with the sea breeze. Connected by suspended bridges, the platforms offered a breathtaking view of the vast ocean. Stone lions guarded the entrance, giving a majestic aura to the Baradi. The external structure reflected the fusion of maritime themes and refined details, providing an imposing and intriguing look. As they approached the restaurant, the Straw Hat crew was amazed by the grandeur of the Baradi. The nautical details and the majestic structure left Luffy and his companions in awe. The spacious platforms and large windows promised panoramic views of the ocean, while the legendary cuisine piqued everyone's curiosity. Amazing. The sea outside Wano is so fascinating. Thank you, Luffy, for freeing me from that old tyrant. Yamato expressed her gratitude to Luffy for freeing her from the shackles imposed by her father. It's truly extraordinary. Beyond the sky, there are so many peculiar and amazing things on the surface. Shirahoshi, also someone previously confined, marveled at the diversity of the world beyond her prison. This place is quite luxurious, Zoro commented, directing his admiration to the restaurant itself. I've never heard of this place. Kuina observed the restaurant with curiosity. And to think that such a place exists in this vast sea. Usopp expressed his surprise, making the most of it even after a few days of leaving Syrup Village. This place is highly renowned and certainly lives up to its reputation. Nami, with a knowledgeable tone, shared her observations about the location. Sharky, Megalo said if there are some seaweeds, he misses eating some that were served at my father's palace. Shirahoshi said, doubtful, but we'll see soon. Luffy replied calmly, Arf, let's go then. I know you'll enjoy the food, Chowchu. Luffy responded to the crew's watchdog's expectation. I heard that the place has powerful waiters who can kick out any troublemaker looking for trouble. Johnny said, be careful, brother Luffy. Yosaku said next to his partner, we're not bullies. Zoro commented next to him, puffing. Kuina continued to steer the helm towards the location. The place even had a support for 6 large boats to dock and seemed to be a busy day, as all the spaces were occupied by tourist and commercial boats. So the ship didn't anchor but stopped at a conveniently accessible dock, and his crew laid down a plank for them to descend beside the restaurant in the open sea. Leading the way, Luffy walked off the ship onto the beach straight to the restaurant with everyone on the marine ship following him. But not before he made the ship shrink that besides needing to leave someone to take care of it, he didn't want to attract too much attention. The people in the group who hadn't witnessed his power and its possibilities were shocked when Luffy took the boat they were on until a moment ago and turned it into a miniature that fit in the palm of his hand with his ability. Climbing majestic stairs that seemed to lead to a gastronomic kingdom, Luffy opened the imposing doors of the Baradi. In doing so, he was met with a stunning scene. A huge hall capable of accommodating at least 200 people, far beyond what he had imagined. It was a spectacular and grand vision, in stark contrast to his previous experiences in the original world of the work. The restaurant was bustling, with about 15 zealous waiters working hard to serve the diverse clientele. Crossing the door's threshold, one by one, Luffy's crew members entered the place, capturing the attention of everyone present with their peculiar group of humans and animals. What's that? Exclaimed someone, observing the mini megalo. Luffy had reduced its mass even further, to only 20 centimeters, a decrease of 100 times from its original size. He used his power to make Megalo less conspicuous, but still, the creature continued to intrigue those present. Some kind of dog. Looks so strange, almost reminds me of a shark. People murmured, still debating about Megalo next to Chowchu. Who are these people? They questioned, curious and bewildered at the Straw Hat crew's triumphant entrance. Pirates, look behind that man's cloak. There's a Jolly Roger with a straw hat. I know who they are. Saw it in the newspaper. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who killed a Marine commander and held an entire base stationed in Shell City hostage. The recently recognized pirate in East Blue with a bounty of 10 million. There's also the former bounty hunter by his side. He has another bounty of 5 million. Hey, he's clearly dangerous. I heard there's a new bounty hunter, and she's a powerful woman catching pirates above 10 million. Hope she takes down this scum too. A man spoke, referring to Lami. Luffy raised an eyebrow hearing this, as they hadn't seen the newspaper yet. He hoped to have one soon to check the news about Lami. But the captain is so handsome. Never seen a man so beautiful. Hey, he's a pirate. Don't start finding someone like that attractive. Look, you're on a date with me. Why are you falling for a scoundrel? Someone free this pirate, waiters. Doubt you can make her look at you. See the women surrounding him. They're by far the most beautiful I've ever seen. Didn't know women could be so beautiful. They're goddesses on earth. Damn scum. How does he manage to have that kind of woman by his side? They can even be more beautiful than the lovely waitress here. One has horns, and the other has a strange waist. But they're more beautiful than I've ever seen. While Luffy listened to the murmurs with his enhanced ears thanks to Ifrit, he didn't care much about this kind of conversation. His attention was focused on the man approaching, ready to help the crew enjoy the place. How may I assist you? Said a waiter who approached the group. He exuded a bit of fear with the crew's presence but disguised it very well. Like all the waiters, he appeared stern and fierce on the outside. They might not close the doors to outlaws, but they acted that way with any pirate group that passed through those doors. Well, a table for 13 would be a good start. Luffy spoke mockingly. He could understand and expect them to act this way, but that didn't stop him from responding in kind to this man. I see you're good with the pirate tongue, come with me. Are the animals included too? The waiter said in the same tone, leading us to one of the empty tables. And why wouldn't they be? Luffy retorted, earning a new stern look. The man ignored it and continued his work. Why do you have to be like this? Nami asked angrily. She started to blend in more with the crew now and took on more of the personality that Luffy remembered from the original work, which made him quite happy with this Nami since he laughed many times with her. I'm just answering your questions, simple as that. Luffy shrugged, getting a seat under the gaze of all the customers. With some looking indifferent and many dissatisfied with their presence, they took a large table by a window overlooking the sea. Can you get a newspaper for our people? Luffy calmly asked the waiter. Sure, he responded, still stern. Is that marine guy okay? Shirahoshi asked when she sat in her place, hiding her tail. She moved strangely, with her body seeming out of place due to the air bubble at her waist, but at least she wasn't drawing attention as a mermaid. Who knows, maybe he'll learn not to be so arrogant next time, Luffy said calmly. While everyone picked up the menus on the table, the man who led them away stepped back to give them time to decide what to order and get the newspaper requested by Luffy. So, Luffy, you said you had someone here to recruit. Who is it? Usopp suddenly asked curiously. Haven't seen them yet, but I hope they show up soon, whether it's a he or she, Luffy said, chin in hand, gazing thoughtfully at the ocean on the horizon. Wait, you don't even know if it's a man or a woman? Kuina asked, raising an eyebrow at that. I really don't know, but I'll find out soon. This statement left not only Kuina but also Nami, Zoro, and Usopp stunned. Your newspaper, the man said, handing over the newspaper quite rudely. Will you be ordering anything? He spoke again. Luffy, annoyed by this attitude, spoke up. Not now, but Megalo and Chaochu, place your orders. Sharky, oh, you heard, you can jot that down. Luffy smiled at the man. He gritted his teeth, being made a fool of by this man with the straw hat. He simply turned and walked away from the table, ignoring everyone. Oh, Chaochu asked, confused by the waiter's reaction. Don't worry, another waiter will come soon. Luffy tried to cheer up the sand dog. Why do you have to act like this? Kuina said while the others remained silent. Luffy seemed to want to annoy this waiter. I acted like this because I'll be classified by these staff as an arrogant customer, so they must have this person serve us. Luffy stated the obvious. Sanji would be called to attend to them since he must be the best waiter here, and it was necessary to deal with the more troublesome customers. Now let's check the newspaper. Nami ignored this and picked up the paper on the table. Some grand line information, like a meeting of the Shichibukai at the headquarters. Let's see information in the blues, Nami said, flipping through the pages. West blue, north blue, here, east blue, Nami said, looking at the information. There's information about Luffy, as we already saw at Kaya's mansion. Information about Lami, Nami said and continued. Recently, while East Blue loses Zoro, a woman has proclaimed herself the newest bounty hunter. Starting her fame, she captured Buggy, the clown, a pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Her power seems to be even better than that, so there seem to be significant changes in the weaker sea, as this bounty hunter promises to hunt down all the major pirates of the sea. Nami read, they seem to be making a big deal about her, Kuina said solemnly. So, Lami is from your crew? Johnny asked amazed. No need to be surprised, Luffy commented. Suddenly, Luffy heard footsteps approaching the table. He knew it wasn't the previous waiter, and the steps were delicate enough to be a woman's. So, you're not a man, Luffy murmured as he turned to look at the woman who stopped in front of his table. She was called as usual when there's a troublesome group. The waiters ask her to deal with them. As much as she draws attention for her beauty, she always manages to be deadly and beat up all the idiots. While she was resting and smoking a cigarette, Bob came to the kitchen a few minutes later, complaining that there was an arrogant pirate in the restaurant. Since she owed him a favor, she agreed to come to the table, surrounded by 13 beings, many of whom were strange, including animals. When she stopped in front of everyone, who had already turned to look at her, she noticed the gaze of the man who seemed to be the leader. Luffy looked at that woman with genuine surprise in his eyes. She was a tall, slender, elegant woman with long pinkish short hair that falls in waves. Her eyes are blue and expressive, complementing her beautiful and refined face. She is usually seen wearing a tight restaurant outfit that highlights her figure. Luffy looked for her missing tattoos on her thighs in the next moment, but saw only smooth skin there. Her presence is marked by an aura of sophistication, and she is known for her calm and calculating behavior. His surprised look didn't go unnoticed by the woman, and she returned a look wondering if he knew her. Someone choked at the table, observing the silence that stretched between the waitress's gaze and Luffy's. His crew paid attention when Luffy said they would call the person he wanted to recruit, so they were curious if it was really this woman. Do you know me? The woman spoke a bit hesitantly. After a moment of silence, as she seemed a bit nervous for the first time, disliking the hawk-eyed and surprised gaze of the man, the surprised expression in Luffy's eyes didn't go unnoticed by the woman, who began to wonder if he knew her past. Does he know my past? That was her first question, accompanied by a look full of apprehension. And no, no. Luffy stammered in his response, an unusual reaction for the captain who normally expresses himself with confidence. The captain's intriguing behavior caused everyone at the table to raise their eyebrows, surprised by this unprecedented reaction. I think it's okay. So, can I take your orders? She tried to dissipate the tension, glancing at Luffy, who still stared at her intensely. Seeing that Luffy remained silent, the crew members began placing their orders from the menu, with Shirahoshi helping Megalo and Chaochu choose their meals. And you, what can I do for you? She spoke cautiously, feeling strange in front of this man. He was very attractive to her, but the gaze that studied her all the time made her uncomfortable, as if he knew all her secrets. It wasn't the lustful look she was used to receiving from idiots. Meat, lots of meat, was his simple response, and she quickly noted it down to leave. Seeing her walk away, Luffy noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, especially Yamato and Nami. However, realizing that the waitress was moving away, he moved quickly like a bullet. In the next second, he stopped her in the middle of the restaurant, holding her hand. She felt the touch and suddenly turned around angrily, ready to kick whoever held her so rudely. Her body spun quickly, gaining momentum, and she kicked the person who held her. The noise caught everyone's attention when the waitress was still in the air, with the pen stuck in the man's head. Surprisingly, the man showed no signs of pain or discomfort from the impact of the kick. He simply looked embarrassed while his foot, with a high heel, still pressed gently against his cheek. Boom! The noise echoed, capturing everyone's attention in the restaurant. The waitress still hovered in the air with the pen stuck in the man's head. Surprisingly, the man showed no signs of pain or discomfort from the impact of the kick. He simply looked embarrassed while his foot, still with a high heel, pressed gently against his cheek. Sorry about that, but I couldn't help but ask when I saw you. He spoke awkwardly, leaving the woman even more stunned when she finally landed on the ground. His arm didn't disconnect from the man's hand, and many waiters watched the scene angrily. They were friends with the woman and always protected her from men who tried something. However, she dealt with all the idiots alone, needing only a few kicks to knock out any smart aleck. This was the first time a man had approached her without her being able to react, leaving her intrigued, especially because he took her kick as if it were a child's play, showing surprising indifference. What do you want? She asked cautiously, trying to pull her hand away. I want you to join my crew, he finally declared, creating a silence that spread throughout the place. Employees, customers, and even Luffy's acquaintances were stunned by the revelation. The pink-haired woman with a snail-shaped eyebrow screamed in astonishment, echoing through the restaurant and increasing the commotion among those present. Third-person POV. Barady, East Blue. I want you to join my crew, he finally said, creating total silence in the place. Everyone, from the staff to Luffy's acquaintances and customers, was stunned by the revelation. The pink-haired woman with snail-like eyebrows shouted in astonishment, echoing the small commotion throughout the restaurant. I can't believe the person I'd encounter in this place was neither Sanji nor a female version of him, but his own sister. Luffy smiled, looking at the pink-haired woman. He acted so weird because he was shocked and couldn't let this woman go, so he went straight to the point. What are you talking about? So suddenly, the woman shouted with a comical face at Luffy. She's even more comical than in the anime. Her story is different from the original, so I believe her personality is more like Sanji's, since her story should be the same as his. Although she doesn't seem like a pervert, that's good, Luffy reflected as he analyzed the woman in front of him. Haha, sorry for it being so sudden, but I've already decided. I want you on my crew, and I won't change my mind. Luffy smiled confidently. How do you ask such a thing? No, you're randomly stating it as if I don't have a choice. She shouted again, with a comical face. As I said, sorry for it being so sudden, but I've already decided, you're joining my pirate crew. Luffy spoke, while everyone was stunned by his words, as only Luffy and the waitress could be heard throughout the entire place. Don't decide that for others, she shouted back and continued with an angry tone, wanting to kick Luffy. And no, I'm not joining your pirate crew, she said firmly. It doesn't matter, I've already decided. I already consider you part of the group. Luffy crossed his arms with a confident smile. He really didn't want to force anyone to join the group, but he was sure this woman would be like the original Sanji, He just had to insist enough to make her leave this restaurant, so he acted more like the original Luffy here. No, no matter what, I won't accept your no. I refuse. I refuse to accept your refusal. What kind of logic is this? Prepare our food, for it will be your last day working here. Luffy smiled and laughed at the end good-naturedly. He finally found his cook. And a great beauty on top of that. I already said no. The woman had a vein on her forehead as she shouted. This time, she was irritated by this strong, tattooed man who never removed that arrogant and annoying smile. Without holding back, the woman spun her body once again. While her hand was still being held, she gave another kick to his head. Boom! The sound of the impact was heard throughout the restaurant. But it didn't surprise anyone with any surprise, as the commotion had already caught the attention of the entire place while Luffy said he already considered this woman part of the crew. Oh, you have a powerful kick there. Great, I'll take you. Luffy smiled, with the delicate leg stuck next to his face, unfazed. Contrary to what most expected, Luffy's neck didn't even move with the woman's kick. He seemed totally oblivious to the fact that he had just received this blow, as his smile didn't waver a millimeter. What the hell are you? The woman shouted amazed. Her kick was always powerful, no matter what she kicked, but now there was a monster in front of her who didn't care about receiving her blows. Me, I'm your captain, didn't I mention? Luffy joked, smiling at her. I'm not a member of your crew. Why do you insist on this? She spoke dejectedly, tired of the strange man's persistence. While the two conversed in the middle of the restaurant, the Straw Hat crew couldn't be more stunned by the scene. Luffy really is relentless, Usopp commented at the table, observing the situation. But this woman seems pretty hard to convince to join the crew. Zoro commented beside him. Calm down, Yamato. You're breaking the table. Kuina shouted at an enraged Yamato, as she cracked the table with her grip, glaring at Luffy. I doubt he can convince this woman. Clearly, she doesn't like how Luffy is approaching her. Nami complained beside. Ouch, Sharky. Chaochu-sama said Luffy-sama should offer her some pedigree. Shirahoshi innocently said, making everyone facepalm. That's dog food. Nami responded, frustrated. Brother Luffy is so cool. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in unison, admiring Luffy's persistence in the situation. It's true, my love, the love among the young ones is quite active. This young man already has so many women in his starting life. Ho 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 ho. Kitty, the man, replied with a laugh, continuing their conversation. He reminds me of my youth. I was so popular with women, he said nostalgically. Don't talk like that. After I met you, I only had eyes for you and no one else. He defended himself. Who's talking about lovers? Yamato, Nami, and Kuina shouted at the same time, dissatisfied with how the man spoke about Luffy and other women. Are all these women jealous? Usopp cautiously asked beside. And shy. Zoro pointed to the mermaid at one end of the table. Shirahoshi had a deep blush on her face in her corner after these words, unable to lift her face as she fidgeted with her hair shyly. I have to ask my father for permission before having Luffy-sama as my husband, she said timidly. Don't say such things like that. Nami shouted at her. Now, the scene with Luffy and the pink-haired woman in the middle of the restaurant. Luffy looked at her and spoke with an apologetic tone. Sorry, that was uncouth of me. First of all, may I know your name? Luffy spoke calmly now, releasing his hand, which had been stuck to the woman's arm until then. The woman looked at him and spoke, crossing her arms, as Luffy released his hand. It's impolite to ask for a name without introducing yourself first, she said, raising an eyebrow. Luffy opened an even bigger smile and spoke so naturally that it seemed like he had repeated this phrase 10,000 times. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas, and you. I am Ryuju, just Ryuju, nice to meet you. Wait, rule the seas. You seem strong, but that doesn't seem possible, she said, looking at Luffy like a fool. I might not do it if I didn't have a cook since I'll need to eat a lot while sailing and conquering stuff. But don't worry, now I have you. Luffy would try to mess with her at any possible opportunity now. Huh, I already said no, she insisted angrily. Luffy would try to provoke her even more, but a thunderous voice interrupted their conversation. What's happening here? The voice roared from the kitchen entrance, and a man with a big hat and a peg leg appeared in both of their views. Owner-san, a man is trying to steal Miss Ryuju. Do something. One of the waiters shouted quickly upon seeing the owner of the place. Is that true? The man referred to as the owner, Zeph, looked at Luffy in front of Ryuju and scratched his chin, thinking of something. You can take this stinky brat if you want. I'll give you a discount. No, I'll even pay for your lunch. Everyone, whether waiter, customers, the crew, or even Luffy and Ryuju, all fell to the floor stunned by this. How can you speak like that, old man? Ryuju shouted angrily. Sir, he can't take Miss Ryuju. Stop this, my lord. Shut your mouths and get back to work. Zeph roared at them to shut up. And you, Ryuju, you stinky brat, if you want to leave with this man, finish your workday first, he said and went back towards the kitchen without waiting for her response. Who said I quote him leaving? Ryuju was furious with Zeph's suggestion. Luffy, finding the situation amusing, laughed without any embarrassment in front of his future cook. Ryuju, now more irritated, retorted as she crossed her arms, and you don't find this funny? Luffy, still laughing, teased, I just wanted a cook, didn't expect such an entertaining show. A stunned waiter, muttering to himself, these pirates are crazier than usual today. Zeph from the kitchen shouted back, and you, pirate, if you make more mess, you'll have to clean everything up afterward. Luffy, with a mischievous smile, replied, all right, old man, I'll behave. For now. Customers in the restaurant, observing the chaos, exchanged surprised glances. Well, Luffy, nice meeting you, but I'm taking your table's order to the kitchen, and I'm not joining your pirate crew. Goodbye, Ryuju said, not giving Luffy a chance to react, and quickly walked away. With nothing else to do but watch the waitresses back, Luffy returned to his companions, who stared at him like hawks, especially the women. What the hell was that? Nami shouted at him as soon as he sat at the table. Haha, I was recruiting our cook, Luffy said, smiling, and noticed some odd behaviors. Hey, why is Shirahoshi acting like that? Luffy asked curiously. The mermaid in question was all red, unable to look at him, as she placed both hands on each cheek and turned her face as if she were thinking of something embarrassing, making a rather cute expression, in Luffy's opinion. Nothing you need to know, Kuina said angrily. Is that how you invite someone? Johnny and his partner, Yasaku, asked Luffy as if they were talking to their idol. Of course that's not how you do it, Usopp shouted, giving 2 punches to the men. Anyway, she'll be coming to the ship soon, I have no doubt about that, the captain said with a smile on his face. She didn't seem to want that, Zoro said calmly. Don't worry, before they even realize it, she'll already be sailing with us, Luffy insisted confidently. It didn't take long for the food to arrive at the table, brought by other waiters who looked grumpy at Luffy, trying to snatch the beauty of the restaurant from them until recently. This is really good, Shirahoshi exclaimed, trying new flavors. Ouch, indeed, it's great food. Why do you only eat raw salmon? Kuina shouted at Yamato. Because it's my favorite food, she said confidently. Favorite food? Or did she read that in Odin's diary? Luffy thought as he watched Kaido's daughter devour all those fish. While they ate, making quite a noise for almost an hour, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The restaurant door swung open, and Fullbody appeared soaked and injured through the doors. His gaze swept everyone in the restaurant, but his expression intensified when he looked at a certain table in a corner. You! He shouted upon seeing the group that destroyed his ship. He came here again, Usopp said. Hearing this, Fullbody could only clench his fists even harder. I'll destroy you, I swear, as soon as I get in touch with my superiors. Ouch. While making a threat filled with hatred towards the crew, a shadow appeared behind him, giving no time to react, and the Marine was kicked aside, falling unconscious. This startled almost everyone in the restaurant. Well, almost everyone. The shadow revealed itself as it began to enter the place, showing to be an injured pirate. Wait, I forgot he was inside Fullbody's ship. Luffy remembered Jin from canonical events and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I forgot about this guy, but I can't help but laugh. Not when I remember throwing that cannonball when he was inside the ship. Imagine him being crushed by a crane ball with increased gravity pressure. Luffy began to laugh at the man's misfortune. The man didn't seem to appreciate the mockery while being the target of laughter, looking at this man who laughed at him with hatred. However, he couldn't do much, as he was all battered and weak after days without proper food. As if he couldn't feel more hatred, even without knowing what really happened, he was in his cell, trying to conserve his strength. Suddenly, the ceiling began to crack, frightening him immensely. When the ceiling finally gave way, he saw a giant, dark ball with several hundred kilos falling on him. He narrowly escaped not only being hit by a bullet falling from the ceiling but almost drowned inside his cell. His luck was that the impact broke the bars that held him, allowing him to swim back to the surface, where the Marines had to bring him to the restaurant without handcuffs. He's Jin, from the Don Krieg pirates, a customer shouted in amazement, echoing the surprise throughout the establishment. The most powerful pirate group in East Blue. Another voice spoke with evident fear, creating a wave of apprehension among those present. Luffy, who was still laughing at Jin's situation, completely ignored the common customers' despair around him, receiving strange looks from everyone. Hey, this guy is crazy. He may be a 10 million pirate, but he's messing with one of Don Krieg's main members. He's asking for death. I couldn't help but find this man's situation funny. Luffy said to his companions, indifferent to the comments coming from other parts. You seem to be in a good mood. Zoro couldn't help but comment on the side, watching the confusion unfold. Stop laughing like that. You're attracting too much attention. Nami yelled at Luffy. If Don Krieg hunts us down, won't we be in trouble? Usopp asked a bit cautiously, voicing his concerns. Jin, not liking any of this, ignored it for now and walked to an empty table, sitting down and waiting for service. Silence fell over the place once again, at least for the customers, while Luffy squeezed the last laughs out of his throat. A waiter with a funny expression approached the solitary Jin, a waiter Luffy had not seen before. When he reached the man from Don Krieg, the waiter seemed like a terrible actor, displaying a forced smile and scratching his hands while saying, "Dear customer, how may I assist you?" The clearly weak performance was quite funny in Luffy's opinion. Food, just food, and a lot of it, Jin said desperately. Sure, but may I ask beforehand if you have money to pay? The waiter said, closing his eyes with his smile more forced than usual. Will a bullet do? Jin simply spoke, pointing a gun at the waiter's head. So, you don't have a penny, do you? The man asked, maintaining that strange smile. Crack. Before Jin could react, the waiter clasped his hands and connected the pirate to the ground. Jin didn't even realize when he was hit, lying there like a kicked dog. OWWW. The crowd found this surprising. Patty, you broke a chair. I'm deducting it from your salary. Zeph shouted from the kitchen entrance, coming out as soon as he heard another commotion. That strength. Kuina found it surprising. If you don't pay, you're not a customer, Patty said, crossing his arms in front of the man on the ground with a fierce expression, much different from what he had until then. Jin was stunned, his stomach growling at this moment, showing how weak he was to react. That's right, waiter. You got him there. While customers and waiters celebrated, Luffy noticed Ryuju once again, next to the owner, simply turning around to the kitchen when Patty grabbed Jin and dragged him through the restaurant. The waiter Patty simply threw Jin out of the boat. That was harsh. Nami murmured. Is this pirate really dangerous, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, showing her concern for the unusual event. No, just an ant in this sea. All pirates are weak here. Luffy simply spoke, his voice echoing through the relaxed atmosphere of the restaurant. His eyes observed the movement around, while his mind seemed to wander in thoughts. Meanwhile, Luffy couldn't help but notice Ryuju once again leaving the kitchen, balancing a plate full of food toward the restaurant's door. So, you behave like Sanji in the end, Luffy thought, making a connection between the mysterious cook and the former crew member. While everyone returned to enjoying the delicious food, he saw the waitress and cook return to the kitchen with the empty plate. Without worrying about it, Luffy redirected his attention to his companions, ignoring the momentary commotion. And what do we do now? I'm so full, Yamato spoke, patting her slightly swollen belly directly. Can't you behave like a woman at least? Nami yelled, expressing her frustration with Yamato's carefree attitude. What do you mean? I'm a man, she said clearly, provoking strange looks from everyone around. Then why are you jealous of Luffy? Kuina asked in amazement. Because he's my woman, Yamato said confidently, revealing her momentary drunkenness. Wow, I regret approaching her like this. This is getting confusing and out of control, Luffy exclaimed internally, while everyone around slapped their foreheads, perplexed by Yamato's unexpected declaration. Forget about her, she's always like this. During our adventures, she'll understand she's a beautiful and delicate lady. Luffy broke the silence, prompting a pout from Yamato. But before Yamato could respond, Luffy changed the subject. Anyway, let's stay here for now. Interesting things are about to happen soon, Luffy said with a mysterious smile. Interesting things? Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. Ho, ha ha, it's going to be quite interesting, especially for you and Kuina, Luffy said, maintaining the same enigmatic smile. Kuina found it curious but didn't inquire further, trusting Luffy's words. Luffy and his crew spent the next 2 hours in the restaurant, enjoying good food and drink. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, with laughter and conversations filling the air. While the crew ordered more drinks and had fun, the restaurant returned to a relaxed atmosphere. During this time, Luffy noticed that his cook, Ryuju, didn't appear in the area anymore. She seemed to have withdrawn to the kitchen or some other unknown place. Luffy didn't pay much attention to it, as he was busy having fun with his companions. Fullbody, on the other hand, managed to arrange a ride for himself, the severely injured woman, and his subordinates using a commercial ship that would take them to a nearby naval base. The transition to the ride went without major incidents, and soon, the group was on their way to their next destination. Back in the restaurant, Luffy and his crew formed a lively and noisy group at the table. Customers and some waiters seemed to dislike the commotion, but no one dared to disturb the group, knowing that all orders had been duly paid. The table remained a stronghold of laughter and conversation, standing out amid the rest of the restaurant. As time passed, Luffy observed the surroundings, eagerly anticipating the next twists and surprises that awaited him. It's a pity, in Luffy's opinion, that Ryuju didn't appear at the table again, otherwise he would have teased her a bit more. As predicted by the captain, after some time, a colossal shadow projected over the restaurant, obscuring the light coming through the windows. Before anyone could react, the entrance door burst open with a bang. Surprise was plastered on everyone's faces as Jin entered, carrying a visibly injured and exhausted Don Krieg. Don Krieg's armor was visibly worn and damaged, indicating a long journey or possible recent confrontation. Its original metallic sheen was obscured by scratches and stains, revealing signs of previous battles. Wood fragments and traces of smoke adorned the surface of the armor, suggesting that its wearer had faced considerable challenges. Don Krieg's physical state also corresponded to the condition of his armor. His countenance showed marks of exhaustion, with drops of sweat and dust mixed. The expression on his face indicated not only physical fatigue but also a certain dose of despair and need. While Jin carried him into the restaurant, Don Krieg's clothes were torn and disheveled, revealing wounds and bruises on his flesh. His clothes, which in previous times possessed a pirate grandeur, were now devoid of their former splendor, displaying signs of a difficult and challenging journey. The immediate reaction of someone echoed through the environment. What? It's Don Krieg. Everyone's attention turned outside, where they were met with an impressive sight. Beside the restaurant stood an imposing pirate ship. Truly a battleship that commanded respect solely through its imposing presence. Look out the window. There's a pirate battleship next to the restaurant, another voice exclaimed, further increasing the general perplexity in the face of the magnitude of the pirate vessel. They're the Don Krieg pirates. Run! Everyone crowded around the window to see the enormous pirate boat, whose size overshadowed all other boats in the dock. Please, help us, Jin shouted next to his captain, desperate, before anyone else could react. Of course not, Patty shouted, crossing his arms as if Jin were a fool. Please help me. I promise to leave right after. Don Krieg seemed so pitiful and weak, his words came out in a pitiable whisper. So, this is the strongest pirate in East Blue. How pathetic, Patty mocked again, looking at the man in front of him, whose appearance didn't match at all with the wanted poster or news in the newspapers. Please, he continued to speak weakly, oblivious to the mockery around him. Please, help. He's going to die of hunger. He hasn't eaten in days. Jin shouted as people turned their faces, trying to ignore him. What hypocrisy, Luffy thought, considering that this same pirate, starving to death, must have taken thousands of lives, people who were in a more lamentable state than him. Now, he acts like a desperate dog begging for help. Luffy didn't have to wait long for Ryuju, the beautiful waitress, to come out of the kitchen with a plate of food while smoking a cigarette, not caring about everyone around. She brought the plate in front of the pirate, patiently waiting for him to start eating, under the stunned gaze of everyone. Why are you doing this, Ryuju? Patty shouted at his colleague. We shouldn't let anyone go hungry, she replied calmly, while the pirate, Don Krieg, wasted no time and devoured the plate in front of him, not caring about anything else. Everyone commented on how this was a bad idea, while the beautiful woman patiently waited for the pirate to finish his meal. As soon as he put the last spoonful of the plate into his mouth, before Ryuju could react, Don Krieg stood up and punched the woman who fed him, leaving everyone stunned. Luffy watched the woman fall backward. He didn't help her because he wanted to see her abilities, but she seemed to be on the same level as Sanji. Jin, seeing this, demanded to know the reason for the attack on Ryuju, the only person who took the initiative to feed them, resulting in a strong blow to his arm from the captain himself. The man didn't seem to care about his subordinates' questioning. He glared fiercely at everyone present, making his demands. I want all the food you have, for all my men over there. He pointed to the ship. This left everyone startled, and a crowd of customers began to run to escape on their ships in the docks. They're bad people. Shouldn't we run too? Princess Shirahoshi couldn't help but cry in fear. Why? The salmon is so good, Yamato said, stuffing a fish into her mouth without paying attention to the commotion. How can you be oblivious to what's happening around you? Usopp grimaced as he shouted at Yamato. Hahaha, don't worry, we have a new guest coming by sea, and I really want to see that. Luffy spoke excitedly, eager to meet Mihawk for the first time. Take this. Patty came out with some kind of bazooka, something Luffy didn't imagine seeing in this world, and shot Krieg point blank. Boom. The explosion raised smoke as it subsided, but Don Krieg seemed unfazed by the attack. What? Everyone expressed fear at this moment, seeing that things were getting very bad for them. Do as I say. Give me all the food to feed my crew, otherwise, I will destroy this restaurant. He exclaimed like a madman and continued announcing his plans. I intend to return to the Grand Line and prove that I am the strongest man in the world, he declared. Ryuju got up calmly, a bloodline on her forehead, but she didn't seem bothered by the injury. Luffy wondered what she would do. And when she headed to the kitchen with the displeasure of her men, shouting at her for feeding their enemy, a hand caught her and stopped her from continuing to walk. Hey, why is my cook going to waste food on a dead man? Luffy casually asked, ignoring the imminent danger. Somewhere on the sea. East Blue. Hey, why is my cook wasting food on a dead man? Luffy casually inquired as he appeared at his side, unnoticed by anyone, without anyone having time to react. A heavy silence hung in the atmosphere, echoing like a verdict after the spoken words. The most dumbfounded person was Don Krieg, wondering if he had heard correctly. What did you say? The pirate in question squinted at Luffy. You didn't hear. Luffy mocked before continuing. I said there's no reason to waste food on a dead man. Am I not right? Luffy calmly looked at the pirate, his words laden with disdain. Are you insane? Ryuju couldn't help but speak, finding the man's behavior quite reckless. Uttering such words only served to escalate the already tense situation. Do you know who I am? Who are you to speak like this to the strongest man in the world? Krieg spoke angrily, as if his reputation meant little to this unknown figure with a straw hat on his back. Unfazed by the tension in the air, Luffy, with a mocking smile, responded. His name is Monkey D. Luffy, a rookie pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Jin, still on the ground after being punched by his own captain, intervened, providing information that could further stir the tense atmosphere. 10 million. Haha, he must be quite ruthless then, Krieg replied, showing a disdainful smile. Luffy was intrigued by the pirate's reaction. I have a proposal that can save your life after those bold words. If you join me in the Grand Line under my command, I'll forgive you for everything you said and let you live, Krieg offered, with a greedy smile, hoping to attract a new recruit to his crew. Let me live. Are you kidding me? Luffy looked at the pirate as if he were staring at a fool clad in armor. Let me tell you something, Don Krieg. Do you think you have qualifications to subjugate me? You can't even fight in the Grand Line, just a failure who ran away after being kicked. The strongest man in the world. You have ambitions you'll never achieve, Luffy said calmly as he began to walk towards the man at a slow pace, a challenging smile on his face. Don Krieg, still recovering from the shock of hearing Luffy's mockery, responded with a mix of anger and disbelief. You damn rookie, think you can belittle the great Don Krieg. I have a fleet, men, weapons. Nothing can surpass my power. Luffy, maintaining his serene expression, retorted. A fleet, men, and weapons. Is that all you think you need to be the strongest? The Grand Line is not so forgiving, my dear. Here, real strength means more than a number of followers or an arsenal. It means facing challenges that make others tremble. Are you ready for that, Don Krieg? Enraged, Krieg tried to maintain a confident pose. You're just an insolent kid with a bounty of 10 million. I'll show you what happens when you dare to challenge the great Don Krieg. Luffy, now just a few steps away, responded with an ironic smile. Show me, then. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any real substance behind all these empty threats. I've made up my mind. I'll kill you here and now, Don Krieg roared, fueled by fury. Luffy's comments about his failure in the Grand Line hit him like a direct blow to his already wounded pride. He completely ignored the recruitment idea, focusing only on annihilating the challenger, no longer caring about any possibility of recruitment. Luffy continued his approach, triggering an impulsive reaction from Don Krieg, who threw a powerful punch towards the man in the straw hat. Dodge that, Ryuju, closer to the scene, expressed disapproval urgently. Boom. Luffy showed no interest in evading, absorbing the impact directly, without retreating an inch. Silence settled for a moment, interrupted by Luffy's calm and mocking voice. Is that all? The strength of the strongest man in the world? What a joke. His words hung in the air, echoing the apparent inadequacy of Krieg's attack. What? Krieg instinctively stepped back a few meters, surprised by Luffy's seemingly unyielding resistance to the blow. The proud self-proclaimed strongest man in the world now found himself perplexed in the face of the rookie pirate's audacity and confidence, even facing my blows without showing any reaction. This punch wasn't a joke. He didn't even move an inch, Ryuju exclaimed, impressed and incredulous at what she had just witnessed. This man doesn't seem to be joking. Zeph was stunned by Luffy's apparent impassiveness in the face of the received blow. Even in his days as a pirate, few could afford to resist such a ruthless strike as if it were nothing, and most of them would be composed of monsters from the Grand Line, not by a seemingly random man who had emerged out of nowhere in this unknown sea. Let me show you what you didn't learn in the Grand Line. Luffy smiled and said calmly, completely ignoring the bewilderment around him. Shii. With a cutting sound of wind, similar to the use of Zoro, Luffy tilted his heels and appeared in front of Krieg. The pirate, realizing the proximity of danger, quickly raised a cape with iron spikes to protect himself. Luffy, however, didn't stop, launching another punch towards his opponent. Krieg, who had initially sported a confident smile, watched in surprise as Luffy's fist pierced through his spikes, effortlessly destroying them as it advanced through his defense. Boom! The punch went through the spikes and hit Krieg's armor, cracking and denting it easily with Luffy's impressive strength and speed. The pirate captain was thrown, stunned and yelling, towards the opposite wall. Collision. The wall near the door exploded as Don Krieg flew like a projectile in that direction. Don Krieg, Jin shouted alarmed on the ground, witnessing his captain, whom he considered invincible, being thrown so easily. That was fast, Yamato commented at the table, as they, the only present customers, watched the scene as if it were a spectacle. They knew Luffy's style and anticipated his action. Luffy is truly a monster. Usopp couldn't help but express his admiration. Is it the bad guy? But Luffy-sama defeated him so easily. Shirahoshi tried to understand the complexity of the situation. Why am I surprised? Kuina murmured, observing a scene that, since coming back to life, had repeated itself many times. He didn't even break a sweat. Nami commented, lost in her own thoughts. Brother Luffy is so amazing. Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in unison. Interesting. Zeph laughed as he looked at Luffy's back. I'll charge you for the damages to the restaurant. Heard, Zeph warned Luffy, not forgetting to emphasize his concern for the establishment. Ryuju, in turn, couldn't articulate any comments in the face of what she had witnessed. Do you think you can defeat me? Krieg's voice emerged from the wreckage of the destroyed wall, and he appeared again in front of Luffy. Boom! Everything in the broken place rose as Krieg reappeared. His forehead was bleeding, and one hand supported the spot where he had taken the blow. The armor was sunk into his chest, and the expression of pain was evident. Krieg looked at Luffy with hatred, gritting his teeth tightly. I will kill you, Krieg declared, while Luffy just stared at him indifferently, waiting for the next act of this unlikely spectacle. Okay, I heard you, but can you wait a bit? There's an event about to happen right now, Luffy said calmly, diverting his attention from Krieg and turning to the pirate ship visible through the entrance of the place. You dare ignore me. I will kill everyone here. A furious Don Krieg roared, raising his hands and preparing to release poisonous gas into the restaurant through a pipe in his armor. Luffy, however, completely ignored the threat. His attention was still focused outside the restaurant, and he continued, saying, Zoro, Kuina, look at the ship. You're about to see the greatest swordsman in the world in action, Dracula Mihawk. He shouted to his companions at the table. What? Both Zoro and Kuina were surprised by the revelation and immediately turned their gaze to the ship, trying to identify who Luffy was mentioning. What? Don Krieg also couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the name with anger and fear. His worst nightmare since entering the Grand Line had he followed him to the sea. The strongest swordsman in the world. It was the general amazement, both from Krieg's companions and the restaurant patrons. It wasn't something you saw every day. And even Zeph was astonished. Everyone turned to observe Don Krieg's battleship. The expectation in the air was palpable, and it didn't take long for the action to begin. Cut. Suddenly, lines appeared in the air, moving with agility and precision across the pirate ship. A second passed, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, the lines opened, cutting through the ship as if it were butter, tracing impressive straight lines. Boom! What? A collective exclamation escaped from everyone present, surprised by the incredible demonstration of skill and mastery. The almost instantaneous destruction of the pirate ship left a lasting impression, spreading shock and admiration throughout the area. Don Krieg couldn't help but express his astonishment in front of Luffy, realizing that the man who had destroyed his fleet days ago was also present. He really followed me here, he murmured again, fearing the presence of Mihawk. Anyway, you're no longer needed, so die. Luffy, seeing the spectacle before him, turned his attention back to Krieg, aware that he was no longer useful there. Luffy took a coin from his pocket and flicked it towards Don Krieg. Shii. The coin flew towards the pirate before he could react, piercing through his head and making him fall backward immediately. No one noticed when he died, as attention was focused on the small raft with green sails. A lone man was in the middle of it, with a massive sword on his back, one of the 12 Supreme, the black blade known as Yoru. Captain, Luffy heard Zoro suddenly. Luffy diverted his attention from Don Krieg's lifeless body and turned to Zoro. Let me challenge this man. I want to prove that I'm the strongest swordsman in the world, he said with determination. Kuina expressed surprise at his side. She also wanted to challenge Mihawk, but she knew she was 11 years behind and recognized that Zoro was stronger than her currently. Luffy watched the scene and let out a deep sigh. You can challenge him, and even if I say you're not ready now, I know you would defy my orders anyway. The only thing I'll ask is, just don't die, Luffy expressed calmly, understanding Zoro's ambitions and aware that the swordsman could find death there. Without wasting time, Zoro hurriedly stood up from the table and headed determinedly towards the restaurant's entrance. Mihawk, navigating among the wreckage of ships towards the restaurant, paid no attention to the countless low-level pirates in despair around him, clinging to the few parts of the battleship that were still intact. Mihawk, who had been watching Don Krieg the whole time, was surprised when the pirate was killed by a small object flying towards his head amidst the chaos. He immediately captured some familiar element. That hat. He immediately recognized Shank's hat being worn by the man who had just eliminated his target. Dracula Mihawk. Suddenly, he heard his name being shouted with determination, diverting his attention from Luffy. He looked to the side. Zoro emerged from the restaurant with determination and shouted. Mihawk saw where a green-haired man on the restaurant's deck was staring at him as if he had found a treasure. The determined expression on Zoro's face revealed his intention to face the legendary Dracula Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. The child, Mihawk murmured, surprised. Dracula Mihawk. I'm here to face you, exclaimed Zoro, jumping from the restaurant to the wreckage and running towards Mihawk. Mihawk observed in silence. I'm here to face you, shouted Zoro again, continuing his charge. Your title of the strongest swordsman in the world will soon belong to me, he declared with determination, displaying a confident smile. What a naive child, commented Mihawk, seeing before him a fool full of determination. I'm here to face you, he said and continued. Your title of the world's strongest swordsman will belong to me soon. He spoke with determination and a confident smile. What a naive child, Mihawk couldn't help but comment, seeing a fool in front of him. Mihawk paid meticulous attention to Zoro, his sharp eyes registering every movement of the swordsman who had just issued a challenge. A cold and unperturbed expression adorned the face of the legendary Dracula Mihawk as he analyzed the green-haired youth before him. The eyes of the world's greatest swordsman seemed to penetrate Zoro's skills and determination, evaluating him in a silence that echoed with the intensity of the imminent battle. Faced with this penetrating gaze, Zoro couldn't contain his anger. Don't underestimate me, he shouted in response to Mihawk's words, his emotions boiling in the face of the renowned swordsman's arrogance. Underestimate? I am merely observing a cub entering the forest wanting to be at the top of the mountain, without understanding the truths of the sea. To me, he is just a naive child, retorted Mihawk calmly, finding it peculiar how someone so inexperienced in this sea could be so audacious and, at the same time, so blind. Determined to prove his worth, Zoro responded angrily, I will show you that you're wrong. The words came loaded with determination, echoing on the restaurant's deck alongside the murmurs of those witnessing the intensity of the impending clash. Zoro, Kuina murmured, observing the scene alongside the other crew members. As the realization dawned on everyone around, they finally noticed Don Krieg's death as they directed their attention to Mihawk. They emerged from the initial state of shock to realize that the fearsome pirate had silently fallen, a victim of a fatal blow to the head that had gone unnoticed. But what happened? A waiter murmured, his wide-eyed gaze reflecting shock. Is he really dead? Questioned another, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Don Krieg, Jin lamented as he ran to the lifeless body on the floor. Usopp, standing next to Luffy, observed the reactions of the people around and couldn't help but comment, looks like the fight wasn't as balanced as we imagined. Luffy didn't respond. His attention was on Zoro at that moment. While astonishment took hold of the environment, some began to exchange glances, trying to comprehend how such a feared man could be defeated so suddenly and discreetly. The ensuing silence was punctuated only by the subtle murmur of the crowd processing the scene before them. Kuina left the table and went towards Luffy, concerned about Zoro. She broke the silence by questioning Luffy, whose gaze remained fixed on the restaurant's deck, where everyone began to gather to witness the unfolding sword duel after processing that Don Krieg was dead. He's not ready for this fight, is he? She asked. Luffy, equally focused, replied calmly. No, he will lose and be humiliated, maybe even killed. Luffy's words alarmed Nami, who went to them, and she hurriedly suggested, Hey, shouldn't we stop him then? Concern in Nami's voice was evident in the face of the dark prospect looming in the imminent duel. We can't. Even if I tried to put some reason into Zoro, he has his own determinations and dreams, even if it's foolish to die in his first attempt to pursue this dream. He is determined to die here, chasing his ambitions, Luffy commented. And everyone could only remain silent, turning their attention to the duel, or if they could call it a duel, in the next few minutes. Zoro stood on the wreckage of the ship, his slender figure denoting an aura of determination and fury. Meanwhile, Mihawk observed him with a serene expression, almost as if he were contemplating a mere 10-year-old boy, completely unaware of the challenge he had thrown. Come and fight, Zoro shouted, anger reflected in his eyes. Well, then, let's see what you're capable of, pup. Mihawk mocked, gracefully leaping from his raft to the area where Zoro was positioned. Don't underestimate me, Zoro retorted, his fury amplified when Mihawk drew a small knife from his neck, indicating that he would face Zoro only with that modest instrument. You must be joking, Kuina responded, perplexed, next to Luffy on the deck. Luffy couldn't help but mock her. You've only stayed in the East Blue your whole life. It's time to see how we are ants compared to the great powers of this world. His attention was fixed on the imminent fight, his eyes analyzing every movement. Returning to the scene of the fight, Zoro placed his main sword between his teeth while raising the other two in each hand. Don't blame me if you get hurt, Zoro said, mocking as he advanced toward Mihawk, who awaited the attack with unshakable calm. What unfolded next shocked most of the spectators present at Barady, including Krieg's defeated pirates. Zoro, having a clear view of the scene, was even more astonished than anyone else. His three-sword strike was halted by the knife in Mihawk's hand as soon as it touched the modest weapon. Zoro could hardly believe what he was seeing, but his disbelief did not prevent him from persisting in the battle. A dizzying exchange of high-speed blows unfolded, with Zoro attempting to hit his target unsuccessfully. Mihawk, on the other hand, toyed with the former bounty hunter, sporting a mocking smile on his face. Surprisingly, Mihawk didn't need to take a single step to dodge Zoro's attacks. With only one arm holding that small knife, he skillfully parried each blow, leaving the audience bewildered and humiliated as they witnessed Zoro being so clearly outmatched. Barady fell silent in the face of the display of disparity between the two swordsmen. He doesn't even stand a chance, Yamato said calmly, surprised by Mihawk's skill. She continued, expressing her thoughts in the face of the gradual revelation. And to think there are others so powerful in the sea. Her voice reflected disbelief. This revelation wasn't a surprise to Luffy, considering Yamato's isolated life context in a closed country where her own father blocked information about the outside world. She wasn't aware of many sea monsters that could rival Kaido. Is he really that strong? Nami asked, seeking to understand the extent of Mihawk's power. I'm not sure of the extent of his power, but I wouldn't doubt that he could cut Syrup Village Island in half with a single strike, Luffy said, shocking everyone with this impressive revelation. What? Usopp was the first to shout, expressing his amazement. Is our difference really that vast? Kuina couldn't help but tremble at the possibility of such a wide power gap. The realization of the discrepancy between Zoro and Mihawk was disturbing for everyone present at Barady. Are there people at that level of power? Nami exclaimed in fear as well. He's just one of the tips. There are many people in that category who are classified as the true monsters, and it's this group of beings that dominates the sea. Kuina, your dream is to surpass him. Even knowing what kind of monster he is now, will you give up on your dream? Luffy asked, crossing his arms, his gaze fixed on Kuina, wanting to see her determination after imagining Mihawk's power. I will surpass him, no matter how many years I have to train or how many scars will be drawn on my body, she said, showing a determined look after a moment of hesitation. Great, I would like to see your progress to the top of this world then. I'm sure Mihawk expects that too because it must be lonely always being at the top. Besides, usually, you stagnate when there are no rivals to compare your skills to, Luffy said, thinking that after Shanks lost his arm, he must have regressed quite a bit in his fencing. And that must have frustrated Mihawk since the world's greatest swordsman seemed to consider him a rival. Turning his attention back to the fight, Zoro was finally acknowledged by Mihawk at this moment. After a few blows and exchanged words, which showed a smile as he took Yoru from his back to face the young swordsman for the first time with recognition. A blow followed as the two crossed swords, breaking all of Zoro's ordinary swords a second later. Recognizing his defeat, Zoro opened his arms to Mihawk and said the same words as in the anime. It's a shame for a swordsman to have a cut on his back, he said without removing the smile from his face. Admiring this, Mihawk struck Zoro head on a moment later. Zoro, this, Zoro-sama. Luffy's companions exclaimed with this, but Luffy looked at Yamato and said, what does her haki say? Was it a life-threatening injury? He asked. No, it was superficial, although it will leave a beautiful scar. Yamato said, well, Johnny, let's get Zoro and take him out of there. Yamato, you come with me. Let's see what the difference is between us and the true monsters of this world, Luffy announced, jumping from the deck toward the space where Mihawk was with Zoro fallen. He grabbed a dazed Johnny as he advanced. Crack. Mihawk didn't need to look to identify who had approached, keeping his gaze fixed on Zoro lying down. Johnny, take Zoro and take care of that wound, he instructed, and Johnny promptly lifted Zoro's body, quickly retreating from the scene like a rocket. He didn't want to stand in front of the world's greatest swordsman, especially after everything he had heard and seen. You are. Mihawk finally diverted his gaze to the newcomer, assessing Luffy. He must be eyeing the hat on my back. But it doesn't matter, Luffy thought, responding confidently and without hesitation in the face of this imposing monster. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will dominate the seas, Luffy declared calmly. A bold statement, especially coming from a child of the weakest sea. Mihawk commented calmly. Oh, my swordsman fought you. Let me see the strength of the one who stands among the top of this world. Luffy stared at Mihawk without hesitation. Watching this, Mihawk couldn't help but have a peculiar gleam in his eyes. It seems that this journey to this sea is quite enjoyable. I didn't think I would encounter such peculiar children, he said, but Luffy ignored the comment. Anyway, you don't mind fighting against two at the same time, do you? Luffy calmly questioned, receiving silence as Mihawk's response, who didn't need to say a word. Boom. An explosion on the wood, in the middle of the sea, echoed next to Luffy, and Yamato arrived ready to fight, her kanabo resting on her shoulder. Interesting. So, show me your determinations, children. Let's see if you are fit to dominate the seas in the upcoming era, Mihawk declared, assuming a combat position with Yoru raised. He acknowledged that he couldn't underestimate the two in front of him. What surprised him more was the presence of the white-haired, horned woman. She was too powerful to be in this sea or even in the first part of the Grand Line. The same thought applied to the boy Shanks constantly praised. Here, he proved to be much more formidable than Mihawk initially imagined, considering that the boy should be only 17 years old but now looked like an incredibly powerful man, far from being underestimated, even as a rookie. Luffy took his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Aware of her opponent's immense strength, Yamato assumed a serious posture. Mihawk might not be as ruthless as Kaido, but she recognized that she couldn't underestimate the swordsman. Although she couldn't predict the outcome of a deathmatch between them, she knew that Mihawk was capable of cutting her club in two, making him a formidable opponent. Let's start, Luffy announced, an amethyst glow enveloping his body, while Yamato radiated a white aura. The tension in the air indicated that the battle was about to begin. Somewhere in the sea. East Blue. Luffy drew his saber from the holster on his waist, which looked like a scimitar for the first time since he bought it at the system store. He didn't know anything about fencing until now, but he could learn a little from this fight. Yamato, knowing that her opponent was very powerful, took it seriously as well. Mihawk might not be as tough as Kaido, but she couldn't see who would win in a deathmatch. Still, she knew that this man could really cut through that club, so he wasn't an easy opponent. Let's start, Luffy announced, enveloping his body in an amethyst aura, while Yamato had a white aura. Regarding the silence that enveloped the area, only a strong wind echoed as a man and a woman radiated vibrant colors, facing the iconic swordsman before them. He kept his sword raised, patiently awaiting the unique display that would unfold before his eyes, aware that it was a rare spectacle, even for him. Luffy, wearing only dark pants and a boot, proudly displayed his pirate cloak with the Jolly Roger as his body was enveloped in intense purple flames. The flames, amidst an amethyst aura, gave him a wild elegance, highlighting his scarlet eyes that glowed with determination for the battle. Beside him, Yamato also radiated intensely. A frigid aura, tinged with white, completely enveloped her. These two auras turned the atmosphere into chaos, creating winds that swept through the entire environment. The scene left all spectators stunned, while Krieg's pirates closest to them fled in terror, even though they were hungry and weakened. "What is this?" Usopp exclaimed in the group watching from the restaurant. His eyes widened at the spectacle of amethyst flames and icy aura. "Hey, where does this come from? How can they shine like this?" Ryuju also asked, stunned, trying to understand the origin of that impressive power. "They are devil fruit users," Zeph answered for her. But his surprise was no less as his eyes remained fixed on the imminent battle about to unfold. "Fruits that give people powers just by eating them, like in legends?" Hattie exclaimed beside him, perplexed by the revelation. "Yes, although I don't know what kind of devil fruits they have. This explains a lot about the man's strength, who even killed Krieg while no one was looking," Zeph said, his eyes still glued to the imminent fight. "Do you know which fruits they ate, Kuina-sama?" Shirahoshi asked, curious about the origin of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary powers. "I don't know. It has always been a mystery to all of us. We only know that Luffy can create powerful flames, and Yamato can freeze even the sea," Kuina replied. Despite being one of Luffy's closest associates, he never fully revealed his potential, limiting himself to fighting with Yamato and using some powers, nothing compared to the spectacle unfolding before them. "Yamato told me once they each ate a kind of mythical zoan, although I don't know what that means. It must be worth a lot of money," Nami commented, causing a surprised expression on Zeph at the unusual revelation. "Mythical zoan? Are you really serious?" he exclaimed, looking quite frightened, drawing the attention of the other spectators. "What's the big deal, old man? Does that mean something?" Ryuju asked, finding his reaction strange. "Listen, stinky brat. There are 3 types of devil fruits, paramecia, loja, and zoan." He began to explain, gaining even more attention from everyone, even though they continued to focus on the auras covering Luffy, Yamato, and the sound of the wind blowing around. And he continued to speak. "Pay attention. Paramecia grants strange powers, ranging from creating an invisible barrier to slowing down a target with lightning. Each fruit imposes a power limit, but that doesn't mean you can't become powerful, even if the ability initially seems weak. It all depends on the user and their imagination as they develop the fruit's ability. The lojas are considered invincible, as they transform the user into an element. Not only does the user acquire the power of that element, but their body also becomes elemental, making them immune to physical damage," he said, gaining astonishment from his audience. "But, as much as the body is elemental, there are many countermeasures to fight them. Now, about the zoans, there is the zoan fruit category, which transforms the user into an animal. But it can vary into 3 more categories in this classification. Let me explain. There are the common ones, which transform into any existing animal. Right after these, the ancient Zoans, which have the ability to transform into even more powerful animals, usually ancient and extinct or nearly extinct species in this world. They grant much more power to the user than the common ones. However, there is a third category of Zoans that makes you transform into a legend, the mythical Zoans. Does that mean they are that powerful? Ryuju couldn't help but let her cigarette fall from her mouth at this moment. If we take the power level classifications of devil fruits, I would put it in this order: common Zoans, Paramecias, ancient Zoans, Lojas, and the most powerful and rare of all, naturally, the mythical Zoans. They are so rare that I heard you can count on your fingers how many users of them exist and that we know of, as far as the world has shown, Zeph said, looking closely at Luffy and Yamato. Now, here, in this sea, in front of my restaurant, after retiring as a pirate, 2 mythical Zoans appeared in a single crew. I'm sure that would shock the world if it appeared in a newspaper the next day, he said, gaining the astonished look of all listeners. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Meanwhile, Mihawk was attentively observing his opponents. His sharp eyes analyzed every detail of Luffy and Yamato's extraordinary transformations, while his words echoed in the atmospheric chaos. 2 mythical Zoans. I never expected that, even in the new world. What are the chances of witnessing something like this? It's like asking to put Sengoku to fight Kaido, or a war between Whitebeard's crew and the Beast Pirates, something that would only happen in an event that would shake the world, Mihawk said, narrowing his eyes, his impassive expression contrasting with the turmoil around him. Now I'm seeing newly arrived pirates with such power under the same flag. First, that fascinating swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, who, despite being weak, has spirit and could become a challenge in the future if he doesn't die. Now I'm seeing these 2 users with powers that only those at the top of the world possess. Mihawk muttered, fascinated, letting his emotion show. In a moment of pure admiration, he couldn't contain the shout that escaped his lips. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Tell me your names, he shouted to his opponents, as a recognition as he did with Zoro until a moment ago. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy said calmly. But his voice was heard thanks to his powers altering the sound. Yamato, shouted the woman shrouded in the white aura. The auras persisted for a few more precious seconds, announcing the start of the metamorphoses that would unfold in the bodies of Luffy and Yamato. Luffy's transformation was something magnificent to witness. His skin gained a purple hue, muscles slightly expanded, and peculiar scales emerged, forming a unique armor. These scales adorned his hands and waist, giving him an imposing appearance. On his head, 2 horns appeared, curving backward, while amethyst flames danced around his figure. Surprisingly, this time, no wings or an extension of his hair emerged, but the metamorphosis was so impressive that it left his adversary before him with eyes wide open, absorbing every detail of this extraordinary transformation. The woman, surrounded by an icy aura, underwent an equally surprising metamorphosis. Her skin turned into white fur, simulating a layer of freshly fallen snow. Pointed ears emerged while horns grew, taking on longer tips on her forehead. She acquired the form of a humanoid wolf, replacing her feet with animalistic paws. Her hair grew even more, and a white, icy line drew a half circle on her back. Both auras, with their contrasting elements of amethyst, fire, and ice, created a magnificent vortex, highlighting the grandeur of the transformations occurring in their beings. The spectacle was hypnotic, capturing the attention of all spectators as they witnessed this demonstration of extraordinary power. Incredible, 2 mythical Zoans. This is truly surprising, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. Mihawk pronounced these words even more excitedly. He really never expected this. He still wondered when he could see something like this in the new world, but ended up witnessing it in a simple amusement of hunting a weak pirate to this sea. The auras suddenly disappeared, revealing the 2 transformed individuals, who in everyone's opinion were no longer human, which also left them quite frightened. A resplendent layer, emanating elemental power, covered various parts of their bodies, plunging the area into a silence charged with tension. Is that Luffy-sama? Exclaimed Shirahoshi, her eyes widening in pure disbelief. My god, can they transform into this? Are these the most powerful devil fruits? Usopp asked, surprise stamped on his face, unable to contain the question bubbling in his mind. The silence was abruptly interrupted by the distinctive sound of an ouch, uttered by some spectator, expressing their own perplexity at the unexpected transformation. The murmur of surprise and astonished whispers swept through the environment, creating an atmosphere of amazement and anticipation as everyone processed what they had just witnessed, while spectators tried to understand Luffy and Yamato's stunning transformations. Is it real? Nami asked, her eyes showing perplexity. I knew they were powerful, but this is something else, Kuina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a mix of respect and fascination. I didn't expect this even in my wildest dreams, Usopp commented, still processing what his eyes witnessed. Ryuju, who was closer to the front line, couldn't hide her surprise. These powers are almost unbelievable. As the reactions unfolded, Mihawk, the silent observer, finally spoke. Impressive. These youngsters have more than just strength. They have the potential to change the tides of this era. Yamato, in her humanoid wolf form, let out a soft growl, demonstrating her readiness for the approaching battle. The wind, now laden with the energy of the two mythical Zoans, echoed through the surroundings, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than to that swordsman. Ryuju exclaimed beside him. Don't be fooled, brat. They are powerful, no doubt, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled, so you have the impression that the two are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight. He said it himself before starting his transformation. Zeph said calmly. Who said he stole me? Ryuju shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. They are going to start, Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Old man, you don't seem to be joking. I feel my instincts screaming not to get closer to them more than that swordsman, Ryuju exclaimed by the side. Don't be fooled, brat. They are powerful, no doubt about it, but unlike the wild aura they emit, Mihawk is much more controlled. That's why you have the impression that the two of them are stronger. But don't forget they are in front of the world's strongest swordsman. Even that kid who stole you knows he can't win this fight. He himself said that before starting his transformation. Zeph said calmly. Who said he stole me? Ryuju shouted angrily as Zeph still insisted on something she didn't agree with. They're going to start, Kuina shouted, and all eyes turned back to the fight, which was about to begin. Luffy felt a profound metamorphosis sweep through his existence. His senses, sharpened in an unusual way, perceived the world around him in an intensified manner. Each beat of his heart seemed to resonate like a distant boom, and the air had a sharper texture. It was as if he had acquired a more intimate connection with the environment around him. Although he couldn't witness his own transformation, the perception of the change was imprinted in every fiber of his being. The astonished expressions on the faces of the spectators indicated that something extraordinary was happening. His body seemed to pulsate with an unknown energy, making him feel several times stronger than he had ever imagined. The heartbeats, now amplified in his perception, kept pace with the rhythm of his new form. The feeling of power emanated from the flames like waves of heat, and Luffy felt intimately connected to this fiery force that enveloped him. Phase 2 of his transformation had not only altered his appearance, it had amplified his sensations and instincts, preparing him for the imminent challenge. This sensory intensification created a visceral symphony in his mind, fueling his passion for violent battle. Every muscle, every fiber of his being was charged with formidable energy, and he yearned for the opportunity to test this new power against the opponent before him. It was Ifrit's own influence over him. Flames began to dance violently on parts of his body. Come on, Yamato, Luffy uttered in a calm tone, yet his voice carried a gravity and wisdom that transcended his age. Without hesitation, he took the first step, and as if disappearing in the blink of an eye, materialized in front of Mihawk. His figure raised the sword, ready to strike the first blow. After avoiding the transformation, his first decision was to boost his speed, an acceleration that defied comprehension. Moving as if he had mastered the art of teleportation, he increased his speed by 30 times, recognizing that this ability would be crucial to face a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber. The air trembled as his swift movements cut through the space between him and the feared swordsman. Swinging his sword with an almost careless simplicity, Luffy seemed to rely purely on his strength, without the slightest concern for posture or technique. The gesture carried a tone of mockery in the sharp eyes of Mihawk, as the young man in front of him gave the impression of wielding a sword for the first time in his life. Metallic noise. Feeling his sword effortlessly repelled by Yoro, Luffy showed no surprise, even with the impressive speed he maintained at the moment. You're fast. So fast that it even startles me a bit, and I can't quite grasp how you did that. However, you're still just a child inexperienced in the sea, Mihawk said indifferently. The swords remained entwined for a brief moment, but in an almost imperceptible movement, Mihawk disarmed Luffy, separating the swords and exploiting an opening in the young pirate's guard. However, Mihawk, who was ready to attack Luffy, had to step back as a shadow appeared above them, revealing a fierce white furball holding a kanabo over its head, causing the greatest swordsman to retreat before the weapon hit him. Boom! Yamato's weapon hit empty space, exploding into the wood just below. Jumping a few meters away to another wreckage of the floating ship, Luffy and Yamato saw Mihawk gripping his sword, as he seemed to be underestimating both of them until now. But the fight appeared to be more challenging than he imagined with just these movements. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the feet of the two Straw Hat crew members, propelled by the force of their feet toward Mihawk. While Luffy explored his enhanced speed, Yamato relied on observation Haki and her supernatural body, both rushing towards the adversary. They skillfully leaped between the wreckage at sea, preparing for the next attack. Armament haki. Yamato wrapped her hand with the kanabo as she advanced, darkening it with the manifestation of her haki. Metallic noise. Metallic noise. Boom. Metallic noise. Boom. Boom. Metallic noise. Metallic noise. The battle turned the space within a radius of 50 meters into chaos immediately. While the restaurant remained at a safe distance, the pirates who had not yet fled entered into despair, running frantically in search of an escape route. Run, we're in the middle of the battle. Stop, please. Where's Captain Krieg? Where is he? Captain, help us. Metallic noise. Metallic noise. Boom. Metallic noise. Boom. Metallic noise. In the heat of the battle, Luffy and Yamato demonstrated remarkable resistance against Mihawk's intensity. Whenever Mihawk advanced against one of them, the other entered the collision to provide support, blending their distinct elements with the attacks to force the swordsman to step back a few meters. This pattern persisted, giving Luffy the opportunity to absorb more about the art of swordsmanship while trying to adapt to Mihawk's style. What kind of confrontation are we witnessing? As the battle unfolded before Ryaju's eyes, they were shocked. The scene was a chaotic storm of swift shadows, accompanied by supersonic metallic roars. Explosions of flames and ice tore through the air, creating a scene of destruction that lifted water and debris from Krieg's ship. The environment was charged with an intensity that made everyone present tremble at the magnitude of the fight. With each collision, the shadows moved in a frenetic dance, almost as if space itself were distorting with the speed of the combatants. Ryaju struggled to visually keep up with the rapid movements and explosions of contrasting elements. Amidst the chaos, she could barely discern who was attacking or defending, as the elements blended in a symphony of destruction. The restaurant, at a safe distance, served as an impotent witness to the unleashed fury. The few remaining pirates on site were desperate, trying to distance themselves from the combat zone, aware that they were witnessing a battle of epic proportions. Metallic noise. Boom. Metallic noise. Boom. This battle is on a completely different level than the one Zoro faced, Kuina commented. Her astonishment was evident, as she had never imagined that humans could engage in such an impressive combat. Luffy wasn't exaggerating when he said we're like frogs in a well, she thought, trying to assimilate the shock of witnessing powerful opponents facing off. This surpasses all the fights I've ever witnessed in this sea. Zeph, with widened eyes, couldn't contain his amazement. Even in his days in the Grand Line, he had not witnessed something so grand. Will they be okay? Nami asked, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. For her, who carried traumas from the past, such as the confrontation with Arlong, seeing a fight of this caliber was a shock, but she knew that the fishman would be helpless in the face of such a battle. I hope so, Zeph replied, observing the intensity of the confrontation with a mix of fascination and concern. I don't want to get near that for anything, Usopp shouted, asking the restaurant ship to move further away. As the intense battle unfolded, Luffy assessed the situation. Darn, he seems to be holding back, but his expression remains indifferent, as if he's just testing us, Luffy thought to himself as he advanced toward his opponent. His sword began to crack. Unlike Yoro or Kanabo, his weapon was far from high quality, and without the ability to use haki to strengthen it, the blade started to wear out quickly, even though the fight had only started 2 minutes ago. Luffy attempted a sword duel but quickly realized he was easily overpowered by the skilled swordsman. At that moment, Yamato intervened to save him from an imminent counterattack by Mihawk. Despite knowing that his speed surpassed Yamato's at that moment, Luffy felt frustrated to realize that she could react more quickly. The captain found himself protected by his vice-captain, a situation that left him both grateful and somewhat embarrassed. After Yamato pushed Mihawk away once again, Luffy began to step quickly on the wreckage at sea. Each step he took caused the broken structures to crack beneath his feet. Jumping from one location to another, he tried to circle Mihawk, seeking an opening while keeping a keen eye on his opponent. This is only highlighting the fact that we are still children, as he himself said, Luffy thought, feeling the frustration in the face of the disparity in abilities. Even during the previous confrontation between Yamato and Mihawk, he couldn't identify an opening, but now the swordsman seemed more determined not to give ground. Observing Mihawk waiting for him while keeping Yamato at bay, Luffy decided to attack directly. Raising his saber, he tried to mimic how Mihawk wielded the sword, adjusting his muscular posture in hopes of creating an opening in the skilled swordsman's defense. Metallic noise. His weapon was easily parried. You're learning in this fight, that's good, but not good enough, Mihawk said calmly. Crack. Minimal cracks grew upon impact, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes, and Mihawk gave a small smile. Your weapon is also quite ahhh. A shout was heard, and Yamato in her mythical Zoan form leaped high above us. Divine swiftness, white serpent, Yamato shouted, channeling energy into her weapon as an intense light projected toward Mihawk, placing itself between him and Luffy. Mihawk's hawk eyes quickly calculated the situation, realizing there was no room to dodge. With precise movements, he pushed Luffy away and raised his sword to meet the attack. In an agile motion, he delivered a powerful kick to the mythical Zoan's body, launching it like a rocket that exploded against the wreckage of the old ship about 40 meters away. Boom! As Luffy collided with the spot where he was thrown, Mihawk focused his attention on the light emanating from Yamato's weapon. Tightening his sword, it began to radiate a green energy. Sword style, Kokudo Isen, proclaimed Mihawk, covering his sword with an intense green light. With a swift movement, he cut through the air, and the emerald energy expanded from the sword toward Yamato's attack. Shii. Shii. The sound of the air being cut echoed as the two energies, initially separated by 20 meters, collided amidst the sea, forming a diagonal angle due to Yamato's aerial position during the launch of her attack. "Take cover," Zeph shouted to everyone. Even though it was something his eyes wouldn't normally react to, he still had his sea experience and knew when something terrible was about to happen. "Run inside the restaurant," Ryuju shouted to the others shortly after, sensing danger along with a few others. In the midst of the attack trying to reach each other, everyone fled inside the venue. Even Shirahoshi flew, surprising some who noticed it. "Bring Zoro inside," Kuina shouted, as Johnny was still with the unconscious Zoro beside him, grabbing his friend's body carelessly. He ran with the others to seek shelter. The energies collided in an explosive spectacle, triggering a thunderous reaction that reverberated throughout the environment. The explosion spared not even the commercial ships that were more than 5 kilometers away, still trying to distance themselves from the restaurant. The impact of the clash was felt even by those far from the epicenter, marking the magnitude of this intense collision between powerful forces. Unknown POV. In the distance, the celebration on the commercial ships echoed with relief and joy for having escaped the Krieg pirates. However, a frightening twist was about to unfold. "We escaped. We managed to escape from the Krieg pirates," someone celebrated. "Yes, we are more than 3 kilometers away from the restaurant now. We only managed because they seemed quite exhausted, so no one tried to stop us as we boarded our ships. Still, we got out before they could recover. We should be relieved about that. It's a shame the restaurant won't have the same luck. Soon, they'll be looted and killed by those damn pirates. Who cares? I'm alive and well right now. That's what matters to me. Hey, look," someone drew everyone's attention amid the celebration. When they saw Krieg's battleship shattering with a precise and silent cut, the celebratory mood was instantly replaced by panic. "Look, the ship. The ship is falling apart. Oh my god, what's happening there? Who cares? Let's go before it's our ship too." From a distance, they could see Krieg's battleship breaking into several pieces with a clean and silent cut, something that terrified everyone on the commercial ship to their core as all these civilians watched with their worst fears, even though the victim was a cruel pirate. "Let's go. It's quiet." Now, chaos ensued among the civilians as they witnessed the destruction of the pirate ship. The sight of the vessel unraveling before such a clean and deadly cut left everyone stunned, even from a distance. However, the immediate concern of the civilians shifted when they realized that distant lights indicated a new threat approaching. 2 lights, one purple and one white. What's happening there? I've already said, who cares? Captain, let's go faster. Boom, boom. The small explosions and the resounding sounds of cannons began echoing towards the commercial ships, signaling that something of extreme magnitude was happening in that distant location. "It looks like there's a fight happening there now. Are those small explosions from cannons?" "That's what it looks like. What else could it be?" Suddenly, a bright flash intensified, darkening the sea from that location. The explosion triggered a deafening cacophony, echoing across the seas and cutting through the air. A fierce shockwave erupted from the epicenter of the detonation, manifesting as an overwhelming force that spread through the water. The roar was like a furious bellow from nature itself, unleashing a spectacular sight of vibrant colors and dancing sparks in the night sky. The intense light of the explosion dazzled all observers in the distance, turning night into day for a brief second. The seawater churned and rose in a chaotic whirlpool, mixing with debris and fragments of Krieg's battleship thrown into the air. Boom! Immediately afterward, the shockwave, ruthless and unstoppable, hit the commercial ships with overwhelming force. The boats swayed dangerously, and some were lifted by the turbulent waves, while others were thrown into disarray. The atmosphere became thick with the salty scent and the deafening noise of the impact, as civilians aboard the commercial ships struggled to maintain balance and comprehend what was happening before them. The impact threw the boats into a frenzy of even more despair, hitting the commercial boats 5 kilometers away. What? What is happening there? I'm losing balance. Someone fell into the sea. On one of the commercial ships, civilians panicked like never before, just like on all the other ships. At the Barady, although not directly hit by the explosion, the floating restaurant was among the closest to the epicenter. The shockwave hit it with tremendous force, throwing debris into the air and causing panic reactions among those present. Screams echoed throughout the Barady as people were thrown by the sudden and disorienting impact. The sight of the horizon seemed distorted, as if the world itself were unraveling. chaos reigned, and confusion spread among the customers and staff of the floating restaurant. AHHH, what the hell is happening? It looks like the end of the world. The surface of the sea is so terrifying. Sharky, ouch. Brother Luffy and sister Yamato are still there. Scory Island Hedicta, Island Energetic He Bonatal I. You're right, my dear. But these days, the young ones want to blow everything up. How can you have this kind of conversation in the middle of this hell? Did you see the size of that explosion? I've never seen anything like it. Will the Barady survive this? Is the restaurant in danger? Let's hope not. The Barady is our home. I don't even know if we can make it back there. The shockwave was so strong it threw me away. If the Barady is hit, I don't know what we'll do. Did anyone survive that? The explosion unleashed such intense devastation that everything within a radius of 50 meters was consumed by the impact, reduced to dust on the spot. Debris and wreckage were thrown even further, reaching an extent of 200 meters. Even the more distant ships did not escape entirely, feeling a subdued version of the devastating impact. After the explosion, it took long and tense minutes for the dust to settle and the chaos to calm. Krieg's pirates, now more than 500 meters away, were ruthlessly dragged by the impact. Some perished under the debris, victims of the unleashed destruction. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea. Her hair somewhat disheveled, but, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. Mihawk remained serene on his raft, as if the violence around him had not affected even the calmness of his improvised transportation. Yamato emerged in the midst of the frozen sea. Her hair somewhat disheveled, but, aside from that detail, she appeared perfectly intact. You are truly formidable, but there is much to learn, Mihawk proclaimed after a brief silence. Without showing hesitation, he turned his gaze to Yamato, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the location. Not even Yamato's speed and keen instincts, combined with her observation haki, were enough to react when Mihawk appeared in front of her, raising his sword. The strike delivered by Mihawk was swift and precise, cutting through the air with deadly grace. An instant later, blood painted the surroundings, a cruel display of the lethal efficiency of the master swordsman. Impressive, uttered Mihawk calmly, observing the blood spurt before him. At the epicenter of the battle, Luffy maintained a firm stance. When Mihawk unleashed his attack, Luffy tried to confront Yoru. The black sword cut across his purple chest in a straight line. But Luffy did not waver. He faced his opponent without taking a step back, initially using his sword as a shield. However, the blade yielded like butter, accumulating damage on its already cracked metal throughout the fight. Mihawk did not hold back, still delivering a second blow towards Luffy and Yamato, the latter still unable to react. Faced with the imminent attack, Luffy, with no other option to avoid it, strengthened himself with the Moa Moa no Mai a fraction of a second before the impact, compensating for the lack of haki. He transformed his body into a shield between Yamato and the adversary's sharp blade. Yamato, surprised, exclaimed, "Luffy, I won't move as long as you're in danger," Luffy asserted determinedly. The sound of a cut slicing through the air echoed, spurting blood. Luffy gritted his teeth, feeling the pain of the attack but remained steadfast. "That's nothing," exclaimed Luffy, quickly raising his arm and closing his fist. He struck the ice, generating an explosion of chaotic flames that shattered the layer of ice where his opponent stood. Boom! Mihawk reappeared on his raft before he could be hit, casting a small smile in their direction. "Luffy, are you okay?" Yamato ran to Luffy's side, concerned. "I am, as I said, it's nothing," he replied, closing his eyes to concentrate, about to test his powers. The cut on his chest began to emit an ethereal glow, as if a healing light were born directly from the wound. In the blink of an eye, the healing unfolded, a magical dance of regeneration that left everyone marveling. Every trace of the cut vanished rapidly, and the skin restored itself to its original perfection. It was as if the very tissue of the wound was responding to a healing melody, with luminous healing notes intertwining and transforming the injury into a fleeting memory. It seems this is the regenerative power of the icons. Even without using the Moa Moa no Mai's power to accelerate the healing speed, it's incredibly fast, thought Luffy, watching his chest heal, even though the cut was not fatal. However, this remarkable regeneration, which seemed like a work of magic, was not granted without costs. The energy pulsating within Luffy, once focused and stable, now flowed intensely, as if every cell in his body contributed to the spectacle of healing. The intense light shining during the process was a testimony to the price his body paid to achieve such accelerated recovery. While the wound disappeared, it was as if Luffy's very essence was being interwoven into the regenerated tissue, signaling that each act of healing demanded a significant tribute of his energy. The glow dimmed, revealing a momentarily weakened Luffy, but still standing and determined to face any challenge. I can't use this too much in a fight, Luffy thought after seeing the cost. Instant regeneration. It's amazing. I've never encountered a mythical Zoan with so many impressive characteristics, Mihawk murmured, observing the scene with a hint of admiration. Internally, he reflected on Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates, who also possessed instant regeneration, even faster. However, the unique abilities of this strange purple fire, combined with the enhancement of the young man's physical conditions, gave the young man's devil fruit a notable superiority. But this is intriguing. I sensed, through my haki, that he managed to exchange his speed for exceptional hardness in his body a moment before my sword hit him, turning him into something as resistant as if he were enveloped in powerful armament haki. It's peculiar, to say the least. Could it be a unique feature of his body, a singular ability of his mysterious devil fruit, or perhaps this brat even possesses another devil fruit? Mihawk thought, but quickly dismissed these questions from his mind, keeping his focus on the children before him. Anyway, his secrets don't interest me. I just want to witness the boy for whom Shanks sacrificed one of his arms to save. He concluded his thoughts, assuming a combat stance once again. Are you really okay? You shouldn't have shielded me with your body. Yamato couldn't help but ask again and exclaim, but she was looking with a hint of admiration where Mihawk had cut Luffy, and he healed without leaving a scar a moment later. Don't worry, let's focus on our opponent now, Luffy said. He no longer had a weapon. He could only unleash his firepower at this moment. Yes, as Luffy launched back into the fight, Yamato couldn't help but feel a special warmth in her chest, a feeling that surpassed mere admiration after he took the enemy's blow in her place. Every graceful movement of Luffy, every flame he emanated, seemed to ignite something deeper within her. Watching him with eyes filled with affection, Yamato felt a wave of emotions, among which a true love began to blossom. Luffy's sacrifice, his protective instinct, and the way he faced challenges with unwavering determination stirred her heart in unexpected ways. But now, seeing that Luffy was well and ready to fight, she took her stance with determined eyes and turned to Mihawk, standing on his raft. From a distance, their crew in the restaurant calmed down and returned to the deck to assess the situation. Despite moving quite far from the area of the earlier powerful attacks, they could still catch a glimpse of the battle at this distance. A moment later, both sides soared back towards their enemies, ready to resume the fight. A battle of slashes and explosions ignited once again. Boom, 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 boom. Luffy clenched his fists, preparing to face Mihawk. He increased the hardness of his body by 30 times, a necessary choice now that he was unarmed against the formidable Yoru. Although speed continued to be his advantage in the sword fight, the captain of the Straw Hats knew that a misstep could result in serious injuries. The fight continued amid chaos, Mihawk's agile attacks cutting through the air, while Luffy, with his increased strength and fiery flames, tried to withstand the precision of the supreme swordsman. The location transformed into a chaotic battlefield once again. Debris from Krieg's old ship floated around, silent witnesses to the intensity of the confrontation. Luffy's punches, fueled by the power of the Akuma no Mi, created waves of heat, and flame explosions erupted at the point of impact. Mihawk, skilled and nimble, managed to dodge the attacks and retaliate moments later. With Luffy's reduced speed, he became more vulnerable, while Mihawk's sword strikes cut through the space with millimeter precision. Despite her own injuries, Yamato continued to intervene strategically, attempting to balance the fight. The next 5 minutes unfolded in this manner. Luffy, marked by cuts that regenerated in real time, displayed the unique resilience that characterized him. Yamato, who had previously remained unscathed, now bore some visible wounds on her body. Mihawk's formidable ability continued to manifest in that intense sword dance. Each movement was a risky dance between the three combatants, with the glow of flames and ice creating a unique visual spectacle. Spectators, still at a safe distance, watched in awe the battle unfolding between beings whose powers transcended common understanding. The scene, now marked by debris and mystical elements, was the visible reflection of the clash between extraordinary forces. He's no joke. It's almost like fighting with the old bastard, Yamato grumbled in the midst of the fight, referring to the devastating strength as fighting her own father. That was quite intriguing, but I believe it's time to end this fight. Mihawk calmly uttered his words, and in the next instant, Luffy and Yamato tightened their guards, preparing for what would come next. With almost supernatural speed, Mihawk disappeared and suddenly stood before Luffy, covering his legs with armament haki. Luffy's straw hat flew to the ground, breaking the ice formed by Yamato on the water's surface. Surprisingly, instead of cutting as any blade would, Mihawk used his sword to launch the opponent into the air. Crack. Luffy Yamato's anguished cry echoed as she witnessed the scene. However, before she could fully process what had just happened, Mihawk directed another attack in her direction. Wielding her kanabo, Yamato faced the imminent collision, feeling the pressure between the weapons as they clashed and being propelled upward, disadvantaged by the opposing forces in the confrontation. Mihawk didn't grant Yamato even a moment to catch her breath. As she began to regain her senses, still floating in the air, the swordsman appeared before her, ready to deliver another slashing blow. However, Luffy, once again, intervened to prevent his companion from taking the hit. He emerged from the icy wreckage and positioned himself between the two, allowing the strike to hit him without the protection of the hardness he had used before because he utilized his fruit for speed to reach Yamato. This time, he didn't have the chance to switch to the last-minute application of speed for hardness and had to take the blow relying solely on his enhanced physical body. The impact was overwhelming, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The strike destroyed the remaining ice covering the surface and caused Luffy to sink directly into the sea. Yamato was taken aback by this, but without time to react, Yoru descended upon her shortly afterward, and she could only collide with the weapon, flying to the opposite side where Luffy had fallen. Boom! The water's roar raised an explosion of foam and splashes around Yamato's body, sinking into the depths of the sea along with her captain. The water churned, devouring the shattered ice debris. Meanwhile, the effects of Luffy's devil fruit began to fade in the restaurant. Shirahoshi and Megalo, once reduced in size, started to grow rapidly. The environment witnessed the surprising transformation as the duo regained their original stature. Sharky, a giant mermaid, a giant shark. A collective cry echoed among the staff as they witnessed the true form of the mermaid princess and her companion. Zeph, Ryuju, and even Mihawk were shocked by the magnitude of this revelation. "What's happening?" exclaimed Usopp, alarmed, as he was unaware of the true size of the ship's mermaid. "It's because Luffy is in the sea," explained Kuina, connecting the dots and realizing it was an effect resulting from the captain's defeat. Mihawk, even able to sense presence through his haki upon arrival at the scene, was also surprised by the giant mermaid as he was unaware of her true size. The scenario now was one of bewilderment in the face of this immense transformation. In the vast ocean, Luffy, who had returned to his human form, suddenly felt something expanding in his pocket. Quickly, he retrieved two tiny ship models, one of the marine ship and the other of the Going Merry, now named Black Pearl, watching them grow at a surprising speed before his eyes. The ships emerged majestically but, due to the amount of water accumulated in Luffy's pocket, sank instantly. "Damn, this can't get worse," Luffy muttered to himself. While remaining submerged, the situation didn't pose an imminent threat. Not only because he could breathe underwater, but also because he had used his power to enlarge the oxygen molecules in his body, thanks to the Moa Moa no Mai. This adaptation would ensure his survival for a safe amount of time as he descended into the depths. Upon noticing a new disturbance in the water, he turned his face upward and saw Yamato plummeting like an uncontrolled rocket. Luffy knew she couldn't breathe underwater like him, and concern overcame him, even under the pressure of the sea. He decided to use his fruit power on a 10% scale, which was his limit in the sea's effect, seeking a way to help Yamato. Becoming 10 times lighter, Luffy slowed down his speed, allowing Yamato to catch up as both sank like stones in the sea. However, Yamato was facing a desperate struggle to breathe. Her imposing transformed form was unraveling, and the lack of oxygen became an imminent challenge. In a moment of despair beneath the sea, Yamato struggled to breathe. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected sensation, her lips being pressed. With surprise, her eyes opened in the aquatic darkness. She finally noticed that Luffy was kissing her at that tense moment. The realization that Luffy was kissing her in that moment slowly hit her. Under the depths of the ocean, their lips met in an unusual gesture of seeking oxygen, an instinctive and surprising act that broke the barriers of despair. The kiss unfolded amid the struggle for survival, an intense and unexpected moment in the depths of the sea. She blushed intensely like a pepper when she realized what was happening, but quickly noticed that seawater in her throat was being sucked by Luffy. He withdrew his lips from hers and spat the water to the other side in a swift motion. Without wasting time, Luffy kissed her again, leaving Yamato extremely flustered. Impatiently, Luffy looked at her as she grew increasingly red and tried to resist him, even with their lips still connected. "Really, I'm trying to get the water out so you don't drown. And all that goes through your head is how embarrassing it is for me to do mouth-to-mouth respiration." Irritated, Luffy contemplated Yamato's reaction while their lips remained intertwined. Regardless of Yamato's thoughts, Luffy pressed his lips to remove the remaining water from her. Once he completed this task, he pressed his lips again, but this time to provide oxygen. He began transferring enhanced oxygen molecules to Yamato's lips. The human respiratory system shouldn't receive this type of molecule, but Yamato possessed an enhanced body, much like her father. As Luffy passed oxygen to Yamato through his mouth, she finally began to calm down a bit. Despite the extreme embarrassment Yamato felt, given the context, she calmed down upon realizing oxygen flowing from Luffy's lips to hers, providing a welcome relief to her lungs. Thus, a man and a woman, the latter slightly taller, sank in the sea, appearing to be kissing while exchanging oxygen amid the aquatic depths. Mihawk, who was on the surface, observed carefully not only with his haki but also with his exceptional eyes that captured details. This brat has a slew of tricks. Shanks, how did you discover this monster? Mihawk couldn't help but comment internally. Hey, you guys, your friends are sinking in the sea. You'd better rescue them, he exclaimed loudly, addressing the boat approaching the restaurant. The crew members were eager to retrieve Luffy and Yamato but exercised caution, uncertain if Mihawk would attack as they approached. I'm leaving now. Tell these kids that I'll be waiting for them in the new world. I expect a more interesting challenge next time. He prepared to depart after these words. Wait, Mihawk stopped upon hearing a voice shouting from the restaurant. It was Zoro, now conscious. Listen well, Dracula Mihawk. I will defeat you next time we fight. Wait, one day, I will come to you to claim your title. Zoro shouted with determination. Who said it will be you, idiot? I will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Kuina muttered beside him, keeping her voice only to herself. Then I'll be waiting, Roronoa Zoro. You're too young to die now. Discover yourself, discover this world, become strong. No matter how long it takes, I'll be waiting for you. I'll hold on to this title in the best way until you come to me. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk spoke eloquently and departed again. You bet I will, Zoro shouted in response. Everyone was surprised by these words, and a moment of silence took over the atmosphere as they watched Mihawk distance himself from the ship and return to the Grand Line. That was inspiring, Isaku murmured. Hey, Luffy and Yamato are still in the water, Nami suddenly exclaimed, remembering their friends. They're fruit users, so they can die, Zeph said. Shirahoshi quickly prepared to dive into the water, but a shadow appeared in front of her. Leave it to me. Ryuju spat out her cigarette and jumped directly into the sea. It didn't take her long to find the two. Her legs swam quickly as she approached. They seemed to be fine. But why are they kissing? Shirahoshi exclaimed, surprised. Damn it, Luffy, you're the kind of man who takes advantage of women. She growled as she approached them. In anger, she interrupted the kiss, grabbing both and swimming quickly to the surface. It didn't take long for them to reach the ship's deck. That was amazing, Luffy said, referring to the fight. I enjoyed it too. It was good, Yamato said, quite embarrassed, unable to face Luffy, not realizing he was referring to something else. Huh, you horny couple, you were dying and wanted to kiss at the bottom of the sea, Ryuju shouted, hearing these comments. Soon, everyone surrounded the two. Are you guys okay? Usopp asked quickly. We are. My injuries will heal quickly, but Yamato will take some time, Luffy said and turned his gaze to the place where they had fought before falling into the water. Where's Mihawk? Luffy asked, seeing only some ice debris in the water with no sign of the swordsman. He left. He said he would wait for a better challenge next time, Kuina said, crossing her arms and wondering why Yamato seemed so embarrassed beside her. Anyway, it was a great fight. Let's check on Zoro and the others, Luffy said, eager to assess the condition of his swordsman. Where's Mihawk? Luffy asked, seeing only some ice debris in the water with no sign of the swordsman. He left. He said he would wait for a better challenge next time, Kuina said, crossing her arms, wondering why Yamato seemed as red as a pepper beside her. Anyway, it was a great fight. Let's check on Zoro and the others, Luffy said, eager to assess the condition of his swordsman. But before that, why is Shirahoshi like this? And I'm not talking about her current size, which returned to normal, Luffy said as he walked toward Zoro and saw the princess crying. I'm useless. I can't even rescue Luffy-sama. Luffy raised his eyebrows hearing her cry and this strange reason. She wanted to rescue you in the sea, but Ryuju was faster, and as you can see, that seemed to upset her, telling herself that she doesn't help at all. Kuina explained beside him. Luffy sighed, deciding to deal with Zoro first before calming the princess. Alive? Luffy asked, opening a smile as he observed the swordsman, covered in bandages, on the deck. Of course, Captain, Zoro grumbled with a touch of annoyance. I'm glad about that, Zoro. You even surprised the greatest swordsman in the world. Don't disappoint him in the future then, Luffy commented. Of course, I impressed him. I'll surpass him one day, Zoro declared confidently. That's great. But anyway, Shirahoshi and Megalo are gigantic now. It's time to conceal their true sizes, but before that, Luffy turned to the huge mermaid beside the ship, still drawing shocked glances from those who didn't know her. A mermaid of this size was a unique sight in the world, and almost no one had seen her before Luffy summoned her with a card, as she was kept in his room. Shirahoshi, can you swim down and retrieve the boats from the seafloor? Luffy asked, making her stop crying and look at him with some kind of hope. Shirahoshi can be useful. Of course, I can, Luffy-sama, so I'll go get them. She answered confidently and joyfully, eager to have the chance to be useful to her captain. Take Megalo along. I believe it might be quite heavy for you to do it alone, and do it one ship at a time. Luffy commented. Sharky. Megalo quickly confirmed his willingness to help. As Shirahoshi and Megalo dove into the water, creating a large amount of foam, Luffy turned back to the restaurant. Besides his crew, only Zeph and Mihawk's employees had the chance to witness the true form of the mermaid princess. Krieg was dead, and Jin, present at the scene, had fainted when the impact of Yamato and Mihawk's attacks collided, causing him to recoil and hit his head on one of the walls. I hope there won't be rumors of a giant mermaid on my ship after I leave here, Luffy said in front of Zeph and the others, but everyone understood the implied threat in his words. How dare you threaten us? Patty shouted angrily at Luffy. Quiet, Patty. The boy has his reasons for that. Mermaids are not seen frequently on the surface of the sea, especially one of this size, and disclosing this information would certainly bring many problems. But don't worry, kid, among my employees, not a word about what they saw today will be spoken. Zeph spoke frankly to Luffy, who nodded satisfied. That's good. I care about my comrades, Luffy declared calmly. I hope you'll take care of the smelly brat here in the same way, Zeph said, pointing to Ryuju, who was a bit wet after rescuing Luffy and Yamato. I never said I was leaving, old man, she shouted back angrily. Of course, I'll never allow my cook to be harmed, Luffy replied to Zeph as if it were the most obvious thing. I didn't say I wouldn't go with you anywhere, Ryuju shouted even more furiously, being ignored. That's good. Then I'll leave her in your hands. I hope she won't cause too much trouble. Old man, don't worry, you'll receive news about her soon. It won't be long before she's in the newspapers. Some people looked admirably at this scene. Brother Luffy knows how to recruit someone. Johnny and Yasaku shouted with admiration, watching the scene. That's not how you invite someone, Nami shouted, giving 2 punches to each of the idiotic bounty hunters, who fell unconscious to the ground right after. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the deck, Yamato, pull yourself together, Kuina said to Yamato, who was still in a corner with a red face. It's just that. It was my first kiss, she said embarrassed. What the hell happened down there? Kuina exclaimed. Abritzo's people Gimigan Skorkadoso Nijata Magan Iala Hen Kirims. Nike hope as Iya Jahakagri future, the strange woman said. I agree, dear, said her husband beside her. Oh, are you also wondering what's happening with them, Chaochu? It doesn't even seem like they had some inhuman fights just moments ago. Usopp said, lost. Everything seemed to be returning to normal for these strange people, interacting with each other with their different personalities. Yoom. At that moment, the water suddenly rose with Shirahoshi and Megalo bringing the marine boat from the seafloor in front of the restaurant. She descended again and brought up the poor old Going Merry, now named Black Pearl, despite having the same appearance. Let's drain the water from the ships first to continue our journey, Luffy declared as soon as he saw the ship. My clothes. Nami couldn't help but complain since her wardrobe was covered in water at that moment. Luffy just nodded but noticed something looking around amid various debris from Don Krieg's old battleship. You guys are in charge of cleaning the water. Unfortunately, I can't use my powers for that, so I'll delegate this task to you. Meanwhile, I'll hunt down the remaining Krieg pirates. Lami should be here soon, and we'll make sure she brings more money with Krieg and his gang, Luffy said, smiling. Yes, Nami couldn't help but swap her bad mood for enthusiasm, displaying large sparkling $sign eyes. You take care of getting the water out of the boat. I'll deal with the pirates, then. Luffy determined because he was the only one capable of performing such a task by flying. Without wasting time, his wings and hair grew, and in the next moment, he disappeared, utilizing the 30 times greater speed provided by the Moa Moa no Mai. Luffy flew towards the scattered wreckage in the sea around the area, where Krieg's lackeys still awaited news from their captain, unaware that he had been dead all along. Some were beginning to suspect it and tried to flee to avoid further trouble, but Luffy surprised them quickly, capturing them before they could react. He turned them into miniatures and placed them inside a cage that he quickly improvised in the restaurant. Cow disappeared. What's happening? Screams were heard, and pirates vanished one after another, leaving the place in silence. It didn't take long for Luffy to catch everyone, and he returned to the restaurant, putting Jin with Krieg's body together. As soon as he did that, he went to Shirahoshi and Megalo, returning them to their reduced sizes. Once he finished, everyone else seemed to have finished draining the accumulated water inside the marine ship. When Luffy regrouped with his crew, Zeph approached them. Today seemed like a very strange day, but I'm glad we're still alive, even after everything we've seen. Come, I believe you want to eat a bit and rest before continuing your journey. Our restaurant will provide some meals on the house, especially because we wouldn't know what would happen if you hadn't shown up, Zeph announced as things seemed to have calmed down for Luffy and the others. We won't reject your kindness, then, Luffy declared shamelessly, as he was quite hungry after fighting so much, especially since his stamina, after using the regeneration of the icons, consumed most of his strength. He entered, and everyone followed him back into the restaurant. Luffy didn't even care about being delicate because he had almost died a while ago. All he wanted was to eat and drink freely to replenish his energy thanks to Zeph's kindness. Luffy, do you think that Cook will go with us? Usopp asked next to him as they returned to the routine of eating a lot like before. But unlike before, all these dishes were free. Ha ha ha, of course. I don't even plan on leaving until she leaves with us, Luffy said, earning a skeptical look from some of the group who didn't believe Ryuju would leave with them. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ryuju, you brat, your crew is eating too much, Zeph complained, beginning to regret proposing something like this since the losses were enormous now. They're not my crew, the woman shouted. No matter how you deny it, in that man's eyes, you're already one of his comrades, Zeph said calmly, surprising Ryuju. What? How can you be sure of that? She said suspiciously without the tone of anger. The moment I saw him, I knew you were destined to leave with them, Zeph said, crossing his arms. But I said no, I still have my debt to you, old man. She growled. Silly girl, you would never stay here for long. Your life is at sea, and I'm sure you found your right companions for that. And screw that debt, I consider it paid a long time ago. I am your father, am I not? He said, smiling, and the kitchen fell silent at that moment. Old man, Ryuju murmured, surprised and touched by the revelation. A pause settled in the kitchen as she absorbed the magnitude of what she had just heard. What, do you think of staying your whole life in this restaurant? Don't you have your own dreams and goals? He questioned, maintaining the same smile and challenging her to refute those words. Come on, Ryuju, you want to go with them, admit it. Patty taunted her with a mocking smile beside him. Miss Ryuju, I believe you should follow your heart, another cook said, and others also gave their words of encouragement. I don't know, she said, sounding unsure. Come on, Ryuju, he has decided even if you deny it. You will leave by the end of the day on that stolen marine ship. I'm sure of it, Zeph said. I must ask him again first, Ryuju said and turned, leaving the kitchen and heading to the now empty restaurant with a single table filled. Monkey D. Luffy, she said, approaching, gaining the attention of Luffy and the others, as they didn't expect her here, let alone in such a manner. Ryuju, did you finally decide to join us at the table? It's boring with you in the kitchen while we're all gathered here, eating, Luffy declared with a smile. Let me ask, do you really want me to go with you? Do you really want me as your comrade and the cook of your ship? She asked with a serious tone. Luffy stared at her after those words, and his smile grew even wider. Of course, you've been my companion since the moment I laid eyes on you. There's no escaping that, he said, crossing his arms. All right, I'll go with you, but I have my own goals. I hope you don't expect me to accomplish them. I'll talk about them later, she said with the same serious tone and continued. Now, I'll finish my things and see with the old man what I still need to do before boarding with you. Before Luffy could speak, she turned and walked away from them. He really did it, Nami said with unbelievable eyes. Luffy-sama is very charismatic, Shirahoshi celebrated. There's no way that's just charisma, Kuina complained. But brother Luffy is so cool, the bounty hunters shouted with shining eyes. Tisk, Zoro grunted. This is unexpected, Usopp murmured. I always knew she was our future cook, so it was just a matter of time until she accepted my invitation, Luffy declared, not caring about the suspicious looks he was getting. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. All right, I'll go with you guys, but I have my own objectives. I hope you don't expect me to fulfill them. I'll talk about them later, Ryuju said with the same serious tone and continued speaking. Now, I'll finish up my things and check with the old man about what I still need to do before boarding with you. Before Luffy could even speak, she turned around and walked away from them. He really did it, Nami said with unbelieving eyes. Luffy-sama is so charismatic, Shirahoshi celebrated. There's no way this is just charisma, Kuina complained. Brother Luffy is so cool, the bounty hunters shouted with shining eyes. Tusk, Zoro grunted. This is unexpected, Usopp muttered. I always knew she was our future cook, so it was just a matter of time until she accepted my invitation, Luffy declared, unconcerned with the suspicious looks he was receiving. Luffy displayed a radiant smile as he observed the system screen in front of him. Meanwhile, Ryuju gathered her belongings at the restaurant and jumped back onto the ship, returning to the people who watched her with teary eyes. They shared a meal throughout the day, ending the night as the restaurant illuminated the part of the sea where they were, and the crowd gathered on the deck, many restaurant members crying for Ryuju as she bid them farewell. Luffy shifted his gaze from Ryuju to focus on the two people in front of him, who were conversing at the moment, marking a farewell. So, you're really staying here? Luffy asked the man in front of him. Yes, I believe this is the best stop for us to part ways. I plan to start new businesses in Loguetown. I talked to Zeph and found out that I can form a partnership with him, providing food and supplies to the restaurant at below market prices, given my experience from my old businesses in the South Blue, he declared, and Luffy nodded. I understand. I can only wish you good luck, and until next time we meet, perhaps in Loguetown when we pass through to the Grand Line. It's a place I intend to visit before the journey. Kirimbo said everything, the woman suddenly said. Luffy just stared at her, wondering what the hell she said, but chose to ignore her to continue the conversation with her husband. Anyway, take this. I believe it will help you get back on your feet. It'll be good motivation, Luffy said, taking a package from his pocket and expanding its size to form a huge bag of berries, which appeared in front of the couple along with a mysterious box. This money, the man exclaimed, surprised. Not just that. In the box next to it, there's a devil fruit, a normal zone of the lizard model. I think it'll be useful in case the world government tries to come after you again. This will provide some power to retaliate if they send someone dangerous, Luffy explained, and the man quickly understood. Yes, I don't know what to say. Thank you very much, young man. This will be quite useful, both for me and my wife. I don't know how to thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Don't worry, I have your map, the strange key, and still 150 million of that money. It's the least I can do, Luffy spoke sincerely. He had already taken a lot from them as a form of reward, so returning a part wouldn't hurt. He wasn't that selfish, especially considering that this couple needed help after losing everything. Thus, Luffy finally bid farewell to the strange couple, who were about to resume their journey and boarded the ship one after the other. Turning to Zeph, he expressed his gratitude. Hey, old man, thanks for everything and for entrusting Ryuju to my crew. I'll take care of her. Luffy smiled at the man. Tisk, Ryuju grunted beside. Hearing this, after saying goodbye to everyone in the restaurant, she boarded the marine ship. You better take care of her, brat. Otherwise, even without a leg, I'll kick you in the future as revenge. You'll find out why I was once called Red Leg Zeph, he said calmly, and Luffy smiled at the threat. That's good. Now, we better go, Luffy declared, after everyone boarded the marine ship and bid farewell to the remaining people in the restaurant. Thus, the ship began to sail towards the horizon of the starry night. It's so beautiful. Shirahoshi, as the only girl who had never seen a starry sky before, never ceased to murmur every time she saw this scenery since Luffy brought her to the surface. So, Luffy, where are we heading? Nami asked beside, as the navigator, she needed to know. It's night at the moment. I want the ship to maintain this course, and tomorrow morning, we'll figure that out. Now, let's rest. So rest, Luffy said, and everyone agreed. While Luffy and the others rested, Usopp and Chaochu remained as lookouts on the mast as they volunteered. The next day, everyone gathered in the naval kitchen with a delicious coffee that Ryuju prepared for everyone, which pleased everyone with the quality of food and techniques employed by the cook. So tasty. Thank you, Ryuju-sama, Shirahoshi shouted happily. Really, very good, Usopp said surprised. I'm glad you liked it, Ryuju said proudly. Meanwhile, Luffy was quiet in a corner with his coffee, holding out a paper he hadn't opened in the past few days. Now, I need your attention here. Luffy stopped looking at the paper and spoke so that everyone quickly looked at him. First, my initial plans were to go to Kakoyasi Islands, get Arlong, as he is the last member among the major pirates of this sea, Luffy said, earning a surprised look from some, especially Nami. Nami didn't know what to say since this was her biggest nightmare, and they were about to face the fish man who cold-bloodedly killed her mother when she was just a child. Come on, Nami, Luffy said he'd win without any problems, trust him. After everything you've seen, do you think Arlong is a threat to them, silly girl? She told herself, trying to gather courage, even though an irrational fear still lingered in her. Some looked at Nami and recognized her internal conflicts, as most knew her past with Arlong. Shirahoshi placed a hand on her shoulder and gave a reassuring look. However, Luffy said and continued, following this treasure map, if we slightly change our route, we can reach this island faster than Nami's village. Luffy showed the map to everyone that he had been reading until now. It seems to be a great adventure, and there must be many treasures there, not to mention that the destination is close to Kakoyasi Islands too, where Nami's village is. So, are we going to that island, chasing after this treasure? Zoro asked. Not as injured as yesterday, as Luffy accelerated his recovery along with Yamato's. Our swordsman here got it right, since my gut feeling tells me it will be a great help for our future journeys, whatever we find there, Luffy declared, and everyone nodded. Here, it might be a puzzle, but you should know where this leads us, Luffy said and handed the map to Nami, who took it and studied it for a while, confirming the location of the treasure even though it seemed like a puzzle. Yes, I know where the place is, Nami commented, looking at where the island was with a second official map of the East Blue beside her. That's amazing. Now finish your meals, because right after, we're going to train. I noticed that everyone is weak after the fight with Mihawk, so let's go outside as soon as you finish breakfast. Strengthen your foundations." As he spoke these words, Luffy sent a collective shiver through everyone, as they were well acquainted with this rigorous training, and Luffy seemed extremely excited to exercise after the fight with Mihawk. Only Ryuju displayed a questioning look compared to the others, but that would soon change. During the remaining time, Luffy trained them as usual, applying gravitational pressure and challenging them not to falter even as their muscles burned and begged for a break. "What kind of training is this?" Ryuju complained as she felt pain throughout her body, but Luffy didn't allow her to give up. He subjected her to an even more intense training than the others, with heavier weights, as her legs were stronger than the others to resist gravity. "Stop complaining and keep going. We need to get stronger," Luffy said without showing humor. "Luffy, please. Luffy-sama. Sharky. Luffy. Oh, stop complaining, all of you." After a few hours, the deck was covered with fallen bodies, a sight reflecting the crew's extreme exhaustion. They could barely move, their expressions showing the intensity of the training. Luffy remained impassive in the face of his companion's effort, steadfast in his purpose to strengthen them at any cost. "They don't look good." Yamato, dressed in various weights, observed the scene beside Luffy, while the rest of the crew lay on the deck, gradually recovering from the rigorous training. "They'll survive. We need to get strong, I've said it before," Luffy said in the same tone, emotionless, while he watched his companions crying in front of him, the larger ones at least. "He's a demon," Usopp muttered. "Did I make the right decision?" Ryuju, lying down and exhausted, internally questioned if joining the crew had been the right choice after experiencing this training. "Luffy-sama, so hard." Shirahoshi murmured fragmented words about the difficulty of the training. "Let's take some time to rest now. We shouldn't be far from the island on that map when I sped up the ship, right, Nami?" Luffy asked. "Damn, Luffy, but you're right. The island isn't far if you speed up the ship," she said, still crying. In the next few hours, the members rested for some more time before returning to their basic routine. Some continued training, including Zoro and Kuina. There were scouts like Usopp cleaning his weapon, Chaochu playing with Johnny and Yasaku. Shirahoshi leaned on the deck, admiring the sea beside Megalo. Nami looked at the map while sitting in a chair to relax, next to Luffy and Yamato, who were sunbathing and enjoying some refreshments that Ryuju prepared in the kitchen, joining them shortly after. "This is everything I dreamed of." Luffy looked pleased at his pirate crew, as he had always imagined a crew like this, enjoying their lives at sea. He didn't force anyone to do things or shout at them all the time. Everyone was free to do what they wanted most of the time, as long as they participated in training. Luffy didn't want a weak crew to face the challenges of the Grand Line. They were always free to pursue their hobbies. Luffy diverted his crew's attention to other matters. "I have 192 million berries in the system after spending 50 million on that fruit. But I wish I had at least 2 billion to get the most detailed manual of the world's 6 styles, which even the Marines don't possess. This book has techniques even deeper than those used by the Navy and is intended only for those training to be the elite in defending merry GOIs, which I understand since the world government wants the most powerful as their guards," Luffy thought. But even knowing that there are much cheaper manuals in the store, like some basics for 500 million berries, I want this 2 billion one because I want to have an elite under my command, and this manual will save much more time than the others, not to mention that the techniques must be stronger than those learned by the Marines, Luffy concluded calmly. After having these thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at Nami beside him studying a map. "What's up?" Nami asked, feeling Luffy's gaze directly on her. "I'm beautiful, I know, but I'll charge you if you keep staring at me like that." Nami quickly wanted to take advantage of the situation, while Luffy internally muttered with other thoughts. "I could simply destroy Arlong when we get to the island of his village. But that's too boring. Maybe I should let Nami have her revenge by her own hands. If I get a chance to strengthen her, I won't let it pass, as I don't know what we might find on this island indicated by the map we're en route to. But it's treasure, so it could be something very good for her." Luffy finished thinking and looked at the woman who was shouting at him now. "Hey, if you're not going to pay, at least answer people when they want to talk to you." Nami was furious since Luffy was lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the thieving cat until now, just staring at her. "Oh, yeah, you're beautiful as always, Nami," Luffy mumbled and looked forward again, shortly after. Don't compliment people like that and then ignore them," Nami shouted, red with the sudden compliment. But Luffy didn't pay attention to her or Yamato, who was looking at him like a hawk. "Don't get jealous, Yamato, they're all beautiful. I'm happy to be surrounded by so much beauty. I consider all of them my future wives," Luffy said in a bored tone and didn't even look at Yamato, but said it to provoke her, just like the other two beside him. "Luffy, you idiot. Baka, playboy," Nami, Yamato, and Ryuju said immediately afterward, trying to ignore their shameless and idiotic captain. "Women," Luffy thought. "Land ho. Bark! Johnny and Chaochu's voices interrupted him at that moment. Finally, Luffy couldn't help but celebrate. Great, keep going, I'll take the helm. Nami shouted and ran from her chair to follow the small point appearing on the horizon. Luffy looked at the island and stood up. Kahahaha. Listen up, are you ready to find treasures and adventures? Luffy began with his usual ruffian laugh, catching the attention of all the members of the ship. Treasures, Nami shouted loudly on the deck. I'll prove that I'm a brave warrior, facing any danger we encounter. Usopp said, grabbing his rifle, now fixed and cleaned. Will there be pirates worth millions of berries? Johnny and Yasaku said simultaneously, wanting to hunt pirates, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were accompanying another pirate crew. I'll see beautiful new places on the surface, Shirahoshi said dreamily. Will there be powerful opponents? Zoro said, gripping the sword hilt with excitement. I'll have adventures like Odin in his diary. Yamato said, grabbing his book, used as his life's Bible. Bark, Sharky, Tisk. Rieju just sighed at everyone's enthusiasm around her. Ha 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 ha, I don't know, and I don't want to know these answers. I just want to go there to be surprised and discover its mysteries. Luffy said. Then the boat continued at full speed, still with the increased speed from Luffy's power. They could already see the island getting closer and closer. Treasures, 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 treasures. While Nami, Yamato, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku sang these words suddenly with excitement, seeing the island approaching. Luffy held the key he took from the CP5 member, hoping to find great treasures like his friends but remained silent instead of shouting like an idiot. Not that he didn't appreciate their enthusiasm, but it wasn't his style. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.